Heaven Palace in the distance, and some of them even drooled. Of course it's true. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Go quickly, it will be gone if you're too late. Ye Bufan was luring a group of second-generation demons, but he didn't notice that Qian Duoduo and the dragon had stopped arguing. Both the man and the dragon were staring at him blankly. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the man and the dragon couldn't help but look at each other, and Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. Uncle. Delicious essence pill. Damn. Qian Duoduo was instantly confused and crazy. He thought he was shameless enough, but he didn't expect that Ye Bufan was even more shameless than him. It is obvious that the mental capacity of these second-generation demons is no different from that of 2- or 3-year-old children. How could these beasts even deceive 2- or 3-year-old children? It's absolutely unscrupulous. He deserves to be struck by lightning. But, I like Mr. Qian. Demon God, descendant of the demon saint, how much is that worth? It's exciting just thinking about it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Qian Duoduo could think about it, the second generation of demons had already started to act and rushed towards the burial heaven palace. The speed is as fast as it can be, and everyone is absolutely rushing to be the first, as no one wants to fall behind. Too late. If it's too late, the essence pill will be gone. Yes, that's right. Be good, my friends, and come to my bowl quickly. Looking at the second generation of demons rushing towards the burial heaven palace, Ye Bufan was extremely excited and had a wretched look on his face. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The second generation of demons were very fast and arrived outside the burial heaven palace in the blink of an eye. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they were, there was someone faster than them. The giant dragon came to its senses and instantly blocked the burial heaven palace. Roar. The giant dragon roared at the group of second-generation demons. The second-generation demon stopped in his tracks. Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo were stunned, looking surprised and puzzled. What was Filong going to do? Before the two of them could think about it, the silver ring blood scale bear in front of the giant dragon glared at him and said viciously, "Bad guy, what do you want to do? Get out of the way quickly, or I will let my father beat you." Roll. Filong roared immediately. The mighty dragon power and terrifying momentum. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, half of the second generation of demons were frightened and collapsed to the ground, and the remaining half were trembling all over. The silver ring blood scale bear said in a trembling voice, You, what do you want to do? Fuck. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan exclaimed in his heart, looked at Filong and said, Uncle Long, what are you doing? After being frightened by the flying dragon, these second-generation demons dared not enter the Heaven Burial Palace. Moreover, the Heaven Burial Palace was blocked by the flying dragon, so even if they wanted to enter, they couldn't. Filong did not answer Ye Bufan, nor did he even pay attention to him. He stared at the group of second-generation demons and roared angrily, Now, immediately, get out of here. Go back to where you came from. Why? Bad guy, get out of the way. Humph. You must want to monopolize the essence pill. Let me tell you, it's ours, don't even think about snatching it away. I'm going to tell Daddy that you bullied me. And me, my father is the great sage of the ancient world, be careful or I'll let my father beat you up. Get out of the way. Faced with the threat of the essence pill, the second generation of demons mustered up their courage and expressed their dissatisfaction to the flying dragon. Roar. Filong roared, instantly shaking the night sky. A violent wind blew up between heaven and earth. He opened his bloody mouth and said, If you don't get out of here, I will eat you alive. Buzz. The second generation of demons were shocked, anxious, and their souls trembled. Run. A word suddenly rang in their minds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, the second generation of demons turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan exclaimed in his heart and said anxiously, Come back, come back, come back quickly. You guys don't want the essence pill anymore. Nima, come back. Unfortunately, at this moment, the second generation of demons had no mood to care about Ye Bufan. They were scared out of their wits by the flying dragon and disappeared deeper into the demon viewing mountains in the blink of an eye. Looking at the second generation of demons who had left and disappeared, Ye Bufan was confused and even collapsed. I spent so much effort to trick these second-generation demons here, and they were scared away just like that. Ye Bufan felt his heart bleeding. Chapter 457 Tonight, half the sky is stained with blood. Ye Bufan's heart was bleeding, and so was Qian Duoduo. These second-generation monsters were all descendants of monster gods and monster saints, and most importantly, they were still in their infancy and could be tamed. If this were to be auctioned, it would surely be even crazier than the essence pill, and the impact it would cause would surely be even more sensational. Damn, he would have been a demon god or demon saint after he grew up, but now, all the flying dragons have chased him away. Thinking of this, Qian Duoduo became even angrier and more hateful. He looked at Phylong and roared, "Fuck Phylong, are you crazy? Why did you drive them away?" Ye Bufan also looked at Phylong. Although Ye Bufan had no intention of selling these second-generation demons, he was prepared to raise them himself. These guys would all become demon gods and demon saints when they grew up. Shut up. Facing Qian Duoduo's scolding, Phylong shouted angrily, "Fatty, you are really obsessed with money. You want money but not life, right? If you don't want to live, don't drag others down." Qian Duoduo was furious. Phylong said coldly, "Don't you think about the impact of kidnapping these guys?" Qian Duoduo was stunned. Phylong continued, "It's okay if it's just one or two, but if we kidnap such a large group, won't those guys go crazy when they come back? What if they go crazy and invade the human territory at all costs? 1 or 2 demon saints won't be a problem. 10 or 20. If the war breaks out on human territory, even if we can stop it in the end, have you ever thought about how many people will die? One strike from a saint can pacify a city. What's more, they are a group of mad demon saints who just lost their children." "Fuck," Qian Duoduo exclaimed, his face changed, "I almost forgot about this." Ye Bufan also woke up as if from a dream. At first, he only wanted to take this group of second-generation monsters away, but he didn't consider the consequences of doing so. Now thinking about it, he can't help but feel scared. Just because the Saint Realm experts from the human race, demon race, and wild beast race did not take action, it did not mean that they would not take action. They did not take action because their bottom line had not been touched. The dragon has a reverse scale, and it will be angry if it is touched. There is no doubt that the demon saints who lost their children must be furious. No one can predict what these demon saints will do when they go crazy. How pitiful are the parents in the world. This is true for the human race, and it must be true for the demon race. Then, Qian Duoduo pouted again, looked at Phylong and complained, "Then you don't have to drive them all away, can't you keep 1 or 2? Phylong was speechless. This fat guy is beyond help. Ye Bufan didn't say anything. After all, the group of second-generation monsters had been driven away, so it was useless to say anything. Chasing them back was even more impossible. Ye Bufan didn't have the time. "Uncle Long, well, I'll be leaving first." Ye Bufan looked at Phylong and said, now that the treasure was in his hands, there was no need to stay any longer, not to mention that there were other things waiting for him to do. "Go ahead," Phylong responded. Brush. Ye Bufan put away the Heaven Burial Palace and walked directly to the place he had come from before. Although many cracks appeared on the ground due to the previous battle between Qian Duoduo and Phylong, the hole was still there and did not affect Ye Bufan's exit from underground. Seeing Ye Bufan was about to leave, Qian Duoduo became anxious. Hey, kid, don't go, your Uncle Qian is still here, if you want to leave, take your Uncle Qian with you." Ye Bufan paused, turned around and looked at Qian Duoduo, and said with a smile, "Uncle Qian, you see, you and Uncle Long haven't seen each other for a long time. It's a good opportunity to catch up with each other." "How great." Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched suddenly, and his heart was in a mess. "Fuck you, do you think I'm reminiscing about the past?" Ye Bufan ignored him. "Uncle Qian, Uncle Long, have fun. I'm leaving now, nephew." After saying that, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo with an evil smile again, thinking, "Fatty, aren't you going to teach me a lesson and bleed me? Very good, then just stay here obediently. Call out." The next second, Ye Bufan jumped directly into the cave. Fuck. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo was very anxious. "Boy, I am your uncle and your future father-in-law, how can you leave me here alone?" Ye Bufan did not respond. He believed that Phylong would not kill Qian Duoduo, nor would he let Qian Duoduo die in the Wangyao Mountains. Most importantly, Ye Bufan really had no ability to take Qian Duoduo away from Phylong. Boom. As Ye Bufan jumped into the cave, a huge roar sounded, and then the entire ground collapsed. Not only that, Qian Duoduo and Feilong could clearly feel the vibration of the earth, and this vibration was still going away. There is no doubt that Ye Bufan not only destroyed the entrance but also collapsed the underground passage. Seeing Ye Bufan leave, Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched and he looked at Feilong. Well, Brother Long, it's getting late, and I have to go back to watch the door and do business. Can you move this colorful exquisite soul-suppressing tower? Bang! The flying dragon directly gave him a dragon-shaped tail swing. Qian Duoduo was furious. Little Feilong, do you really think you are Yi Tianshang? Can you suppress your master Qian with this small colorful exquisite soul-suppressing tower? Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, the flying dragon opened its bloody mouth and 18 cold rays shot out. Bang, 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 there was a muffled sound, and 18 blood-red flags circled the colorful exquisite soul-calming tower and were evenly inserted into the ground. The cold wind blows and the bloody flag flutters. Buzz. The next second, blood-red cold rays emerged from the 18 command flags, instantly covering the entire colorful and exquisite soul-suppressing tower. Fuck. The 9 Netherworld Purgatory Calming Spirit flag. Qian Duoduo's pupils shrank and he let out a scream. He was in a mess, collapsed, and howled to the sky. Fuck, how many treasures did Lin Loyan give you? Under the night sky, the sound lasts forever. Deeper into the Wangyao Mountains. Bang, bang, bang. A group of second-generation demons fled in a hurry, but when they saw that the flying dragon did not catch up with them, they stopped and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Daddy was right. He is really a bad guy. He actually wants to eat us. That's right, luckily we ran fast. When Mom comes back, I will tell her and give him a good beating. The essence pills are so delicious, they must have all been eaten by that bad guy, woo woo. Hey, where's Hyur? Hyur. Yeah, why is Hyur gone? I know. Hyur is very fast. She must have entered that place just now. Maybe she is eating essence pills now. There must be a lot of essence pills there. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The second generation of demons couldn't help swallowing their saliva when they thought about the young man eating the essence pill in big mouthfuls, and their saliva even flowed all over the floor. The outskirts of Wangyao mountain range. At this moment, the human army and the demon army are still in a state of confrontation, and the stalemate between the two sides has lasted for an hour and a half. That's right, although Yin Tianu had only given the demon clan 1 hour before, the demon clan did not give any result in 1 hour, which meant that the demon clan did not intend to compromise, so Yin Tianu gave the demon clan another half hour. At this moment, the second half of the hour has ended. Looking at the demon army in front of him, Yin Tianu said slowly, it seems that making this decision is really difficult. As soon as Yin Tianu opened his mouth, both the human and the demon races were shocked and ready to start a war at any time. Unexpectedly, Yin Tianu said, in this case, I will give you another half an hour to consider it. If you still don't have an answer after half an hour, don't blame me for slaughtering more than 100 million members of your demon clan. Start the timer now. Fuck. As soon as Yin Tianu finished speaking, countless people present cursed in their hearts, and their messy eyes looked at Yin Tianu with even more confusion. Another half hour. This again. Master, if this goes on there will be no end. What if the demons refuse to surrender? Master, if we keep waiting like this, how long will it take? We might as well just have a quick fight with the demons. Someone in the human army couldn't help but speak up. Yes, Master, kill him. Master, don't wait. Voices rose one after another from the human army, but the demon army was facing a formidable enemy. Then fight. Suddenly, a cold voice suddenly rang out from the outskirts of Wangyao mountain range, instantly breaking the tranquility of the night. Both humans and demons couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. A figure flew in the air, rushing over from outside the mountains and arrived in an instant. Master. Seeing the person coming, everyone was stunned. 2 masters. What's going on? Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and instantly took out a longbow and a sharp arrow. Call. The sharp arrow ignited the fire and the flames jumped. Bend the bow, put the arrow on it, and pull the string, all in one smooth motion. Bang! With a dull sound, a sharp arrow shot out. This. Everyone was stunned. In an instant, the sharp arrows fell into the demon army. The rockets and kerosene came into contact, and with a boom, a fire shot up into the sky among the demon army. Everything seems long, but it is just a moment. Night, cold wind. Ye Bufan stood in the void and shouted loudly, shaking the 9 heavens, "Massacre the demon clan with blood, leaving no one alive. Kill." White clothes move, long hair dances. Tonight, half the sky is stained with blood. Chapter 458. If you don't accept it, bite me. Kill. Ye Bufan's one word, cold and profound. The murderous intent emerged, like a gust of cold wind blowing, making everyone feel inexplicably chilled in their hearts and suddenly feel creepy. Cold wind, raging fire. Everyone seemed to be in a state of extreme cold and heat. Roar, roar. Suddenly, angry and painful roars of monsters were heard. The monsters with flames burning on their bodies in the center of the army began to struggle under the burning of the fire, and began to rush and collide aimlessly. Bang bang bang. There were other monsters around the monster, and when they collided, dull sounds suddenly rang out. You hit me and I hit you. The demon army instantly became a mess. The human race was stunned. Kill. After a brief silence, the 230 million human army no longer hesitated, waving the sharp blades on their fingers, and rushed towards the demon army. I will kill you while you are sick. As for why there are 2 Master Yins, it is too late to investigate further for the time being. At this moment, draw your sword and slay the demon. Be as unbridled as you can. The human army had already surrounded the demon tribe, and the 2 armies were only a few meters apart. In an instant, the 2 armies collided. Kill. The human race did not stop for a moment. In an instant, countless attacks with blades, swords, and spears were woven into a net, and they attacked the demon army in an overwhelming manner. They are like wolves and tigers, extremely cruel. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered and flesh was blurred. Bang, bang, bang. At the outermost edge of the army, a group of monsters didn't even have the chance to react before they were chopped to the ground. Bloody and tragic. Of course, the demon clan would not allow themselves to be slaughtered. They came to their senses in an instant and began to fight back frantically. The demons either charge, bite, or tear with their sharp claws. Their methods of attack are far more bloody than those of humans. In a flash, the land was stained with blood and corpses were everywhere. The brutality of the fighting was far more cruel than anyone could imagine. This is a racial showdown, but also a feast of death. Both the human and demon races suffered casualties, but in comparison, the casualties of the demon race were more severe, even several times that of the human race. The human race has the upper hand. What's more, at this moment the demons were tightly surrounded, and most of them could not fight at all because there were demon members in front of them. If you want to attack the human race, you must first defeat the demon race. How should the demons make a decision under such circumstances? In addition, many monsters were burning in the flames and were charging uncontrollably, causing the monster army to be in great chaos and unable to attack effectively, with only 1/10 of their combat power remaining. A confrontation in an instant. In mid-air, Yin Tianu fell to the ground at the moment the 2 armies fought, and joined the melee in front of him. No one paid attention to him in the melee, and no one noticed that Yin Tianu's appearance had changed drastically. Not only that, he tore off his outer clothes and put them into the Zumi ring, and instantly became a different person. His mission has been completed, and the only thing left is Ye Bufan's business. Ye Bufan stood in the air. It was night, cold wind, his white clothes fluttering, his long hair flying, his stern eyes watching the battle between the 2 tribes in front of him. Ye Bufan shouted, "Defend, hold on, we must not let the demon tribe break through the defense line. Tonight, we will bloodbath the demon race. Kill 1 monster and you'll be rewarded 100 gold coins." Ye Bufan's voice was like thunder from the sky, breaking through the night sky and boiling the whole audience. When there is a big reward, there will always be brave men. In an instant, the 230 million human troops seemed to have taken stimulants, going completely crazy and possessed. Kill. A deafening roar. A crazy charge. The fight will not stop until the blood has dried and we die. Full of fighting spirit, one after another, without fear or trepidation. In the sky, the human race's God Yuan and Zhou Tian and the demon race's Demon King and Demon Emperor were also fighting frantically. Only the 5 demon gods were standing alone in the night sky. They could not, nor did they dare to, attack. Seeing their side being almost one-sidedly slaughtered by the human race, they were helpless. 2 human race's divine masters have come behind Ye Bufan, guarding him closely, not giving the demon race any chance to launch a sneak attack. Bloody battle and killing. When the two armies engaged, 1,000 of the enemy were injured and 800 of their own were killed. This is a war of attrition. However, the battle situation has been decided. If nothing unexpected happens, the human race will win, and it is only a matter of time before the demon race is annihilated. Moreover, the losses of the human race will be unprecedentedly low. The night remains dark and filled with blood. Stop. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded in the void. The sound was like the long beating of a war drum, resounding throughout the entire battlefield, and it was followed by terrifying pressure. Both the human and demon races were stunned. The fighting came to an inexplicable halt. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all humans and demons looked up in the direction of the sound, and Ye Bufan was no exception. Under the night sky, a giant dragon with a completely fiery red body and a length of 200 meters stretched across the sky and earth. The dragon's might is revealed invisibly. Welcome to the great sage of the great desolation. Welcome to the great sage of the great desolation. Looking at the giant dragon, the 5 demon gods shouted in unison. The demon saint has arrived, and the demon race is excited. On the other hand, everyone on the human side couldn't help but gasp and felt inexplicably nervous. The great sage of the great desolation. The holy dragon of the ancient times, the demon saint of the demon clan. The atmosphere was dead silent. The great holy dragon said nothing more. His blood-red eyes scanned the battlefield and finally fell on Ye Bufan. Human race, Yin Tianu. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan ignored him, and didn't even look at the great desolation holy dragon. He simply ignored him, looked at the battlefield, and shouted angrily, "What the hell are you doing? Keep going, kill, kill, kill all the monsters, don't leave any alive." A deafening sound and boundless murderous intent. Everyone's heart trembled inexplicably. This madman. He actually blatantly ignored a demon saint. How was this different from a provocation? Boy, this saint is talking to you, didn't you hear me? Suddenly, the Hongwang holy dragon was slightly angry. Ye Bufan glanced at the primordial holy dragon. Disdain, contempt. You talking to me? The great holy dragon was stunned. Ye Bufan pointed at him and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Do I have to pay attention to you just because you talk to me? Demon saint. In my eyes, you are nothing. Call." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone's breathing stopped. The master is simply too crazy. You. The great holy dragon was furious, but he endured it. You what? Ye Bufan looked directly at the great desolation holy dragon and said in a cold voice, "If you have the guts, bite me. If you don't, get out of here. You are the demon saint of the demon race, but don't we humans have any saints? If you don't agree, then let's fight." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the great desolation holy dragon. He looked towards the battlefield and shouted, "What are you still doing? Go ahead. Don't forget, you have sold your lives to me. If anyone backs down from the battlefield, I will kill his entire family and wipe out his entire clan." Boom. Ye Bufan's words shocked the whole audience. But no one dared to refuse. They have already put life and death aside in exchange for money. Kill. In an instant, the mercenary warriors who had originally stopped attacked the demon army again. Once the hired warriors moved, the free warriors who came spontaneously would not stop at all. In an instant, the fighting started again. Seeing this scene, the great Saint Dragon became anxious. Stop, he couldn't bear to see hundreds of millions of demon clan members sacrificed in vain. Stop. Ye Bufan sneered, "Who do you think you are? The demon saint of the demon race wants to command my human army." Then, Ye Bufan roared towards the battlefield again. Kill them ruthlessly, leave no one alive from the demon clan. Damn it, kill these bastards. You. The great Saint Dragon was furious, his eyes bloodshot. Looking at Ye Bufan, he gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Tell your people to stop, I want to talk to you." Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, "We can talk, but it's impossible to stop." You. The great demon saint was furious. However, in just this short moment, thousands of members of the demon clan fell. The great Saint Dragon felt his heart bleeding. He stared at Ye Bufan, gritted his teeth, and said helplessly, "What do you want?" "It's very simple." Ye Bufan shrugged and said softly, "Hand over the demon young master's soul for refining, and compensate us for our losses after the war. 500 billion gold coins, 100 billion yuanshi, and 100,000 ninth level earth treasures." Buzz. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the hearts of the human members who were fighting trembled inexplicably. This is too cruel, it's basically blackmail. Impossible. The great Saint Dragon stared at Ye Bufan and roared angrily, why don't you go and rob? 500 billion gold coins would be fine, as gold coins were of no use to the demon race, but yuanxi and earth treasures were different. 100 billion yuanxi and 100,000 ninth level earth treasures, Ye Bufan dared to think about it. You guessed it, I was robbing. Not convinced. If you don't agree, bite me. Looking at the great desolation holy dragon, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Then, he looked at the battlefield again and angrily said, didn't you guys eat? Kill him hard. Chapter 459, 180,000 knives. If you don't agree, bite me. Ye Bufan's unscrupulous provocation made the great Saint Dragon furious. As a demon saint, he had never suffered such humiliation before. At this moment, he wanted to kill Ye Bufan with one claw. But the great Saint Dragon knew that he could never do that. The saints of the human race were still watching. If he was not careful, it might lead to a war between the saints of the two races. Even if you can't bear it any longer, you still have to endure it. Boy, the human race's saints can protect you for a while, but can they protect you for a lifetime? Suppressing the anger in his heart, the great desolation holy dragon threatened without hesitation. I'm so scared. Ye Bufan patted his chest, looking like he was scared. Then, he looked at the great desolation holy dragon and sneered, threat. Do you think I'm afraid? At worst, I can just hide in the martial academy and never come out. With my alchemy skills, I think it shouldn't be a problem for me to be a tutor in the martial academy. Can your demon race still reach the martial academy? The great holy dragon became angry out of shame. This guy won't listen to any tricks. Looking at the great desolation holy dragon, Ye Bufan's face darkened. Stop talking about these useless things, agree to my request, or I will slaughter your hundreds of millions of monsters. 50 million gold coins, 100 billion stones, plus 100,000 level 9 treasures, do you think they are worth the price? The great Saint Dragon asked angrily. This guy is crazy about money. Who said it was just them? Ye Bufan sneered and said disdainfully. The great Saint Dragon was stunned, puzzled. What do you mean? What's the meaning? Ye Bufan sneered. Do you think that I can just slaughter these demon soldiers of yours today and be done with it? What a fool's dream. Changing the subject, Ye Bufan said angrily, let me tell you, today is just the beginning. I will never give up until I achieve my goal. If there is a first time, there will be a second time, a third time. If you demons want to play, I will play with you to the end. Today I'm fighting you openly, but I may not do that next time. The Wangyao mountain range is overgrown with vegetation, and one fire can't burn it all, so I'll use 2 or 3. I have plenty of money, and I don't care how many people die. I'll just hire people to set fire to your Wangyao mountain range. If I can't destroy your demon race, I'll make sure you have nowhere to live. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the great Saint Dragon flew into a rage. How dare you? Do you think I dare? Ye Bufan showed no sign of weakness. The great holy dragon was speechless for a moment. Other human beings might not dare to do so, but this madman might really dare to do so. Hand over the demon young master's soul for refining, and pay compensation of 500 billion gold coins, 100 billion stones, and 100,000 level 9 treasures, and the matter will be over. Otherwise let's wait and see. Ignoring the anger of the primordial holy dragon, Ye Bufan shouted in a deep voice. He raised his head, straightened his chest, and stood upright, with an imposing manner. I dare to perish together with you, do you dare? The heart of the great Saint Dragon trembled violently. He really didn't dare. Ye Bufan continued, you'd better make a decision quickly, otherwise, all your demon soldiers will die. If you compromise at that time, their deaths will be in vain. The heart of the great desolate holy dragon trembled again, and he gritted his teeth and said, I can give you the soul refining, but I cannot accept the compensation from my demon race. Your human race suffered a great loss, and my demon race suffered an even greater loss. Why do you still want us to compensate you? At this moment, the great Saint Dragon hated the demon young master Lianyun so much that he even wanted to kill him himself. This bastard, why did he have to offend anyone else but this lunatic? Yes, crazy. A person who uses trillions of gold coins, hires warriors, and starts a racial war in order to deal with a demon god must be a madman. Moreover, when they were communicating with the human saint just now, the human saint also admitted this point. This is a madman, and they were forced to do so. Oh. Faced with the compromise of the great holy dragon, Ye Bufan sneered. The arrogant ones are afraid of the stupid ones, and the stupid ones are afraid of the desperate ones. This is true for the human race and the demon race as well. He had done so much before just to tell everyone that I was not only a madman who was willing to give up everything, but also a madman who was willing to risk his life. Use this to create momentum, increase bargaining chips, and even take absolute control of the initiative. Obviously, it has now succeeded. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Looking at the great desolate holy dragon, Ye Bufan said in a deep voice, "It is obvious that my side has a greater chance of winning now, so I have the final say." You. The great holy dragon was furious. Ye Bufan said, "But it's not completely negotiable." "What conditions?" the great saint dragon asked coldly. He didn't think Ye Bufan would be so kind. "I can give up the 500 billion gold coins, I can give up the 100 billion stones, and I can reduce the 100,000 ninth level earth treasures to 10,000. But after a pause, Ye Bufan looked at the great desolation holy dragon and said resolutely, "You must personally perform the Ling Kai on Master Yao's soul, cutting the flesh and removing the bones, 180,000 cuts, and I will do the last cut myself. Before that, he cannot die. When a cornered dog jumps over the wall, when a cornered rabbit bites, let alone a tribe of such a large number of demons." Ye Bufan naturally didn't dare to push them too hard. 500 billion gold coins, 100 billion stones, and 100,000 level 9 treasures were just casual talk, just to make it easier for the demon clan to accept his real demands. Hiss. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the offensives of the human race and the demon race in the fight were inexplicably stagnant, and they couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Even the powerful Saint Realm Master Hongwang Shenglong couldn't help but tremble violently. Too cruel. $180,000. How much hatred does this have to have? 2,000 level 9 earth treasures, this is the limit that this saint can give. In addition, this saint will personally make the 180,000 cuts and leave one for you. After a moment, the great desolation holy dragon looked at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice. "Demon Prince. He was the one who caused all this, so rewarding him with $180,000 is already a kindness to him. Make a deal." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. 2009 level treasures are not a small number, and with the harvest from the depths of the mountains this time, it can be considered a full load. The most important thing is that the main purpose this time is still the Demon Master, and these are unexpected gains. Ye Bufan agreed readily, but the great Saint Dragon was secretly resentful. Judging from Ye Bufan's expression, he had directly agreed to give 1,000, no, 500 level 9 earth treasures, but he just gave 2,000 instead. 1,500 plants were lost in vain. However, once words are spoken, it is impossible to regret them. Then, the great Saint Dragon said, "But, I also have a request." Ye Bufan's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at the great Saint Dragon and asked, "Do you have any other requests?" "That's right." The great Saint Dragon responded, "From now on, you are not allowed to set foot in the Wangyao mountain range, and you are not allowed to set fire here. This applies to not only you, but also other human beings. It would be disastrous if humans came to the Wangyao mountains every few days to set fire to them. Don't worry, I'm here for young Master Yao. I'm not interested in your demon clan. As for other people, I can't control them, but I believe they don't have the courage to do this." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "What if you regret it? It's up to you." "Good." The great Saint Dragon responded with one word, then looked up at the night sky and said, "You all heard it. If this kid comes to set fire to the Demon Mountain Range again in the future, we will hunt him down and kill him. By then, we will definitely enter your human territory. I hope you won't stop us. Of course, we will only attack him and will never harm the lives of other humans. Do you agree? Above the 9 heavens, there must be a saint of the human race." "Agree." In the night sky, above the 9 heavens, a deep voice came faintly. "Very good." The great Saint Dragon laughed in response, and then looked at Ye Bufan. "Boy, tell your people to stop." "No problem." Ye Bufan also smiled slightly. "Hunt me down to death." Great Saint Dragon, even if you are a Saint Realm expert, no matter how smart you are, what can you do? You would never have thought that I am not Yin Tianu at all, and after today, Yin Tianu will completely disappear from this world, but there may be Jiao Tianu, Qian Tianu, and more Tianu in the future. Who can say what will happen in the future? Hee hee. With this thought, Ye Bufan looked towards the battlefield. Stop it all. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the bloody fight stopped instantly. The human army retreated one after another, and corpses were scattered all over the ground. There were both human and demon corpses, but the number of demon corpses was several times that of human corpses, even more than 10 times. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The ancient holy dragon was filled with resentment. Where's the demon prince? Ye Bufan glanced towards the great saint dragon. Call out. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a figure suddenly fell rapidly from the clouds in the sky. The speed is extremely fast. With a loud bang, the man fell heavily to the ground. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. The moment he fell to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Hee. Looking at that man, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. If he wasn't the demon young master refining soul, who else could he be? However, the current demon young master no longer had the handsomeness and elegance that Ye Bufan had when they first met. He still maintained a human body, but his face was bruised and swollen, and he looked in a miserable state. It was obvious that the demon tribe had already entered him well. At this time, Master Yao raised his head and looked at Ye Bufan. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Who the hell are you? I have never seen you before. Why are you trying to hurt me?" Chapter 460 My name is Ye Bufan. Who the hell are you? I've never seen you before. Why are you trying to hurt me? He had never heard of this person before, let alone seen him. But it was because of him that he, a great demon god, ended up in this situation. There was only hatred in the demon master's heart. As soon as the demon master finished speaking, everyone was stunned, and looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment. In the human race, Ye Bufan claimed that the demon master killed his wife and harmed his children. Under such circumstances, it was reasonable for him to retaliate against the demon master. But the demon master didn't know Ye Bufan, which was strange. Not only the human members present, but also the primordial holy dragon looked at Ye Bufan. He had already controlled Master Yao when the incident happened, but no matter how many times he asked, Master Yao always said he didn't know what was going on, and he didn't even know Yantianu. Even when the great saint dragon interrogated Master Yao, the result was still the same. This made the Hongwang holy dragon very strange. Could it be that Master Yao killed Yantianu's wife and children by mistake, so he didn't know Yantianu? At this moment, everyone looked at Ye Bufan, waiting for his answer. However, Ye Bufan said something that made everyone vomit blood. You are a demon, but you are more handsome than me, the leader of the human race. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? Is that reason enough? You. Young Master Yao suddenly became furious and gritted his teeth. It was obvious that Ye Bufan was just trying to fool him. Young Master Yao understood it, and so did the others, that Ye Bufan simply didn't want to say it. 180,000 knives. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked directly at the great saint dragon. He extended his right hand and said, "Please come in." Buzz. Suddenly, Master Yao's body trembled, and he looked at the great saint dragon with trembling eyes. "Sir. Killing people is not the right thing to do, but just thinking about these 180,000 cuts made young Master Yao feel scared." The great holy dragon hesitated slightly. Ye Bufan said, "Hongwang Shenglong, if you don't want to fight, then let's continue fighting. Kill, kill, kill." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the human army raised their weapons and shouted. No one was a fool, so they could see what Ye Bufan wanted to do. In front of more than 200 million human beings, a demon saint would torture a demon god to death. Just thinking about it makes people excited. It's rare to see this event in 1,000 years. Whoosh. The next second, the great holy dragon transformed into a man in green and landed beside young Master Yao. It was obvious that he had made a decision. Sacrifice the demon prince. Grown-ups. Seeing this scene, the demon young master lying on the ground trembled and shook all over. The great holy dragon ignored him but did not hesitate. He instantly took out a long sword and swung it down. Bang! The demon young master's clothes were torn to pieces. Puff! A drop of donated blood spurted out, and a thin piece of flesh fell from the back of the demon master. Ah! The demon boy cried out in pain. Grown-ups. The great holy dragon did not stop, and directly slashed out with the second and third sword strikes. Use a long knife to cut meat. The demon young master screamed in agony. Everyone present was shocked by what they saw, and many of them were even shaking slightly. Seeing and hearing are definitely two completely different concepts. Ye Bufan landed in front of the demon young master, glanced at the great desolation holy dragon, and said leisurely with a smile on his face, 108,000 swords, not a single sword can be missing. If one sword is missing, then I'm sorry, all the demons present will have to die. The body of the great holy dragon trembled slightly, but his finger and the long sword did not stop. His body was imprisoned and he couldn't move at all. The demon master could only raise his head and look at Ye Bufan in front of him with hatred, roaring, Yin Tianu, you will die a miserable death. If you have the guts, challenge me in a duel. One-on-one. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. I am a pharmacist in the divine origin realm, and I want to fight against you, a demon god in the divine martial realm. Are you mentally ill, or do you think I am stupid? The demon master was so furious that he even forgot the pain of the flesh being cut on his back. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Soon, Master Yao revealed a look of pain. Although he gritted his teeth and endured it, the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed him. Does it hurt? Ye Bufan squatted down, looked at the demon master and chuckled, Demon god. Ha ha. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you hide in the Wangyao mountains? Do you think that with the protection of the great desolation holy dragon, you will be safe and peaceful? Hee. Now, you are still in my hands, and your backer is still executing you. How does it feel? It feels good, right? Don't thank me, you deserve it. I thank you, sir. Young Master Yao roared angrily in his heart, but unfortunately, he was in so much pain that he didn't even have the energy to curse. The Hongwang holy dragon is worthy of being a powerful saint. His sword-wielding speed is frighteningly fast. In just a short while, thin slices of flesh are scattered all around the body of the demon young master. The number has exceeded 10,000 and is still increasing rapidly. The demon young master's back was covered in blood and flesh, with his white bones vaguely visible. There was dead silence all around. Too cruel. Tisk tisk. Ye Bufan stood up slowly, looked at the bloody back of the demon master, and sighed, this should hurt a lot, right? Quote. Fuck you. Countless people couldn't help but curse in their hearts, how can it not hurt? If you don't believe me, try it. By the way, I have prepared a gift for you, but I almost forgot about it. Suddenly, Ye Bufan said with a smile again. Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan took out a small porcelain jar as thick as his arm, shook it gently, and said, the thing in it is called salt, which is a good thing that can make food more delicious. However, you demons probably don't have it, so I'll ask you to taste it today. As he spoke, the small porcelain jar in Ye Bufan's hand tilted slightly. In an instant, tiny grains of refined salt slipped out of the jar and landed on the bloody back of young Master Yao. In an instant, all the human beings present were trembling with fear, and their eyes changed drastically when they looked at Ye Bufan. Don't mess with Master Yin, no matter who you mess with. This is really a madman. Ah! The refined salt fell on the wound, and the demon master, who was originally dying, screamed in an instant. The sound was heart-wrenching and echoing in the night sky, making everyone's soul tremble. Bang! The demon master fainted directly. Forehead. Ye Bufan pretended to be stunned, looking at the unconscious demon master, and asked in surprise, are you really a demon god? Why are you so vulnerable? Master, the demon god is also a flesh and blood body. If you do this, I'm afraid even the demon saint won't be able to hold on. Everyone present was in a mess. Ye Bufan glanced at the great saint dragon and said, wake him up, otherwise it won't count. You uncle. The great saint dragon cursed in his heart, do you really think of me as your subordinate? Thinking this in his heart, the great saint dragon did not hesitate at all. He just moved his hands for a while, and no one knew what he did. Ah! The demon young master screamed and woke up instantly. Awake. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Yin Tianu, you will not die well, you will not die well. The demon master stared at Ye Bufan with his blood-red eyes and roared angrily. Dear demon saint, please continue. 180,000 knives. Can't you see that our dear demon master is already impatient? Ye Bufan ignored him and glanced at the primordial saint dragon. The ancient holy dragon continued to torture. Enjoy it, this is just the beginning. Ye Bufan squatted down again, put his mouth close to Master Yao's ear, and said in a voice that only Master Yao could hear, do you want to know who I am? The demon young master was slightly stunned. Ye Bufan said softly, emphasizing each word, my name is Ye Bufan. Boom. Ye Bufan never stops talking until his words shock the world. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon master's body and even his soul trembled. His eyes widened. Ye Bufan, Yi Tianxiang's son. Previously, Master Yao couldn't understand why Yin Tianu, whom he didn't know, wanted to take revenge on him. But now he understood that the man in front of him was not Yin Tianu at all, but Ye Bufan, who had changed his appearance and wanted to take revenge on the woman who had been poisoned by him. The demon master woke up as if from a dream. Yi Tianxiang's son actually dared to come to Wangyao mountain range. It's just asking for death. The demon clan can tolerate Yin Tianu, but will the demon clan tolerate Yi Tianxiang's son? Absolutely not. It's you. The demon master looked at Ye Bufan and was shocked. He said anxiously, Sir, he. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he is, Ye Bufan is faster than him. The moment Master Yao opened his mouth, the long sword in Ye Bufan's hand suddenly appeared. $180,000. I don't have the leisure time to wait. Blade, cold light. Ye Bufan swung the long sword in his hand and slashed it down. Puff. The knife fell, blood splattered, the head was cut off, the demon prince died. Chapter 461 The Disappearance of Master Yin. Dead silent space, eerie atmosphere. No one expected that Ye Bufan would suddenly kill the demon master with one sword. Even the primordial holy dragon who was right in front of him was stunned. He only knew that the demon master said, It's you, sir, and then was killed by Ye Bufan. It was obvious that young Master Yao had something to say. Kill the demon and silence him. Now that young Master Yao is dead, everything naturally becomes a mystery. With a loud bang, the human body of the demon master whose head was chopped off instantly turned into its original form, a 10-meter tall and 5-meter long ice and fire poison toad. It turned out to be a toad. Looking at the demon young master who had recovered his original form, Ye Bufan sneered, then put away the long sword in his hand and said disdainfully, 108,000 swords, I don't have time to waste on you, even if it's a bargain for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked directly at the Great Desolation Holy Dragon and said, Since Master Yao is dead, where are my 2,000 earth treasures? Ye Bufan's expression and tone made Hongwang Shenglong feel extremely angry, but he still waved his hand. In an instant, a pile of treasures appeared on the ground. Soul infant flower, soul infant fruit, Taichu Scriphulariaceae, Tiandi Ziwan fruit. Every earthly treasure looked at them in amazement, and all of them were 9th level earthly treasures. The demon race is really rich. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and directly put away the 2000 level 9 treasures. This trip to Wangyao mountain range was definitely a fruitful one. Snort. The great holy dragon snorted coldly. Not only was he, a great demon saint, blackmailed for 2000 level 9 treasures, but he also had one of his demon gods tortured to death in front of so many human beings. For the great desolation saint dragon, this was an unprecedented humiliation. If possible, he would tear Ye Bufan to pieces. Unfortunately he couldn't, at least not yet. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Since the matter has been resolved, then I would like to trouble Master Demon Saint to ask your men to retreat 3000 meters. What do you mean? The great holy dragon became instantly furious. Ye Bufan pointed at the 200 million strong army and said with a smile, Look, so many of our human brothers have come to the demon viewing mountains with great difficulty. Are we going to let them return empty-handed like this? It's nothing for me, but they. Shrugging his shoulders, Ye Bufan chuckled and said, If we just leave like this, I'm afraid they will feel uncomfortable. If they take it out on you, that won't be good. After all, they have more people and more power. The great holy dragon suddenly became furious. A naked threat. The human race was overjoyed. Why did they come to Wangyao mountain range? Not to mention the 113 million warriors hired by Ye Bufan, what about the rest of the warriors who came spontaneously? Weren't they just trying to take advantage of the situation and make a fortune in the Wangyao mountains? It's a pity that they never had the chance. Now Ye Bufan is seeking benefits for them. Although this is the outskirts of Wangyao mountain range and there are no high-level treasures, there are still many 1, 2, and 3-level treasures. Extending from here to 3000 meters inside the mountain range, it will definitely allow everyone to make a fortune. How could they not be happy? Looking at the angry and even violent Hongwang Holy Dragon, Ye Bufan said slowly, Master Demon Saint, please come in. Snort. The great holy dragon snorted coldly. Retreat. The situation was stronger than the person, and he had no choice in the current situation. If he did not withdraw, the human race would continue to attack, and the lives of the monsters would be in danger, and the natural resources and treasures in this area would also be swept away by the human race. Instead of doing this, it would be better to let the human race sweep the directly. Today is a great shame and humiliation. Human race, just wait for me. At the command of the great demon saint, the members of the demon clan naturally did not stop and retreated one after another. At the same time, the human race also withdrew the encirclement. In an instant, all that was left were corpses on the ground. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Looking at the remaining human army and the corpses on the ground, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, "What are you waiting for? Move now." The human army was stunned. Wow! The next second, more than 200 million humans scattered like birds and beasts. They rushed in all directions frantically, scrambling for the first place, like a group of bandits. The great holy dragon stared at this scene with an extremely ugly expression. Shame, such a huge shame. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Now that the great thing has been accomplished, it is time to retire. Divine artifact, space teleportation. The next second, Ye Bufan disappeared without any warning. When he appeared again, he was already in the imperial city of the Dakion dynasty. Call. After successfully leaving the Wangyao Mountains, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This was what he had planned in advance. Once the matter was over, he would use the only two remaining artifact space teleportations to escape. Of course, Qin Xin had said before that the divine weapon's space teleportation could not be used when facing a divine martial realm warrior if the opponent locked or imprisoned the divine weapon, not to mention a saint realm warrior. So Ye Bufan decided to win by surprise from the beginning. Obviously, he succeeded. However, Ye Bufan was still worried. Call out. The next second, he flew directly into the air and fled from the imperial city of the Dakion dynasty. His speed was so fast that he was thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. A lake somewhere in Dakion. Plop. Ye Bufan jumped into the lake without thinking. Dive all the way down. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. More than 40 meters below the lake, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and directly practiced the Tianyan Gai Ju to refine the soil beneath his feet. After Ye Bufan was completely submerged in the mud, he buried himself again to block the water in the lake. Ye Bufan himself did not stop at all, and continued to dive like a gopher. After going 5,000 meters underground, Ye Bufan stopped diving and blocked all the passages he had created. At this moment, Ye Bufan changed direction, and even he himself didn't know where he was going. Tianyan Gai Ju, this is definitely a great weapon for escaping. Under the earth, like a fish in water. Wangyao Mountain Range. In front of the great holy dragon, Ye Bufan disappeared without any warning. The great holy dragon was stunned. Where are the people? The next second, his spiritual sense as a powerful saint spread out directly, sweeping across everything within a radius of 10,000 meters with him as the center. However, there was no trace of Ye Bufan anywhere. This strange scene made the great saint dragon lose his mind slightly. From the time Ye Bufan disappeared to the time he spread out his spiritual sense to search, there was less than a tenth of a second in between. Even a Saint Realm expert could not escape more than 10,000 meters in such a short time, but Ye Bufan disappeared right in front of him. This scene is too weird. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, more than 10 figures suddenly appeared in front of the Hongwang Holy Dragon. Some were from the human race, and some were from the demon race, but without exception, all of them were powerful saints. Where are the people? Why did you suddenly disappear? A series of surprised voices were heard instantly. Afterwards, no matter whether they were saints of the human race or saints of the demon race, all of them, without exception, set their sights on the primordial holy dragon. The great saint dragon was stunned and said angrily, "Why are you looking at me like this? Do you think I hid someone? Of course not." As soon as the great saint dragon finished speaking, the group of Saint Realm powerhouses thought to themselves that they were all in the Saint Realm and naturally knew what the Saint Realm was capable of. They also knew that the great Saint Dragon did not have the ability to hide a person in an instant in front of them. Where is Karen? A warrior in the Divine Origin realm disappeared out of thin air in front of a group of Saint Realm warriors. It's simply unbelievable. If it weren't for everything that happened before, if it weren't for the corpses on the ground and the body of the demon young master, they would even suspect that Ye Bufan had never appeared at all. But the fact is, he clearly existed, but suddenly disappeared. How did it disappear? Why disappear? Ran away. The overall situation is now decided. The demon clan has no chance of taking action. Moreover, the human saints are still there, so Ye Bufan's life will not be threatened at all. In that case, why run? Etc. Suddenly, a saint from the human race seemed to have thought of something. His expression suddenly changed and he said, "This kid, you haven't given him the essence pill yet." All the saints in the martial arts academy were stunned. Then, they couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. This kid, is he trying to default on his debt? Chapter 462, Monsters Besieging the City. The human race was furious for the beauty they loved, and they spent trillions of gold coins, recruited hundreds of millions of humans, and led their troops to the Wangyao mountain range, intending to slaughter the monsters and avenge their blood feud. The war will not stop until the blood is shed and the people die. As early as half a month ago, the three words Yintianu had spread throughout the entire human territory, becoming famous and known to everyone. Marry a husband like Yintianu. At this moment, in the human camp, Yintianu is definitely the ideal husband and Prince Charming in the hearts of countless unmarried girls. Even countless men admire Yintianu abnormally. However, just 3 days after the battle at Wangyao Mountain, the three words, Yintianu, once again resounded throughout the human territory. Wangyao Mountain Range defeated the demon clan. Yintianu forced the demon saint of the demon clan, Hongwang Shenglong, to torture his subordinate, a demon prince in the divine martial realm, in front of the human army. Blood revenge. Afterwards, Yintianu forced the Hongwang Holy Dragon, the monsters gave way, and the human army swept through the Wangyao Mountains and harvested countless treasures. In the Battle of Wangyao Mountain, the human race won a great victory. But at this moment, Yintianu disappeared out of thin air, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth, and his whereabouts were unknown. Even those powerful saints did not know. There are different opinions on this. However, no matter how many versions there are, most people believe that Yintianu had avenged his great hatred, so he chose to retire. After this battle, Yintianu became famous throughout the human race. There is no other like it. The hired warriors were even more grateful to Yintianu. Before entering the Wangyao mountain range, they had no intention of returning alive. But what was the result? Although many people died, the vast majority survived. Not only that, they all reaped great rewards. The corpses of monsters, a large number of low-level treasures, plus the money they earned from selling their lives, would definitely allow them and their families to have no worries about food and clothing from now on. This is true for hired warriors as well as for free warriors who go there on their own initiative. Some are happy and some are sad. After the battle at Wangyao Mountain, the warriors who benefited were naturally ecstatic, but the scene at the three major martial arts academies was completely different. Linglong Chamber of Commerce Headquarters. At this moment, in the palace made entirely of gold, two old men sat facing each other. One of them was the vice president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, the semi-saint Tu Sangkai. And the other person, if Ye Bufan were here at this moment, he would definitely find that the other old man was one of the three great saints of the martial arts academy who appeared in the Dakion Palace that day. The elder of Wu Academy, Yan Yuan. Sangkai, it's been 3 days. Hasn't your president come back yet? We are old acquaintances. Tell me the truth, is your president really not here, or is he deliberately avoiding me? Looking at Tu Sangkai, Yan Yuan said seriously. 3 days ago, after returning from the Wangyao Mountains, Yan Yuan came to the Linglong Chamber of Commerce headquarters to look for Qian Duoduo. It was not for anything else, but because the Martial Arts Academy sent out 13 saints this time. According to the agreement, Yintianu should pay the Martial Arts Academy 1.3 million essence pills. He only gave 100,000 before, and now he still needs 1.2 million. Yintianu mysteriously disappeared in Wangyao Mountain Range. Since they couldn't find Yintianu, the Martial Arts Academy could only look for Qian Duoduo. After all, only Qian Duoduo knew the origins of Yintianu. But now, Qian Duoduo is gone too. In Yan Yuan's opinion, Qian Duoduo was probably avoiding him on purpose. Others wouldn't do such a thing, but this fat guy could definitely do it. Looking at Yan Yuan, Tu Sangkai said bitterly, "Elder Yan, you have been guarding here for 3 days, and I have been here with you for 3 days. Don't you know whether the president is here or not? And you have also seen that I have contacted the president before, but there was no response from the president. I think the president must have something to deal with. Who knows if you guys are performing this on purpose for me?" Yan Yuan curled his lips. Qian Duoduo's character was totally unreliable. Tu Sangkai's mouth twitched, and he said, since Elder Yan doesn't believe it, let's wait one more day. The president will definitely show up today. Yan Yuan was puzzled. Why? Tu Sengkai smiled and said, does Elder Yan know what day it is today? What day? Yan Yuan couldn't help but ask. Miss Birthday. The demon battlefield, the 7 Killers base. After 3 days, Ye Bufan finally returned to the Qixia station from the Daqian dynasty, but the 3-day journey made Ye Bufan secretly regretful. The 3-time space teleportation function of the artifact could instantly reach any place Ye Bufan had appeared before, but this time Ye Bufan chose the farthest Daqian dynasty. It's all your own fault. Fortunately, I'm back now. Ye Bufan also heard the outside world's comments on Yin Tianu while on the road, but these had nothing to do with him, and from now on, Yin Tianu would no longer exist. In the 7 Killings Hall, Ye Bufan sat on the Golden Dragon throne, forgetting all his previous unhappiness and feeling only joy in his heart. He was definitely the biggest winner in this trip to Wangyao Mountain Range, returning with a full load. Not only did young Master Demon die, Ye Bufan also extorted a full 2000 9th level Earth treasures from the Hongwang Holy Dragon. Together with what he had previously exchanged from the group of 2nd generation demons, Ye Bufan alone obtained nearly 5000 9th level Earth treasures. There are also the 7 Killing Army. There are more than 2007 Killing Army soldiers. Even if each of them harvests 10 9th level Earth treasures, that would be a total of 20,000 9th level Earth treasures. What's more, can a member of the 7 Killers only harvest 10 level 9 treasures? It's impossible. So, it is definitely a great harvest. After this battle, the 9th level treasures that Ning Chong needs should be enough, right? Even if not, I believe the difference won't be too big. Ye Bufan pondered for a moment, and then laughed secretly. I don't know which demon saint's territory that is. At this moment, I'm afraid he is going crazy there. Commander. At this moment, a voice of surprise suddenly sounded outside the hall. Ye Bufan took a look and saw that it was Leng Feng. Leng Feng ran into the hall without any hesitation, looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, Commander, when did you come back? Leng Feng deeply admired Ye Bufan's elusiveness. Just got back. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, glanced at Leng Feng again, and said, how is it, nothing happened in the base recently? No, everything is fine. Leng Feng smiled slightly, then hesitated and said, But what? Ye Bufan frowned, thinking that anything less than that would definitely not be a good thing. That. Leng Feng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, Commander, I have used up all my essence pills. Can you give me some more? Anyone who eats the essence pill will know. Ever since taking the essence pill, Leng Feng found that he no longer had any interest in using the essence stone to practice, and his speed was as slow as a turtle. Unfortunately, the essence pills Ye Bufan gave him last time were not many, and he had already used them up. Without the essence pills, Leng Feng had no mood to practice. Now that Ye Bufan had finally come back, Leng Feng naturally stopped hiding it. Even someone with a rather cold personality like Leng Feng directly asked for the essence pill. It is conceivable how great the appeal of the essence pill is. Essence pill. It's a piece of cake. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, but I don't have any essence pills on me right now, so you have to wait a few more days. After the last auction, Ye Bufan gave all of his essence pills to Qian Duoduo, and now he really doesn't have a single one left. Thank you, Commander. Leng Feng bowed slightly and said with a smile. You deserve this. No need to thank me. After a pause, Ye Bufan reminded him, also, you must remember not to mention the essence pill to anyone, and you must not let anyone know that you have the essence pill. Understand? Leng Feng was stunned. Then he said again and again, I understand, I understand. The news of Linglong Chamber of Commerce auctioning the essence pill has spread throughout the human race. Everyone knows that the essence pill was refined by Master Yin Tianu. If people knew that Ye Bufan had a large number of essence pills, someone would definitely target Ye Bufan and try to find Yin Tianu. A man is innocent unless he possesses a treasure. Leng Feng is clear and understands this principle. But he didn't know that Yin Tianu was Ye Bufan and Ye Bufan was Yin Tianu, and these two were actually the same person. Of course, Ye Bufan wouldn't say these. Okay, you can go down. Then, looking at Leng Feng, Ye Bufan said something. He was still preparing to count the spoils of this time. Yes, Leng Feng responded. However, just as Leng Feng turned around, a member of the 7 Killers outside the hall ran in hurriedly. Deputy, Deputy Commander, no, something bad has happened. Commander. When he saw Ye Bufan, the visitor was stunned again. Bang. The next second, he faced Ye Bufan again, knelt on one knee, clasped his fists and said, "Your subordinate Zhang Yusen greets the commander. Get up." Ye Bufan shook his hands. Yes. Zhang Yusen responded and stood up. Ye Bufan glanced at him, frowned and said, "You said it was not good just now. Did something happen?" Zhang Yusen was stunned and said anxiously, "Yes, yes, yes, Commander, the demon army is coming to attack the fortress, and looking in the direction of the Demon Mountain Range, it's all demons, at least more than 10 million, and they are about to reach the fortress." "What did you say?" Ye Bufan was startled and stood up suddenly. "I have just left the Wangyao Mountains for 3 days, and the demon tribe's army of millions has come to attack the Keisha station. Have they discovered that I am Yin Tianu?" When he thought of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel nervous. Chapter 463, Fuck him. After the battle at Wangyao Mountain Range, the demon clan lost all their face. It can be said that they hated Yin Tianu so much that they absolutely wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. If the demons knew that I was Yin Tianu and that I was still on the battlefield, they would definitely take mad revenge, and it would be completely understandable that they would send millions of troops to attack. But Ye Bufan quickly gave up this idea. At present, no one else knew Yin Tianu's identity except himself and Qian Duoduo. It could be said that the probability of the demon clan discovering his identity was 0. Is it because of me? Because of Yi Tianshang? Shaking his head, Ye Bufan once again denied this idea. If the demon clan really sent out millions of troops because of his identity, they would have done so long ago. They would definitely not have taken action now, and they would not have made the previous plan of the demon master. Why is that? Has the theft of the 9th level treasure in Wangyao Mountain been exposed? Impossible. Unable to figure it out, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it and looked at Zhang Yusen. Have the demons already begun to attack the city? No, nothing. Zhang Yusen said in panic, the demon tribe hasn't reached the city yet, but they will be there soon, in 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes, then looked at Lang Feng and said in a deep voice, "Lang Feng, prepare for battle." Yes. Lang Feng responded with one word. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all and rushed out of the hall at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in an instant. The cold front also does not stop. The 7 killing army was formed not long ago, only 2 months ago, but the amount of yuan she consumed by 300,000 people in these 2 months is already outrageous. Of course, horrific consumption means crazy improvement. Within 2 months, among the 300,000 7 killing army, the worst one had made a breakthrough once, and the best one even made 3 breakthroughs in a row. Today, the combat power of Qi Sha is absolutely amazing. Among the 300,000 strong army, the weakest one, the 8-star condensation realm, has risen 2 levels compared to the 6-star condensation realm when they were first recruited. Maintain your troops for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. Today is the day for the 7 killing army to fight. On the city wall. At this moment, the demon tribe is attacking, the city gates are closed, and the fortress is in full preparation for war. The fortress was so huge that its end was not visible at a glance. The towers that formed a circle were packed with people, with the number exceeding 5 million. These are all warriors currently living in the fortress. When one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. Once the fortress is breached by the demons, all humans in the fortress will be doomed to die. Rather than that, it is better to fight. The dead silent space and tense atmosphere. The front and back city gates face the Wangyao Mountain Range. Young Marshal. Young Marshal. Seeing Ye Bufan coming, respectful voices rang out one after another, and even those warriors who didn't know Ye Bufan originally made way for him. Filong's achievements are famous throughout the world. Love the house and love the dog too. The son of Filong deserves the title of Young Marshal. In the crowd, Ye Bufan walked forward step by step. Right above the city gate, Ye Bufan stood proudly on the city wall, facing the Wangyao Mountain Range, staring straight ahead with a stern look. Boom boom. A black mass of monsters were approaching rapidly from the front. The sky is shaking and the earth is trembling. The overwhelming momentum came fiercely. The demon army was so huge that it seemed as if a dark cloud was pressing down on a city, threatening to destroy it. Inside the tower, 300,000 7 Killings army gathered, led by Lang Feng. They climbed onto the tower without any hesitation. Wherever they passed, the free warriors made way. In an instant, 300,007 Killing's army climbed onto the tower and came to Ye Bufan. "Greetings, Commander. Greetings, Commander." The 300,007 Killing army shouted in unison, with great momentum. Ye Bufan raised his hand without saying anything. He looked straight ahead with a cold gaze at the millions of demon army that were rushing towards him without any fear. Boom boom boom. The deafening sound of iron hooves galloping continued, the earth was shaking, and the dust was flying. In an instant, the demons arrived and were at the gates of the city. Call. Between heaven and earth, it seemed as if a murderous aura was rushing towards them, and most people on the city wall couldn't help but gasp. Millions of monsters gathered together, what a visual impact it would be. Ye Bufan, however, showed no emotion at all. 3 days ago, I witnessed a bloody battle and fight between hundreds of millions of members of the human and demon races in the Wangyao Mountains. The tens of millions of demon beasts in front of me are not worth mentioning at all. Right in front of the demon army, a huge monster stood proudly, like a lion and a tiger, with a murderous aura all over his body. The demon emperor of the demon clan, the iron-armored lion tiger beast. Behind the iron-armored lion tiger beast, 40 huge monsters stood proudly, all of them were demon kings of the demon clan's divine origin realm. After the 40 demon kings came the demon army. The two sides confronted each other. The armored lion tiger beast's blood-red eyes stared directly at Ye Bufan. As the demon emperor of the demon clan, it was not difficult for the iron-armored lion tiger beast to see that the people in front of him were all led by Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan also looked directly at the armored lion tiger beast. Their eyes met and the atmosphere was dead silent. After a moment, the iron-armored lion tiger beast spoke first, "Son of Ye Tianshang. Your demon tribe's army of millions is coming for me." Ye Bufan did not answer, but asked back while looking at the armored lion tiger beast. "Just you?" The iron-armored lion tiger beast sneered and said disdainfully, "If it was Ye Tianshang, it might be worth it for my demon clan to dispatch tens of millions of troops, but you are not worthy." Suddenly, Ye Bufan frowned. "Not here for yourself. Then why are you here, then?" He looked at the iron-armored lion tiger beast and asked in a deep voice. The demon army came too suddenly, which made Ye Bufan really puzzled. "Ha ha ha." The armored lion tiger beast laughed loudly. "Why are you here? My demon race and your human race are already at war to the death. Do I need a reason to attack your human fortress? But this time, there is indeed a reason." Suddenly, the iron-armored lion tiger beast's voice sank, and he shouted, "I'm not afraid to tell you, today this emperor will do one thing, I will kill people on behalf of the demon saint. All human beings deserve to die and be killed. Isn't Yin Tianu of your human race very arrogant? He sent troops to the Wangyao mountain range. Then my demon race will massacre your 81 war tribes. Today, it's not just you. All the human fortresses in the entire monster battlefield are our targets of attack. So, don't even think about someone coming to rescue you. Today, everyone in this fortress must die." Hiss. As soon as the armored lion tiger beast finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but gasp. In one day, the demon race attacked all 81 human war divisions at the same time. Crazy. Ye Bufan was also slightly stunned. Then I felt relieved. This time, he, or Yin Tianu, had made the demon race lose face, so how could those demon saints let it go? Undoubtedly, since they couldn't find Yin Tianu, they took their anger out on the 81st War Department of the human race. It can be said that it was because of me that a shocking war was directly triggered. But Ye Bufan didn't care. The demons launched a massive attack. Could it be that the human race is a vegetarian? If the 81st War Division was so easily defeated, the demons and the wild beasts would have already fought and entered the human territory over the years, instead of being in a stalemate like now. A massive attack. This is just the demon saints wanting to vent their hatred. Although the momentum is huge, both sides will definitely not fight to the death. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan chuckled and looked at the armored lion tiger beast with disdain. "With just these shrimp soldiers and crab generals behind you, you think you can break through my 7-kill station?" The iron-armored lion tiger was stunned. Ye Bufan shouted, "Don't overestimate your own abilities. Arrogant." Hearing this, the iron-armored lion tiger beast was furious. "Today, I want to see how you can defend the fortress with millions of troops of my demon clan." "Guard." Ye Bufan sneered. "In my eyes, there is only active attack, there is no such thing as passive defense." Suddenly, Ye Bufan's aura changed. He raised his head and chest, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, facing the demon clan's millions of troops. He shouted coldly, "Where is the 7-killing divine Yuan warrior?" Exist. 37 people in the 7-killing army shouted in unison. Originally, the 7-killing army only had 35 divine origin warriors, but within the past 2 months, 2 of them have advanced to the 9-star return to origin realm. Although he is only 1 star, he is also a genuine Shenyuan warrior. As soon as the 37 divine warriors finished speaking, Ye Bufan pointed at the demon army in front of him and shouted coldly, "1-on-1, kill the demon king for me." This. In an instant, everyone was stunned, including the 37 Shenyuan warriors. If they charged out with only the Shenyuan warriors, wouldn't that be courting death? Ye Bufan ignored him and shouted coldly, "Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Anyone who disobeys the order will be executed." Everyone's heart trembled. Yes. The 37 divine Yuan warriors responded in a deep voice. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The next second, they no longer hesitated, fell from the city wall, and attacked the demon king in front of the demon army. Once you enter the 7 killings, you cannot quit. Ye Bufan's orders cannot be disobeyed. Court death. Seeing the divine warrior rushing towards him, the iron-armored lion tiger beast roared angrily. Your opponent is him. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, The iron-armored lion tiger was stunned. Call out. A cold light instantly shot out from Ye Bufan's hand, attacking the demon army in front of him. With a bang, the Heaven Burial Palace turned into a huge monster and landed on the demon army. In an instant, countless demon beasts were crushed into minced meat. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. Bang, bang. The door of the Heaven Burial Palace was wide open. Call out. A figure rushed out and instantly soared into the air. Roar. A long roar was heard from the evil dragon of the underworld. Fuck him. Ye Bufan pointed at the armored lion tiger beast and shouted coldly. Chapter 464, Chi Sha, go to battle. Fuck him. The 2 words, Ye Bufan, were cold and resolute. The netherworld evil dragon didn't hesitate at all and pounced directly at the iron-armored lion tiger beast, with a ferocious momentum and full of murderous intent. Seeing the netherworld evil dragon rushing towards it to kill it, the iron-armored lion tiger beast was stunned. Yuming, you are not dead yet, and you have surrendered to this brat. Instantly, the iron-armored lion tiger beast came back to its senses and was furious. As the demon emperor, you actually betrayed the demon race. Fuck your uncle's demon clan. The netherworld evil dragon cursed angrily and had already come in front of the iron-armored lion tiger beast. Without the slightest hesitation, he attacked directly to kill it with 1 blow. Fierce and violent. The master said to fuck him, so let's fuck him. You. The iron-armored liger was furious. He did not dare to hesitate at all and directly attacked the netherworld evil dragon. Boom. The 2 demon emperors attacked each other, and the space trembled. The armored lion tiger retreated 10 meters. The netherworld evil dragon retreated 10 meters. The 2 demon emperors are evenly matched. Kill. After the first attack, the netherworld evil dragon did not stop at all and rushed towards the iron-armored lion tiger beast again, with an attitude of not stopping until the beast is dead. The corner of the iron-armored liger's mouth twitched. Call out. The next second, he disappeared into the air. If a battle were to take place in front of the army, with the strength of the 2 demon emperor-level warriors, the aftermath of the battle alone would be enough to kill many monsters. As soon as the armored lion tiger beast retreated, the netherworld evil dragon chased closely. In the void, the 2 demon emperors started fighting. Boom. At this time, the 37 divine warriors of the 7-killing army had already rushed to the front of the demon army. Without any hesitation, they pounced on the demon kings in an instant. 7 killers, 37 divine essences, and 40 demon kings of the demon race. 1-on-1, the Chi Sha team was missing 3 people. Iron-backed gray bear, fiery demon ape, purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger, come out and kill him. When the battle between Shen Yuan and the demon king started, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Swish, swish, swish. In the Heaven Burial Palace, 3 demon kings rushed out. Kill. 40 on 40, 1-on-1. In a flash, both the demon race and the human race put their top combat forces into the battle, which surprised everyone. Directly compete with the main force. Can a war be fought like this? Snort. In midair, the iron-armored lion tiger beast was fighting against the netherworld evil dragon. Seeing the gods and demon kings of both sides engaging in battle, he snorted coldly, "Boy, in the face of absolute strength, all strategies are meaningless. Do you think that if you can hold this emperor back, you will be safe? Can you defend this fortress? Dream. All troops, attack. That's exactly what I want to say to you." On the tower, Ye Bufan's expression was stern. After he finished speaking, he shouted again, "7 killers, go to battle." Lang Feng and others were suddenly shocked. However, before they could rush down the tower to join the battle, a raging roar suddenly sounded from within the demon army and the Heaven Burial Palace. "Ha ha ha, I'm so bored from practicing every day. Today, it's finally my turn to show my might. My monster grandchildren, your fat grandpa is here. Call out." The next second, a figure rushed out from the Burial Heaven Palace. If it's not Hao Peng, then who else could it be? At this moment, Fat Hao was wrapped in the Xuanbing battle armor, and there was also the Xuanbing soft armor inside the battle armor. Most importantly, he was practicing the immortal golden body technique. At this moment, his defense had definitely reached an outrageous and frightening level. Without the power of God, don't even think about hurting him. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan directly declared war on the Demon King and Demon Emperor. Without the intervention of the Demon King and Demon Emperor, Hao Peng and other members of the 7 killers who practiced the immortal golden body technique would be undefeated and invincible. Not only that, the attacks of the demons can also help them practice. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Kill. As soon as he rushed out of the Burial Heaven Palace, Fat Hao didn't hesitate at all and rushed directly towards a monster in front of him. He didn't even care about the opponent's level and killed it with 1 punch. He practiced the immortal golden body technique in such a willful way. As long as Fatty is invincible and immortal, there is nothing to be afraid of. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Hao Peng appeared, other members of the 7 killers who were practicing the immortal golden body technique in the Burial Heaven Palace also rushed out and charged into the army of monsters. Shining silver. All of them were wearing black armor and soft armor. More than 2,000 people rushed into the army of tens of millions of monsters, like wolves into a flock of sheep, acting recklessly. Everyone on the fortress tower was shocked and stunned when they saw this scene. In their opinion, these 2,000 people were simply seeking death. Not for any other reason, just because of their cultivation. Because Hao Peng and the others practiced the immortal golden body technique, they cultivated their bodies instead of their energy, so at this moment, there was no trace of energy fluctuation on them. In the eyes of outsiders, Hao Peng and the others were no different from a group of Transcendent Realm warriors. A group of Transcendent Realm warriors rushed into an army of tens of millions of demons, isn't that courting death? However, although most people thought so, the outer members of the 7 killers around Ye Bufan and on the city wall did not think so. Looking at Hao Peng and others, they all had a gleam in their eyes. The silver battle armor and the blood-red words, 7 kills, echoed each other, extremely clear and eye-catching. 7 killing army. The 3 words emerged from their minds and could never be shaken off. As early as the day they joined the 7 kill army, Ye Bufan told them that they were merely peripheral members of the 7 kill army. If they wanted to become a true member of the 7 kill army, they must surrender their loyalty, absolute loyalty. It's a pity that although they have heard of the 7 kills army, they have never seen it with their own eyes. Now they finally have the opportunity to see the real members of the 7 kills. How could they miss such an opportunity? They want to see the difference between themselves and the official members of the 7 kills. Every pair of eyes stared straight at the battlefield. The same is true for cold fronts. Compared to other people, Lang Feng didn't know much about the 7 killing army, but he knew that the 7 killing army did not use Yuanxi for cultivation but instead used Jingyuandan. There is no doubt about the power of essence pill. How could a group of guys like this who practice with essence pills be simple? Charge into the demon army and die. It's impossible. Within sight and in the melee, there was no doubt that Fat Hao's huge size and rampant roar instantly became the focus of the entire audience. Everyone clearly saw that Hao Peng took the lead and rushed to a demon bear. The demon bear was 2 heads taller than him, but Hao Peng didn't care at all and threw a punch. When Hao Peng attacks, the demon bear will naturally not sit still and wait for death. Not only the demon bear, at this moment Hao Peng was in the demon army. In just a moment, all the demon beasts around Hao Peng launched an attack on him. Violent and ferocious. Kill him. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. This little fat guy is finished. Boom. The next second, Fat Hao punched the demon bear first. In an instant, the powerful force knocked the demon bear away. Bang, bang, bang. The demon bear flew backwards and instantly knocked down several demon beasts behind it. At this time, the attacks of other monsters had also arrived, as if they wanted to tear Hao Peng into pieces. Bang bang bang, one after another violent attacks fell on Hao Peng. Fat Hao's body trembled, but he was unharmed. Everyone on the city wall was slightly dazed when they saw this scene. Everything is fine. The same is true for the human race, and also for the monsters that attacked Fatty Hao. Although they do not have the wisdom of the Monster King or the Monster Emperor, they also know that the attack they just made was not light. However, they did not hurt the fat guy at all. Fat Hao smiled slightly. You little bastard, you are the only one who wants to hurt your fat grandson. You are still young, just eat for a few more years. Then, Fat Hao looked at the wolf demon in front of him and smiled. Ah! With a wolf howl, the wolf demon became furious. Bang! Fat Hao didn't hesitate at all. He took the lead and slapped the wolf demon directly on the head, followed by a kick. Bang! With a dull thud, the wolf demon flew backwards. The surrounding demons came back to their senses. Roar, roar, roar. A roar was heard, and more than 10 monsters around Hao Peng instantly pounced on him with aggressive momentum and full of murderous intent. Oh my god, I'm scared to death. Fat Hao exclaimed. Bang! The next second, he fell to the ground. The sudden scene stunned everyone. What's going on? Why did this little fat guy suddenly fall down? Come on, come and beat me. Without waiting for the human members on the city wall to think more, Fat Hao, who was lying among the monsters, suddenly spoke. In an instant, everyone was in chaos. What does this little fat guy want to do? Is he sick? On the city wall, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Others don't know what Fat Hao wants to do, but he knows it very well. This fat guy is so unscrupulous that he comes here to practice. Damn, did I ask you to practice here? Besides, is this a place for cultivation? Is now the time for cultivation? Ye Bufan was messy. Immediately, he shouted in a deep voice, Xiaopeng, do your job. Chapter 465, Thousands of troops, let me run rampant. Little fatty, get down to business. Ye Bufan's words echoed throughout the venue, and made everyone on the city wall slightly stunned. They looked at him with puzzled eyes, wondering what serious matter was this. Fat Hao was also stunned. Then he jumped up with a somersault. He glanced at Ye Bufan in the distance, scratched his head, and said with embarrassment, Young Master Yi, I'm used to it, hee hee. In an instant, everyone's mouth twitched and became confused. Little fatty, are you here to make people laugh? Asshole. Halfway through, the iron-armored lion tiger beast cursed angrily, his eyes red. If he hadn't been entangled by the nether dragon, he would definitely rush over to kill Fatty Hao. This little fat guy was too arrogant and too arrogant. He dared to be so unscrupulous in the midst of his own army of tens of millions. Did he really think that the demon race could be bullied? Kill him. Immediately, the iron-armored lion tiger roared angrily. In fact, there was no need for the iron-armored lion tiger beast to say much. The demon members around Hao Peng had already pounced on him, and they all seemed to want to eat Hao Peng alive. Fat Hao didn't care at all. He directly took out a silver sword. Xuanbing, Langfeng. Fat Hao slashed at him with his sword. Puff! A knife fell on a monster in front of him, and the sharp edge of the black weapon broke through the flesh and blood, instantly leaving a shocking wound on the monster in front of him. Blood splattered. At this time, the attacks of the surrounding monsters also fell on Hao Peng, and instantly swallowed Hao Peng completely. Unfortunately, these 4-star, 5-star, and some even 1-star and 2-star monsters could not hurt Hao Peng. All the attacks from all directions were ineffective. Hao Peng was like a man in an empty space. He didn't need to defend himself, he just needed to attack. The long sword in his hand is dancing. Swish. Puff. The knife fell, blood splattered, and Hao Peng did not stop at all. He held the knife and rushed forward like a wild bull, attacking the demon army recklessly, running and slashing, and occasionally throwing an essence pill into his mouth. The same was true for Hao Peng, and the other 2,000 or so members of the 7-killing army. Relying on the strength of their physical bodies and the defense of the mysterious soldiers, they scattered in all directions and attacked the demon army unscrupulously. In just a moment, they were spread throughout the entire demon army. Cut here and cut there. In an instant, more than 2,000 people threw the demon tribe's millions of troops into chaos. The demon clan wanted to kill Hao Peng and others. But, bang! The Guiyuan realm demon attacked, and with one blow, he directly knocked away a member of the Guiyuan realm's 7 killers. However, after the 7 killers flew backwards for several meters, they jumped up directly, and then slashed at the other demon clan members with the Xuanbing in their hands, ignoring the demon king. Such scenes are everywhere. The members of the 7 killers were like indestructible cockroaches, and from time to time, they would throw a essence pill into their mouths, practicing while fighting. For them who practiced the immortal golden body technique, as long as there was no realm suppression and no absolute crushing, they would be undefeated. Now all members of the 7 killers are at the Guiyuan realm level. Unless Shenyuan takes action, no one below Shenyuan can pose any threat to them. The more serious the injury, the faster the training. Bastards, bastards, you are a bunch of trash. Can't your army of millions even deal with a few humans? Feeling the strangeness of the demon army, the iron-armored lion tiger beast's eyes became bloodshot and he couldn't help but roar. It is a great shame and humiliation for the demon race that an army of tens of millions is controlled by more than 2,000 humans. At the moment when the armored lion tiger beast roared and was distracted, the netherworld evil dragon seized the opportunity and blasted out with a thundering blow, which instantly landed on the armored lion tiger beast. Bang! A heavy muffled sound was heard. The armored lion tiger beast flew backwards dozens of meters in an instant, spurting out a mouthful of blood. The netherworld evil dragon sneered, "You dare to be distracted when fighting with this emperor? You are simply courting death." As soon as the words fell, the netherworld evil dragon attacked again. The iron-armored lion tiger was furious, but he didn't dare to be distracted any further. In the demon army. At this moment, facing the curses and questioning of the iron-armored lion tiger beast, these millions of monsters felt as if millions of alpacas were galloping through their hearts. Messy and crazy. It's not that they don't want to kill Hao Peng and his group, but these people are like stones and iron blocks, and no matter how they attack, it's useless. At this moment, the burial palace was right in the demon army, with the gate wide open. Long Xiaobao, Ye Fu and other people who had not practiced the immortal golden body technique all stood inside the gate, quietly watching the battle in front of them. With the semi-artifact barrier, they didn't have to worry about the demons rushing into the burial palace, so even if they were in the demon army, they were absolutely safe. Seeing Hao Peng and others charging recklessly in the midst of the millions of demon tribes as if they were in an empty space, Yi Wang said with envy, "Nima, this immortal golden body art is too powerful. Brother AFU, how about we also practice this martial arts art? I have thousands of troops and horses, and I can run rampant." How domineering. It's more than powerful, it's simply abnormal. After Yi Wang finished speaking, Yi Long couldn't help but said, "Have you forgotten the test that Xiaopeng did some time ago? Before the 5-star return to Origin Realm, Xuanbing was still effective for them. After the 5-star return to Origin Realm, Xuanbing was no different from a wooden stick to them, especially Xiaopeng, who is becoming more and more abnormal. The knife he is using now is still mine. Look at his." As he spoke, Yi Long took out a long Xuanbing sword with a completely rolled up blade. Looking at the long knife in Yi Long's hand, everyone's mouth twitched and they were speechless. There are pros and cons. At this time, Yi Fu suddenly said, "Although Xiaopeng and his men have amazing defense, their combat power is much weaker. Look for yourself, how long has it been, and how many monsters have they killed?" Although this is what the young master meant, in the final analysis, it is because their lethality is not strong, which is their biggest shortcoming. Indeed. However, this immortal golden body technique is definitely tailor-made for Xiaopeng. After Yi Fu finished speaking, Long Xiaobao smiled faintly. Others couldn't help but laugh. Hao Peng, the immortal golden body technique, a perfect match. On the city wall. At this moment, looking at the chaos of the demon army in the distance, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. The scene before them was simply unbelievable to them. More than 2,000 people caused the demon tribe's millions of troops to fall into chaos. Also, what exactly did these people do? Why were they still unscathed despite the monsters' crazy attacks? Even if the armor they were wearing was at the Xuanbing level, it wouldn't be so terrifying, right? What does it mean that 2,000 people can challenge an army of tens of millions and remain undefeated? Unbelievable. It completely overturned everyone's cognition. The more than 30 peripheral members of the 7 killing army were also shocked when they saw this scene, and were even ecstatic. Is this the official 7-killing army? In one word, strong. 2 words, pervert. Master Yi, this. After taking a look at Ye Bufan, Leng Feng hesitated slightly. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. The martial arts they practice are quite special. Martial arts. Leng Feng murmured. Ye Bufan did not explain, but looked at the demon army that was in chaos, his expression solemn, and said in a deep voice, Leng Feng, pass the order down. Let all the Guiyuan realm warriors in the fortress prepare, whether they are members of the 7 killers or not, I want all of them. Chapter 466 Today, I will make you come but never return. Gather all the warriors in Guiyuan realm. Leng Feng looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment. Although he didn't know what he was going to do, Leng Feng didn't hesitate at all. He just responded and left. Looking at the demon army in the distance, a hint of coldness appeared on Ye Bufan's lips. Attack the Keisha base. I will make sure you never come back. 10 minutes later, Leng Feng gathered all the Guiyuan realm warriors in the fortress and killed 53,000 of them. Compared with 2 months ago, there was a sudden increase of more than 10,000 Guiyuan realm warriors. Although they were all Guiyuan realm warriors who had just advanced, they were still Guiyuan realm after all. There are 77,000 free warriors in the Guiyuan realm. In total, 130,000 returned. In terms of overall strength, the 7 kills station is definitely far superior to any human fortress, and can even directly crush the other side. 130,000 Guiyuan warriors gathered in the open space in front of the fortress gate. Ye Bufan was standing high on the city wall. He glanced at the 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors, then looked up and pointed at the demon army. He said in a deep voice, you have only one mission, which is to attack the demon army. However, you don't have to fight them head-on. Instead, you have to wait for an opportunity and attack them only from the periphery of the demon army. Once the demons come to surround and kill you, you have to run away. The cold voice echoed throughout the venue. Everyone was stunned. Ye Bufan shouted, understand. Clear. 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors shouted in unison. If the enemy stays, I kill them. If the enemy advances, I retreat. If the enemy retreats, I kill them again. I must ensure my own safety. Ye Bufan said loudly, raising his arms and shouting, kill. Kill. The 130,000 Guiyuan realm cultivators shouted in unison and rushed out. If the divine essence doesn't come out, who can fight? Demon King of Guiyuan realm. If I can't win, I can still run away. 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors rushed out at the same time, like wolves and tigers, rushing towards the demon army with ferocious momentum and murderous intent. The demon army was at the gate of the city, and the Guiyuan team arrived in an instant. The two armies collided. No hesitation, no faltering. Kill. 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors, with their long swords, sword blades, and spears, launched an overwhelming attack and instantly killed the demon members in front of them. No mercy, no compassion. The human race and the demon race have been fighting for many years, and the fight is unstoppable. Puff, puff, puff. The blade entered the body, blood splattered, one-on-one, in a face-to-face encounter. 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors instantly chopped down 130,000 low-level monsters. Bloody and brutal. Hit it with one strike, don't stop, kill. The 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors faced the tens of millions of demon army head-on. It was like a peerless weapon, and the demons were determined to slaughter the tens of millions of demon army. There are 7 killers and 2,000 maniacs. Bloody harassment inside. Outside, there are 130,000 Guiyuan warriors slaughtering people with blood and iron. The demon clan is facing internal and external troubles. Asshole. A demon king in the demon army was furious when he saw this. His eyes were red as he pointed at the 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors and roared, ignore those humans from before. Encircle and kill them with all your strength. The demon king got angry and the demon clan's offensive suddenly changed. Run. The 130,000 human warriors in the Guiyuan realm did not stop for a moment. Puff, puff, puff. They chopped down the monster in front of them one after another, then turned around and ran without thinking, at an extremely fast speed without even looking back. How fast is the return to origin state? It is definitely not something that those low-level monsters can match. Of course, the demon clan also has demon kings in the Guiyuan realm, and there must be a lot of demon kings among the tens of millions of demon clan troops. However, these demon kings are scattered throughout the demon clan army, and they are surrounded by demon clan members, so their movements are restricted. How can they pursue? On the other hand, the human race. There are 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors, and the area is vast, so their movements are not restricted at all. The army of tens of millions and the large number of monsters have become the biggest drawback and the biggest burden of the monster clan at this moment. Swish, swish, swish. The demon army was about to surround and kill the human warriors in the Guiyuan realm, but the 130,000 human warriors in the Guiyuan realm had already escaped 100 meters away. How to chase? How to chase? Damn it! Among the demon army, the demon kings were furious. The human race is so shameless. Grandsons of the demon clan, why are you running? Are you scared by the peerless power of Grandpa Pang? Ha ha ha, I chop, I chop, I chop chop chop. How Pang's rampant provocative voice made the demon clan confused, crazy and furious. However, there is a deep sense of helplessness. If they could, they would have wanted to chop Fatty Hao into pieces, eat his flesh, and drink his blood. However, this fat man was tougher than a black soldier, and they couldn't hurt him at all. Moreover, it would be fine if he was the only one who did this, but more than 2,000 people did the same. How can we fight this? As long as the divine essence does not appear, they will be invincible. But it just so happened that on his side, all the demon kings were entangled by the human race's divine warriors. Although it was difficult to separate them for the time being, they were also unable to send reinforcements. In addition, there were attacks from 13 warriors in the Guiyuan realm outside. Although the demon clan possessed an army of tens of millions, for a moment they were in a complete dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. Ye Bufan saw the battle situation clearly, but he ignored it. At the Tower Mountain, the warriors below the Guiyuan realm were all watching the battle with excitement, but they were not idle. Under Ye Bufan's command and mobilization, the warriors threw barrels of kerosene 10 meters below the tower. Gurgle gurgle. Kerosene flowed out of the oil barrel, soaking the earth in an instant. A pungent smell permeated the air. Asshole. On the demon clan side, in the army, the demon king was furious. One of the demon kings looked at Ye Bufan with red eyes, and instantly locked onto Ye Bufan, roaring angrily, "Young man from the Ye family, if you have the guts, fight my demon clan head on. Do you dare? Idiot, idiot, idiot." Without waiting for Ye Bufan to answer, a group of human warriors on the city wall spoke in contempt in unison. The voices merged into one, like thunder in the sky. The demon king was extremely angry and hateful to the point of madness. Attack the city. Attack the city for me. A roar of anger sounded, and the demon king's killing intent soared to the sky. Everyone attack the fortress, rush in and kill all the human beings. At the demon king's command, the demons changed their offensive. Attack the city. Attack the city. Attack the city. Bang, bang, bang. The millions of demon army ignored the 2,000 members of the Keisha clan and the 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors, and rushed towards the fortress tower frantically. The earth trembled and the dust flew. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes. Before today, Ye Bufan had never participated in a fortress battle, so naturally he had no idea how the demons attacked the city or climbed up the city walls. But that doesn't matter. Prepare. Seeing the demons approaching rapidly, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Swish, swish, swish. On the city wall, every 20 meters, a warrior would take out a torch, light it, and wait quietly with the flames flickering. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Millions of demon troops were approaching rapidly, with a fierce and murderous aura blowing in their faces. The army was like a dark cloud pressing down on a city, threatening to destroy it. In the blink of an eye, the demon army raided to within 10 meters of the fortress. One step further. Ignition. Ye Bufan shouted sternly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless torches were thrown out from the city wall. The torch fell to the ground. Flame and kerosene touched in an instant. Boom. Kerosene shot up into the sky. At a distance of 10 meters, on the city wall, all the warriors clearly felt a wave of heat coming towards them, causing them to step back involuntarily. The distance of 10 meters remains the same. In the sea of fire. Roar, roar, roar. Sharp and painful howls were heard, and the demon members who were in the sea of fire fell to the ground, struggling in pain. The monsters in front suddenly stopped, and the monsters behind rushed over. Bang! Collide with each other. In an instant, the demon army fell into chaos. Ha ha ha, burn you bastards to death. On the city wall, the human warriors saw this scene and laughed mockingly. Excited, thrilled. Don't just stand there. Those who have bows and arrows, shoot them quickly to kill the monsters. Kill as many as you can, and injure as many as you can. At this moment, Ye Bufan shouted loudly, and the sound shook all directions and resounded in everyone's mind. Everyone was stunned. A brief silence was the moment of coming back to one's senses. In an instant, all the warriors who carried bows and arrows took out their bows and arrows without the slightest hesitation, bent the bows, put arrows on them, and pulled the strings. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp arrows shot out from the air and attacked the demon army in front of them. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp arrow pierced the body and blood splattered. The demon army was immediately hit harder and suffered heavy losses. It's a pity that the demon army came too suddenly this time, and Ye Bufan did not have enough time to prepare. Otherwise, with nearly 5 million warriors in front of him, even if each of them shot one arrow, that would be a total of 5 million arrows, enough to give the demon army a hard time. The flames burned and the sharp arrows killed. The sudden attack threw the demon army into chaos. Retreat, everyone retreat. A group of demon kings shouted urgently. Retreat. You demon grandsons, where can you retreat to? You will die wherever you retreat. Look at your fat uncle's unparalleled power. I will chop, I will chop, I will chop, chop, chop. In the demon army, Hao Peng's mocking roar sounded, and the long sword in his hand danced unscrupulously. This is true for Fat Hao and the 2,000 members of the 7 Kills group. I have thousands of troops and horses, and I can run rampant. Just so arrogant, just so willful. Kill. Outside the demon army, 130,000 human warriors in the Guiyuan realm were waiting for an opportunity to move. At this moment, they attacked again. The murderous aura and murderous intent are shocking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. On the city wall, seeing that the demon army had begun to retreat, the warriors holding longbows seemed to have gone crazy. They did not aim at all, nor did they even look. They bent their bows, put arrows on them, pulled the strings, and only focused on shooting the sharp arrows in their hands. The frequency of sharp arrow attacks soared. Ye Bufan did not stop. He grasped the longbow in his hand, bent the bow, pulled the string, and his yuan power condensed into a blood-red arrow in an instant. Then, he shot the arrow out. Martial arts, storm of arrows. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows rained down from the sky, attacking the demon army. Violent and ferocious. Cold arrows, 7 killing maniacs, 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors, and the human camp attacked from 3 sides with great momentum and terrifying killing power. Today, you will never return. Chapter 467, Sky Burial Combo, defeating the Demon Emperor in seconds. The army of millions and the large number of monsters were useless. Not only did they fail to get close to the fortress, but they also suffered heavy losses. All the monster kings were angry and furious. In their opinion, Ye Bufan was too shameless. They have been fighting against the human race and the 81 war tribes for tens of thousands of years. Every time it was a soldier against soldier, king against king, a head-on confrontation. How could they be like Ye Bufan? The most important thing is that they underestimated the strength of the Qixia station. This is no longer an ordinary battlefield fortress. The demon army retreated and the human army's rain of arrows stopped. However, the 2,000 crazy followers of Qi Sha and the 130,000 Gui Yuan realm warriors did not stop. The madmen were rampant and attacked and killed people in Guiyuan. The demon clan was in great pain and wanted to attack, but the fire blocked their way and they could not get close to the fortress, let alone attack. Although there were humans outside the fortress, the 2,000 crazy men of Qixia were not afraid of their attacks at all. The 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors were even more shameless. Relying on their strong strength and fast speed, they would move to another place after each shot and did not give the demons any chance for a head-on confrontation. How can we fight a battle like this? The Demon King felt extremely aggrieved. In the void, the 40 Demon Kings and iron-armored lion tiger beasts knew the situation below very well. They wanted to help, but they were entangled by the human race's divine warriors and the netherworld evil dragon and could not help at all. Anger, hatred, and rage are even more frustrating. How could Yi Tianshang, the god of killing, give birth to such a cunning son? He is simply despicable and shameless. But no matter what, whether it is the Demon King or the iron-armored lion tiger demon emperor, they have to face reality. If the current situation continues, let alone breaking through the fortress to retaliate against the human race, I am afraid that these millions of troops will be defeated one by one and finally buried here. Retreat, retreat, everyone retreat. When he thought of this, the iron-armored lion tiger beast roared loudly. Defeat was already decided, and he had no choice but to minimize the losses. Withdraw, Ye Bufan sneered. Then, he shouted again. Come as you like, leave as you like, what do you think of this place, the Seven Killers Station? Ye Bufan's words echoed throughout the venue. Members of both the human and demon races were stunned. Since you are here, then stay with me. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan soared into the air and attacked the iron-armored lion tiger beast that was fighting with the netherworld evil dragon, at an extremely fast speed. This scene stunned everyone on the city wall. What is the young commander going to do? He is a divine Yuan warrior, wouldn't he want to fight against the Jodian demon emperor? Gulu. Inexplicably, everyone swallowed. Breathing stagnated and the mind was tense. The human warriors on the city wall were like this, and the 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors who were attacking the demon army were also stunned, and their offensive came to a halt. Even the demon army was stunned. When the breeze blows, the murderous intent stops. Because of Ye Bufan's sudden action, the entire battlefield fell into inexplicable silence, and everyone looked at Ye Bufan blankly and stupidly. In an instant, Ye Bufan arrived. He stretched out his right hand, and the heaven burial palace in the demon army instantly turned into a cold light and returned to Ye Bufan's hand. The white clothes rustled and the long hair fluttered. In the void, Ye Bufan puffed out his chest, stood upright, and put his hands behind his back, like a sharp arrow drawn from its sheath. 20 meters away, he faced the armored lion tiger beast head-on, his sharp edge fully displayed. Today, you can't leave. Ye Bufan's sudden voice made the iron-armored lion tiger beast slightly stunned. Then he sneered. Boom. During the battle, the iron-armored lion tiger beast and the netherworld evil dragon collided with each other, and both of them were pushed back dozens of meters. However, the iron-armored lion tiger beast did not hesitate at all. He paused for a moment, and then rushed straight towards Ye Bufan at an extremely fast speed. Shang Zhuang's sword dance is aimed at Pei Gong. This emperor cannot destroy the evil dragon of the netherworld, and I cannot deal with a divine warrior like you. A sudden scene shocked the netherworld evil dragon. Call out. He rushed over. Stand back. Ye Bufan shouted in a deep voice. The netherworld evil dragon was stunned, but his body suddenly stopped. To him, Ye Bufan's words were like an imperial decree, and he would never disobey. 20 meters away, for the powerful demon emperor, it was as if it did not exist at all. The armored lion tiger beast came in front of Ye Bufan in an instant. However, the scene of Ye Bufan shouting to stop the netherworld evil dragon made the armored lion tiger beast instinctively stunned. One breath is enough. The dragon takes 9 steps and steps on the void. Call out. Ye Bufan took a step forward and rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away from the armored lion tiger beast. Want to run? Looking up at Ye Bufan above his head, the iron-armored lion tiger beast snorted coldly and attacked Ye Bufan without any hesitation. The sudden change in a breath, the time flashed by lightning, was extremely fast. The armored lion tiger beast attacked Ye Bufan directly. Ye Bufan paused. Don't hide or evade. In the void, his cold eyes were fixed firmly on the armored lion tiger beast. Shenwu 8 Desolations, triple strength. 50 meters away, the armored liger was approaching rapidly. Ye Bufan raised his right hand and threw something out. Fast, fierce and violent. A cold light flashed out, like a sharp arrow. Boom. In an instant, the heaven burial palace turned into a huge monster, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Its ferocious aura remained unabated and it attacked the armored lion tiger beast below. 30 meters. Buzz. The iron-armored lion tiger's pupils shrank and its body trembled. Run. A word emerged from his mind. Unfortunately, his attack speed was too fast and he had no time to stop. The same was true for the burial heaven palace, which continued to move forward with unstoppable momentum. Armored liger. Burial palace. In the void, the two were like two sharp arrows shot from a bow, without stopping, and they collided with each other in the blink of an eye. A head-on confrontation. Boom. A huge sound rang out, like thunder, shaking the space. Puff. The iron-armored lion tiger beast spat out a mouthful of blood. Call out. His body was like a kite with a broken string, however, instead of flying away with the wind, it was falling rapidly and uncontrollably. Hiss. The shocking scene made everyone gasp, and their minds and even souls tremble uncontrollably. What would it feel like to have such a huge thing fall on you? When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalp tingling. Ye Bufan ignored it. He stretched out his right hand, and with a swoosh, the burial heaven palace turned into a cold light and returned to his hand again. Never stop, never rest. Call out. Ye Bufan threw the burial heaven palace out again. Directly attack the iron-armored lion tiger beast. Fast and ferocious. Call out. 200 meters above the ground, the iron-armored liger beast just managed to steady its body. However, just as its body stopped, it felt a surge of blood in its body. Puff. Then, he spurted out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. Shocked and horrified, the violent collision and the excruciating pain made the iron-armored lion tiger beast feel as if his internal organs had been displaced. However, this also caused his anger to rise to the extreme. This kid actually sneaked up on him. Angry, angry, angry. He deserves to die. Master Demon Emperor, be careful. Master Demon Emperor, be careful. Master Demon Emperor, be careful. Before the iron-armored lion tiger beast could think about it, several sharp and urgent voices suddenly sounded in the void, shaking the entire space. The iron-armored lion tiger was stunned. Call. A strong wind blew above my head. The iron-armored lion tiger beast endured the pain in its body and suddenly raised its head. Buzz. Above his head, in the void, the burial heaven palace attacked with unstoppable force, causing the iron-armored lion tiger beast's pupils to shrink and its body to tremble instinctively. However, the Zhangtian palace did not give him the chance to think or dodge. It attacked him with unstoppable force and hit the armored lion tiger beast in an instant. A huge palace. The weight of terror. The speed of breaking through the air. A violent impact. The four overlap and superimpose perfectly. Boom. The space trembled and a loud noise shook the sky. I fuck. A word rang in the iron-armored lion tiger's mind. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Call out. The next second, his body turned into a shadow, falling rapidly, 200 meters, in less than a breath. With a loud bang, the armored lion tiger beast instantly fell to the ground. Dust flew, the ground sank, and cracked inch by inch. Gurgle. It was a shocking scene and everyone couldn't help but swallow. The whole place was dead silent, shocked. Divine Yuan Realm, defeated Zhou Tian Demon Emperor twice. The breeze blows and the long hair dances. White clothes, young man. Ye Bufan stood proudly between heaven and earth, like an undefeated god of war, looking down at the armored lion tiger beast embedded in the ground. He said in a cold voice, "Take it down." Chapter 468, Total Annihilation. Get it? The two words, Ye Bufan, shook the space and echoed in all directions, instantly waking up all the human and demon members present. Master Demon Emperor. Master Demon Emperor. Master Demon Emperor. On the demon side, 40 demon kings exclaimed in surprise. They had never imagined that the demon emperor, who was supreme and invincible in their eyes, would be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. Most importantly, he was defeated by a human warrior in the Divine Yuan realm. After exclaiming, they rushed towards the armored lion tiger beast. Unfortunately, the 37 divine warriors of the 7 killing army and the 3 demon kings were destined not to let them get their wish. They rushed out in an instant to intercept and fight. The demon emperor has been defeated, what do you have to fear? A group of 37 divine warriors, plus 3 demon kings, attacked frantically with great momentum and astonishing killing power. Call out. The netherworld evil dragon swooped down without any hesitation and arrived next to the iron-armored lion tiger beast in an instant. It then grabbed one of his hind legs and lifted him up. At this moment, although the armored liger had no external injuries, it had its eyes closed and was gasping for breath, looking like it was dying. Owner. After taking a look at the armored lion tiger beast, the netherworld evil dragon looked at Ye Bufan in midair. Ye Bufan instantly landed beside the nether dragon. With a wave of his right hand, the heaven burial palace turned into a huge monster and reappeared. Ye Bufan said, "Throw him into the heaven burial palace." The evil dragon of the underworld does not stop. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge armored lion tiger beast was instantly thrown into the burial heaven palace by the nether dragon. As a space treasure and a semi-artifact, the burial heaven palace is an indestructible prison in Ye Bufan's hands. Once you enter the burial heaven palace, no one can escape. Ye Bufan now has a 1-star divine essence, and has 11 places for soul control skills, but he has only used 6, leaving a full 5 places. As the iron-armored lion tiger beast was a powerful demon emperor, Ye Bufan would naturally not let it go easily. Control the soul and be loyal to me. But now is obviously not the time to control souls. After closing up the Heaven Burial Palace, Ye Bufan looked up at the battle between his own divine warriors and the Demon King, then looked at the Netherworld Evil Dragon and said in a cold voice, "All the Demon Kings will not be left alive. Now that they are here, don't even think about leaving." "Yes." The Netherworld Evil Dragon responded with one word. The next second, he rushed out. The iron-armored lion tiger beast is a powerful demon emperor, and is evenly matched with the Netherworld Evil Dragon. That's why the Netherworld Evil Dragon can't deal with him. But these Demon Kings are different. The Demon King and the Demon Emperor, the difference of one level, the difference of heaven and earth. Seeing the Netherworld Evil Dragon attacking, the 40 Demon Kings of the Demon Clan couldn't help but tremble, and a chill rose from the bottom of their hearts. Run! A word rang in their minds. The iron-armored lion tiger Demon Emperor has been defeated. With their strength, they are simply unable to contend with the Netherworld Evil Dragon. If they stay, they will only die. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan couldn't let them get their wish. Seeing that the Demon Kings wanted to run away, Ye Bufan shouted, "Stop them, don't let these Demon Kings run away." Without Ye Bufan saying much, the 7 killers knew what to do. It is difficult to make them defeat their opponents in seconds, at least not in a short period of time, but it is not difficult to entangle these Demon Kings and prevent them from escaping. As long as they can be delayed, the Netherworld Evil Dragon can kill them one by one. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. In an instant, one side wanted to run, and the other side tried desperately to intercept, making the battle between the Demon King and the Divine Warrior even more intense. The evil dragon from the underworld has already taken action. Bang! A thunderous sound was heard, and the Netherworld Evil Dragon directly knocked one of the Demon Kings away, and then chased after it. In front of the Demon King, there were 2 puff sounds, and the 2 pairs of sharp claws of the Netherworld Evil Dragon sank directly into the Demon King's body. Then, with a rip sound, the Demon King's body was torn in half by the Netherworld Evil Dragon, and blood spilled from midair, bloody and violent. Once the Demon Emperor appears, the Demon King will be defeated. With the interception of the 7-killing Divine Realm and the bloody massacre of the Netherworld Evil Dragon, these 40 Demon Kings had no chance of survival at all. Defeat, life or death, is already decided. Ye Bufan no longer paid attention to the Demon King, but looked at the demon army. The Demon Emperor was captured and the army was in chaos. At this moment, the millions of demon troops were like headless flies, running around everywhere. Even the Demon King wanted to run away, let alone them. Fear, horror. One after another, the monsters fled madly towards the Wangyao Mountains. However, the hasty escape of millions of troops ultimately resulted in monsters colliding with monsters. As long as a monster in the front falls, a large group of monsters behind it will inevitably fall as well, caught off guard. Millions of monsters were defeated. The Demon Tribe's team in front of him was in complete chaos. Although all the monsters were still fleeing and approaching the Wangyao Mountains, their speed was pitifully slow, just like a turtle crawling. Chaos, chaos, chaos. The more you want to run, the harder it is to escape. Behind the demon army, 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors did not stop at all, and madly attacked and slaughtered the demon beasts in front of them. No monster fought back, and no monster even paid any attention to them. Looking at the battle situation in front of him, Ye Bufan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 130,000 Guiyuan realm warriors were chasing the tens of millions of demon army. It was like a mouse chasing a cat. However, Ye Bufan didn't care too much. He glanced at the fortress tower, swept his eyes over all the warriors, and shouted loudly, "Everyone, attack, kill." A deafening sound and a sharp murderous intent. "I will kill you while you are sick." On the fortress tower, nearly 5 million warriors below the Guiyuan realm were all stunned by Ye Bufan's sudden voice. But, it was only for a moment. Kill. In an instant, the first shout of killing was heard from the city wall, and then a figure jumped down from the city wall and attacked the demon army. If there is one, there will be two, and if there are two, there will be three. With someone taking the lead, nearly 5 million warriors in the entire fortress tower suddenly became excited. Kill. Human figures jumped down from the fortress tower. Nearly 5 million human warriors rushed towards the demon army madly, like ferocious beasts from ancient times. The momentum is fierce and the murderous intent is sharp. In just a short moment, nearly 5 million human warriors arrived at the rear of the demon army. Without any hesitation, everyone took out their weapons. A knife, a sword, or a gun. Weapons, murderous intent. One thought can make you a Buddha, one thought can make you a devil. At this moment, I wish to become a devil. Kill. 5 million warriors rushed forward to kill. The killing was shocking. Boom. In the void, there was a loud bang, a cloud of blood mist exploded, and the last demon king fell from midair. The netherworld evil dragon joined forces with the 7 killers to kill 37 divine warriors, plus the 3 demon kings. In less than 10 minutes, all 40 demon kings fell. The demon army, with its peak strength, was slaughtered completely. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After dealing with 40 demon kings, the netherworld evil dragon, 37 divine yuan warriors, and the 3 demon kings all fell in front of Ye Bufan. The demon army. They disdained to take action against those below the divine power. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan turned to them, pointed at the demon army in the melee ahead, and said in a cold and decisive voice, "Go, wipe them out." Chapter 469. The demon tribe was defeated, and the first snow fell into the wilderness. Go ahead, wipe them out. After Ye Bufan finished saying these 4 words, he did not pause for a moment. He flashed at an extremely fast speed and arrived above the fleeing demon army in an instant. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Ye Bufan's eyes turned cold and he threw the heaven burial palace in his hand out. Fast, fierce and violent. Boom. With a loud bang, the earth shook. The moment the burial palace fell to the ground, it smashed thousands of monsters into minced meat. Bloody, brutal, naked massacre. Then, Ye Bufan shouted loudly, resounding throughout the entire place, "Everyone, just chase after the enemy from behind, and do not charge into the demon army. Kill as many as you can. When a dog is cornered, it will jump over the wall. When a rabbit is cornered, it will bite people. If the monsters find themselves with nowhere to retreat or escape, they will definitely fight to the death. But if they are just being chased from behind, it will be different. There is the Wangyao mountain range ahead. As long as they escape into the Wangyao mountain range, these monsters will be safe." With a glimmer of hope right before their eyes, the demons will surely run for their lives. In this way, the human side can reduce casualties. With a loud shout, Ye Bufan waved his right hand, and the burial palace returned to his hand again. Without any hesitation, he threw it out again. Such a dense army of demons. Such a chaotic demon team. Ye Bufan didn't even need to aim or lock. Boom. The heaven burial palace fell to the ground and the space trembled. In an instant, thousands of monsters were smashed to death by the heaven burial palace, leaving a bloody mess. Killing thousands of monsters with one strike, even a powerful demon emperor in the Jodian realm might not be able to do it. It was absolutely bloody and absolutely insane. Ye Bufan's bloody massacre shocked the whole audience. Kill. Nearly 5 million human warriors were in high spirits and had an alarming killing momentum. Behind the demon army, they were chasing and attacking frantically. Long sword, sword blade, spear blade. The overwhelming attacks tore the monster in front into pieces in an instant. Kill, kill, kill. Hao Peng's mocking shouts of killing resounded across the battlefield, and he waved his long sword. To him, this seemed not a war but a game. This is true for Fat Hao and the 2,000 members of the 7 Kills group. In front of the human army, 2,000 members of the 7 Killers were madly brandishing their weapons, and together with the human warriors, they were chasing after the defeated demon army. As early as when the demons were evacuating and fleeing, more than 2,000 members of the 7 Killers, led by Hao Peng, had withdrawn from the demon team. After all, although they were physically strong and fearless of the demons' attacks, but the demon army was fleeing and charging, and the scene was chaotic. If they were still in the demon army, there would be only one result, that is, being knocked to the ground by the demons, and then being trampled by countless monsters. Although it is not fatal, it has no effect. It would be better to do as we are doing now, together with the human warriors, chasing after the fleeing monsters behind the demon race. If I can kill one, I'll kill one. The demons fled and the humans chased them. At Ye Bufan's command, the demon emperor Nether Dragon, the 37 outer divine yuan warriors of the 7 Killers, and the 3 demon kings all rushed out without the slightest hesitation and landed directly on the fleeing demon army. Absolutely a man of great skill and courage. Kill. Shen Yuan, the demon king, and the demon emperor attacked in an instant, launching an attack in a moment, acting recklessly and doing whatever they wanted in the demon army. Especially the netherworld dragon. Bang, bang, bang. He swept his giant tail, and in an instant, dozens of monsters around him were repelled by him. Blood gushed out and the sound of bones breaking filled the air. Immediately, the evil dragon from the underworld charged out. The speed is extremely fast. Bang, bang, bang. He was like a bulldozer, charging recklessly. Wherever he passed, all the surrounding monsters were knocked away by his blow without exception. The momentum is like a broken bamboo, no monster can stop it. All the monsters present were below the Demon King. Even the strongest Demon King was no exception. None of them could withstand the attack of the netherworld evil dragon. If you strike, the target will be killed instantly. The Demon Emperor's ferocious power swept and shook the entire place. The netherworld evil dragon is like this, and the three Demon Kings, the fiery Demon Ape, the iron-backed Grey Bear, and the purple-eyed cloud-winged Tiger, are no exception. The demons before them seemed to be the enemies who murdered their fathers. Their crazy slaughter and bloody annihilation were even crazier than those of the human race's divine warriors. If gods stand in the way, kill the gods. If Buddhas stand in the way, kill the Buddhas. When it comes to essence pills, how dare they be lazy? Bang, bang, bang. The flaming demon ape danced wildly with his mace, and wherever he passed, all the demon clan members were knocked away or killed. Iron-backed Grey Bear, purple-eyed cloud-winged Tiger. Bloody hunt, human race rampant. The blood-dancing sky is never lonely, and the flying killings come to the world. This is a pursuit, and it is also a one-sided massacre. Bloody and brutal. The outskirts of Wangyao mountain range. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The monsters fled madly into the Wangyao mountains like a swarm of carp crossing the river. Even so, they still did not stop for the slightest. Bang, bang, bang. In the Wangyao mountains, they fled madly towards the depths. Stop. Ye Bufan stood proudly in the void, and a loud shout resounded throughout the venue. The army stopped in an instant. Behind him, corpses of monsters were scattered on the ground, spreading from the Qixia base to the outskirts of the Wangyao mountains. The Demon Emperor iron-armored lion tiger beast was captured, all 40 demon kings died, and of the tens of millions of troops, less than 1 million managed to escape into the demon mountain range. The demon clan was absolutely defeated, with absolutely heavy losses, and even they were almost annihilated. Looking at the Wangyao mountains before them, every human warrior had an unconcealable joy and excitement on their faces. They defeated the demon tribe's army of tens of millions and almost wiped them out, while their own casualties were less than 1,000. Such a victory can be called a miracle. Take away all the corpses of the monsters. In addition, all the participants in the battle today will be rewarded with 1,000 gold coins each in the Guiyuan realm, and 10 gold coins each for the others. For those who died in the battle, notify their families and give them a subsidy of 10,000 gold coins. Withdraw. Ye Bufan didn't stop and shouted again. Everyone was stunned. Then, excitement, thrill, and joy. In this battle, except for those Guiyuan realm warriors, the others did not take any risks at all. They just chased the monsters for a while, but they could get a reward of 10 gold coins. How could they not be excited? After all, the demons are attacking, and they have to fight even if there is no reward. As for those who died in the battle, we can only say that they were unlucky. However, it is not bad that their families can get 10,000 gold coins as compensation. The human army returns triumphantly. However, no one noticed at this moment that at the rear of the army, 2 girls in white and green quietly left the team when the army turned back. A distance of 1 kilometer. Watching the human army moving further and further away, the girl in white raised her right hand, pulled her cheek, and then a human skin mask was taken off. A face that is otherworldly appears before our eyes. White clothes are whiter than snow. She is stunningly beautiful. She is as poetic as a painting. If Ye Bufan saw this girl, he would be able to recognize her at a glance. She was none other than Han Nuo's fiancé, Ning Chushui. Next to her was her maid Queer. Retracting her gaze from the human army, Queer glanced at Ning Chushui and said in shock, "Miss, 2 months ago, he was only a 4-star or 5-star. In just 2 months, he has already advanced to the divine essence. Such a speed, miss, how do you think he cultivated? Moreover, that iron-armored lion tiger beast is at the Demon Emperor level at least. He actually captured it alive with just 2 strikes. This is simply incredible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, Queer wouldn't have believed it." As Queer spoke, Ning Chushui frowned. Looking at the human army gradually disappearing from her sight and recalling the previous scene, Ning Chushui seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing Ning Chushui silent, Queer hesitated for a moment and spoke again. Miss, we have been lurking in the fortress for 2 months and have been waiting for him for 2 months, but in this situation, not only has he advanced to the divine essence, but he is also accompanied by a demon emperor, 37 divine essences, and 3 demon kings. Most importantly, we cannot be sure if there are any hidden powers around him. It can be said that it is impossible to kill him in the fortress. Of course. As soon as Queer finished speaking, Ning Chushui said something slowly, but with a touch of firmness and determination. Forehead. Queer couldn't help but be stunned. Ning Chushui said, based on my understanding of him during this period of time, he would not reveal all his cards. Since he dares to show a demon emperor, 37 divine essences, and 3 demon kings in front of others, then he must have a stronger power in his hands. Ah! Queer exclaimed. Miss, let's not go back to the fortress, shall we? If he finds out that you are in the fortress, he will definitely not let you go. With his current strength, we are no match for him. Besides, we won't be able to escape even if we want to. The young lady has been killed by him twice. If there is a third time. Let's go. Queer was speaking, but was interrupted by Ning Chushui. Where are you going? Queer was stunned, and looked at Ning Chushui with a serious look, and said, Miss, you are not going back to the 7-kill fortress, are you? There is no point in going to the fortress. If that's the case, why bother going back? Ning Chushui said slowly. Queer was stunned, then breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she looked at Ning Chushui again and said, Miss, where are we going next? Tianwang City. Chapter 470, Catch the leader first, kill him. The battle at the Wangyao mountain range had caused the demon race to lose face, and the demon saints were furious. Although they would not and could not take action, it did not mean that they would just swallow their anger. The demon saints were furious and sent troops to the demon battlefield, declaring war on the 81 war tribes, intending to massacre the human race to vent their hatred and take revenge. The human fortresses were naturally the focus of the demon fortresses' attack. Almost at the same time, demon troops were siege every human fortress. Sky Fortress. As one of the 3 generals of the Tianfeng War Department, Zi Qinhao's mission is to guard the Sky Fortress. He has received news that the demon army is coming. At this moment, the entire Sky Fortress is in full preparation for war, and the surrounding War Department troops and human free warriors are frequently mobilized. However, what Zi Qinhao has to do is not to defend, but to take the initiative to attack. It was because the Sky Fortress was different from other human fortresses. Opposite other human fortresses, there were either demon fortresses or wild beast fortresses. Opposite the Sky Fortress, there was also a demon fortress, but now it was the base of the 7 killers. When the demons attacked, the first to be hit was the Qixia headquarters. Zi Qinhao's idea was very simple, which was to reinforce the Qixia garrison and unite the forces of the Qixia garrison to fight against the demon clan together. Unfortunately, the demon tribe's attack this time was too sudden, and it would take time for Zi Qinhao to gather his army and rush to the Qixia garrison. However, it was not easy to capture a fortress, and in Zi Qinhao's opinion, the reinforcements from the War Department were completely in time. However, when Zi Qinhao led the human army to the outside of the Qixia base, they were stunned and dumbfounded. The fortress gates were closed, the towers were empty, and the entire fortress was dead silent, like a dead city. Afterwards, Zi Qinhao's army went around to the rear gate of the fortress. However, the scene before them made everyone gasp. There was no demon army attacking the city. All they saw were corpses on the ground. They were all demon beasts, not a single human. What's going on? The strange scene shocked everyone. Is the battle over? Where are the people in the Qixia base? Ha ha ha, this battle was really exciting. That's right, it's a pity that we didn't wipe them all out. I'm afraid there were millions of monsters that ran into the Wangyao mountain range in the end, right? Be content. There were nearly 10 million soldiers, but less than 1 million were killed. What else do you want? The most important thing is that we suffered almost no losses. Haha, that's right. At this time, a noisy sound of talking and laughing suddenly came from the direction of the Wangyao mountains ahead. Zi Qinhao's army was all stunned. Look up. Nearly 5 million warriors in the Qixia base came in a mighty manner, talking and laughing constantly. Wherever they passed, they collected the corpses of monsters. This Seeing this scene, Zi Qinhao's army was stunned again. An inexplicable thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that this group of people have been chasing the demon army all the way to the Wangyao Mountains? Soon, the people in the Qixia base also saw the war army. Stunned. War Department. After a while, the two armies joined forces. War Department. Are you here to reinforce? After taking a look at the War Department army in front of him, Lang Feng looked at Zi Qinhao and asked. Zi Qinhao nodded woodenly. The scene before him was such a huge shock to him that even a Zhou Tian expert couldn't remain calm. Thank you very much. Lang Feng clenched his fists and said. Here. Zi Qinhao glanced at the corpses scattered around him and looked at Lang Feng with slight hesitation. Do you even need to ask? You're too late. The battle is over. Before Lang Feng could speak, a member of the Seven Killers' outer circle spoke first. With a look of admiration between his eyebrows, the commander-in-chief was mighty. He led us to kill all the monsters, even all the way to the Wangyao Mountains. In the end, the army of tens of millions was reduced to less than 1 million. Hiss. After the members of the Seven Killers finished speaking, the soldiers behind Zi Qinhao couldn't help but gasp, and looked at the group of people in front of them with horror. Out of the millions of troops, less than 1 million were killed. And chased him all the way to the Wangyao Mountains. How long has it been? True or false? Lang Feng smiled awkwardly. Zi Qinhao frowned as he looked at him, and then couldn't help asking, Commander. Ye Bufan, where are the others? The commander went to other human fortresses. Lang Feng said without hesitation or concealment. You went to other fortresses. Zi Qinhao couldn't help but be stunned. Why is he going to other fortresses? Catch the demon emperor. Lang Feng smiled slightly. Zi Qinhao was stunned again. Catch the demon emperor. Behind him, members of the war army were also slightly stunned and surprised. That's right. Lang Feng responded and said with a smile. The commander said that it was a rare opportunity for the demons to attack the human fortress. Therefore, the commander plans to capture a few demon kings and persuade them to stay in the garrison to support the Seven Killers. Zi Qinhao's mouth twitched. Behind him, the combat soldiers and those free warriors were instantly thrown into disarray. Capture the demon emperor, influence them, and let them stay in your 7 killings station to support your 7 killings. Are you crazy? Lang Feng said nothing more. That's the truth. Kangming Fortress, one of the 4 major fortresses of the Tianfeng War Department. 3 days ago, Ye Bufan transformed into Yin Tianu and gathered more than 200 million human beings here to march into the Wangyao Mountains. Now, the demon army is coming. There was no battle in the Kangchong Fortress because there was a Qixia garrison blocking the front, but the Kangming Fortress was different. At this moment, the fortress gates were closed. The demons attacked the city. Although the number of demons attacking Kangming Fortress was not as large as that attacking Qixia garrison, the number of demons far exceeded the war garrison in the fortress. Of course, these are only temporary. The demon tribe suddenly attacked, and the War Department had limited time, so the troops that could be mobilized were naturally limited. As time went on, the surrounding War Department armies and free warriors came to reinforce, and the strength of the War Department would definitely far exceed that of the demon tribe. But it takes time. At this moment, the demon tribe is already at the gates of the city. Unlike humans, who can use ladders to attack cities, the demons don't. At this moment, demon beasts gathered under the tower, many of them were huge. When they squatted down, several demon beasts would jump on them, and then these huge demon beasts would stand up directly, and with a light jump, they would rush directly to the top of the tower. Simple and crude. Compared to the human race's ladder, the demon race's siege method is more convenient and more threatening. However, this is entirely due to their huge size and physical advantages, which the human race cannot imitate at all. This is just an ordinary monster. If it is a flying dragon monster, it will be much easier and faster to land on the city wall. They only need to capture the monster members and send them directly into the fortress. Of course, when the demons attack the city, the human race will naturally not allow them to land on the city walls, and will naturally attack them frantically. One attack and one defense. There was constant fighting on the city wall. The demons were coming aggressively, but fortunately the human race had the advantage of occupying the fortress, so it was impossible for all the demons to land on the tower at once. Therefore, any demon beasts that landed on the tower would be surrounded and killed by the human warriors. Of course, in the melee, many human warriors will be killed by the demons, and many will even be directly knocked down from the city walls by the monsters. Once they fall outside the city, they will inevitably be surrounded and killed by the monsters. A melee is also a chaotic fight. 2 words, tragic. Inside and outside the fortress, in the void, the human race, led by the strong Zhou Tian, and the demon race, led by the demon emperor, confronted each other but did not take action. They watched the battle below as if it had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, both strong men were stunned. Then he looked sideways. In the distance, 200 meters away, the netherworld evil dragon came flying in the air at an extremely fast speed. On his back, Ye Bufan stood facing the wind. The blink of an eye has arrived. Call. A strong wind blew towards me. Seeing the combination of a man and a demon in front of them, both the human and the demon side were stunned. Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all, and did not even look at the battle situation in front of him. He directly locked onto the demon clan. Raise your right hand. Call out. Suddenly an attack occurred and an object was thrown out. The brick-sized object of the Heaven Burial Palace transformed into a ray of cold light and attacked directly towards the Demon Emperor, the leader of the opposing team, at an extremely fast speed. The Demon Clan was shocked. Run. Although they didn't know what that cold light was, they instinctively chose to dodge. The Demon Emperor dodged quickly. The sneak attack on the Burial Heaven Palace failed. Ye Bufan felt slightly disappointed. The reason why he was able to successfully plot against the iron-armored lion-tiger beast before was entirely because the iron-armored lion-tiger beast was in a state of attacking him, and he had no time to stop, which led to a head-on confrontation with the Burial Heaven Palace. But the Demon Emperor in front of him is different. The Demon Emperor in front of him wanted to hide, and Ye Bufan really couldn't do anything to him. But this is just the beginning. Ye Bufan took back the Heaven Burial Palace and shouted, "Fuck him. Call out." The Netherworld Evil Dragon did not hesitate at all. Ye Bufan's order was a military order and an imperial decree. He rushed straight towards the other Demon Emperor with murderous intent. "Asshole." The Tianyao Greedy Wolf Demon Emperor yelled angrily, "Who are you?" The Netherworld Evil Dragon ignored it. "Fuck him." Tianyao Tanlang's mouth twitched, and he had to fight. Boom. With a loud bang, the 2 Demon Emperors declared war. The sudden scene not only stunned the Demon Clan, but also the Zhodian strongman from the Human Clan's combat department and a group of Shenyuan warriors. They looked at the Netherworld Evil Dragon and then at Ye Bufan, their faces full of surprise. "What's going on? What are you guys still standing there for? Are you here to watch a show?" Seeing the stunned faces of Zhou Tian and Shenyuan warriors from the human race, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, then pointed at Tianyao Tanlang and shouted, "Catch the leader first, kill him." Chapter 471 Wow, grandson, why are you here? The 2 armies were fighting, and members of both sides under the Divine Yuan and Demon Emperor fought happily and fiercely, but these Divine Yuan Zhodian and Demon Emperor were just staring blankly. Ye Bufan didn't know what they were thinking. Were they afraid of death, or was it a strategy? However, these have nothing to do with Ye Bufan. His only target is the Demon Emperor Tianyao Tanlang. There are still 5 vacancies for the soul control technique, and Ye Bufan does not want to waste them. "Catch the leader first, kill him." Ye Bufan shouted loudly, and Shenyuan and Zhou Tian of the human race came back to their senses instantly. No matter who Ye Bufan is, no matter what he wants to do, at least he is on the side of the human race at this moment. Moreover, because of him, the human race has temporarily gained a powerful Demon Emperor, which is a good thing. Catch the leader first. As a general of the War Department, Di Shang would know this truth. However, the 2 sides were evenly matched before and there was no such opportunity at all. But now it's different. Immediately, Di Shang shouted, "Kill. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Di Shang rushed out without any hesitation and attacked Tianyao Tanlang directly, fighting 2 against 1 against the Demon Emperor. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The group of divine warriors from the War Department did not stop and rushed out to kill. A fight broke out between Shenyuan and the Demon King. Asshole. Facing a Demon Emperor and a Zhodian warrior attacking from both sides, Tianyao Tanlang suddenly felt the pressure doubled, and at the same time he was instantly furious. He roared and shook the space, "Kill that human kid for me. Protect this little brother." Di Shang said instinctively that no matter what, the other party came to help him, so how could he allow the demons to kill Ye Bufan? No. Ye Bufan chuckled and said disdainfully, "A mere demon king, I don't even take him seriously." Di Shang was stunned, but did not say anything more. Instead, he and the Netherworld Evil Dragon focused on dealing with Tianyao Tanlang. Arrogant. Tianyao Tanlang shouted angrily. Call out. The next second, a Demon King pounced towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan did not retreat or dodge, and the long sword in his hand suddenly appeared. The ground soldiers shone coldly. In midair, Ye Bufan stood facing the wind. Facing the Demon King who was coming to attack him, he slashed out with the heaven-slaying sword. The 3-meter-long sword light was sharp and fierce, as if it could cut through the sky. Seeing this scene, the Demon King's pupils shrank in shock. He did not dare to hesitate for a moment and dodged the sword light of the heaven-killing sword in an instant. Ye Bufan did not stop, he retracted the sword in his hand and a cold bow suddenly appeared. Bend the bow and pull the string. Call out. An arrow was shot out, and a storm of arrows rained down. The sky was filled with arrows, covering the entire sky and the sun, heading straight for the Demon King. The Demon King had just dodged the heaven-slaying sword, and the chill in his heart had not yet dissipated, when he saw arrows flying all over the sky attacking him. His pupils shrank immediately. Fuck you. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, countless sharp arrows shot at the Demon King's body, blood splattered, and the Demon King felt pain, and his body couldn't help but tremble and stagnate. Call out. But at this moment, Ye Bufan had already appeared behind the Demon King. A chill came over me. The Demon King's body and even his soul couldn't stop shaking. Zongung, sword energy. Ye Bufan did not stop. He replaced the cold bow in his hand with a long sword and slashed at the back of the Demon King. Puff. The sharp edge of the Earth soldiers directly broke through the Demon King's physical defense. The sword energy was surging and bursting out. Puff. In the flesh and blood, the sword energy directly tore and shattered the Demon King's body. One cut, two halves. Bright red blood spilled from the air, bright and hideous. With two, whoosh, sounds, the Demon King's body was split into two and fell from the sky. Bang, bang. With two muffled thuds, the two halves of the Demon King's body fell to the ground. Kill with one strike. Ye Bufan's long sword shook. It can't withstand a single blow. This. In midair, both the demons and humans were stunned. The battle between the Divine Yuan and the Demon King ended so quickly and so easily. Most importantly, they seemed to have seen Ye Bufan perform the 3 martial arts of knife, sword, and bow in an instant. Moreover, one can tell at a glance that these 3 martial arts are not ordinary ones. To activate such martial arts will inevitably consume a large amount of energy. Cast 3 times in a row. It's simply a fantasy. But he did it. Is he still a human being? Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at the Nether Dragon, shouting, "What are you standing there for? Quickly fight and make a quick decision. I don't have that much time to wait for you. We have to go to the next fortress to deal with this guy. If we go too late, what if the Demon Emperor over there runs away?" Forehead. Ye Bufan's words stunned all the demons and humans present. The next fortress. The Demon Emperor ran away. Roar. The Netherworld Evil Dragon did not think much about it. He roared and rushed towards Tianyao Tanlang again, looking like a desperate man. The master was very angry and there was no essence pill left to eat. You, a demon emperor, are willing to obey a human being. You are simply bringing shame to my demon clan. Seeing that the attack of the Netherworld Evil Dragon was getting more and more fierce, Tianyao Tanlang was helpless but couldn't help cursing. The Netherworld Evil Dragon ignored it. The demon clan has nothing to do with me. Di Shang naturally did not stop at all, and his original offensive momentum increased instantly. For a moment, Tianyao Tanlang's pressure increased exponentially and the situation was precarious. He could only defend and take the beating. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and watched the battle between the 2 demon emperors and a Jodian powerhouse. He really wanted to launch a sneak attack on Tianyao Tanlang, but the speed of the 3 Jodian powerhouses was too fast, and Ye Bufan could not launch a sneak attack at all. If he acted rashly, the one who would be hurt might not be Tianyao Tanlang, but one of Di Shang or Yuming Nilong. But if you don't launch a sneak attack. According to the current situation, although Yuming Nilong and Di Shang have the upper hand, Tianyao Tanlang will definitely lose. However, even if Tianyao Tanlang loses, it will take a certain amount of time, and what Ye Bufan lacks most now is time. Just as he had said to the Nether Dragon before, if he delayed here for too long, by the time the battles in other fortresses would have been over, how would he take the opportunity to capture the Demon Emperor? He now has 5 slots for soul controlling technique, which means he can still control the souls of the 5 Demon Emperors. In the previous battle at the Keisha base, they had already taken down the iron-armored lion tiger beast. Even if they included the Tianyao greedy wolf in front of them, they were still short of 3 demon emperors. Ye Bufan didn't know whether there would be another opportunity like the current one where the demons would launch a large-scale attack on the human race in the future, but at least there wouldn't be another one in the short term. It is impossible to capture the 5 demon emperors in a short period of time. We can only do it now. Opportunity is fleeting, once lost, it will never come back. If we continue to delay, damn it, I should have gone back to the base and brought that old man with me. With him around, he would have wiped out all the demon emperors. Ye Bufan groaned to himself. Yes. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The next second, Ye Bufan landed directly on the ground, standing on the edge of the battlefield, summoned Zhangtian Palace, and shouted, "Dead dog, come out." Whoosh! A white shadow rushed out from the Burial Heaven Palace and appeared in front of Ye Bufan in an instant. It was none other than the Snow Wolf Demon King. Owner. Looking at Ye Bufan, the Snow Wolf Demon King said in a flattering manner. Ye Bufan ignored it, pointed at the besieged Tianyao Tanlang in midair, and shouted in a deep voice, "Scold him." Forehead. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Then, he looked in the direction Ye Bufan pointed, his sight fixed on Tianyao Tanlang in battle, and exclaimed, "Wow, grandson, why are you here?" Chapter 472, Snow Wolf Roars, Greedy Wolf Goes Berserk. "Wow, grandson, why are you here?" The Snow Wolf Demon King's sudden words stunned Ye Bufan. "Is it your grandson?" Looking at the Blood Demon King, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. "Master, back then I was young and ignorant, and I accidentally gave birth to its father, and then its father accidentally gave birth to it. I'm so ashamed," the Snow Wolf Demon King said with embarrassment, and then he suddenly raised his head, glared at Tianyao Tanlang and shouted, "Little bastard, what are you still doing? Come and pay your respects to your grandfather and pay your respects to the master." Young and naive, careless, grandson. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King in front of him, Ye Bufan's face was filled with shock and confusion. This was too much of a coincidence, right? "What did you say, asshole?" In midair, Tianyao Tanlang was furious. He looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King with anger and murderous intent in his eyes. "If you dare to say that again, I will kill you." Tianyao Tanlang was furious, but Di Shang and Yuming Nilong did not stop at all. They seized the moment when Tianyao Tanlang was distracted and launched a violent attack in an instant. Boom boom. With 2 loud bangs, Tianyao Tanlang's body was instantly knocked nearly 100 meters away by Yuming Nilong and Di Shang. Puff. In midair, Tianyao Tanlang breathed out a breath of surprise. "Asshole." It couldn't help but roar angrily. At this time, the Netherworld Evil Dragon and Di Shang had pounced on it again. Tianyao Tanlang responded hastily. Below, the Snow Wolf Demon King cursed angrily, "You unfilial son, you have grown wings, right? You still want to kill your grandfather. Without your grandfather, would you exist in this world? How did your mother give birth to you? How did your father teach you? Damn it, how could our Snow Wolf family produce a scum like you? Come down now, immediately, and apologize to Grandpa and Master, otherwise Grandpa will ask your mother to give birth to you the same way she gave birth to you. Do you believe it? I'm going to kill you right now." In midair, Tianyao Tanlang was furious. With a roar, he instantly rushed towards the Snow Wolf Demon King. "My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't." Unfortunately, Yuming Nilong and Di Shang did not give him any chance at all. The moment Tianyao Tanlang rushed out, the 2 of them intercepted him instantly and beat Tianyao Tanlang to retreat step by step. You. The Snow Wolf Demon King was furious. "You unfilial son, damn it, you actually want to kill your master and your relatives, you deserve to be struck by lightning." Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King's furious expression, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitching the corner of his mouth. Just now he thought that what the Snow Wolf Demon King said was true, but now it seems that this guy was obviously making it up. Damn, he gets into the state too quickly. He doesn't even have to think about it and the plan comes out as soon as he speaks. If this happened in modern times, he would definitely be the best actor. Kill him for me." In the void, Tianyao Tanlang's uncontrollable roars sounded again and again. As soon as Tianyao Tanlang finished speaking, dozens of monsters from the demon army that had originally attacked the fortress rushed directly towards the Snow Wolf Demon King and Ye Bufan, with the 2 demon kings leading the way. "Oh my god, you are such an unfilial son. The Snow Wolf Demon King cried out in surprise, and faced the dozens of demon beasts that were charging at him. With a bang, he slammed his claws on the ground and said viciously, "I am the grandfather of your demon emperor. Let's see which of you dares to attack me. Do you want to die?" The Snow Wolf Demon King was aggressive. The attack of dozens of monsters came to a halt. "Asshole!" Tianyao Tanlang cursed angrily. "It has nothing to do with me, I will kill it for you." Bang bang. At the moment when Tianyao Tanlang was angry and distracted, Yuming Nilong and Di Shang took the opportunity to injure it again. Tian Yao and Tan Lang became even more angry and furious. Kill. Dozens of monsters rushed out again without stopping. "Damn it, you're looking for death." The Snow Wolf Demon King roared angrily. Even though he had not yet become a Demon King, he was already a 9th level Demon King, only one step away from becoming a Demon King. How could he be afraid of just a few dozen demon beasts? The Snow Wolf Demon King was about to attack, but unfortunately, Ye Bufan was faster than him. He took the Tanglong 9 steps and instantly arrived in front of dozens of monsters that were charging. A spear appeared. Puff, puff, puff. Blood splattered, and dozens of monsters were killed by Ye Bufan in an instant. Continue. Returning to the side of the Snow Wolf Demon King, Ye Bufan retracted his spear and said in a deep voice. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned for a moment, and did not stop. "You little bastard, you are so rebellious, you actually dared to attack Grandpa. Okay, very good. Brother Long, you don't need to give me face. Just kill this unfilial son for me. Damn it, when you die, I will occupy your den, sleep with your mother wolf, and use your resources. I'll see how arrogant you are and let you be so unfilial." And you. As he spoke, the Snow Wolf Demon King looked at the demon army attacking the fortress outside and roared, "Your demon emperor even killed his own grandfather. He is so cruel and cold-blooded. What future do you have following him? Look, it's only been a short time and we've lost so many brothers and sisters. If it goes on for a long time, maybe you'll all die here today. You fought so hard here, what did you get? Not a shit. It's fine if you survive, but if you die, it's a waste of life. Think about your children and your partner. After you die, they will belong to someone else. Is it worth it? Not worth it at all. Follow Grandpa from now on, and Grandpa will let you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. See this." The Snow Wolf Demon King took out a Yuan stone and threw it at the demon army, saying, "This is called a Yuan stone. Have you seen it before? Needless to say, you have definitely never seen this kind of high-end stuff. Even if you have, it's not your turn. So, you are destined to be cannon fodder. We demons are born equal. Why should they be so superior and you should be cannon fodder? Do you want Yuanshi? Do you want to advance to the level of Demon King, Demon Emperor, or even Demon Emperor, and be high and mighty? Grandpa will give you a chance. Follow me and I will make sure you become kings in 3 years, emperors in 5 years, and emperors in 10 years. If you work hard for me, I will make sure you all become demon gods." Fuck. As soon as the Snow Wolf Demon King finished speaking, Ye Bufan exclaimed in his heart. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, his whole body was alert. Is this an attempt to surrender the demon army? Or in front of the demon emperor? This corner is dug so cruel. Shut up. In the void, Tianyao Tanlang could no longer bear it, and fought with Yuming Nilong and Di Shang. He retreated dozens of meters and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King. "Give up the siege and kill this thief wolf for me. Look, everyone has seen it, he is simply killing the demon to silence him. Think about it, if what I said is not true, why would he kill me?" The Snow Wolf Demon King didn't care at all and said slowly. Puff. Tianyao Tanlang was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Tisk tisk, threatening doesn't work and he pretends to spit blood to gain sympathy. The Snow Wolf Demon King smiled indifferently, looked at the demon army, and said earnestly, "Brothers and sisters, don't be stupid. If you follow him, you will never have a future and will always be cannon fodder. Wake up. I sympathize with you, uncle." Tianyao Tanlang cursed in his heart. "I will skin you alive, you thief wolf. Call out." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianyao Tanlang came directly towards the Snow Wolf Demon King at an extremely fast speed, and his patience had already collapsed. Swoosh. Tianyao Tanlang attacked, and Yuming Nilong and Di Shang intercepted him from both sides in an instant. Get lost. Tianyao Tanlang roared angrily, his eyes red. Bang. During the charge, he and the Netherworld Evil Dragon fought against each other, but ignored Di Shang. Boom. Di Shang struck Tianyao Tanlang with one blow. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Tianyao Tanlang's mouth, but he ignored it. Kill. Its blood-red pupils, resolute eyes, and chilling murderous intent rushed straight towards the Snow Wolf Demon King. You have insulted this emperor and disrupted the morale of our army. This thief wolf must die. Oh my god. The Snow Wolf Demon King screamed and tried to run away. Stay still. Ye Bufan shouted in a deep voice. The Snow Wolf Demon King was stunned. Although he was afraid, he did not dare to disobey Ye Bufan's orders. Call out. Tianyao Tanlang rushed over. Behind it, the evil dragon from the underworld and Di Shang, a man and a demon, were chasing after it. Tianyao Tanlang approached rapidly, 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 80 meters. 50 meters. Right now. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and shouted in his heart. Call out. In an instant, the Heaven Burial Palace threw directly at the Tianyao greedy wolf that was rushing towards him, at an extremely fast speed. Boom. When it reached 10 meters, the Heaven Burial Palace turned into a gigantic monster. The momentum is fierce and the wind is cold. Tianyao Tanlang's soul trembled violently. Boom. In an instant, it collided with the Burial Heaven Palace. The heavy force caused Tianyao Tanlang's blood to surge all over his body. He was already seriously injured, and at this moment he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Puff! The bright red liquid splattered on the Burial Heaven Palace, and Tianyao Tanlang's body flew backwards rapidly. Like a kite with a broken string. Call out! In a breath, he passed by Yuming Xilong and Di Shang and flew away on the wind. Chapter 473 Hand over Huoer. No one had expected the sudden change. Seeing Tianyao Tanlang being knocked away by Zhangtian Palace and flying past them, Yuming Nilong and Di Shang were both stunned. But they were demon emperors and Zhoutian powerhouses after all. After a brief moment of distraction, they quickly chased after Tianyao Tanlang in the air from the left and right. Capture him alive, don't kill him. Seeing the two powerful men rushing out, Ye Bufan couldn't help but remind them. Ye Bufan didn't know how heavy the Burial Heaven Palace was, but with the impact just now, the force of that blow was probably comparable to that of a strong man in the divine martial realm. Even if that wasn't the case, it was definitely something that a demon emperor could not withstand. Tianyao Tanlang must be seriously injured now. Ye Bufan was still thinking about controlling the soul of Tianyao Tanlang for his own use, but he didn't want anything to happen to him. The Netherworld Evil Dragon is easy to deal with. After all, it knows what Ye Bufan is going to do, but Di Shang is different. If he kills Tianyao Tanlang directly, Ye Bufan will have no time to regret it. Hearing Ye Bufan's words, Di Shang was instinctively stunned. The Nether Dragon did not hesitate at all, and in midair, he came to Tianyao Tanlang. At this moment, Tianyao Tanlang closed his eyes, and was obviously unconscious. The Nether Dragon lizard moved its tail, and instantly rolled up Tianyao Tanlang, and then turned back to Ye Bufan. Seeing the return of the evil dragon from the underworld, Ye Bufan directly opened the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace. The Netherworld Evil Dragon understood and instantly entered the Heaven Burial Palace with Tianyao Tanlang. You go in too, Ye Bufan said after taking a look at the Snow Wolf Demon King beside him. Yes, Master. The Snow Wolf Demon King did not hesitate and immediately ran into the Burial Heaven Palace. At this time, the Netherworld Evil Dragon came out again. Owner. It's your reward. Ye Bufan directly threw 10 essence pills to the Netherworld Evil Dragon. There would be more battles to come, so Ye Bufan naturally hoped that the Netherworld Evil Dragon would adjust to the best condition as soon as possible. Upon seeing the essence pill, the Netherworld Evil Dragon was overjoyed and immediately opened his mouth and swallowed it. Ye Bufan ignored it. Bang! With two muffled sounds, the gate of the Burial Heaven Palace closed instantly. Ye Bufan waved his right hand, and the Heaven Burial Palace instantly returned to his hands, successfully capturing the Demon Emperor. In midair, Di Shang was slightly stunned when he saw Ye Bufan imprisoning Tianyao Tanlang. Then he came to Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, "Little brother, thank you very much." The Demon Emperor was captured, and the pressure on the War Department was suddenly reduced. You're welcome, just take what you need. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, glanced at the battle situation again and said, General, you should think about how to expand the results of today's battle. I have something else to do, so I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan jumped directly onto the back of the Nether Dragon. Let's go to the next fortress. The evil dragon from the underworld did not stop, but rose into the air, and with a whoosh, it flew away. Thinking back to Ye Bufan's words, Di Shang couldn't help but lose consciousness again. The next fortress. Is this little brother really here to capture the Demon Emperor? Di Shang was shocked and horrified, but he came back to his senses in just a moment. He glanced at the battle between his own gods and the Demon King in the distance, and without any hesitation, he rushed out to kill. The Demon Emperor has been captured, and the Demon Clan is leaderless. Now is the time for the War Department to expand its victory. Opportunity is fleeting. Ye Bufan didn't care about the outcome of the battle between the War Department and the Demon Tribe, and it had nothing to do with him. What he had to do was to take advantage of this opportunity to capture a large number of Demon Emperors. Of course, you don't need too much. Although the opportunity in front of him was rare, as Ye Bufan had more and more Demon Emperors in his hands, it would be easier for him to capture the Demon Emperor, so he was not in a hurry. Moreover, Ye Bufan had already set his sights on the Demon God. I have to say, this guy is very greedy. In the next half-day, Ye Bufan led the Netherworld Evil Dragon to sweep 3 fortresses in a row and successfully captured the Golden-Winged Vulture, the 9 Netherworld Python, the Hellhound, and the 3 Demon Emperors. Of course, the process of capturing the Demon Emperor was not actually long. After all, they had to work together with General Zhou Tianjing of the War Department, and most of the half-day was wasted on the road. After successfully capturing the 5 Demon Emperors, it had been 8 hours since the demons attacked the human fortress, and the battle was nearing its end. So after successfully capturing the 5th Demon Emperor, the Hellhound, Ye Bufan did not continue to rush to the next fortress, but chose to turn back. When they turned back and passed the previous fortresses, the battle between the two sides had already ended. It was obvious that the human race had won a great victory. After all, the demon race had lost its Demon Emperor, and the human race's Jodian realm became the demon race's biggest threat, even a nightmare. When the enemy and our side are evenly matched, a strong Jodian master can definitely turn the tide of the battle. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all, and didn't even stay in any fortress for a moment. As for the battle situation in other fortresses, Ye Bufan doesn't need to worry about it. Although this battle was caused by himself and countless people sacrificed for him, Ye Bufan didn't care. Without me, the 2 tribes wouldn't go to war. It's impossible. In the battlefield of monsters and barbarians, life and death are decided by fate. Here, the 3 tribes of humans, demons, and wild beasts fought and killed each other, and countless members of each tribe died and were injured every day. This was normal. If there was no war or death one day, it would be strange. Under the night sky, the Netherworld Evil Dragon was galloping all the way, while Ye Bufan was lying on his back with his eyes closed to rest. Now that young Master Yao is dead and Lang Ningshang's matter has come to an end, Ye Bufan must make some plans for the future. It took the Netherworld Evil Dragon 4 full hours to reach the end of the long night, even with his cultivation as the Demon Emperor. By the time he returned to the 7 Killers base, it was already dawn the next day. Suddenly, Ye Bufan felt the Netherworld Evil Dragon falling without any warning, and then there was a loud bang, and its body trembled violently, causing Ye Bufan's body to tremble as well. You want to die. Ye Bufan opened his eyes and cursed angrily. Master, God, the dragon, and the blood phoenix. The Netherworld Evil Dragon ignored Ye Bufan's anger. His trembling voice rang out, and Ye Bufan even clearly felt that his huge body was shaking. Divine Dragon. Blood Phoenix. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned and couldn't help but look up and forward. Hiss. In an instant, Ye Bufan also took a breath of cold air. In front of him, in his sight, on the fortress of the 7 Killers base, there were 2 huge monsters perched. Ye Bufan recognized one of them. It was the dragon, Ye Tianlong, the battle pet of his cheap father Ye Tianshang, whom he had met deep in the Wangyao Mountains before. As for the other one, the front of a swan, the back of scales, the neck of a snake, the tail of a fish, the pattern of a dragon, the back of a turtle, the jaw of a swallow, the beak of a chicken. The huge body hovered above the fortress, with fiery red feathers and flames burning all over its body, as if it was going to turn the world into ashes. Phoenix. 2 words emerged in Ye Bufan's mind. What is Uncle Long doing with a phoenix here? Looking at the dragon and the phoenix, Ye Bufan couldn't help but think. However, with Philong's identity, it was impossible for him to harm himself, and Ye Bufan was relieved immediately. Look at what you have done. They are just a dragon and a phoenix. Is it necessary to scare you like this? Then, Ye Bufan severely despised the Netherworld Evil Dragon again. The Netherworld Evil Dragon was suddenly in disarray. Master, these are two demon saints, and they are a divine dragon and a blood phoenix. Especially the divine dragon, which has blood suppression and deterrence on most demon beasts. I am just a demon emperor with a little blood of the divine dragon. How can I not be afraid? At this time, the dragon and the phoenix seemed to have noticed Ye Bufan's existence. With a swoosh, the huge fire phoenix came in front of Ye Bufan. In an instant, a heat wave hit him and the temperature around him suddenly soared. Ye Bufan was stunned. Huo Feng asked angrily, "Are you Ye Bufan?" Ye Bufan was stunned again by the unfriendly voice of Huo Feng, but he nodded instinctively. Hand over Huor. The fire phoenix was furious and let out a loud roar. The thunderous sound carried endless rage and shook all directions. The surrounding temperature soared rapidly. Ye Bufan only felt a surge of blood and energy throughout his body. Puff. Then, a mouthful of blood and essence spurted out fire. Huor. With a look of shock and astonishment, Ye Bufan looked at the fire phoenix in front of him. The image of the little sparrow in Wangyao mountain range emerged in his mind. Huor's mother. Holy land, blood phoenix of the netherworld. Ye Bufan's breathing couldn't help but stagnate. Since the other party could find this place and find me, it means that the other party already knows that I have been to Wangyao mountain range and have come into contact with Huor. Ye Bufan couldn't help but glance at Phylong beside him. There is no doubt that Phylong betrayed himself. Fortunately, Phylong had driven away those second-generation monsters before, otherwise these would not be treasures at all, they would simply be death warrants. Thinking that because of this group of second-generation demons, a large number of demon saints would come looking for him, Ye Bufan couldn't help feeling a chill in his heart. Just the netherworld fire phoenix in front of him was not something he could contend with at his current level. Since Huor is not in my hands, why does the netherworld blood phoenix come to me to ask for Huor? Could it be that Huor is lost? However, these have nothing to do with me, because I didn't kidnap Huor anyway. Fortunately. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan said, that. However, just as Ye Bufan was about to speak, Zhangtian's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Master, Sister Huor is in Zhangtian Palace. I have locked her up. Chapter 474, Huor's affiliation issue. What? After Zhangtian finished speaking, Ye Bufan was shocked. Huor is in Zhangtian Palace, you locked him up. It was an instinctive reaction, and Ye Bufan didn't notice at all that at this moment he was not communicating with Zhangtian's mind, but shouting out directly. Yes, that day in the Wangyao Mountains, I found a young nether blood phoenix running into the Zhangtian Palace. I was afraid that she would run away, so I locked her up. Later I didn't have time to tell the owner. Zhangtian said weakly. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. In vain, Ye Bufan felt the temperature around him soar again, as if he was going to be roasted. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He looked up suddenly and found that the eyes of the netherworld blood phoenix in front of him were flashing with cold murderous intent. Human, how dare you shut up the fire? Now, immediately, right now, hand over Huor. A cold voice and overwhelming rage. Ye Buyi's mouth twitched again, and he cursed Zhangtian 1,000 times in his heart. You locked up Xiao Huor, why didn't you tell me earlier? Now you've let it slip. Seeing the nether blood phoenix's rampage, I'm afraid she won't let it go even if I return Xiao Huor to her. Fenger, calm down, calm down. Phylong's voice suddenly rang out in the chaos of Ye Bufan. He came in front of the nether blood phoenix and said with a smile, after all, he is the son of the eldest brother. We are all family. Can we talk it out nicely? Who are you one family with? The netherworld blood phoenix glared at Phylong and shouted. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Looking at the flying dragon and the blood phoenix in front of him, why did they look like a couple having a quarrel? Moreover, the flying dragon actually betrayed him. Immediately, Ye Bufan's eyes lit up. There is adultery. There is definitely adultery between the flying dragon and the blood phoenix. That's not right. If there was an affair between Phylong and nether blood phoenix, then why did Xiao Huor call Phylong a bad guy like the other second-generation monsters? Could it be that they are having a secret affair, and Xiao Huor is just hiding it from people? No, is he trying to hide it from the demons? Very likely. The more Ye Bufan thought about it, the more he felt that this possibility was very high. Otherwise, if the demon clan didn't like Phylong, why would he stay in the Wangyao Mountains? For the netherworld blood phoenix, Long and Netherworld Blood Phoenix naturally had no idea what Ye Bufan was thinking. At this moment, Nether Blood Phoenix shouted angrily, and Long was suddenly extremely embarrassed. He then looked at Ye Bufan and said viciously, "Boy, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and return Xiaohuo to your Aunt Blood Phoenix." Blood Phoenix Auntie. Ye Bufan was suddenly confused, but he became more certain of what he was thinking. Put women before friends. In order to please the Netherworld Blood Phoenix, this flying dragon sold itself out. However, since Nether Blood Phoenix and Flying Dragon have a love affair, it means that she will never kill herself. This is a good thing. What Ye Bufan is considering now is whether to keep Xiaohuo or return him to the Nether Blood Phoenix. Of course, the focus of his consideration is which of the two can bring him greater benefits. If she returns it to the Netherworld Blood Phoenix, then at most she can only use it as an opportunity to blackmail her once. But if she keeps Xiaohuo, then there will definitely be many benefits. Not to mention anything else, if Xiaohuo stayed, then the Netherworld Blood Phoenix, as a mother, would come to the 7 Kills base every now and then to take care of the 7 Kills army. Besides, Xiaohuo is still in his infancy and needs a lot of rare treasures. Won't they all be his by then? The benefits are beyond words. So Ye Bufan prefers the latter. Of course, no matter which one you choose, there are certain risks, especially the latter, which is likely to anger the Netherworld Blood Phoenix. If she takes action at that time, it will definitely not be a joke. At such a close distance, even Long might not be able to stop it. Unless Xiaohuo is returned directly to the Netherworld Blood Phoenix, but is this possible? Impossible. When a person dies, birds fly up to the sky, he will live forever. Ye Bufan's heart was made up. The timid will starve to death, and the bold will die of gluttony. How can you achieve great things if you only look ahead and behind? Ye Bufan immediately glanced at Long and Nether Blood Phoenix and said with a smile, "Actually, I think it's good for Xiaohuo to stay with me." Suddenly, Long was stunned. The same is true for the Netherworld Blood Phoenix. The atmosphere became silent. But after just a moment, Nether Blood Phoenix was furious. "Boy, what did you say? Say it again." Angry voices and raging flames. "I think it's good for Xiaohuo to stay with me." Ye Bufan shrugged and said with a smile. Under his feet, the Netherworld Evil Dragon was shaking with fear. "Master actually kidnapped the daughter of Lord Netherworld Blood Phoenix. He is crazy, absolutely crazy. You little bastard, you are outrageous. Return Xiaohuo to your Aunt Blood Phoenix immediately. Otherwise, Uncle Long will beat you severely even without Aunt Blood Phoenix doing anything." Believe it or not, Long said immediately when he saw that Netherworld Blood Phoenix was on the verge of going berserk. "Uncle Long, you can't say that. I didn't do anything to Xiaohuo, so why would Auntie Shui Feng hit me?" Ye Bufan said with a smile while looking at Long. He added at the end, "Besides, if Auntie Shui Feng really hits me and makes me an idiot or makes me lose my memory, where can you find Xiaohuo?" After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Long couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This kid, the first half of his sentence is nonsense, the second half is the key point, and the key point is a threat. Too bold. The Netherworld Blood Phoenix was also slightly stunned. "Are you blackmailing me?" Then, she looked at Ye Bufan with gloomy eyes and asked in a cold voice. "Aunt Shifeng, you're joking. You are my elder and a powerful saint. How dare I threaten you? I'm just stating a fact." Ye Bufan said with a smile on his face, feeling completely fearless. "You." The Netherworld Blood Phoenix suddenly became furious. Then she shouted again, "Just tell me what conditions you have, don't waste your words." Condition. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, "Aunt Shifeng has misunderstood. I have everything I need, so how could I have any conditions? I just think Xiaohuo is cute and want to take care of him, that's all. You don't lack anything. You don't lack anything, yet you have dug up all the 9th level treasures in my territory." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix thought viciously in his heart. However, Ye Bufan's unyielding attitude made the Netherworld Blood Phoenix helpless. After all, Xiaohuo was still in Ye Bufan's hands. Helplessly, she looked at Long and said angrily, "So long, if you don't find Xiaohuo today, don't come to me in the future. Color Dragon, don't come to me." Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned, then smiled slightly. This flying dragon and the Netherworld Blood Phoenix really had a relationship. Long suddenly felt like crying but had no tears. "Funger, don't worry, don't worry. Brother Long promises that he will definitely bring Xiaohua back. After comforting Nether Blood Phoenix, Fei Long looked at Ye Bufan and said viciously, "Stinky boy. Uncle Long, Aunt Feng, I have a suggestion." "Do you want to hear it?" Ye Bufan interrupted Fei Long. Fei Long was stunned and said instinctively, "What proposal?" The Netherworld Blood Phoenix couldn't help but glance at Ye Bufan. "Whether to go or stay, how about we let Xiaohua decide for himself," Ye Bufan said with a smile. Let Huor choose for himself. The flying dragon was stunned, and the Netherworld Blood Phoenix was puzzled. "That's right," Ye Bufan responded, "I will bring Xiaohua out and let her choose for herself." After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, "Of course, Aunt Feng can take her away directly. However, if Xiaohua runs out to look for me on her own next time and gets lost, don't blame me. I'll give you a shot of prevention first, so that I won't get angry and you take me away by force." Ye Bufan thought secretly in his heart. "Okay, let Huor choose for himself." Nether Blood Phoenix agreed immediately. "I am Huor's mother. How can she choose you instead of me?" Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled evilly. Chapter 475. This script is not right. A mother worries when her son is away from home. Wait until I keep Xiaohua by my side, and then you, as a mother, will be able to run away. After a long time, you will stay in the Keisha station obediently. When the time comes, if you stay, will Uncle Long still be able to run away? We gained 2 great demon saints at once. In the future, there will be 2 demon saints stationed in the Keisha station. No matter whether you are human, demon, or wild beast, no one dares to cause trouble. Ha ha ha. Ye Bufan laughed in his heart as he thought about the bright future. If Fei Long and Netherworld Blood Phoenix knew what he was thinking, I wonder what they would think. The next second, Ye Bufan took out the Heaven Burial Palace directly. With 2 bangs, the door of the Heaven Burial Palace opened. Ye Bufan jumped down from the Netherworld Evil Dragon, glared at him, and said contemptuously, "You coward, hurry in." Swoosh. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Netherworld Evil Dragon disappeared in an instant. That speed was really frightening. Fei Long and Netherworld Blood Phoenix looked at the Burial Heaven Palace and then looked at each other. Immediately, Nether Blood Phoenix looked at Ye Bufan and said coldly, "You locked Huor up here. Aunt Feng, you can eat whatever you want, but don't say whatever you want, or I'll sue you for defamation." Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly, then said seriously, "This Heaven Burial Palace is a good place, not everyone can enter. It's Xiaohua who doesn't want to leave, it's not her fault." "I wouldn't believe you." The Netherworld Blood Phoenix looked at Ye Bufan with contempt in his heart and said viciously, "Stop talking nonsense and release Huor immediately." Okay, I'll go and ask Huor to come out right now," Ye Bufan said as he walked towards the Burial Heaven Palace. "Stop." The Netherworld Blood Phoenix roared. "Auntie Feng, is there something wrong?" Ye Bufan was puzzled. "Let Huor come out by herself, and you stay here." After a pause, Nether Blood Phoenix continued, "Don't say anything nonsense like Huor doesn't want to. Just let that 4-legged snake tell her that I'm here." Ye Bufan's mouth twitched suddenly. Originally, he wanted to go in and have some communication with Xiaohua first, but unfortunately it seems that there is no chance now. "All right." Helpless, Ye Bufan said with 2 words. Snort. Looking at Ye Bufan's appearance, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix snorted lightly. "So Long has already said it, you kid are so cunning, can't I just be on guard against you? Unfortunately, the devil is always 1 step ahead of you." Looking at the Netherworld Blood Phoenix, Ye Bufan communicated with Zhangtian and said with a smile, "Zhangtian, let Ah Fu and the others scatter essence pills in the main hall now, the more the better, and then retreat, and you release Xiaohua." "Yes, master." "Hold on." After Zhangtian responded, Ye Bufan looked at the Netherworld Blood Phoenix and smiled. Snort. The Netherworld Blood Phoenix snorted lightly and didn't say anything more. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly and didn't explain any more. Time passes by every second. 10 minutes later. "Why hasn't Huor come out yet?" Netherworld Blood Phoenix asked impatiently. Well, Ye Bufan was slightly embarrassed. "It's not that I don't want Xiaohua to come out, it's just that she doesn't want to come out." The Netherworld Blood Phoenix was furious. "Aunt Feng, what I said is true. If you don't believe me, just see for yourself." As he spoke, Ye Bufan waved his hand and the Heaven Burial Palace immediately transformed into its largest state. Even the palace gate was comparable to the huge body of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix. The palace door was wide open, and the situation in the hall was clearly visible. At this moment, countless essence pills were scattered on the ground. Xiao Huor was jumping around, eating them with such delight. Huor. Seeing Xiao Huor, Nether Blood Phoenix was overjoyed. With a whoosh, she rushed directly to the main hall. However, just as she was about to enter the main hall, she seemed to have thought of something. She paused and stopped outside the main hall. She looked at Xiao Huor and shouted, "Huor, come out quickly." Inside the hall, Xiao Huor was stunned. Mother. Seeing the Netherworld Blood Phoenix outside the palace, Xiao Huor was stunned again, and then said in surprise, Mom, there are so many essence pills here, they are delicious." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Huor no longer paid any attention to the Netherworld Blood Phoenix and just focused on eating the essence pill. Essence pill. Nether Blood Phoenix groaned, then turned to look at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice, "What is your relationship with Yin Tianu?" Phylong was also stunned. Yin Tianu's name is now well known to all monsters, not just humans. The essence pill is Yin Tianu's unique medicine. Fuck. Ye Bufan was shocked. How could he have forgotten about this? Ye Bufan immediately said, "It doesn't matter, I don't know him." "It doesn't matter. Don't you know him?" Netherworld Blood Phoenix pondered and said, "Then where did you get this essence pill?" "I bought it." "Where did you buy it?" No comment. "You." The Netherworld Blood Phoenix was furious. Snort. She snorted and ignored Ye Bufan. Instead, she looked at Xiao Huor in the hall and said, "Huor, come out quickly. Mother will take you home." "Huor won't go home. Huor wants the essence pill." Little Huor said happily. The Netherworld Blood Phoenix was stunned. Listen, our little Huor is so considerate. Even before I said anything, she knew that I was reluctant to let her go." Ye Bufan smiled wickedly in his heart, looked at the little Huor in the hall and said, "Huor, come out quickly. Uncle has more essence pills here." "Really?" Xiao Huor was delighted and turned to look at Ye Bufan. "Of course it's true." Ye Bufan smiled slightly, and that smile was as obscene as it could be in the eyes of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix. Whoosh. In an instant, Xiao Huor rushed out of the palace, but when he was about to leave the Heaven Burial Palace, he paused and then turned back. Huor. Seeing this scene, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix was shocked. Ye Bufan was also stunned and puzzled. What was going on? The next second, the answer was revealed. Xiao Huor was seen quickly shuttling back and forth in the hall. Wherever he passed, the essence pills on the ground disappeared. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and thought to himself, what a greedy little fellow. Call out. After a while, Xiao Huo rushed out of the Heaven Burial Palace, but ignored the Nether Blood Phoenix and landed on Ye Bufan. Uncle, where is the essence pill?" Seeing this scene, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix felt extremely lost. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. He wanted to take out the essence pill, but he didn't have any on him. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, little Huor. Uncle has plenty of essence pills. Feel free to take them. But there is a problem now." "What's the problem?" "Huor's mother misses Huor and wants to take Huor home. But after returning home, Huor won't be able to see his uncle anymore, and his uncle won't be able to give Huor the essence pill anymore." The Netherworld Blood Phoenix and Flying Dragon suddenly became confused and crazy. What is this? Trick, abduction, or in front of the Nether Blood Phoenix is a mother? Too brave. "Uncle, can you give the essence pill to Huor now?" At this time, little Huor thought about it and said with his little head tilted. "Clever." Ye Bufan was stunned, and said with a twitch of his mouth, "Haha, Uncle wants it too, but Uncle doesn't have essence pills now. Huor wants to eat it, so Uncle has to buy it for Huor." "Buy what?" "By buying means looking for it. Huor wants the essence pill, so Uncle has to find it for Huor. So, Huor wants the essence pill, so it's best for him to stay with Uncle." As he spoke, Ye Bufan secretly glanced at the Netherworld Blood Phoenix. Kidnapping Xiao Huor in front of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix was no joke. If the Netherworld Blood Phoenix got furious and lost its temper. Fortunately, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix did not react excessively at this moment. "Then Huor doesn't want to go home. Huor wants to stay with my uncle. Huor wants the essence pill." Faced with the temptation of the essence pill, Huor immediately made a knowing choice. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled calmly, looked at the Netherworld Blood Phoenix, and spread his hands. "Auntie Feng, you see, Huor wanted to stay, I didn't force her." "You didn't force me, but you were kidnapping me." Nether Blood Phoenix glared at Ye Bufan angrily, then looked at Xiao Huor and said with concern, Huor, you must stay by your uncle's side and listen to your instructions. Don't run around. Do you understand? Huor nodded his little head. Huor is very good. Huor will definitely listen to uncle. Fuck. Ye Bufan was startled, his eyes trembled, and he looked at Nether Blood Phoenix in astonishment. What was going on? He agreed so easily. Wasn't it too easy? Boy, take good care of Huor in the future. Don't take her back to Wangyao mountain range unless necessary. Okay. At this time, Phylong, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke. Fuck. Ye Bufan was stunned again. What's going on? If nothing happens, don't look back at the Demon Mountain range. This script seems to be a little bit wrong. Didn't you come here to take Huor away? Why won't you let me go back now? But at this moment, Ye Bufan discovered that the Netherworld Blood Phoenix glared at Phylong, and its eyes were full of ambiguity. Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Flying Dragon and Nether Blood Phoenix, these two guys, could it be that they had planned to leave Huor here so that no one would disturb them, and they could just fuck. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan felt as if thousands of grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. Messy and crazy. Just now, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix acted as if she would kill her if she didn't hand over Huor, but what was the result? Damn, ginger is indeed more spicy with age. Got fooled. Chapter 476 Uncle Long, please help me. Ye Bufan was now 200% certain that there was definitely an affair between Phylong and Nether Blood Phoenix. They were planning to treat him as a babysitter to help them look after Xiao Huor so that they could live happily in Wangyao mountain range. Nima. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan felt confused and secretly resentful. Then, he looked at the Netherworld Blood Phoenix and said, well, Auntie Feng, if Xiao Huor stays with me, I will definitely take good care of him. But what does Xiao Huor usually eat? I can't let him drink boiled water and eat white rice. Huor is still young and growing, how can? Don't you have essence pill? Ye Bufan was interrupted by the Netherworld Blood Phoenix just before he finished speaking. I do have essence pills, but I can't just give them to Huor, right? Besides, essence pills cost money to buy, and I'm poor. Ye Bufan cried poor without any hesitation. You two are living a carefree life, and you let me be your free babysitter. How can it be so cheap? If you don't give me some benefits, don't even think about it. That's your business. What does it have to do with me? The Netherworld Blood Phoenix said slowly. Ye Bufan was messy. Is Huor your daughter or mine? How about Aunt Feng, can you sponsor a little bit? After all, Huor is your daughter. Besides, you are a powerful saint after all. How could you be short of this little money? Ye Bufan suggested. Nether Blood Phoenix ignored him and said, as you humans say, a daughter who is married off is like water that has been spilled. Huor will be yours from now on. You have to solve her problems yourself. I'll marry you. Ye Bufan was confused and angrily cursed, you still want me to marry Huor? Phoenix. However, as soon as he said a word, Nether Blood Phoenix said resolutely, I have no money. Ye Bufan gritted his teeth and refused to give up, then you can get some rare treasures. Don't worry, I will never keep them for myself. Just give them directly to Huor. No. Aunt Feng, you are a demon saint after all, right? You should have your own territory. Is it possible that there are no rare treasures in your territory? Ye Bufan curled his lips. Do you think I am Huor, so easy to fool? Netherworld Blood Phoenix said, of course there are earth treasures. Ye Bufan was overjoyed, that's all. However, a bastard plucked them all out 3 days ago, and now they are gone. As he spoke, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix glanced at Ye Bufan with a meaningful look. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Was it completely plucked out 3 days ago? Isn't that me? The place I went to 3 days ago was the territory of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix. Ye Bufan was messy. What the hell is going on? Ha ha. Ye Bufan immediately smiled awkwardly. Well, there are actually people who dare to rob you, Aunt Feng. They must be so bold. While speaking, Ye Bufan patted his chest and vowed. Don't worry, Aunt Feng, if I meet this guy tomorrow, I will definitely help you catch him. The Netherworld Blood Phoenix rolled its eyes and said, if I'm going to catch someone, I'll catch you. Seeing that there was no hope for the Earth treasure, Ye Bufan still did not give up. In that case, forget about the Earth treasure. I will take care of Huor's food. However, Aunt Feng, you can see that this place of mine is quite simple, and Huor's safety is really not guaranteed. You see, can you send some men to protect Huor? Not many, 10 or 8 demon gods will be enough. 10 or 8 demon gods, aren't that too many? The Netherworld Blood Phoenix finally realized how shameless Ye Bufan was, and immediately said, don't even think about it. Without money, without treasures, and without demon gods, what good can I get from helping you look after Huo? Ye Bufan said impatiently. No good. Then why do I keep the little fire? You wanted to keep Huor here. Did I force you? Then take the fire away. Huor won't leave. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He originally wanted to get some benefits, but now. You dig a hole and bury yourself. Glancing at Xiaohuo who was gnawing on the essence pill on his shoulder, Ye Bufan felt extremely confused. Not only did he not get any benefits, but he also had to pay for the essence pill himself. Looking at Xiaohuo's appetite, how many essence pills did he eat in a day? This is a total money loser. Boy, Huor is after all the descendant of the demon saint, and he also has the blood of the phoenix. He will definitely be a powerful saint when he grows up. You should be content. Looking at Ye Bufan who had a frustrated look on his face, Filong suddenly spoke. Ye Bufan couldn't help but curl his lips. Adult. Huor has grown up, and I'm afraid I already have one foot in the coffin, so I'm of no use. But you, I called you Uncle Long, but you, not only did you not get any benefit from me, but you actually sold me out completely and now you are in a mood to make sarcastic remarks. You are unkind and I am unjust. Uncle Long, you see, given your relationship with Aunt Feng, and Huor is alone outside, shouldn't you prepare something for Huo? Ye Bufan immediately looked at Filong and gave him a look that said, you understand. You drove Huor out of the house and slept with her mother. Do you have the nerve to not give her some appreciation? Hearing this, Filong was stunned. He ignored Ye Bufan and looked at the Netherworld Blood Phoenix and said, Fenger, it's getting late. Huor, you've seen it too. How about we go back? Fuck, Ye Bufan exclaimed in his heart. Uncle Long, can you be more shameless? Just taking advantage without giving any benefits. Then, he looked at the Netherworld Blood Phoenix and said, Aunt Feng, can you tolerate this? Unexpectedly, Nether Blood Phoenix nodded and said, let's go. Ye Bufan was instantly in disarray and completely defeated. It is indeed a case of a slutty husband and a lusty wife, a husband singing the song and a wife following the lead. I admit defeat, etc. Seeing Filong and Nether Blood Phoenix were about to leave, Ye Bufan immediately stopped them. Boy, do you have anything else to do? Filong glared at Ye Bufan, and his eyes seemed to say, if you dare to ruin your Uncle Long's good deeds again, I will not be polite to you. Ye Bufan curled his lips. Uncle Long, do me a favor. Explain. Filong said impatiently. Ye Bufan was too lazy to talk nonsense, and walked directly into the Heaven Burial Palace. He looked at Filong and said, Uncle Long, come in with me. Filong was slightly stunned. The next second, Filong transformed into a middle-aged man and walked into the burial palace. The Netherworld Blood Phoenix didn't dare to enter the Heaven Burial Palace because he was not familiar with Ye Bufan and was afraid of being ambushed by Ye Bufan. But Filong was not afraid. What's the matter? Tell me now, Filong said after taking a look at the interior of the Burial Heaven Palace. Uncle Long, just follow me. Ye Bufan said, and walked straight into the hall. Filong was puzzled, but followed closely. Boy, are you a holy soldier? Along the way, Filong found that the interior space of the Burial Heaven Palace was much larger than he had imagined, and he couldn't help but ask. I guess so. Ye Bufan responded. In a sense, the Heaven Burial Palace is a spatial treasure and has reached the level of a semi-artifact. Ye Bufan's answer made Filong stunned, and even felt a little dissatisfied. What do you mean by, it is? If it is, it is, and if it is not, it is not. Ye Bufan was helpless and said, this is a semi-divine weapon. Filong was stunned, paused, and caught up with Ye Bufan again, and asked in shock, semi-divine weapon? Yes. Ye Bufan responded with a smile. Who else knows? Filong's voice sank. Ye Bufan said, besides me, Uncle Long is the only one who knows that it is a semi-artifact. Although others know about the Heaven Burial Palace, they are not aware that it is a semi-artifact. Qin Xin also knows the secret of the Burial Heaven Palace, but she is also a spirit of an artifact, so it doesn't matter to her. That's best. Filong groaned for a moment and said, the man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Boy, remember, don't tell anyone about the semi-divine artifact. If it is leaked, even the saints will snatch it away. Clear. It's best to understand. After responding, Fai Long asked again, where are you taking me? Don't you know that your Uncle Long is very busy? Ye Bufan smiled evilly, busy with Aunt Feng. Upon hearing this, Fai Long glared at Ye Bufan and said, what do you know, little brat? Then he asked, where are you taking me? Arrive. After Fai Long finished speaking, Ye Bufan stopped. Arrive. Fai Long was slightly stunned, looking at the closed stone door in front of him, and asked puzzledly, what is this place? Bronze coffin chamber. Bronze coffin chamber. Fai Long was stunned and pondered for a moment. Zhangtian, open the door. Ye Bufan said without hesitation. Bang. In an instant, the door of the coffin chamber opened. You little bastard, how dare you plot against me? Go to hell. A cold roar suddenly rang out in the coffin room. Murderous intention is coming. Chapter 477. There is someone in the coffin, alive. You little bastard, how dare you plot against me? Go to hell. As the door of the coffin room opened, the furious voice of the Imperial Red Soul Lion rang out. As a demon god, it originally just wanted to join hands with Tang Yuan to defraud some money, but it didn't expect to be ambushed by this kid. Not only was it beaten up, but it was also locked up in this horrible place for several months. It had already hated Ye Bufan to the extreme. Unfortunately, as a prisoner, it couldn't even see Ye Bufan, let alone take revenge. Originally it planned to wait for death in this coffin, but it didn't expect the coffin to open suddenly, and Ye Bufan was right in front of it, so how could it endure it and talk nonsense? He became furious in an instant. Kill it. The speed of the Imperial Red Soul Lion was very fast, and it arrived in front of Ye Bufan in an instant. In its rage, it did not notice the flying dragon beside Ye Bufan at all, or it simply did not care. It was a demon god, who was it afraid of? Hee. Looking at the furious Imperial Red Soul Lion that was rushing towards him, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Roll. At this moment, the flying dragon beside Ye Bufan suddenly roared angrily, and the terrifying aura instantly locked onto the Imperial Red Soul Lion. Buzz. The body of the Imperial Red Soul Lion trembled violently, and a chill came over it, as if instantly freezing its body and imprisoning it in midair. Then, with a bang, it fell to the ground. Demon, demon, demon saint. A trembling voice sounded, and the Imperial Red Soul Lion's body trembled uncontrollably. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Fai Long looked at the Imperial Red Soul Lion with a confused look, then looked at Ye Bu. He never imagined that there was a demon god imprisoned in Ye Bufan's burial heaven palace. As if he understood the curiosity in Fai Long's eyes, Ye Bufan told him about the fraud scheme between Wangji Red Soul Lion and Tang Yuan. After hearing this, Fai Long glanced at the Imperial Red Soul Lion and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The demon god of the demon race and the divine martial realm of the human race are teaming up to commit fraud. That's really great. What you mean is to kill him? Then Fai Long glanced at Ye Bufan. The Imperial Red Soul Lion's body trembled. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, this is a demon god. It would be a pity to kill him. Fai Long frowned. Then what do you want to do? Convert it. Influence transform it. Not only Fai Long, but also the Imperial Red Soul Lion felt extremely confused. Is this kid sick? Hee. Ye Bufan did not explain. If there was no soul control technique, then Ye Bufan would have no way to deal with the Imperial Red Soul Lion. He would either keep it locked up or kill it directly. But with the soul control technique, it would be completely different. Naturally, he would control its soul and use it for his own purposes. From the moment the Imperial Red Soul Lion was imprisoned, its fate was sealed. But it is a demon god after all. Ye Bufan had no way to deal with it before, but now it is different with Fai Long here. It is a piece of cake for the demon saint to suppress the demon god. In fact, Ye Bufan had already forgotten about the Imperial Red Soul Lion. If he had not asked the Netherworld Blood Phoenix to send the demon god to guard the Seven Killings base, he really would not have remembered it. Uncle Long, please suppress it. Ye Bufan looked at Fai Long and said. Then what? Fai Long couldn't help but ask. You'll know in a moment. Ye Bufan smiled mysteriously. Fai Long didn't ask any more questions. To suppress a monster beast, a monster saint like it, who possesses the blood of a divine dragon, does not need to take any action. Just relying on its aura and bloodline is enough. Ye Bufan no longer hesitated, he just squatted down and started to control the soul of the Imperial Red Soul Lion. It is beautifully called persuasion. With the suppression of the demon Saint Phylong, the Imperial Red Soul Lion did not dare to resist at all. Ye Bufan easily used the secret method to control its soul, which was even easier than controlling the soul of the Netherworld Evil Dragon in a seriously injured state before. This is a demon god. Ye Bufan felt excited just thinking about it. At the beginning, he and Tang Yuan agreed that the deadline was 1 year, and that the Royal Red Soul Lion and Tang Yuan would be released after 1 year. Now that the Royal Red Soul Lion was controlled by him, it was impossible for it to leave. If the Wangji Red Army Lion doesn't leave, can Tang Yuan leave? These are definitely two demon gods. Now the strength of the 7 Kills Station is absolutely the best on the battlefield, no doubt about it. Owner. Although still under the suppression of the Flying Dragon, after controlling the soul, the Imperial Red Soul Lion still made its own voice heard. Owner. Phylong was slightly stunned. Uncle Long, please put away your pressure. Ye Bufan said. This. Phylong was stunned and hesitated slightly, but he still put away his pressure and released the Imperial Red Soul Lion. With him around, the Imperial Red Soul Lion had no chance to attack at all. However, the result was completely beyond his expectations. Not only did the Imperial Red Soul Lion not take action, but it was actually as obedient as a dog, shaking its head and coming to Ye Bufan's side. The Flying Dragon was instantly in disarray. You are a demon god, not a dog. Immediately, he looked at Ye Bufan and asked in shock, how did you do it? Convert him. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Phylong's mouth twitched. Lianluan, I will persuade your uncle. Ye Bufan put away his smile and said seriously, in fact, I have a secret technique called soul control. Anyone whose soul I control, no matter who they are or how strong they are, will be absolutely loyal to me and will never betray me. Soul control technique. Phylong's heart trembled violently, and he said in a deep voice, you can't use this secret technique on Hyor. Directly control the soul. This secret technique is simply terrifying to Phylong. Not only him, I believe this is true for everyone. After all, with this secret technique, once defeated, even the Saint Realm strongman can hardly escape the fate of surrender. Don't worry, don't worry. I have never thought of controlling Hyor's soul. Ye Bufan gave Phylong a reassuring look. The number of places is limited, and I will not control the soul of a little sparrow who only knows how to eat, let alone a money-losing one. Call. Phylong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, there was a strange look in his eyes when he looked at Ye Bufan. First it was a semi-artifact, and then it was such a terrifying secret technique. Phylong didn't know what to say. This nephew, really. Uncle Long, my nephew needs your help with something else. Without waiting for Phylong to think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. Phylong came back to his senses. What's the matter? There is a bronze coffin in here. Ye Bufan pointed inside the coffin chamber. Bronze coffin. Phylong was slightly stunned. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, this bronze coffin was already inside when I got the Heaven Burial Palace. Unfortunately, no one can get close to it, not even the Heaven Burial Palace spirit. So, until now, I still don't know what is inside the bronze coffin. Uncle Long is a Saint Realm expert. I would like to ask Uncle Long to give it a try and see if he can find out the truth. Hearing this, Phylong's heart sank suddenly, and he looked horrified. Even weapon spirits can't get close. The spirit of the weapon controls everything. How could there be something inside a semi-artifact that the spirit of the weapon cannot detect? That's right. Ye Bufan responded. I'll try. Phylong said this and walked straight into the coffin room, and Ye Bufan followed closely behind him. Looking ahead, the bronze coffin is still placed in the deepest part of the coffin chamber. It seems very close, yet very far away. Phylong dodged and approached to within 30 meters of the bronze coffin. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of oppression, forcing him to slow down and move forward step by step with difficulty. Ye Bufan looked solemn. He originally thought that with Phylong's strength, he could easily get close to the bronze coffin, but he didn't expect. Ye Bufan immediately reminded, Uncle Long, if it doesn't work, don't force it. Phylong did not respond and continued to move forward. Although his speed was very slow, the distance between him and the bronze coffin was getting closer and closer. 26 meters, 23 meters, 21 meters. When Phylong was only 20 meters away from the bronze coffin, a trace of cold sweat slid down his forehead, and Phylong felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. It's so difficult. But he still continued to move forward. 18 meters, 17 meters. 15 meters, Phi Long's legs couldn't stop shaking. Uncle Long, give up. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but shout. It is obvious that even with the strength of the flying dragon Holy Realm, it is still impossible to get close to this bronze coffin. Ye Bufan was shocked and even more horrified. Phi Long ignored it. 13 meters, the limit. Boom. Suddenly, the whole coffin room trembled violently. In Ye Bufan's sight, puff, Phi Long spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body fell backwards like a kite with a broken string. Ye Bufan was stunned and dumbfounded. Bang! With a loud bang, the flying dragon's body hit the wall far away from the bronze coffin. Puff! Then, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Uncle Long! Ye Bufan came back to his senses, exclaimed, and rushed towards the flying dragon. Bang! Phi Long's body slid down the wall and fell to the ground. The body was shaking and the face was pale. He stared at the bronze coffin in the distance with horrified eyes and said in shock, "There is someone in the coffin, alive." Chapter 478 Qian Longyuan, I want to see my brother. Uncle Long. Ye Bufan came in front of Phi Long in a flash, looking nervous and worried. He never expected that the bronze coffin was so terrifying that it could knock Phi Long, a powerful saint, away and even injure him. I'm fine. Phi Long waved his hand, stood up, and stared at the bronze coffin in the distance with fearful eyes. He then looked at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice, "Boy, where did you get this coffin? No, this heaven burial palace." Ye Bufan was stunned. It is about 3,000 meters underground in this fortress. It is an underground palace. 3,000 meters underground. Underground palace, Phi Long was shocked. Yes, Ye Bufan responded, without hiding anything from Phi Long. Then he asked, "Uncle Long, what happened just now? And you said there was someone in the coffin." "I'm not sure." Phi Long frowned, more serious than ever before. "In short, the reason why this bronze coffin cannot be approached is because there is something inside. The aura or pressure emitted by that thing is too strong, making it impossible for people to get close. 15 meters is my limit. Just now I wanted to find out what was going on, so I released my spiritual sense directly. But I don't want to." Phi Long paused, a trace of fear and even fear flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Somehow, I seem to sense the anger in the bronze coffin. It was a kind of deterrence that could not be violated. You also saw the scene afterwards." Phi Long was, after all, a powerful saint, but the bronze coffin in front of him overturned all his cognition. Hearing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a look at the bronze coffin with a look of horror. Phi Long hesitated for a moment and said, "Boy, no matter what is in here, it is too weird. It is simply beyond our comprehension. I advise you put it back to where it was originally placed." "Put it back?" Ye Bufan was stunned. "That's right." Phi Long responded with a serious look. "This thing may bring you great disaster, of course, it may also be an unprecedented opportunity. But if it is a great disaster, you will definitely die." Ye Bufan's heart trembled. Slight hesitation. Seeing Ye Bufan's hesitation, Phi Long shook his head. He also knew that the Burial Heaven Palace was a semi-artifact after all, and he believed that no one would give it up easily. However, there were some things he had to say. "If I get it, I'm lucky, if I lose it, it's my fate. Some things can't be forced, so think about it yourself." "All right." Without waiting for Ye Bufan to make a decision, Phi Long patted Ye Bufan on the shoulder again. "You don't have to make a decision right away. At least for now, this bronze coffin is not a threat. Let's go, it's time to go out, they are still waiting outside." Ye Bufan nodded. Afterwards, the two of them walked out of the Burial Heaven Palace. As for the Imperial Red Soul Lion, it was naturally left in the Burial Heaven Palace by Ye Bufan. Seeing Phi Long again, Nether Blood Phoenix immediately came forward, but was stunned. "So long, you. Let's go, it's time to go back." Phi Long ignored him and left a word. He then took off into the air and rushed towards the Wangyao Mountains. His speed was so fast that he disappeared from Ye Bufan's sight in the blink of an eye. The Netherworld Blood Phoenix was stunned again. "Huer, listen to your uncle from now on, okay?" Then she looked at little Huer who had landed on Ye Bufan's shoulder and said. "Well, Huer is very obedient." Xiao Huor swallowed a Jing Yuan Dan. As Huer finished speaking, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix did not stop, but immediately turned into a red light and chased after the flying dragon. Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Swoosh! The The flying dragon and the netherworld blood phoenix were extremely fast and arrived at the outskirts of the Wangyao Mountains in an instant. "So long, are you hurt?" Looking at the flying dragon, the netherworld blood phoenix was shocked and worried. Puff. Phylong did not answer, but a mouthful of blood spurted out. Call out. The next second, he fell directly from midair. Color dragon. The netherworld blood phoenix was shocked. Call out. She flashed. Bang. The flying dragon that transformed into a human body in midair immediately landed on the back of the netherworld blood phoenix. Phylong, you. Nether blood phoenix was horrified. What did that kid do to you to hurt you like this? It has nothing to do with him. It's just a minor injury. He will be fine after resting for a while. Phylong said very weakly. Netherworld blood phoenix didn't believe it at all. She was extremely concerned and said in a trembling voice, "This is just a minor injury. You clearly have a soul. If I said it's okay, then it's okay. Take me back to the Wangyao mountain range." Phylong said in a deep voice, interrupting the netherworld blood phoenix. No. Nether blood phoenix immediately refused, and her words were extremely harsh. "You are so injured, if you go back to the mountains at this time, they will take the opportunity to kill you. It's not that easy to kill me." Phylong's weak voice was full of confidence. "My sister-in-law left me the 3 great holy soldiers when she left, just to protect me. Even if I only have 1 breath left, they won't be able to take advantage of me. What's more, I am only injured in the soul now. They don't dare to fight me. Besides, don't we still have you, Funger?" Phylong smiled slightly. "You." The netherworld blood phoenix was furious. "Okay, let's go." Phylong chuckled. Seeing this, the netherworld blood phoenix said nothing more and took the flying dragon directly into the Wangyao Mountains. The 7 killing station. Ye Bufan didn't know what Phylong cared about. He just felt that Phylong was weird and left in too haste. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, Phylong and Nether Blood Phoenix had just left, and Leng Feng and others came directly to meet them. "Commander, are you okay?" Looking at Ye Bufan, Leng Feng said solemnly. "The same goes for others. The Qixia garrison had just defeated the demon tribe's army of tens of millions, and the whole city was celebrating. But less than 2 hours after the battle, a dragon and a phoenix from the demon tribe appeared in the sky above the fortress, and they were both powerful saints. They thought that the dragon and the phoenix were coming for revenge, but fortunately the other party did not attack. Even so, everyone was frightened. Fine. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. What could be the matter? Not only was everything fine, but this time we actually had a great harvest. Not to mention the 5 demon emperors, the royal red soul lion has also been controlled. This is a demon god. It can be said that from now on, the 7 killing station will be impregnable. If classified according to the Martial Academy families, the 7 killing army is now comparable to a 3rd class, second-rate family in the Martial Academy. In one word, strong. Let's go back to the base. Then, Ye Bufan said with a smile again. Yes. Leng Feng responded, then glanced at the little fire on Ye Bufan's shoulder, and asked in confusion, "Commander, what is this?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How could I forget about this? At present, Xiaohuor is definitely a money-losing product and the biggest failure this time. What a mistake. Wangyao Mountain Range, Flying Dragon Cave. At this moment, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix had brought the flying dragon back to the dragon's cave. The flying dragon transformed into its original form, and the huge dragon hovered on piles of gold coins. He was breathing faintly and looked extremely weak, completely lacking his former charm. The whereabouts of the Netherworld Blood Phoenix are unknown. Suddenly, the flying dragon opened his mouth and a mother and child true essence stone came out of his mouth. Call out. The next second, a colorful light flashed, and the flying dragon directly communicated with the mother and child true essence stones. Linglong Chamber of Commerce Headquarters. At this moment, in the Golden Palace, Qian Rumeng sat on Qian Duoduo's golden dragon throne. In front of her, Qian Duoduo rubbed his hands, nodded and smiled. "Girl, look, your birthday was yesterday, and now you are an adult. When are we going to get married?" Qian Rumeng simply rolled her eyes. "Girl, don't say that daddy didn't warn you. That boy has a lot of women around him. Let's not talk about other things, let's just talk about Langning Shang. That girl is smart. Look, nothing has happened yet, and she's even pregnant." Qian Duoduo said this earnestly. "Of course, there's no rush for our kids, but let's at least get the wedding done, right?" Daddy tells you, Yi Tianxiang is a stubborn bastard. If you marry that little bastard, he will recognize you. No matter how many women that guy has, you're the boss in the Yi family. Haven't you already agreed to this marriage? In this case, we have to get married sooner or later, so why don't we get married earlier? Otherwise, if others get there first, we will suffer a lot. Quote. Daddy is telling you, your future mother-in-law, Lin Loyan, is a wealthy local tycoon. The betrothal gift she prepared for that little bastard. Bang. As if realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, Qian Duoduo immediately covered his mouth. Qian Rumeng's mouth twitched suddenly. Girl. Qian Duoduo wanted to say something, but his body suddenly trembled, his brows furrowed, and he took out a golden mother-child true essence stone, and immediately became furious. Damn it, you bastard dragon still has the nerve to come to Master Qian. Is it Uncle Filong? Qian Rumeng was overjoyed. She stood up, snatched the mother and child true essence stones from Qian Duoduo's hand, and activated them directly. Call out. A colorful light flashed, and the image of a flying dragon appeared. Uncle Filong. Damn dragon, do you know you are wrong? Let me tell you, if you want to apologize to Master Qian, then give Master Qian 20 kilograms, no, 100 kilograms of dragon blood, 300 pieces of dragon scales, and 1 dragon tendon. Otherwise, humph, don't even think about Master Qian forgiving you. Almost instantly, Qian Rumeng and Qian Duoduo's voices rang out at the same time. However, after just a moment, both of them were stunned. Are you hurt? Qian Duoduo's face darkened and he said seriously. Filong did not answer, but said in a weak and solemn voice, Qian Longyuan, I want to see my brother, now, immediately, right away. Qian Duoduo's heart sank. Chapter 479 Master, I want to make a contribution. Time is like water. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the demon army attacked the human fortress. This time, the demon army attacked suddenly and with great force. The human side was unprepared and was caught off guard, suffering heavy losses. Of course, the loss will not be too great. After all, the 81st War Department has been guarding the human border for a long time, has deep roots, and has extraordinary strength and foundation. Furthermore, the demon race only wanted revenge and to vent their hatred, and had no intention of fighting the human race to the death. After all, the wild beasts were watching them covetously. Previously, Ye Bufan had visited several fortresses in order to capture the Demon Emperor, but because the Demon Emperor was no longer in charge, the Demon clan was defeated and suffered heavy losses. Especially the Qi Sha Station. Led by the Demon Emperor, there were 40 demon kings and an army of tens of millions, but at most less than 1 million demon beasts escaped into the Wangyao Mountains. For the Demon clan, this was a bloody shame. For this reason, the Demon clan's hatred towards Ye Bufan and the 7 Kills Station soared rapidly. Of course, Ye Bufan didn't care. When the enemy comes, we will fight them, when the water comes, we will block it with earth. Now with 2 great masters of the divine martial realm and a group of demon emperors in charge, Ye Bufan is full of confidence. After the battle 3 days ago, Ye Bufan returned to the Qisha base. After spending 3 peaceful days in the underground palace with Qin Yao and Langning Shang, he started to get busy again. In fact, Ye Bufan didn't have much to do, just a few things, one of which was the test from the War Department. The position of Commander-in-Chief, defeating 10 commanders of the War Department, ranked first on the Martial Academy ranking list, and recognized by Filong. Now Ye Bufan has only completed Filong's recognition, and there are 3 more items to be completed. Ye Bufan thought it was not difficult to defeat 10 commanders, and the same was true for the Martial Academy ranking. As long as one was strong enough, it would not be difficult to accomplish these 2 tasks. The key is the Commander-in-Chief's rank. Ye Bufan's combat soul ring shows 138,542 2,509,863. There are only more than 100,000 available merits, but the accumulated merits have reached 2.5 million. Normally, these merits are enough for Ye Bufan to be ranked as a general. But what about now? Blue Soul Ring, 5-star warrior. Just as Ye Bufan had thought before, with 2.5 million merit points, he would be promoted to a 5-star general when he reached the general level. In other words, if he wanted to be promoted to a general, he must reach the 5 million merit points of a normal commander. As for the Commander-in-Chief, I'm afraid it's impossible to have less than 10 million merits. Now there is a shortfall of 2.5 million, which is a full 5.5 million. If Ye Bufan were to kill on his own, he would probably be exhausted and would have to rely on acquisitions. However, because Ye Bufan was often not in the fortress before, Lang Feng decided to stop purchasing monsters. After all, these monsters were seriously injured and would surely die after a long time. Lang Feng did not want to cause too much loss to Ye Bufan. How could he know that Ye Bufan's essence pills were refined from the corpses of monsters, so even if all the monsters he purchased died, Ye Bufan would not suffer too much loss. Therefore, Ye Bufan has asked Lang Feng to start a new round of monster acquisition plan. This is a test from the War Department. In addition to this, Ye Bufan had a few other things. First, strength. If you want to gain a foothold in the Shenwu continent, your own strength is essential, and the battle test also requires strength. There are only 3 ways to improve your strength: cultivation, martial arts, and equipment. Ye Bufan now masters a total of 10 martial arts. Divine level, madness, divine martial power, spiritual armor, 9 steps of soaring dragon, 7 rhymes of heaven. Heavenly stage, heaven killing sword, Hunyuan sword and shield, storm of arrows, phoenix crying in the sky. Earth level, the sword energy is overwhelming. All 10 martial arts were perfected, and the next step was perfection. However, perfection required 1,000,000 merits for each martial art, and Ye Bufan did not have that many merits to practice at the moment. Therefore, martial arts are not considered. Then comes the equipment. Qian Duoduo had previously provided various ground soldiers, but now if Ye Bufan wanted to upgrade his equipment, he could only exchange for heavenly soldiers or holy soldiers. Although he had commissioned Linglong Chamber of Commerce to purchase them, there was still no news, so he could only wait. Therefore, equipment is not taken into consideration either. All that is left is cultivation. Now Ye Bufan has 1 star of divine essence, and his Tianyan Gai Ju is unique in his practice. Moreover, he defeated the demon clan this time and harvested as many as 9 million demon beast corpses. Therefore, he plans to devote all his energy to refining these demon beasts in the next period of time. Practice and make elixirs at the same time. The most important thing is that this slow accumulation, waiting until the moment of need to break through, makes Ye Bufan's foundation extremely solid. Second, Ning Chushui. Ye Bufan will never forget this big worry in his mind. She is like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark. He will not be happy or at peace unless he gets rid of her. However, Ning Chushui has already left the Ning family, and her own strength is not weak. Trying to find her in the vast Shenwu continent is as difficult as looking for a needle in a haystack. I can only wait for her to come to me. Third, the strength of the 7 killing army. Ye Bufan doesn't need to worry about this. As long as there are enough essence pills, it will be difficult for the 7 killing army to not become strong. Fourth, Qin Yao's test. Talent, military rank, and killing a demon emperor. Except for the military rank, Ye Bufan barely passed the other 2 points. However, because of this last rank of general, Qin Yao would never let Ye Bufan break through the last step, which made Ye Bufan very helpless. Fifth, the soul-eating poison. Now the old man and Lang Ningshang are both poisoned by the soul-eating poison. However, Qin Shin is unconscious and Ye Bufan can do nothing because he doesn't know how to detoxify. So, we can only wait. Apart from that, everything else is just trivial stuff. The 7 killers' base is in the main hall. At this moment, Ye Bufan was sitting on the golden dragon throne deep in the hall. He frowned and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King and the Blue Wolf Demon King in front of him, and said, "What do you 2 want from me?" The 2 Wolf Kings, especially the Snow Wolf Demon King, were the first demons that Ye Bufan controlled. Although they had improved a lot due to the essence pills, and were only 1 step away from becoming a Demon King, their strength was much worse than that of a Demon King, and their role was minimal, so Ye Bufan used them less and less. Of course, this was not because they were improving too slowly, but because Ye Bufan was developing too fast. Just this time, Ye Bufan had 4 demon emperors and a demon god under his command. As for another demon emperor, because there were not enough places, Ye Bufan did not control his soul for the time being, but it was only a matter of time. Today, the Snow Wolf Demon King suddenly came to him, which made Ye Bufan very curious. "Master, I want to make a contribution." After taking a look at Ye Bufan, the Snow Wolf Demon King spoke. "Master, I also want to make a contribution." Immediately afterwards, the Green Wolf Demon King also echoed. "Achieve merit." Ye Bufan was slightly stunned, glanced at the two wolf kings, and said with a smile, "It's a good thing to want to make a contribution, but this is not something that can be done just by talking. What kind of merit do you want to achieve? What kind of merit can you achieve?" Ye Bufan still liked the Snow Wolf Demon King very much, just because this guy was despicable and treacherous enough. It was not difficult to see it when you think about Tianyao Tanlang, who was almost driven crazy by him before. This stuff is absolutely top-notch. Unfortunately, the strength is too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan picked up the teacup, looked at the two wolf kings and took a sip. "Master, I want to go to the Wangyao Mountains to organize an army of monsters for you," the Snow Wolf Monster King said without hesitation. "I'll assist," the Green Wolf Demon King also echoed. Without pressure, there is no motivation. The previous edition of the Netherworld Evil Dragon had already made the Wolf King feel a sense of crisis. This time, there were 4 demon emperors and a demon god added. The Snow Wolf Demon King immediately realized that he should do something. Otherwise, he didn't dare to imagine what was waiting for him, so he brought the Green Wolf Demon King with him and went to find Ye Bufan. "The pressure is too great, so I can only make achievements." Puff. As soon as the two wolf kings finished speaking, Ye Bufan spurted out the tea he had just taken. He looked at the two wolf kings in shock and asked in a surprised voice, "What did you say?" "I'm going to Wangyao Mountain Range to help my people build an army of monsters," the Snow Wolf Monster King repeated to Ye Bufan with a firm look in his eyes. "I'll assist," the Green Wolf Demon King responded. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Bang! Then, he slammed the teacup in his hand onto the table and stood up suddenly. The two wolf kings were startled. Swoosh! They immediately took 3 steps back, looking panicked. "Master, Master!" Ye Bufan ignored him and shouted, "Fuck, why didn't I think of this?" Chapter 480 Talent or Trouble. The human race and the demon race will fight to the death. When members of 2 tribes meet, there will inevitably be bloodshed, but this is only the majority, not the absolute majority. There are humans who secretly surrender to the demons, and there are also demons who befriend the humans. There are exceptions to everything. Think about Qin Yao's purple Mars lion, think about the flying dragon, and then think about those human battle pets. Throughout history, when humans encounter demons or wild beasts, they will always do their best to kill them. But, why not take them and use them for your own benefit? Think about the scene 3 days ago when the Snow Wolf Demon King provoked Tianyao Tanlang and surrendered the demon army. This despicable and treacherous guy is definitely a military talent. Form a demon army. It may not be impossible. Tell me what you think. Immediately, Ye Bufan sat back on the golden dragon throne and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King with narrowed eyes. "Yes," the Snow Wolf Demon King responded with great joy, "Master, this is what I think. Qingzi and I are only 1 step away from becoming the Demon King. We can completely control all the demons below the Demon King. So, let's go into the Demon Mountain Range first, kill a Demon King, and occupy his territory. Anyway, the mountain range is so huge, and there are so many Demon Kings. No one will notice if we kill all of them. After we take over the Demon King's territory, we can take over the demon beasts under his command. Moreover, as our strength continues to increase, our territory will become larger and larger, and we will control more and more demons. When the time comes, if any human offends you, Master, and it is inconvenient for you to take action, you can just hand it over to us. We will be a sword in your hand. Draw your sword and kill all enemies that stand in your way." Of course, the demons will definitely not obey the Master, but it doesn't matter. We can't let them know that we are working for the Master. Doesn't the Master have a heaven burial palace? For example, if one day the Master wants to destroy a family or a city, then we just need to find a place. The Master will put the heaven burial palace there, and then I will lead the demon army into the place, and the Master will bring the heaven burial palace to the vicinity of this family or city, and then whoever you want to do it to them. Whoever you want to kill them. The human race believes that it was done by the demon race. The demon race believes that killing humans is natural and unlawful, and no one will know about it. No one will ever know that the Master did it. Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Damn, this guy, do you have to be so wretched? Do you have to be so treacherous? Do you have to be so evil? Talented people, go on. The Snow Wolf Demon King showed a look of delight and said without hesitation, "Of course, this is only one aspect. In addition, I can also claim to have discovered ancient relics and secretly trick those demon emperors, or even demon gods, out of the demon mountain range and take them to a place where no one is. The demon emperor and the demon god are more greedy than each other, so they will definitely not reveal the ruins, let alone tell other demons. They will definitely go alone. Then the master can take the opportunity to ambush, surround, capture and bring them alive. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, damn it, the demon clan is so unlucky to have you. Do you have to be so mean? But I like it. The Snow Wolf Demon King had no intention of stopping. Besides that, I can also lead the demon army to secretly fight the wild beasts. After all, I will be making contributions to the demon tribe. The demon saints will definitely not say anything, and there will even be rewards. In addition, when the time is right, I can also sneak attack the babies of the divine beasts and holy beasts and kill them, thereby angering the divine beasts and holy beasts among the wild beasts. Even if the demons and wild beasts can't fight to the death, they will definitely fight fiercely. One thing goes up, the other goes down. Hey. Ye Bufan was stunned by what he heard and dumbfounded by what he saw. Snow Wolf Demon King. This person is not a talent at all, he is simply a disaster. Ye Bufan could easily imagine what kind of scene and picture would appear if the Snow Wolf Demon King entered the Wangyao Mountains again. This guy will definitely turn the demon clan upside down. As for his own safety, based on Ye Bufan's understanding of him, and his almost shameless way of leading troops during the first encounter in the northern mountains, this guy would definitely not put himself in danger. Of course, these are not the key points. The key point is the first point mentioned by the Snow Wolf Demon King. Organize a demon army and use it for my own purposes. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Being a human, there are always times when you feel helpless. Just as the Wolf King said, there are always times when it is inconvenient to take action. But what if you have an army of demons at your disposal? If you don't agree, then do it. If you piss me off, I will throw the demon army at your doorstep and kill you all. It's the demons and enemies who die anyway, so I won't feel sorry. Absolutely, wonderfully, praiseworthy. Looking at the Snow Wolf Demon King, Ye Bufan liked him more and more, and he liked him more and more. Not bad, I like this suggestion very much, I agree, and I will also reward you handsomely. Thank you, Master. The Snow Wolf Demon King was overjoyed. A big reward, what is it? Essence pill. But, suddenly, Ye Bufan frowned again, glanced at the Green Wolf Demon King and said, are you sure you want to take him with you? Ye Bufan knew clearly that if the Snow Wolf Demon King was a godlike teammate, then the Blue Wolf Demon King was a jerk who was a bad teammate. Ye Bufan absolutely agreed and was at ease with the Snow Wolf Demon King carrying out this mission, but if the Green Wolf Demon King was brought along, wouldn't he be afraid of being sold out? Sure. The way of the Snow Wolf Demon King. The Blue Wolf Demon King immediately echoed, Master, the Snow Wolf asked me to tell you that I am no longer the same as I was before. In an instant, Ye Bufan and the Snow Wolf Demon King couldn't help but twitch their lips. Qinglang, you are very honest. This teammate sold. Ye Bufan was helpless and looked at the Snow Wolf Demon King. Now, are you sure you still want to take him with you? Sure. Then take it with you. Since the Snow Wolf Demon King did this, he must have his reasons. Ye Bufan did not ask any more questions, but said, however, you two are too weak. Wait a few days, and wait for Tianyao Tanlang to recover from his injuries, and take him with you. Ah! The Snow Wolf Demon King was immediately shocked. Master, this. Don't worry. You will be the leader on this trip to Wangyao Mountains. I will make it listen to you in everything. Ye Bufan glanced at the Snow Wolf Demon King and said with a smile. This guy really offended Tianyao Tanlang that day. But, the Snow Wolf Demon King still hesitated. Seeing this, Ye Bufan chuckled. Are you afraid that it will steal your credit? The Snow Wolf Demon King was suddenly extremely embarrassed. Ye Bufan shook his head and said, how about this, I will have the Imperial Red Soul Lion deliver essence pills directly to you in the future. It's up to you to decide how much to give them. In a word, you have the final say. Chapter 481. The dragon emerges from the abyss, the phoenix sings in the sky, take care. 7 days passed in a flash. Ye Bufan captured a group of demon emperors in order to use them for his own benefit, so their injuries were not too serious. In 7 days, Tianyao Greedy and the other demon emperors had recovered to their peak condition. The heavenly wolf, the iron-armored lion tiger beast, the golden-winged vulture, the 9 nether-earth python, the hellhound, the netherworld dragon. Now, except for the 9 nether-earth python, whose soul was not controlled and was imprisoned in the bronze coffin chamber by Ye Bufan, the souls of the other 5 demon emperors were all controlled. In Ye Bufan's hands, there is a divine and martial venerable Tang Yuan, a demon god Wangji red soul lion, and 5 demon emperors. His strength is extremely strong. The Qisha garrison is as solid as a rock. The saint does not come out and is not afraid of any provocation. On this day, the 3 wolves, Snow Wolf, Blue Wolf, and Greedy Wolf, quietly left the 7 Kills station and entered the Wangyao mountain range, led by the Snow Wolf Demon King. Although the Snow Wolf Demon King had not taken any action yet, Ye Bufan seemed to have seen his future. As soon as you enter Wangyao, wind and clouds will rise. The Snow Wolf Demon King, this traitor, entering the Wangyao mountain range will inevitably stir up trouble and cause unrest among the demon clan. Let's mourn for the demon race. The 7 Killers base is in the main hall. You want to leave too? Looking at Long Xiaobao in the hall, Ye Bufan couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise. Yes, Mr. Yi. Long Xiaobao responded, now I am already at the 6-star Guiyuan realm. As long as I don't encounter Zhou Tian or Shen Wu, I still have the ability to protect myself. So, I want to go out and take a look. Ye Bufan frowned. At the age of 11, he has already reached the 6-star return to origin realm. If you tell others about it, it would scare people to death. In front of Long Xiaobao, the so-called geniuses and monsters in the martial arts academy are probably just scum at best. With the appearance of a child and his monster-like mind, Long Xiaobao definitely has the potential to play the pig and eat the tiger. What about you? Without answering Long Xiaobao, Ye Bufan looked at Ye Fu, Ye Shuang, Ye Wang and others around Long Xiaobao. Are you planning to leave too? There was a moment of silence. Ye Bufan smiled bitterly. In fact, you don't have to do this. You have only been practicing for a short time, so your strength or weakness at the moment is nothing. He knew that Long Xiaobao, Ye Fu and the others, together with the Snow Wolf Demon King Ye Yang, the Imperial Red Soul Lion and the 5 Demon Emperors, had put them under tremendous pressure. Although they had the essence pill, their improvement speed was not slow, but it was obvious that they could no longer keep up with Ye Bufan's pace. Go out only to find your own opportunities and become stronger. This is a good thing. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan spoke again. However, since you have made up your minds, I will not say anything more. When you go out, be careful. But there is one thing you must remember. We don't cause trouble, but we are not afraid of it. If we really encounter trouble and cannot solve it, we will come back and call for help. The sky is falling, but Qisha is holding it up. I don't have anything else, but I still have some courage to kill a saint. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled. Slaughter the saint. Ye Bufan ignored him and said with a smile, okay, why are you all so sad? It's not a life and death separation. Come on, smile for me. Going out for training is a good thing. You should leave with a smile and come back with a smile. Xiaobao, you are still young, so forget it. Ah Fu, Ah Wang, Ah Bao, you are not young anymore. Since you are going out, why don't you go to the capitals of the various empires and see if there is a girl you like? It would be nice to go out and bring back a princess. If you can be more efficient, I wouldn't mind bringing a baby back with you next time. Puff. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ye Shuang and the other girls couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ye Fu and his companions were suddenly extremely embarrassed. Xuanzhi, what are you laughing at? Ye Bufan glared at Ye Shuang and said, don't just sit there. If you meet a Prince Charming, go for him. If not, rob him. Ye Shuang couldn't help but give Ye Bufan a blank look. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased a lot, Ye Bufan laughed and said, look, this is so good now. AFU, take this. There are some essence pills and gold coins in it. Divide them before you leave. You can't go out without money. As he spoke, Ye Bufan directly threw a Sumeru ring to Ye Fu. In 7 days, he refined a lot of essence pills. He gave a portion to the Snow Wolf Demon King, and the rest were all in this Sumeru ring. Ye Fui received the Sumeru precepts. Master. He just opened his mouth but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. Okay, I have explained everything I need to say. You can decide when to leave. Yao Yao darling is still waiting for me to talk about life and ideals, so I won't send you off. Remember, be careful when you go out. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took the 9 steps of Tenglong and left the hall directly. Everyone hesitated slightly and looked at each other. Ye Hua suddenly said, "Young master, you won't be angry, right? Parting is the most painful thing." Long Xiaobao said in a conscientious manner, "Young master, Yi just doesn't want to see this kind of inseparable scene. It seems cool, but it's actually an escape." Everyone was stunned. Yi Shuang grabbed Long Xiaobao's ears, glared at him, and said with a smile, "Xiaobao, you are only 11 years old this year. Don't always pretend to be experienced. People who don't know you would think you are a 1,000-year-old monster. Which girl will dare to want you in the future? Ha ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter. Long Xiaobao was speechless and embarrassed. After a moment, everyone fell silent again, feeling sad. Parting is the most hurtful thing. Okay, since we have decided to leave, let's leave happily and gracefully. Like the young master said, don't make it like a life and death separation. After a while, Yi Fu broke the depressing atmosphere in front of him. Everyone came back to their senses. Yi Wang was the first to speak. "Brother Ah Fu, don't just stand there, quickly distribute the essence pills. When you are away from home, you can be without money, but how can you be without essence pills?" Yi Shu also smiled, looking impatient. "That's right, divide the spoils quickly, after that I will go and snatch back a Prince Charming." Everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Shu, and were speechless for a moment. Divide the spoils. Steal people. Why didn't I realize that Yi Shu had this side before? The Keisha base is outside the fortress. Yi Fu and his group gathered outside the fortress gate. They were all 15 or 16-year-old boys and girls, especially Yi Shuang and the other girls. They were all very pretty and naturally stood out. However, the yuanli fluctuations in the group were not weak, so naturally no one came up to provoke them. At this moment, a group of 12 people, led by Yi Fu, stood facing the fortress, with solemn and dignified expressions. The atmosphere was dead silent. This strange scene attracted strange and surprised looks from everyone around, but Yi Fu and the others didn't care at all. "After this separation, I don't know when we will meet again. Bo, bend down, and say goodbye. Take care, master." After a moment, everyone turned around and looked at each other. Yi Fu asked, "What are your plans next? Where are you going?" "It doesn't matter where we go. I want to be with Sister Xuanzhi anyway." As soon as Yi Fu finished speaking, Long Xiaobao said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. Yi Wang laughed, "I want to go with Xuanzhi too." "Me too. Sister Xuanzhi, let's go together." Seeing this scene, Yi Fu's mouth twitched. Yi Shuang is shy. Ha ha ha. Long Xiaobao laughed. "Let's go. Call out." The next second, he took a step forward, his body quickly swept away, and he was the first to run away, together with Yi Shuang. It was obviously just a joke. "I'm leaving too. Take care, brothers and sisters. See you next time. Yi Long, will definitely beat you all down. Ha 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 ha. Just you. Xiaolonglong, you have no hope in this life. Prince Charming, here I come." People left one by one. In an instant, outside the fortress tower, only Yi Fu and Yi Shuang were left out of the 12 people. Looking at Yi Shuang, Yi Fu smiled and said, "Xuanzhi, where are we going?" Yi Shuang glared at Yi Fu fiercely and said coquettishly, "Who wants to go with you?" The next second, she rushed out. "Xuanzhi, wait for me." Yi Fu didn't stop and chased after him. All 12 people left. "Call out." A figure fell from the air. The white clothes rustled and the long hair danced lightly. It was none other than Ye Bufan. Standing on the city wall, Ye Bufan had a calm expression. He looked up at the figures going away, and the past came flooding back to him like a tide. "After this separation, when will we meet again?" After a while, Ye Bufan spoke slowly. "The dragon emerges from the abyss, the phoenix sings in the sky. From now on, the sky is high for birds to fly, the sea is wide for fish to leap. Take care of yourself." Chapter 482, General's Death, Commander's Secret Order. The breeze is blowing gently, and people are leaving and never coming back. Looking at Long Xiaobao and others who disappeared from his sight, Ye Bufan retracted his gaze, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Long Xiaobao was 11 years old, but he had already reached the 6-star return to origin realm. Yi Fu and the others were also extremely talented and strong. It was not difficult to imagine that when these 12 people entered the human territory, they would surely stir up trouble like the Snow Wolf Demon King. Ye Bufan was curious and looking forward to what would happen to Long Xiaobao and the other 12 people, but he was just curious and looking forward to it and did not think too much about it. Why? After a while, Ye Bufan sighed. We came out of the Ye family together, and now we are all gone. I am really a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, there is still a little fat man. Boom. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a dull and heavy voice suddenly sounded in the core area of the Keisha base, which made Ye Bufan stunned. What's going on? Boom 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 boom. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the voices rang out one after another. Ye Bufan frowned. The next second, he soared into the air and rushed towards the core area of the Seven Killers base, in the direction where the sound came from. Not only Ye Bufan, but everyone else heard it as well. At this moment, in the entire fortress, almost everyone's eyes were drawn to the core area of the Seven Kills by the sudden movement. Filongtai. Call out. Ye Bufan rushed over quickly. However, seeing the scene in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Boom 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 boom. On the Filong stage, two figures kept colliding, one big and one small. You punched me and I kicked you, like a fight between gangsters, with no skills at all. A lot of people gathered around to watch. Without exception, all of them are official members of the Seven Killing Army. The ones fighting on the Filong stage, no, it should be said that they were fighting, were none other than Fat Hao and the fiery demon ape. Punches and kicks, flesh and blood colliding. Brutal and violent. Come on, old ape, try harder. Bang. As soon as Hao Peng finished speaking, he punched the flame demon ape directly. The flame demon ape's body shook, and not wanting to be outdone, it also punched Hao Peng. Bang! There was a loud bang and Fat Hao's body also shook. Da da da. The man and the ape retreated several meters at the same time. Continue. In an instant, they rushed towards each other again. Bang, bang, bang. On the flying dragon stage, Fat Hao and the fiery demon ape were fighting each other violently, punching each other hard, which was shocking to everyone present. Huff huff. After a while, the flame demon ape's breathing became heavier due to fatigue. Looking at Fat Hao again, he seemed as if nothing had happened, full of energy. In fact, he became more courageous as the battle went on. Ye Bufan looked confused and speechless. But he had to admit that the immortal golden body art was indeed powerful. After Hao Peng's advancement to the divine essence in the battle 7 days ago, his body became more and more abnormal. Ye Bufan even suspected that Hao Peng also had a contribution to the departure of Long Xiaobao and others. It's so discouraging. In terms of talent, Hao Peng is far inferior to Long Xiaobao and others. Talk about strength. A few months ago, any one of Long Xiaobao and others could have easily defeated Hao Peng. But what about now? Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the flame demon ape took 3 steps back, but Fat Hao's body flew backwards directly. 10 meters away, he fell to the ground with a bang, and rolled several meters like a ball before finally stopping. Ahem. Fat Hao couldn't help but cough lightly. Then he got up and glared at the fiery demon ape, saying unhappily, "Fuck you, old ape, you are cheating. We agreed that you can't use your full strength." The fiery demon ape grinned. The snow wolf said that all is fair in war. Hao Peng was speechless. Call out. The flame demon ape didn't hesitate at all. It flashed and moved at an extremely fast speed, arriving in front of Hao Peng in an instant. You. Fat Hao was shocked. Bang. The fiery demon ape knocked him to the ground with one palm. Bang, bang, bang. Then there was a burst of punches and kicks. Do you admit defeat or not? No. Fat Hao gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "You are cheating, I won't accept it. Fat Master won't admit defeat, we can only be a draw at best, you can't have the essence pill." Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Fight. Give up. Disobey. Essence pill. Damn, this guy Hao Peng is sure that the flame demon ape will not kill him. It is obvious that he is using the essence pill to trick the flame demon ape into helping him practice the immortal golden body technique. Call out. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Ye Bufan. Leng Feng. Ye Bufan frowned and asked, "What's the matter?" "Commander, people from the War Department are here, and they specifically want to see you." Leng Feng spoke directly without any hesitation. Ye Bufan was stunned. People from the War Department. Yes. Did you say anything? No. Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. Why did the people from the War Department suddenly come to see him? Then he glanced at Leng Feng and asked, "Where are they?" "In the main hall. The Seven Killers base is in the main hall. When Lang Feng brought Ye Bufan to the main hall, there was already a person waiting there. However, the other person was not wearing armor, but a black suit. He was standing in the main hall with his back to Ye Bufan and Lang Feng. The commander is him. Lang Feng pointed at the man in black. Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. The man in front of him seemed to be dressed a little strangely. At this time, the man in black seemed to have noticed the arrival of Ye Bufan and the others, or heard Lang Feng's voice. He turned around slowly, glanced at Lang Feng, and then looked at Ye Bufan. Tianwang Camp, Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was stunned. That's right. Then he responded and asked, "Who are you?" "You, get out." The man in black ignored Ye Bufan and looked at Lang Feng, speaking in an almost commanding tone. Lang Feng was stunned. Ye Bufan frowned again. He doesn't like this person. Then he said, "Lang Feng, just stay here. You don't need to go anywhere. The Seven Killers base is not subject to the decisions of outsiders. If you are polite, I will be polite. If you insist on acting superior, I'm sorry, but this is the Seven Kills base, the territory of the Seven Kills army." "Yes." Lang Feng responded and stepped aside. He also didn't like the attitude of the man in black. "You." Seeing this scene, the man in black looked at Ye Bufan, anxious and angry. Ye Bufan ignored him, walked around the man in black, walked up to the main hall, sat on the golden dragon throne, glanced at the man in black, and said slowly, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Ye Bufan's attitude also angered the man in black. He immediately said in a deep voice, "Ye Bufan, this is confidential. Please let him go." Ye Bufan simply ignored it. "Love to say." The man in black was furious and gritted his teeth. "Are you afraid that I will attack you secretly, so you have to let him stay?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan glanced at the man in black. "Just you, Shen Yuan." Ye Bufan sneered, "If you really want to plot against me, let alone one of you, even if there are 10 or 100 of you, I won't take you seriously. Killing you is like killing a chicken. You." The man in black instantly became furious. Too arrogant. But unexpectedly, he was also arrogant before. Ye Bufan ignored the anger of the man in black and said calmly, "I am too lazy to ask who you are. Just tell me what's the matter." "You." The man in black gnashed his teeth, his eyes red. Ye Bufan's voice suddenly turned cold. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out of here." "Ye Bufan." The man in black shouted angrily. "Call." Then, he took a deep breath, as if suppressing the anger in his heart, and said, "Ye Bufan, I have already said that this is a confidential matter." The man in black had just finished speaking when Ye Bufan suddenly stood up. The man in black was stunned. Ye Bufan said, "I've already said that I'm very busy and don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Lang Feng, show me around." Leaving behind a few words, Ye Bufan walked directly out of the hall. He didn't even look at the man in black when he passed by him. Blatant disregard. The man in black gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Too arrogant, too presumptuous. He is totally arrogant. Please. Lang Feng stood in front of the man in black and raised his right hand. "You." The man in black glared at Lang Feng, then looked at Ye Bufan who was walking out of the hall, took a deep breath, and said, "3 generals of the Tianfeng War Department, Zi Qinhao, Di Shang, and Zhang Chu, were assassinated yesterday and all died. Send a secret order from Commander Su Mo. All those who have achieved the rank of general under the Tianfeng War Department are to head to the Tianfeng fortress as soon as possible. This matter is confidential." When the man in black finished speaking, Ye Bufan stopped in his tracks, startled. Chapter 483 Generals Gather. Tianfeng Combat Unit, Zi Qinhao, Di Shang, Zhang Chu, 3 generals were assassinated and died. Ye Bufan turned around and looked at the man in black with astonishment. The 3 generals were all in the Zhodian realm, and they had at least hundreds of thousands of troops around them. How could they be assassinated? Lang Feng also had a dazed look on his face. Now he finally understood why the man in black said it was a secret and let him out. The death of 3 generals at the same time was no small matter. It was like a big leak, and it might cause chaos in the entire Tianfeng War Department. Thinking of this, Lang Feng couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. Who killed him? Ye Bufan frowned. He was not very familiar with the 3 generals, and only had some interactions with Zi Qinhao. However, this matter was too sudden and too shocking, so Ye Bufan could not help but ask instinctively. "I don't know." The man in black shook his head. Except for the commander-in-chief and the person who found the bodies of the 3 generals, no one knows the details at present. We are just a secret order from the traditional commander, asking you to go to the Tianfeng War Department. Us. Ye Bufan looked at the man in black with a look of surprise in his eyes. Is it possible that I am not the only one who was secretly summoned to Tianfeng Fortress? The man in black said, I've already said it before, anyone who has achieved the level of general must go to Tianfeng Fortress. How do you know that my achievements have reached the level of general? Ye Bufan was stunned. The man in black was in a mess and speechless. Commander Yi, the Soul Ring of the War Department is connected to the Merit Hall. Anyone with more than 1 million merits will have a ranking in the Merit Hall, and you can check it. I see. Ye Bufan groaned in his heart. It seems that I can't show the Soul Ring to others easily in the future. Ye Bufan's merits exceeded 2.5 million, but his Soul Ring was only blue and of 5-star general level. If people were to discover this, the combination of the two would inevitably make people think too much. Since it involves a sacred artifact, Ye Bufan has to be careful. Shall I go to Tianfeng Fortress with you now? Ye Bufan looked at the man in black and asked. Yes. Then let's go. Forehead. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the man in black was stunned. What? Any other questions? Ye Bufan asked, looking at the reaction of the man in black. This. The man in black hesitated slightly. Commander Yi, won't you confirm my identity? You need to. No. The man in black was interrupted by Ye Bufan just as he was about to say something. With someone like you, even if you want to plot against me, I won't take you seriously. The black-clothed man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are people with great skills brave? Ye Bufan ignored him and walked out of the hall, shouting, Evil Dragon. Call out. In an instant, the Netherworld Evil Dragon appeared directly in front of Ye Bufan and hovered above the hall. Now, the Netherworld Evil Dragon, the Fiery Demon Ape, the Iron-backed Grey Bear, and the Purple-eyed Cloud-winged Tiger have all been exposed, so Ye Bufan did not take them back to the Burial Heaven Palace. Like the members of the 7 Killers, they all stayed in the base. However, if you think that Ye Bufan only has that much strength, you are totally wrong. Not to mention the Divine Marshal Venerable Tang Yuan, there is also a demon god and 4 demon emperors in Ye Bufan's Burial Heaven Palace, whose strength is outrageous. If you want to plot against Ye Bufan, you can't do it without 2 Divine Marshal Venerables. But if there are 2 Divine Marshal Venerables, do you need to sneak attack? You can just kill them directly in the 7 Kills station. Looking at the dark evil dragon in front of him, the man in black was slightly distracted. It has long been heard that Ye Bufan has a demon emperor and 3 demon kings in his hands, but the man in black does not believe it at all, and even most people who have never seen it do not believe it. But now, the facts are in front of him, and the man cannot help but believe it. Let's go. Looking back at the dazed man in black, Ye Bufan said. The man in black came back to his senses. Oh. He responded several times and ran towards Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan flew into the air and landed directly on the back of the Nether Dragon. He looked at the man in black and said, Come up. This. The man in black hesitated slightly. He was already a little confused and at a loss. No matter what, the Netherworld Evil Dragon was also a powerful demon emperor. Now he was being used as a mount. Do you want to go up too? It won't just kill itself, right? What are you standing there for? Come up. Seeing the hesitant look on the man in black, Ye Bufan shouted sternly. Oh. The man in black responded instinctively, then flew into the air and landed on the back of the Netherworld Dragon. He felt a little panic in his heart. Now he finally realized that the young general in front of him was not someone he could afford to offend. Thinking of his previous recklessness, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Leng Feng, you must not mention this matter to anyone, understand? Ye Bufan ignored the black-clothed man's thoughts and looked at Leng Feng. Clear. Leng Feng responded. Ye Bufan shouted, Evil Dragon, let's go, target, Tianfeng Fortress. Call out. The Netherworld Evil Dragon flew straight into the air at an extremely fast speed, scaring the man in black so much that he almost fell off his back. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. From now on, don't be so arrogant when you come to the Keisha base. Tianfeng Fortress. As the central fortress of the Tianfeng War Department, Tianfeng Fortress is commanded by Commander Sumo. It has a garrison of up to 500,000 troops all year round. Its combat power is definitely the strongest among the 4 fortresses. Today's Tianfeng fortress was the same as usual, but it was also a little different from usual. It was because the 5-star generals under the command of the 3 generals came to Tianfeng fortress one after another, which made the soldiers of the War Department feel a little strange. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. However, they had no idea what exactly happened, and it was not their place to ask. Outside the fortress, in the distant sky, a huge monster suddenly rushed towards them at a high speed, which immediately attracted the attention of the fortress garrison. It's a monster. The Netherworld Evil Dragon, the powerful demon emperor. Hurry, hurry, prepare for battle. Hey, there seems to be someone up there. On the city wall, voices rose one after another in an instant, and all the garrison troops were stunned. Call out. Before they could think about it, the Nether Dragon had already arrived above the fortress. Seeing the fortress garrison below on the verge of a fight, the man in black shouted, "This is the battle pet of Commander Ye of the Tianwang camp. There is no need to be nervous." Upon hearing this, all the garrison troops were stunned again. Battle pet. Commander Ye of the Tianwang war camp. Why does it look so familiar? The man in black ignored him. He left the back of the Nether Dragon and landed in the fortress. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Commander Ye, I believe the commander and other commanders are already waiting in the meeting hall. Please follow us." Ye Bufan jumped down and landed beside the man in black. He glanced at the Nether Dragon and said, "Wait outside the fortress." "Yes, master." After a sound, the Netherworld Evil Dragon landed directly on the open space outside the fortress. Ye Bufan glanced at the man in black and said, "Let's go. Lead the way. Please." The man in black did not stop. Ye Bufan followed closely. On the city wall, everyone was stunned. I remember now. Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out. Commander Ye of the Tianwang camp, he is Ye Bufan, the young commander of the Flying Dragon Army. Young Marshal Filong. Yes, I remember it now. No wonder it sounded so familiar just now. It turned out to be the 7 Assassins commander. Fuck, what a great guy. I heard that in the battle 7 days ago, the 7 killing army chased the monster tribe all the way to the outskirts of the Wangyao mountain range, and in the end, less than 1 million of the tens of millions of monster tribes escaped. Rumors may not be credible. Bullshit, my cousin is now a free warrior in the 7 kills base. He told me personally that he also participated in the battle 7 days ago. The 7 kills defeated the demon tribe and annihilated 9 million enemies. Our losses were less than 1,000, and the 40 demon emperors who led the team were all killed. Hiss. In an instant, everyone gasped. The whole place was dead silent. Tianfeng Fortress, meeting room. At this moment, on both sides of the long wooden table, warriors in armor sat on both sides. Without exception, all of these people had achieved the level of generals. Unfortunately, there were only 3 generals in a war department, and even 9 5-star warriors. Therefore, although these people had achieved the level of generals, their military rank was only 5-star warriors, or even 4-star warriors. There were not many people in front of him, only 15. However, these mere 15 people represent the peak strength of the entire Tianfeng War Department. 9 5-star generals are all present, and the remaining 6 are 4-star generals whose merits have reached the level of general. 15 people gathered together, the atmosphere was dead silent, dull, even depressing. 3 generals were assassinated and fell. This incident happened so suddenly that they are still a little slow to react, but the anger in their hearts is self-evident. The generals were assassinated, 3 at a time. This is simply a disgrace to the War Department. They want revenge and vent their hatred. But so far, apart from knowing that 3 generals were killed, they knew nothing else, so they could only wait for Commander Sumo. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded outside the meeting room. Commander Yi, I can only take you here, please go in by yourself. The black-clad man's attitude towards Ye Bufan changed 180 degrees. Ye Bufan nodded and walked directly into the meeting room. Inside the hall, all the generals were stunned when they heard this and looked at each other in bewilderment. Commander Yi, who, in the same war department, 5-star, 4-star, and even 3-star generals were all familiar with each other. However, they had never heard of a 4-star, 5-star general with the last name, Yi, not even a 3-star general. In an instant, Ye Bufan appeared in everyone's sight, and everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded. Husband. Chapter 484, Love at First Sight, I will never marry anyone but you. So young. Seeing Ye Bufan appear in their sight, everyone except a few generals under Zi Qinhao were stunned. Husband. The sudden two words made everyone stunned again, and they couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice with surprised eyes. Even Ye Bufan is the same. On the left side of the long table, Han Feier, the 4-star warrior closest to the door, suddenly stood up, walked a few steps to Ye Bufan, took his arm, and said affectionately with sparkling eyes, "Husband, why are you here?" This. For a moment, everyone in the hall was stunned, and their faces were horrified when they saw Han Feier's actions. Han Feier, 27 years old, a 4-star general, one of the 3 most beautiful women in the Tianfeng combat department, and single. But how come a husband suddenly appeared now? And she is so young. She looks a few years younger than Han Feier. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded, confused, and some were angry. There were 15 warriors, excluding Han Feier, and 14 others, including 3 women and 11 men. Among the 11 male warriors, at least half were Han Feier's suitors. At this moment, Han Feier suddenly had a young husband. How could they accept it and not be angry? Husband. Ye Bufan was also confused by Han Feier's sudden action. He widened his eyes, looking incredible, but asked carefully, "Well, beauty, are you sure you are not mistaken? Do we know each other? And have an engagement?" It's no wonder Ye Bufan asked this question. This is not the first time such a situation has happened. Qian Rumeng is the best example. It was entirely possible that I didn't know that my cheat father had arranged a marriage for me. Otherwise, how could a girl, a beautiful one at that, call me husband in front of so many people? It's impossible to even think about it. Forehead. However, Ye Bufan's answer stunned everyone except Han Feier. They recalled Ye Bufan's words in their minds. Beauty, are you sure? We know each other. Were we engaged? Don't you know Feier? What's going on? In an instant, everyone's strange eyes fell on Han Feier again. Han Feier smiled sweetly and said, "My husband doesn't remember. On July 7th, we met at the Sky Fortress, Feilongtai." July 7th, Feilongtai. Ye Bufan groaned and tried to recall. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked at Han Feier and said, "You are the beautiful host, called. Han Feier. Han Feier smiled. Yes. Ye Bufan responded repeatedly, and then changed the subject, "We are engaged." No. Han Feier shook her head slightly. No. Ye Bufan was stunned. The same goes for everyone else. We are not engaged and you are not familiar with each other, so why are you shouting? And you? Ye Bufan looked at Han Feier with a look of surprise. Han Feier smiled sweetly and said charmingly, "Is it not okay for me to be devoted to my husband?" Love at first sight. Ye Bufan was stunned again. Yes. Han Feier smiled in response. She still held Ye Bufan's arm, with an infatuated and worshipful look on her face. On July 7th, Feilongtai, my husband challenged Shenwu and angrily killed dozens of demon kings. It was so majestic and domineering. Feier still can't forget it. This is the man in Feier's mind. In this life, Feier will not marry anyone other than you. Suddenly, Han Feier looked at Ye Bufan expectantly, blinked, and said charmingly, "Husband, will you marry Feier?" Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Love at first sight. I will not marry anyone but Han Feier, one of the 3 great beauties in the Tianfeng War Department. Happiness came so suddenly that Ye Bufan was a little overwhelmed for a moment. He couldn't help but take a look at Han Feier. Being one of the 3 great beauties in the Tianfeng War Department, on par with Qin Yao, Han Feier's appearance was beyond doubt. In a word, it is extremely beautiful. Look at her figure again. Tisk. Nothing to say, just one word, great. Marry, you must marry. Immediately, Ye Bufan ignored the people around him and said with great determination, "How can I refuse a beautiful woman who loves me?" The next second, Ye Bufan's right hand started to become dishonest. Suddenly, Han Feier's body trembled, and she glared at Ye Bufan fiercely, her cheeks slightly red. Ye Bufan smiled evilly. The man and the woman are in love. Looking at the scene in front of them, the remaining 14 generals opened their eyes wide in shock. They were completely dumbfounded, dazed, and confused, and looked at each other in bewilderment. Han Feier, one of the 3 most beautiful women in the Tianfeng War Department, promised to spend her life with him so easily. Love at first sight, I will marry you. Feier, are you being a little too careless? What should we do if you get married? Swish. In an instant, 5 cold auras fell on Ye Bufan, and Ye Bufan's body trembled uncontrollably. Rival in love. He was slightly stunned. Boy, where are you from? Before Ye Bufan could think about it, a big man stood up, pointed at Ye Bufan and shouted, "Do you know where this place is? Who are the people here? Get out now, immediately, right now." As soon as the big man finished speaking, others began to mock him, saying with disdain, "Fair, you should have picked someone decent. This guy, apart from looking young and a little pale, is completely useless." "That's right, look at him, how is he worthy of you? Boy, you still want to marry Fair, but you don't even take a piss and look at yourself. Are you worthy?" Several warriors launched an attack instantly. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this what they call a beautiful woman causing trouble? I haven't done anything yet, but I've already offended these generals. He couldn't help but glance at Han Fair. Did this girl really fall in love with me at first sight, or did she have other motives? She was doing it on purpose and was using me to attract hatred for me. Ye Bufan couldn't guess. Han Fair stuck out her tongue at him, looking naughty and cute, as if to say, "I'm wrong." Oh shit. Ye Bufan cursed inwardly. When a man dies, the birds fly up to the sky. He will live forever. Today, I am not afraid of these generals. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan took away Han Fire's hand that was around his arm and took a step forward. His steps were neither fast nor slow. Bang! Suddenly, he came to the long table in front of a group of generals, and then clapped his hands. In an instant, a clear and heavy sound resounded throughout the hall. All the generals were stunned by the sudden scene, even Han Fair. After a while, several generals became furious. Boy! Shao Shao Shao, your sister. The man just opened his mouth but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. You what? Ye Bufan glared at the general, pointed at the crowd and said, "You are a bunch of guys who only know how to talk. If anyone is dissatisfied, come out and fight me." "Just you." The big man from before sneered. Ye Bufan glanced at the other party and said in a cold voice, "That's right, it's me, Philongtai, life and death arena, do you dare to fight with me? It determines victory or defeat, as well as life or death. Dare you?" Young man in white. Ye Bufan stood upright, looking domineering. The big man was stunned. Xuanyuan Long and other generals under Zi Qinhao laughed bitterly, while everyone else was shocked. "Waste!" Ye Bufan shouted, coldly, disdainfully, "Warrior, divine Yuan. I have killed many demon emperors, how could I take you seriously? Let me tell you, if I kill you, it will be like killing chickens, you will all be crippled in a minute. Crazy." Screaming. "How dare you comment on me? Are you worthy?" After Ye Bufan's words, the whole audience fell silent. This kid is extremely arrogant. However, although they are angry, they are not reckless. "Who are you?" "Who I am." Ye Bufan sneered. "I will not change my name or surname, the leader of the 7 assassins, Ye Bufan. Young Marshal Philong." Ye Bufan didn't even bother to use his cheap father's name to bluff others. Hearing this, all the generals were stunned and their hearts trembled. Ye Bufan ignored her and didn't even stop. He turned around and walked towards Han Fair. The generals were stunned again, confused. What did he want to do? Han Fair also looked confused. Ye Bufan smiled calmly and took her into his arms. Han Fire's whole body trembled. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "It is natural for a beauty to love a hero, it is only natural for a hero to love a beauty. You and I are a perfect match, who dares to disobey?" After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan kissed Han Fair. Strong and domineering. "No matter whether your feelings are sincere or false, at this moment I know that this is a mutual consent." Chapter 485. Sorry, everyone. At this second, time seemed to stand still and space seemed to freeze. Everyone was stunned and looked at the scene in front of them stupidly, especially Han Fire's admirers and pursuers. They were confused and felt extremely uncomfortable. But they are in love with each other, what can they say? Other than reluctance and regret. Bang, bang, bang. Han Fire's heart was in turmoil, beating rapidly like a deer. She never thought that Ye Bufan would kiss her in front of so many people. She was embarrassed, shy and her face flushed. Slowly, she hugged Ye Bufan's neck, closed her eyes, surrendered, and catered to him. "I forgot time, space, and everything. A kiss that seems to last forever. You little bastard, you haven't stopped yet, have you? You've been flirting with other girls again. How many times has this happened? Do you think you can be worthy of my Rumung girl? Suddenly, an angry voice sounded from outside the hall at a very inopportune time. All the generals were stunned, including Ye Bufan. Bang! Han Feier was in a panic and pushed Ye Bufan away. She took a few steps back like a frightened deer, lowered her head, her face flushed, and she was extremely shy. Unlucky. Ye Bufan glanced at Han Feier, feeling angry, cursed inwardly, and looked in the direction of the voice. At the door, Qian Duoduo and a woman in silver armor walked slowly into the hall. Fatty, why are you everywhere? Staring at Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan couldn't help but yell angrily at the thought that he had ruined his good fortune. Do you think Mr. Qian wants to come? Qian Duoduo also glared at Ye Bufan, and then glanced at Han Feier. Besides, if Master Qian hadn't come, would he have seen you here harming other girls again? Tell me yourself, how many times has this happened? Han Feier lowered her head and her body trembled. None of your business. Ye Bufan cursed angrily, and then he grabbed Han Feier and held her in his arms. He looked at her and smiled slightly. We are in love with each other, and our love is deep. Bullshit. Qian Duoduo shouted angrily, then looked at Han Feier and said earnestly, Little girl, Master Qian is telling you, don't be fooled by this little bastard. He is only 16 years old, but he has many women around him at such a young age, and one of them even got pregnant with his child. Can you be with such a person? It's better to leave him as soon as possible. There's still time. You already have kids. Qian Duoduo's words made everyone's heart tremble, and then they all looked at Ye Bufan. The same is true for Han Feier. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. This fat guy really came here to disgust me. Fortunately, this is Shenwu, not Earth, otherwise, Han Feier would have slapped me in the face and walked away. But even so, Ye Bufan couldn't stand it. As a man, what's wrong with having 3 wives and 4 concubines? I already have a child, which only means that I am capable, what do you care? Everyone's mouth twitched. Qian Duoduo is ashamed. But you, Ye Bufan sneered, you keep telling other girls to stay away from me, but you push your own daughter into my arms. What are you thinking? Everyone was stunned and looked at Qian Duoduo. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. Ye Bufan smiled evilly and said, Don't worry, I will never treat any woman around me unfairly. I will treat them all equally. Tomorrow I will go to the Martial Arts Academy to find Ruman. There will definitely be children. You. Qian Duoduo was furious. Ahem. At this time, the female general next to Qian Duoduo suddenly coughed lightly and said with a smile, President Qian, let's get down to business first. Snort. Qian Duoduo snorted coldly and said nothing more. Business. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. He looked at the female general beside Qian Duoduo again. The armor is as white as snow, as black as ink, and the body is tall and graceful, flowing and gorgeous. The slightly raised face is exquisite and clear, the eyes are like spirits, the lips are like cherry petals, the nose is fine, the eyebrows are willow, and the calm and gentle black eyes overflow with calmness without ripples but as unpredictable as the deep sea. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Just now, I only noticed Qian Duoduo, but did not realize that the female general beside him was as beautiful as Han Feier and Qin Yao, and even more beautiful than the 2 women. Is the War Department a place where beauties are born? Or has my taste declined recently? At this time, all the generals had come back to their senses. Looking at the female general, they said in unison, Commander-in-Chief. Forehead. Ye Bufan was stunned and looked at the female general again. Female general. Commander. Su Mo. One of the 3 beauties of Tianfeng War Department. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to think more, Su Mo waved his hand, then looked at Qian Duoduo and said, President Qian, let's start. Qian Duoduo ignored him and pointed at Ye Bufan and said, Why is this little bastard here? You are the little bastard, your whole family are little bastards, why can't I be here? Ye Bufan cursed immediately, this fat guy is not going to stop yet. Su Mo smiled leisurely, his merit has exceeded 2.5 million, which is considered to have reached the level of general. What? When Su Mo said this, everyone was shocked and looked at Ye Bufan. He has 2.5 million merits and has reached the rank of general. How is that possible? Although most people present did not know Ye Bufan at first, he had already introduced himself, so now they all knew Ye Bufan's identity, which was why they were so surprised. How long has Ye Bufan been in the War Department? 2.5 million merits, general level, even Yi Tianshong didn't achieve that fast back then. You little bastard, you can do it. Qian Duoduo glanced at Ye Bufan and said with a smile. Low profile, low profile. Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly. Everyone was speechless. How can you be so low-key? Then let's start with you. Suddenly, Qian Duoduo's mouth curled up with an evil smile, and he said in a deep voice. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? What do you mean starting from me? The others were also stunned. Brush. Qian Duoduo did not hesitate at all. He stretched out his right hand, and suddenly, Ye Bufan felt a strong suction force coming. His body rushed towards Qian Duoduo in an instant, out of control. Ye Bufan was shocked. Fatty, what are you doing? I have been invited by your commander to check if there are any members of the demon tribe among you. Demon tribe. Ye Bufan was stunned, and the others were also shocked. Bullshit, when did I become a member of the demon race? Bang. Qian Duoduo ignored him and waved his right hand. Ye Bufan, who was in front of him, fell to the ground instantly. Boy, don't blame your Uncle Qian. Your Uncle Qian also does things for money. Bang. The next second, Qian Duoduo kicked Ye Bufan directly. Grass. Ye Bufan felt pain and cursed angrily. Qian Duoduo laughed and said, You little bastard, I told you to be arrogant. Let's see if you dare to be powerless against your elders in the future. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked out again. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched, and the others were ashamed. Ye Bufan was furious, but he could do nothing about it. Fatty, you wait for me, he will become a saint and tear down your Linglong Chamber of Commerce. The fat guy is clearly seeking revenge for personal gain. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo smiled and said, Whatever, it's not worth much anyway. Ye Bufan was confused. I will go find Qian Rumong right now, right now. Brush. Qian Duoduo paused in his kick and retracted it. He looked at Sumo and said seriously, he is not your uncle. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart. The corner of Sumo's mouth twitched, and the others were embarrassed again. Brush. At this time, Qian Duoduo glanced at the 15 4-star and 5-star generals in front of him, and his expression changed. Cold and solemn. The 15 generals' hearts trembled violently. Qian Duoduo said, Everyone, I'm sorry. Chapter 486, Soul Leaving the Body, Becoming a Human Being. Everyone, I'm sorry. Qian Duoduo's 5 words made the hearts of the 15 generals present, and even Ye Bufan, sink suddenly. The next second, a terrifying aura surged out from Qian Duoduo. The aura was like a raging storm or a ferocious beast, instantly sweeping over the 15 generals. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, all 15 generals fell to the ground. The power of the Holy Realm was as vast as the heaven and earth. They didn't even have the chance to resist or struggle. Puff, puff, puff. Scarlet blood spurted out of their mouths, and all 15 warriors had pale faces. Fuck. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's body alerted, his pupils shrank, and he cried out in surprise. Compared with the miserable state of the 15 warriors in front of him, the beating he had just received from Qian Duoduo was nothing. Fatty, are you crazy? Then, Ye Bufan glanced at Qian Duoduo with a horrified look. Qian Duoduo ignored it. Ye Bufan wanted to say something, but Sumo beside him shook his head to stop him. Ye Bufan couldn't help but look at Sumo with a stunned and confused expression. Are these two people crazy? How terrifying is the Holy Realm? These warriors in front of them were just divine essences. Although they were only one step away from Zhou Tian, they were not Zhou Tian after all. Moreover, even Zhou Tian warriors were equally vulnerable in front of Saint Realm warriors. At this moment, not only were the faces of the 15 warriors pale, but even breathing had become extremely difficult for each of them. Ye Bufan even had no doubt that if Qian Duoduo's aura was a little stronger, they would be crushed to death. However, Qian Duoduo turned a blind eye to this scene. His cold and deep eyes flashed with a sharp cold light, as if he could see through the souls of the 15 warriors in front of him. After the pressure, the divine consciousness swept across. Everything seems long, but it is only a moment. Qian Duoduo's terrifying aura came and went quickly, dissipating in an instant. Huff, huff, huff. Without exception, all 15 generals collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Their eyes were filled with nothing but fear and terror that lasted for a long time. Death feels so close. Just now they clearly felt the terror of the powerful saints. In front of the saints, they were nothing but ants. If you are asked to give birth, you will give birth. If I want you to die, you die. No. As the pressure and divine consciousness were withdrawn, Qian Duoduo's cold voice sounded almost at the same time. Call. Sumo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard that. No. Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo in astonishment. Fatty, what on earth are you doing? The 15 generals calmed down a lot and looked at Qian Duoduo one after another, their faces full of surprise and confusion. Swish, swish, swish. Qian Duoduo ignored him and threw out 15 pills instantly, which landed right in front of the 15 generals. 1 pill per person. The golden pill stunned all the generals. Qian Duoduo said, "This is the 9 transformation soul replenishing golden pill. Take it. Your spirits are not yet complete, but they are already injured. If you don't get treatment as soon as possible, it will be difficult for you to make further progress in your cultivation in this lifetime." Boom. If you don't say something shocking, you will never stop. Qian Duoduo's words made the souls of the 15 generals tremble, and even Ye Bufan was shocked. The soul has not yet been fully developed but has already been injured. If it is not treated as soon as possible, it will be difficult for him to make further progress in his cultivation throughout his life. Although the 15 warriors and Ye Bufan present had not reached the divine martial level and did not know what the divine soul was, they understood Qian Duoduo's words. Qian Duoduo's attack had already injured the foundation of the 15 warriors. If they were not treated, they would be useless from now on. What exactly happened? Ye Bufan and the 15 generals all felt their scalps tingling. The 15 generals did not hesitate at all and directly picked up the pills in front of them and swallowed them without even thinking about it. If Qian Duoduo wanted to harm them, there would be no need to go to so much trouble. After taking the pill, 15 warriors could not help but tremble and their eyes widened within just a moment. They were shocked and horrified. Brush. The next second they all sat cross-legged. Boom. A moment later, a powerful aura surged out from a general. Fuck. Ye Bufan exclaimed, his eyes widened. Breakthrough. Boom. Before Ye Bufan could think more, the aura of breakthrough emerged from another person, and then, boom boom boom, 15 generals broke through and advanced one after another. 15 people, each one breaks through and advances once. Ye Bufan was stunned and dumbfounded. Fatty, what kind of medicine is this? He asked in a messy voice. 1 pill can lead to a breakthrough and advancement once. This pill is simply amazing. If there are enough of these pills, wouldn't your cultivation level soar like a rocket? 9-turn soul replenishing golden pill. Qian Duoduo said this out of the blue. 9-turn soul replenishing golden pill. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, then said with great wealth, however much you have, I will buy them all. Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes at him. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? Not selling it. Fatty, don't make an enemy with money, no matter who you make an enemy with. Roll. Qian Duoduo angrily said, you little bastard, forget it. Only the first pill of the 9 transformation soul replenishing golden pill is effective, and do you think this thing is cheap? It can't be bought anywhere except the Martial Academy, and it's not for sale. Even the 3 major Martial Academy have very few. If it weren't for this incident, would those old stubborn people in the Martial Academy take out 15 pills at once? Dream. After Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan was stunned. Martial Academy. How come even the Martial Academy is involved? Fatty, what the hell are you doing? What happened? Ye Bufan asked 3 questions in a row. At this time, the 15 generals had opened their eyes. Their complexion had recovered a lot. They stood up and looked at Qian Duoduo and Sumo. They also felt puzzled. Qian Duoduo ignored him and looked at everyone and said slowly, some time ago, Linglong Chamber of Commerce held an auction in the capital of the Dakian dynasty. Several Jotian realm warriors appeared at the auction, but they were not human, but demons. The most important thing is that their human forms did not have demon patterns. The expressions of the 15 generals all changed. The demon race, incarnated into human bodies, without demon patterns. How is that possible? Ye Bufan was also stunned. He was present at the time as Yin Tianu, so he naturally knew about this matter, but he didn't know why Qian Duoduo brought this up at this time. Qian Duoduo didn't stop, glanced at everyone, and continued, the people present at the time had the same expression as you do now. Afterwards, the Flying Dragon army learned from these monsters that they were originally monster gods in the divine martial realm, and the monsters used a special method to extract their spirits and souls, inject them into human bodies, and then let them transform into humans. The spirit leaves the body and becomes a human being. As long as they are demon gods in the divine martial realm, they can be transformed into humans through this method. Remember, they are real humans. They do not have demon patterns and are no different from humans. Apart from exploring their souls, there is no other way to reveal their identities. Of course, this method still has certain flaws. After transforming into a human, their cultivation in the divine martial realm will drop directly to the Jodian realm. They can continue to hide and suppress their cultivation, but they can only unleash the power of the 9 revolutions Jodian realm. This is the limit. Buzz. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, everyone's heart trembled uncontrollably, and a chill surged from the bottom of their hearts. Doesn't that mean that even if the demon gods of the demon race hide among them in this way, they won't be able to find them? It's simply impossible to guard against. In an instant, everyone seemed to understand what Qian Duoduo and Sumo were trying to do. They suspected that someone among them was a demon. When they thought of this, the 15 generals looked at each other, alert and cautious. Don't worry, we have already checked before, and none of you are from the demon tribe. Looking at the reactions of the 15 generals, Qian Duoduo said slowly. Call. The 15 generals couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Do you suspect that the 3 generals were killed by the demons? Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone was stunned. The person who spoke was none other than Ye Bufan. Yes, Sumo said without denying it. Ridiculous. Ye Bufan sneered. Are the demons bored or are they out of their minds? If the demon god wanted to kill a general of the Jodian realm in the war department, it shouldn't be too difficult even in the fortress, right? Why are they doing this? Also, Uncle Qian just said that after using this method to become a human, one's cultivation level in the Shenwu realm will drop directly to the Jodian realm. Trading Shenwu for the Jodian realm is a losing deal no matter how you look at it. If it were you, would you do this? Yes. The 15 generals were stunned. This was simply a losing deal. How could the demon clan do this? Sumo frowned and said, what if the demon tribe's target is not the 3 generals, but has other intentions? Forehead. Everyone was stunned. Sumo continued, the general of the war department is stationed in the fortress, commanding 3 million soldiers to guard the area. What would happen if a demon became a general? The battle line will be useless. In the future, members of the demon race above the level of demon generals will be able to enter the human race territory in large numbers at will. By then, our human race territory will be in chaos. Everyone's heart trembled violently. That's not the point. Sumo did not pause, and said in a deep voice, once every 50 years, the God and Demon Cemetery will be opened. All generals of my war department can enter the God and Demon Cemetery. The spirit leaves the body and becomes a human being. 3 generals died inexplicably. The cemetery of gods and demons is about to open. The combination of these 3 factors makes me doubt whether the demon race is coveting the position of general and intends to get involved in the god and demon cemetery. Chapter 487 The Mystery of the General's Fall. Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Ye Bufan couldn't help but frown. He seemed to have heard these 4 words somewhere. Suddenly, he was stunned, and 3 words emerged in his mind, Shi Feishuan. He clearly remembered that when he went to Master Feishuan to ask for the holy weapon, Feishuan told him to find it himself and mentioned several places, and the cemetery of gods and demons was one of them. 50 years later, the god and demon cemetery is about to open. Only generals of the war department are qualified to enter. Ye Bufan glanced at Sumo. In Ye Bufan's opinion, with Qian Duoduo's connections, even if he couldn't become a general, he should be able to get a place for himself. With this thought in mind, Ye Babu no longer thought about it, but looked at Han Feier beside him. Generals and the like are not as important as beauties. After Sumo reminded the 15 generals, they finally remembered the matter of the cemetery of gods and demons. The spirit and soul leave the body and become a human being through the orifice. If the demons were lurking in the war department, now that the cemetery of gods and demons is about to open, and they killed 3 generals, wouldn't they have a chance to replace them? After that, they could enter the cemetery of gods and demons openly. As a result, these generals whose contributions reached the rank of general have indeed become the biggest suspects. Of course, this is just our guess. After all, it has not been confirmed. There are still many doubts. For example, why don't the demons directly occupy the bodies of the 3 generals? This would reduce a lot of unnecessary trouble. They can completely replace them without anyone noticing. Sumo's solemn voice sounded, and suddenly, her voice sank. but even if it is speculation or suspicion, we have to be on guard, so we have offended you before. The 15 generals did not have any dissatisfaction at all. After all, if they were in their place, they would do the same. A safe bet is a safe bet. Sumo continued, I am very fortunate and relieved that there are no monsters among you. But, Sumo paused, and scanned the 15 warriors with a stern look. Even if you are not from the demon race, you still cannot clear yourself of suspicion. The generals were startled. Sumo continued, you are all my soldiers, and I will not hide anything from you. The War Department will investigate the murder of the 3 generals to the end and will never give up. Before this, the commanders of the War Department had 2 speculations. First, it was the work of the demon tribe. Second, the human race. And the person who made the move must be someone from my Tianfeng War Department, someone close to the 3 generals. And you? Sumo pointed at the 15 generals and said, as the biggest beneficiaries after the death of the 3 generals, you are still the biggest suspects besides the demon race. Of course, there is a third possibility. But based on the current clues, we can only think of these 2 situations. So, starting today, you 15 generals must accept the review of the War Department, and you cannot leave the station without my permission. Can you accept this? Sumo glanced at the 15 generals. Able. The 15 generals said without hesitation. Very good. Sumo responded, this is what you promised. If anyone disobeys your promise, once discovered, no matter the reason, you will be given 1,000 military sticks, have your cultivation sealed, and be imprisoned on the spot until the truth is revealed. Do you understand? Clear. All the generals responded, and Sumo did not stop. In order to fully investigate, starting today, until the truth of this matter is revealed, the Tianfeng combat unit will only defend and not fight. All combat troops will retreat to their bases. In addition, a country cannot be without a king for a day, and an army cannot be without a general for a day. Sumo glanced at everyone and said, 3 generals have fallen. In order to stabilize the morale of the army and not waste the places to enter the cemetery of gods and demons, we must select 3 generals from among you as soon as possible. This is also the reason why I recruited you here. The 15 generals were startled. Who doesn't want to be a general? However, because 3 generals had been assassinated before, the 15 generals did not feel the slightest joy or excitement at this moment. On the contrary, they all had gloomy faces and felt that this was a shame for them and the shame for the War Department. Sumo ignored him and said, according to the past practice of the War Department, the positions of general and commander are not the same as those of general. They need to be jointly reviewed and evaluated by the 81 War Departments, and currently no one among you agrees to all the conditions for the general. None of them fit. Everyone was stunned and shocked. What are the requirements for the position of general? Sumo continued, however, this time the incident happened suddenly, and you were given the task in a critical moment, so all the examinations and assessments are cancelled. You will fight among the 16 people, and the 3 strongest ones will succeed to the position of general. Decide the victory or defeat by force and decide the position of general. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all 15 generals looked at Ye Bufan. Just now they heard with their own ears what Ye Bufan said, I have killed many demon emperors, and you Shenyuan, killing you will be as easy as killing chickens. Who can fight him? Among the 3 great generals, Ye Bufan must have a place. However, the moment they saw Ye Bufan, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. This thing. At this moment, everyone was standing except Ye Bufan, who pulled Han Feier to sit in the corner. Holding Han Feier's hand, Ye Bufan had a vulgar look on his face. Han Feier lowered her head, extremely shy. Ye Bufan. Seeing this scene, Sumo shouted loudly. Ah! Ye Bufan exclaimed, looked up at Sumo and asked, what's wrong? Everyone was speechless for a moment. Sumo was furious and glared at Ye Bufan and asked, Ye Bufan, do you know what you are doing? I can't help it, I can't help it. Ye Bufan stood up and said with an embarrassed smile. Everyone was in disarray. Call. Sumo took a deep breath. Brush. Han Feier took the opportunity to stand up and ran behind the 15 generals, with her head down, not daring to look up. Continue. Ignoring Ye Bufan, Sumo shouted, looking at the 15 warriors, and said, the duel will be conducted by drawing lots. That. Sumo just opened her mouth but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. What do you want? Sumo glared at Ye Bufan and said with a bad look. Ye Bufan did not hesitate. I just want to ask, you said that the 3 generals were assassinated and died. But we haven't even seen their bodies. Can you tell us how they died? The 3 generals are all Jodian realm masters. It shouldn't be a simple matter to kill them. Moreover, they are in the fortress. It should be even more difficult to kill them quietly, right? Didn't any noise happen? Didn't anyone hear any sound or see anybody? Poison. Seduction. Ye Bufan blurted out a series of questions. In an instant, everyone looked at Sumo. What Ye Bufan asked was also what they were thinking. The fall of the 3 generals' fortresses was so weird. Sumo glanced at Ye Bufan, frowned, and said without hiding anything, the 3 generals died late at night, and their bodies were found in the early morning. There was no movement or abnormality during that time. In addition, it was not poisoning, nor was it seduction. What is that? Ye Bufan asked. Call. Sumo took a deep breath. 1 sword kills instantly. What? Ye Bufan exclaimed, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, kill Zhou Tian in 1 sword. Others were also shocked. Yes, the saint of the martial academy has checked the body. It was indeed just a sword wound. Apart from that, there are no other wounds and no signs of poisoning. Fart. As soon as Sumo finished speaking, Ye Bufan shouted, to kill a Zhou Tian expert with 1 sword, you must have perfect or even artistic conception sword skills, right? How could there be no movement? Did all the soldiers stationed in the fortress die that night? As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly thought of someone in his mind, Ning Chushui. So far, Ning Chushui is the only person Ye Bufan has ever seen who has cultivated heavenly-level martial arts to the realm of artistic conception. Could it be her? But Ye Bufan quickly denied it, saying Ning Chushui simply didn't have that ability. Who told you that the sword was a heavenly martial art? At this time, Sumo glanced at Ye Bufan and said, the saint of the martial academy has confirmed that it was just an ordinary sword, and the weapon used was just a mysterious weapon. Hiss. After Sumo finished speaking, the 15 generals took a breath of cold air. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and he said, I am not well educated, so don't lie to me. An ordinary sword can kill a Zhou Tian strongman in seconds. Are the 3 generals made of clay? It is not difficult to kill Zhou Tian if you are familiar with or close to him and he is off guard, as long as you draw your sword fast enough, accurately enough, and have the power of Gui Yuan and Shen Yuan. Sumo said with a frown. Ye Bufan was stunned. Yes, someone who was familiar and close to me suddenly killed me, and the other party was fast enough. Hiss. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but shudder. It seems I have to be more careful in the future. Sumo no longer paid attention to Ye Bufan, but looked at everyone and said, the competition will start immediately, by drawing lots, 1-on-1, 2 people in a group, the winner will enter the next round. And so on, the last 3 will take over the position of general. Etc. After Sumo finished speaking, Ye Bufan spoke again. Are you done yet? Sumo said angrily. Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly. 1 last question, 1 last question. Explain. Well, the murderer has not been identified yet, and the purpose is not clear. Wouldn't it be too hasty to rush to select 3 generals at this time? If. Ye Bufan was halfway through his words when he was suddenly stunned and his voice suddenly stopped. Sumo looked at him with eyes full of anger. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Damn, this girl couldn't have done this on purpose to lure the snake out of its hole, right? The next second, Sumo roared, get out. Chapter 488. Do you want to be a general? Roll. Although Sumo's words were infuriating, they also made Ye Bufan certain that what he thought in his heart was most likely true. The War Department must have made preparations and would not allow the new generals to encounter any accidents again. It might even be that these 3 new generals were baits to lure the snake out of its hole. Thinking of this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least there wouldn't be any more accidents with the new general. Then, he looked at Sumo and said with a smile, well, it's just a joke, I have no problem with it, you guys continue. All the generals were immediately ashamed. You're probably the only one in the entire Tianfeng combat department who dares to joke in front of Commander Sumo. Snort. Sumo snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to Ye Bufan, and shouted in a deep voice, Filongtai, assemble. Then, she looked at Qian Duoduo and said, President Qian, please. Please. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly, then walked out of the hall with Sumo, heading towards Filongtai. The generals hesitated slightly. Decide the victory or defeat by force and decide the position of general. Just as Sumo said, with the death of 3 generals, They are the biggest suspects, especially the three who will eventually become the new generals. They must be more suspicious. Are we just going to give up? Impossible. The position of general is what every soldier in the War Department dreams of. Now that they have the opportunity to compete, how can they give up? Moreover, this time the position of general involves the cemetery of gods and demons, which is a real great opportunity. I am afraid that even saints will covet it. It is a pity that saints cannot enter. The most important thing is that they have a clear conscience. Retreating would make people feel guilty. We must fight. With this thought in mind, the 15 generals did not stop, but walked out of the hall and rushed to Phylongtai. Ye Bufan put his arm around Han Fire's slender waist. Han Fire's body trembled, and she couldn't help but turn her head and glare at him, her cheeks slightly red. Ye Babu smiled slightly. Do you want to be a general? Han Fire was stunned. Fortress Phylongtai. At this moment, Qian Duoduo and Sumo were standing on a high platform, with no one around them. On the flying dragon platform below, 15 generals and Ye Bufan gathered together. Sumo did not hesitate at all. He glanced at the 16 people and said, "The rules of this duel are the same as those of July 7th. Stop when you are satisfied and do not hurt anyone's life. Understand?" "Clear." 15 generals shouted in unison. Sumo waved his right hand. "1-on-1, 2 people in a group, start drawing lots now." Etc. Just as Sumo finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. "Why you again?" Looking at Ye Bufan, Sumo frowned. This kid was simply going against him. The 15 generals couldn't help but twitch their lips. "This thing, hee." Ye Bufan scratched his head and said with a wry smile, "It's me again." "If you have something to say, just say it," Sumo said impatiently. Ye Bufan smiled calmly. "Nothing, I just have a suggestion." "Explain." "It's like this. There are 16 of us here. If we compete 1-on-1 for the final 3, then 8 people will win in the first round, 4 in the second round, and 2 wins and 2 losses in the third round. At least there is still the first round in the end, and so on and so forth. Get to the point." Sumo felt that his patience with Ye Bufan had reached its limit. Hee. Facing Sumo's harsh words, Ye Bufan said with a serious face, "A general of an army must not only have strength, but also courage. I think I have both strength and courage, and I am bound to win the position of general. So, don't draw any lots, just fight in a round-robin battle. I will fight the remaining 15 generals alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at the 15 warriors and smiled slightly. "I don't know what you think, do you dare to fight me?" The 15 generals couldn't help but twitch their lips. "Damn it, do you think I should be so shameless? You have said so. If we refuse, it means that we don't even have the courage to fight you, as you said, so how can we be qualified to take over the position of general?" Sumo also frowned. This kid is not only cunning, but also treacherous. However, without strength, everything is bullshit. Immediately, Sumo said softly, "I want to see what ability you have to be so rampant." The commander is enlightened. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then looked at the 15 generals, and said confidently, "Don't be polite to me, just give it your all. As long as you can defeat me, the position of general will basically be yours. Of course, the premise is that you have the strength to do so. Come on, who's first?" "Arrogant. He is so arrogant." Ye Bufan's words made the generals in front of him furious. "I'll go first." Immediately, a general stood up. It was none other than the big man from before. "Boy, the War Department is not a place where you can act wildly. Being arrogant requires capital. Today, I will teach you how to be a man. Don't worry. For Marshal Ye's sake, I will show mercy. Go ahead. You will soon know whether I have the qualifications. Since you ask me to take action, I will not be polite." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 14 surrounding generals all dispersed. "Evil dragon." Ye Bufan didn't stop and shouted loudly. The violent voice shook the space and instantly echoed throughout the fortress. Forehead. The big man in front of Ye Bufan was stunned. "Evil dragon." The others also looked stunned and puzzled. What kind of martial art is this? At the exhibition stand, Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. Roar. The next second, a roar sounded from outside the fortress. Everyone couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. In their sight, the netherworld evil dragon turned into a residual shadow and instantly arrived above the fortress's flying dragon platform. This. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other. Demon Emperor, evil dragon from the underworld. Bang! The netherworld evil dragon did not stop, but circled in the air and landed directly beside Ye Bufan. Owner! Owner! The generals were stunned again. Ye Bufan didn't stop, pointed at the big man in front of him and said, "Beat him, just don't kill him." The big man couldn't stop the corner of his mouth from twitching. "Are you so shameless? The demon emperor beat me with a divine essence, how can I fight him?" The netherworld evil dragon didn't stop and immediately pounced on the big man. The master ordered to beat him. "Ye Bufan, you cheated." The big man couldn't help but curse. "Cheating?" Ye Bufan sneered. No, no, the battle pet is also a part of one's own strength, just like the ground soldiers and sky soldiers. How can it be said to be cheating? Everyone was instantly in disarray. If a person has no shame, he will be invincible. I give up. Seeing that the evil dragon from the underworld was already charging towards him, the big man didn't stop and shouted. "Fight with the demon emperor. Fighting is just asking for trouble." The netherworld evil dragon's attack paused, and one of its claws stopped less than half a meter away from the big man's body. A gust of strong wind blew, and the big man's body couldn't help but tense up. "Give up." Ye Bufan glanced at the big man and shook his head. "You're giving up before the fight even starts. How boring." Everyone's mouth twitched again. "Okay, my time is limited, who's next?" Ye Bufan shrugged. "Come on." A group of generals looked at Ye Bufan in a mess and said, "How can we fight you when you have the demon emperor?" At the viewing booth, Sumo frowned. Qian Duoduo pointed at Ye Bufan and yelled, "Boy, can you be any more shameless? If your old bastard saw you like this, he would be so angry that he would die." "Roll." Ye Bufan yelled angrily, "It's none of your business." Then, he looked at the generals again. "Who's next?" "No one." "Since there is no one here, then I will call out the names. Since we want to win, we must win fairly and win so that you will be convinced." Everyone is messy. You are still upright, and you still want us to be convinced. If you have the guts, take the netherworld evil dragon away, otherwise we will never accept it, no matter how hard we try. Ye Bufan ignored it. "I called your name, didn't I?" Brush. The next second, Ye Bufan pointed at the 5-star general Xuanyuan Long and shouted in a deep voice, "You, that's right, don't look at it, you, come out and fight me." Chapter 489 You lost. Looking at Ye Bufan, Xuanyuan Long's face was in a mess. Compared with the generals under the command of other generals, he obviously knew Ye Bufan better. After all, he had met him several times. The first time, on July 7th, at Phylongtai, Sky Fortress. The second time, Ye Bufan was framed and convicted by Ning Chushui, also in the Sky Fortress. The third time is now. Although they had only met 3 times, Ye Bufan had left a deep impression on him. This kid was arrogant in his bones and used to being arrogant and domineering. Of course, this was not the point. The point was Ye Bufan's strength. The first time they met, Ye Bufan fought against the 9-star returning Origin Realm on the Flying Dragon stage and was undefeated. The second time, he used the Heaven Burial Palace to injure Ning Chushui, who even the Jodian Realm Masters could not do anything to. Now, several months have passed, how strong should he be? Xuanyuan Long knew that even without the netherworld evil dragon, Ye Bufan's own strength must be strong and extraordinary. Not taking action. I'm afraid it's not shamelessness, but the disdain to take action. Just give up. He was not unwilling, but felt regretful. Xuanyuan Long was very pleased to see the birth of a strong man in the War Department, but he was more aware that if he missed this opportunity, he would never have the chance to compete with Ye Bufan again. After all, Ye Bufan's growth rate was too fast. With this thought in mind, Xuanyuan Long looked at Ye Bufan and said resolutely, "I want to fight you, a fair fight." Forehead. As soon as Xuanyuan Long finished speaking, all the generals were stunned. A fair battle. They all looked at Ye Bufan. Is it possible? Impossible. If this kid didn't have the Demon Emperor Nether Dragon, he would be a piece of trash and torturing him would be like torturing a dog. Good. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan's words rang out, and he smiled and said, "The strong deserve respect, especially the generals of the War Department. This young master respects you and will give you a chance. Evil Dragon, retreat." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the Netherworld Evil Dragon retreated to the side. Forehead. The generals couldn't help but be stunned again. Just agree to it. Wait, the strong deserve respect, especially the generals of the War Department. Why does this sound weird? As if there is something else behind it. Everyone instinctively looked at the big man. The big man's mouth twitched. Am I not a general of the War Department? Besides, I am on par with Xuanyuan Long. He is considered a strong man, so am I not. This is a different treatment, it's basically retaliation. Ye Bufan ignored him and stood proudly facing Xuanyuan Long. He clasped his fists and said, Ye Bufan, 1-star Divine Essence. Xuanyuan Dragon, 8-star Divine Essence. Go ahead, I won't show mercy. Just what I want. Please enlighten me. War. Xuanyuan Long uttered the word without stopping. The long spear in his hand suddenly appeared, and his fighting spirit surged. In an instant, he raised the spear and killed Ye Bufan. 1-star Divine Essence. If you underestimate the young man in front of you, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Fight with all your might. Ye Bufan also did not stop. The spear in his hand appeared, but it was a black weapon, not a ground weapon. He did not want to take advantage of Xuanyuan Long in the weapon. With a gun in hand, he took a step forward. The distance between the two men shortened rapidly. In an instant, the dragon and the tiger fought each other, and the long spears in their hands collided with each other. When the sound of metal clashing rang out. Da da da. Ye Bufan fell back nearly 10 meters before he could stabilize himself. The Xuanbing spear in his hand was vibrating and the hand holding the spear was slightly numb. Xuanyuan Dragon didn't move at all. 1-star Divine Essence and 8-star Divine Essence are only 7 levels apart. In terms of strength, Ye Bufan is far inferior to Xuanyuan Long, the 5-star general. Unbreakable. Seeing the two people collide with each other on the field, Ye Bufan fell back nearly 10 meters, and the disdainful voice of the big man before suddenly rang out. He could see that Xuanyuan Long's attack was just a test, not his full strength. But they didn't know that Ye Bufan wasn't using his full strength. The people around were silent. Ye Bufan heard the big man's disdainful voice clearly, but he didn't care. He thought he was just a clown. Looking at Xuanyuan Long in front of him, Ye Bufan smiled and said, Not bad, next, I will go all out. Xuanyuan Long's heart sank suddenly, and the hand holding the gun tightened. Bring it on. Kill. Ye Bufan's aura changed, and he rushed out with a gun. He is like a wolf and a tiger. Xuanyuan Long's pupils shrank and he fought with all his strength. Martial arts, 9 steps of the soaring dragon. Call out. Ye Bufan's speed suddenly increased to the extreme, leaving only a trail of afterimage behind. Before Xuanyuan Long could react, he was already close. Don't stop, don't wait, just shoot and kill. Xuanyuan Long was startled, it seemed like a familiar scene, such a fast speed. He couldn't help but recall the scene on July 7 when Ye Bufan fought against the 9-star returning Origin Warrior on the Flying Dragon stage. However, today, his speed was faster and more powerful. Xuanyuan Long did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Call out. A man rushed out with a spear in his hand. Gun to gun. However, before his gun collided with Ye Bufan had already put away his gun, and his body turned into an afterimage and quickly retreated. Feint. Xuanyuan Long was shocked. Kill. But at this moment, Ye Bufan had come behind him again and shot him dead with a speed that was so fast that it was shocking and terrifying. Xuanyuan Long's heart trembled. Without the slightest hesitation or slackness, he twisted his body and instinctively fired a shot behind him. Ye Bufan had disappeared. Xuanyuan Long was shocked. Another feint. No. He rejected it in his heart. Who can tell the truth from the false? If I had ignored those 2 shots just now, they would have been the real killing moves. Because I was the one who made the move, it became a fake move. This is also true. Ye Bufan was very clear about the power gap between himself and Xuanyuan Long, so he relied on his own speed advantage and did not give Xuanyuan Long any chance to fight head-on. Call out. On the Flying Dragon stage, Xuanyuan Long turned around to defend, but before he could stabilize himself, Ye Bufan had already attacked from another direction with a gun in hand. Extremely fast, extremely cruel. Xuanyuan Long was unable to dodge. Bang! He pushed the ground with his right foot and retreated rapidly. If you can't avoid it, then retreat. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan did not feel sorry at all. He retracted the spear in his hand, and with a swoosh, he flew into the air, and a longbow suddenly appeared. Hold the bow, pull the string, lock it, and the blood-red arrow takes shape instantly. Martial arts, Phoenix sings in the sky. Call out. An arrow was shot out and hit the Xuanyuan Dragon on the Flying Dragon platform below. Between heaven and earth, the sound of the phoenix died. Murderous intent in cold light. Xuanyuan Long's hair stood on end and his soul trembled. He didn't even bother to look at it, and his body instinctively dodged to the side. Bang! The blood-red arrow and the phoenix shadow crashed into the flying dragon platform, causing a thumb-sized dent to appear on the indestructible flying dragon platform, and the space vibrated. Hiss! Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. What would it feel like and what would be the result if this arrow hit the target? Xuanyuan Long's heart also trembled. Yin. However, before he could think about it, another phoenix cry was heard in the air, followed by a blood-red arrow and the enchanting phoenix shadow. An arrow strikes, and the phoenix sings in the sky. Xuanyuan Long didn't dare to stay and dodged instantly. Bang! The arrow missed. In midair, Ye Bufan shot an arrow that sounded like a phoenix in the sky and shot again. Fuck! Everyone present couldn't help but exclaimed, staring at Ye Bufan with shock and disbelief on their faces. Is this kid a human? The higher the level of martial arts, the more demanding the conditions for performing it, and the more energy it consumes. Looking at Ye Bufan's archery skills, it was either earth level or heaven level, but he shot 3 arrows in a row as if nothing had happened. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, everyone still felt like they were in a dream. The people around were shocked, but Xuanyuan Long was secretly groaning in his heart. He could feel that if he was hit by this arrow, he would be seriously injured or even killed. Have to hide. Bang! Ye Bufan's arrow missed again. The 4th arrow, kill. Fuck! Xuanyuan Long cursed in his heart, dodged the arrow, and without any hesitation, he attacked Ye Bufan in midair. Cold bows and long-range combat, long spears and short weapons. If this continues, even if he is not defeated by Ye Bufan, he will be defeated by exhaustion or even die of exhaustion. Must get close. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan didn't give him any chance at all. Seeing Xuanyuan Long coming to attack, Ye Bufan grasped the longbow, pulled the bowstring, and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Martial arts, storm arrow rain. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, a sky full of sharp arrows attacked Xuanyuan Dragon. Thousands and thousands of them, blocking out the sky and the sun. Xuanyuan Long's pupils shrank. Fuck! A cry of surprise and a curse came out of his mouth. Martial arts, the wandering dragon Bagua spear. Xuanyuan Long didn't dare to hesitate at all. He shook the spear in his hand. The spear's shadow filled the sky and collided with the sharp arrows. The muffled sound of bang 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 resounded throughout the sky. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sharp arrows fell around him. Boom 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 boom. On the Phylong stage, thunderous sounds suddenly appeared. Countless noises from the sky and underground made everyone present feel a chill. It was too cruel and too extreme. After a moment, the rain of arrows dissipated. Call. Xuanyuan Long couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Storm of arrows. Above his head, Ye Bufan's teasing voice sounded again. Xuanyuan Long shuddered. Your uncle. Before he could think, the arrows from the sky were coming again. He had no way to hide or retreat, unless he left Phylongtai. In that case, he would be defeated without a fight. Helplessly, Xuanyuan Long tightly grasped the spear in his hand and waved it. Bang, bang, bang. He defeated the sharp arrows in front of him one by one. Storm of arrows. Before the second round of arrow rain had ended, Ye Bufan's third round of arrow rain had already arrived. Xuanyuan Long's mouth twitched, frustrated and helpless. Fortunately, the 4th round of arrow rain did not appear, but even so, he was very tired. At this moment, Xuanyuan Long's pupils shrank, his body trembled, and a chill came from the back of his neck. Ye Bufan stood proudly in the air, behind Xuanyuan Long, with the tip of his spear pointed at the back of Xuanyuan Long's neck, and suddenly said, "You lose." Chapter 490 Be careful, I will sue you for defamation. You lose. Ye Bufan's sudden voice made Xuanyuan Long's body tremble uncontrollably, and he was slightly distracted. After a moment, Xuanyuan Long said, I lost. Although this battle made him feel aggrieved, he was convinced. Ye Bufan retracted his spear and said, thank you. Xuanyuan Long smiled slightly. A moment later, Ye Bufan landed on the flying dragon platform, while Xuanyuan Long retreated to the viewing platform and came to the side of the 14 generals. Looking at Xuanyuan Long, the 14 generals were slightly dazed and stunned. Xuanyuan Long, an 8-star Divine Origin Realm warrior, didn't even have a chance for a close combat and was defeated by Ye Bufan, a 1-star Divine Origin Realm warrior. Everything seemed like a dream, so unreal. However, this was the fact and they had no choice but to believe it. Thinking back to Ye Bufan's display of martial arts one after another and the arrows flying all over the sky, everyone felt their scalps tingling again. This kid is simply not a human being. Ask yourself, if it were them, could they stop it? Without waiting for the 14 warriors to think, Ye Bufan proudly stood on the flying dragon platform, pointed his spear at them, and said sternly, "Who else? If you don't agree, come up and fight." All the generals fell silent for a moment. If they still had complaints after Ye Bufan used the Netherworld Evil Dragon to win, then after his battle with Xuanyuan Dragon, everyone was convinced. Xuanyuan Long was defeated so thoroughly that it would be difficult for them to win as well. There are 15 generals, all of whom are equally powerful. No more. Looking at the 15 silent warriors, Ye Bufan was stunned and said, "Don't be polite to me. This is the position of general, second only to one person and above 10,000 people. Although I am very powerful, you can still come up and give it a try." Everyone was speechless. Really gone. Looking at the 15 generals, Ye Bufan confirmed again, "Then I will be one of the 3 generals of the Tianfeng War Department in the future." Alright. At this time, Sumo on the viewing platform finally spoke. Looking at Ye Bufan, Sumo said, "You are one of the 3 generals. You can step down." "No." Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan directly refused. Sumo frowned and said impatiently, "What do you want? Did you come here just to go against me?" Everyone else looked at Ye Bufan in surprise. "You have already been awarded a general position, what else do you want? I have said that if we are going to win, we must win fairly, win openly, and win everyone's conviction. However, there are still people who are not convinced, so I cannot accept it." Ye Bufan held his head high and chest puffed out, saying with a serious face, "Is there anyone who still refuses to accept this?" The 15 generals were shocked and looked at each other. Sumo frowned. "Who? Them?" Ye Bufan pointed at the 15 generals on the viewing platform. Sumo looked in the direction Ye Bufan was pointing. "This." The 15 generals looked at each other in astonishment. Sumo asked, "Are you dissatisfied?" "Clothes." The 15 generals were stunned at first, and then spoke in unison. Sumo glanced at Ye Bufan. Before she could speak, Ye Bufan spoke first, "Stop pretending. You are just saying it but not really accepting it. You clearly think there are people who are better than me. Who is it?" The 15 generals were stunned. "How could we not know that we had such an idea? Besides, who is this person?" Sumo also frowned. "Feier." Ye Bufan ignored him, looked at Han Feier, and said sternly, "Come on, let's have a fair fight. Although we love each other and our love is stronger than gold, you don't have to worry about my face. The strong is strong and the weak is weak. Whoever wins, wins. Even if I'm really inferior to you and lost to you, it doesn't matter. We are all family, so who is a general is a general. Besides, I still have 2 chances, and you may not be able to beat me. But if you just give up now, that's nothing. If others don't know, they might think I'm a gigolo." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the 14 generals felt confused. "Do we think so? We think Feier is better than you. How come we don't know?" Han Feier looked dazed. I. What do you mean by, I? Come on, come on." As he spoke, Ye Bufan had already landed on the viewing platform. He took Han Feier's hand and walked towards the flying dragon platform, saying as he walked, "It's just right. I can take this opportunity to get to know you." Han Feier was stunned, and somehow followed Ye Bufan to the Phylong stage. Ye Bufan let go of Han Feier's hand and walked 5 meters away from her. A spear appeared. Ye Bufan looked at Han Feier and said, "Feier, where is your weapon?" Han Feier was slightly stunned. "You don't need weapons." Ye Bufan was stunned. On the viewing stand, the 14 generals and Sumo were suddenly confused and speechless. Damn, when did Feier say that she didn't need weapons? She looked like she hadn't reacted yet. Ye Bufan ignored him, not even giving Han Feier a chance to think about it. Yes, a warrior's battle does not necessarily require the use of weapons. You seem to be very confident. Then I won't be polite, young master. Kill. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan's aura changed, like a prehistoric ferocious beast. The spear in his hand turned into a cold light and attacked Han Feier directly. Extremely fast and extremely cruel. A chill came over me. Han Feier's body alerted and she came back to her senses in an instant. Ah! Seeing Ye Bufan coming to attack her, she screamed instinctively and stepped back. Bang! The next second, Ye Bufan fell to the ground in front of everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change. What's going on? Han Feier also paused, looking at Ye Bufan who suddenly fell to the ground. She asked in confusion, concern and worry, "Are you okay?" Brush. Ye Bufan raised his left hand. "I'm fine." Then, he struggled to get up, supported his body with his spear, looked at Han Feier, and asked with fear, "What martial arts did you just perform?" Martial arts. Han Feier was stunned and puzzled. I didn't use any martial arts." The others were also stunned. They saw it clearly just now. Ye Bufan suddenly attacked. Han Feier was frightened and dodged backwards, and then Ye Bufan fell to the ground. From beginning to end, how could Han Feier display any martial arts? Impossible. Ye Bufan said these 3 words with great determination. Han Feier didn't know how to answer for a moment. Never mind. Without waiting for Han Feier to say more, Ye Bufan shook his head and waved his hand. "Since you don't want to say it, I won't ask." Han Feier's eyes widened and she was stunned for a moment. "What did I say? I didn't use any martial arts at all, I didn't even know what happened." Han Feier is like this, and the others are also confused. "Why?" Ye Bufan sighed and said helplessly, "As expected, there are always people who are better than you. I am too arrogant. Feier, I am not as good as you. The position of general is yours." "Ah!" Han Feier screamed, completely stunned. The generals looked at each other. What happened? Ye Bufan, who was suppressing Xuanyuan Long just now, was defeated inexplicably now. They are puzzled, bewildered and confused. On the viewing platform, facing the 14 warriors, Qian Duoduo couldn't help but twitch his lips, and then pointed at Ye Bufan and cursed, "Little bastard, are you so shameless? You are simply admitting defeat on purpose, it's basically cheating. Deliberately give up. Cheating." When Qian Duoduo said this, the 14 generals were all stunned. The incident happened too suddenly, too strangely, and in too short a time. They were all confused and had no time to think about it, nor did they think about it in this direction. But now, swish, swish, swish. One by one, the generals looked at Ye Bufan. The same is true for Han Feier. Fart. Ye Bufan cursed angrily, looked directly at Qian Duoduo, and said sternly, "Fatty, which eye of yours saw me deliberately admit defeat and cheat? Speak with evidence." Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. Ye Bufan stood up straight and said passionately, "I am destined to be the man at the top of this world. I will definitely get the position of general. I will kill gods and Buddhas. For the position of general, I can ignore my relatives and kill all competitors. If I hadn't been defeated, why would I admit defeat? To win, you must win fairly. Even if you lose, you have to lose willingly. If you are not as skilled as others, then you are not as skilled as others. There is nothing to say. Cheating." Ye Bufan pointed at Qian Duoduo and roared angrily, "Fatty, you are insulting me, be careful or I will sue you for defamation." Chapter 491 I like to take the initiative. I slandered you. Qian Duoduo immediately became furious and glared at Ye Bufan, but then fell silent. It was a thankless task. Master Qian was too lazy to care about the affairs of your war department. Seeing Qian Duoduo silent, Ye Bufan didn't bother to pay attention to him. At this moment, Sumo and the 15 warriors, including Han Feier, all looked at Ye Bufan with strange expressions. It was obvious that they already knew that Ye Bufan was just letting Han Feier win, just as Qian Duoduo said, and deliberately admitting defeat. That's just nonsense. Suddenly, Sumo shouted angrily, "Ye Bufan, what do you think of the war department? You can't give up the position of general just because you want to. Commander-in-Chief, you must not listen to the fat man's evil words. I am an upright person and I am innocent," Ye Bufan said with a look of grievance. Sumo's mouth twitched. Others are ashamed. How can people be so shameless? Do you think we are blind? Husband Ye Bufan. At this time, Han Feier was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan, who said with a serious face, "Commander Han, you don't have to say anything, and don't care about those rumors. They are just envious and jealous. But I won't. I am willing to admit defeat. This position of general is yours, and you deserve it." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone fell silent again. "Did we misunderstand you?" Ye Bufan ignored him. He walked a few steps to Han Feier and whispered, "You are stupid. I am not interested in the position of general. If you don't want it, who should I give it to?" Ye Bufan spoke like a thief. His voice was very soft, but everyone present heard it clearly and were stunned. The same is true for Han Feier. They looked at Ye Bufan with strange eyes. Aren't you going to fight for the position of general? Ye Bufan didn't care at all. He looked at Han Feier and continued, it's a place to enter the God and Demon Cemetery anyway. Don't you want to go to the cemetery of gods and demons? Want to go? That's it. 15 warriors, you have all achieved the rank of general through your meritorious service, and your strengths are equally matched. It is not reasonable to compare you to a general who hasn't made mistakes. After all, a temporary victory or defeat doesn't mean anything. Besides, what's the point of a pretty girl like you fighting and killing? Your husband is still here. If you don't like it, feel free to give up your position after you leave the cemetery of gods and demons. If you feel that you are not strong enough, then it's even easier. I will go to the Wangyao mountain range tomorrow and catch you a demon king or something like that as a war pet. It will be like playing to bully them. Envy, jealousy and hatred are useless. It's your fault that you are so outstanding. Ye Bufan's words made everyone's mouth twitch. This guy definitely did this on purpose. He seemed to be sneaky, as if he was whispering to Han Feier, but in fact he was speaking to everyone present. Could you be more vulgar? However, since Ye Bufan was going to give up the position of general to Han Feier, the 14 generals present did not say anything more. After all, with Ye Bufan's strength, it would be easy for him to take up a position as a general. Moreover, based on their observation and understanding of Ye Bufan during this period, this guy was not only strong, but also mean and shameless, just like a gangster. If he became a general of the War Department, who knows what would happen? It would be better to give it to Han Feier. At least I know everything. It's a happy decision. Han Feier wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan with a smile. He hugged Han Feier's slender waist and said ambiguously, "Wife, you will be the general of the War Department in the future. You are second to one person in above 10,000 people. You have to protect me." The 14 generals' mouths twitched suddenly. "I'll protect you, sir." Han Feier also looked confused. On the Filong stage, Sumo came in front of Ye Bufan and the others, glanced at Han Feier, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Okay, you two can leave." Commander-in-Chief, then the position of general, Ye Bufan looked at Sumo and said hesitantly. Han Feier will take over General Zi Qinhao's position. Sumo said, and then ignored Ye Bufan and didn't bother to pay attention to him. He looked directly at the remaining 14 generals on the viewing platform and said, "The rest of you, continue the fight." Hee. Ye Bufan smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. On the Filong stage, the fight continues. Han Feier retreated to the position where the 14 generals were, while Ye Bufan walked towards Qian Duoduo who was opposite the 14 generals. Sitting next to Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan laughed and said, "Haha, fatty, when did you come back? Didn't Uncle Long keep you for a few more days?" Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. "Get lost." Forehead. Ye Bufan pretended to be stunned. "Why, didn't Uncle Long treat you well? Then you can't vent your anger on me, you should go to him. I'm looking for your uncle." Qian Duoduo was mad and furious. This kid definitely did it on purpose. He was rubbing salt into Qian's wound. Taking a deep breath, Qian Duoduo tried to calm himself down. Master Qian was a magnanimous man and would not argue with the little bastard. "What are you doing, kid?" Qian Duoduo suddenly said after a moment. "What the hell is going on?" Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo in astonishment, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. "Mr. Qian doesn't know what kind of character you are, little bastard. You are either a traitor or a thief if you show kindness for no reason." Qian Duoduo looked down on him and said to Han Feier across the Filong terrace, "Why did you give the position of general to this little girl? Of course, the good things should be kept within the family. Stop talking nonsense." As soon as Ye Bufan opened his mouth, Qian Duoduo shouted, and then said in a deep voice, "Mr. Qian wants to hear the truth. Nothing can be hidden from Uncle Qian's eyes." Ye Bufan smiled bitterly, then looked at Han Feier in the distance, narrowed his eyes, and said, "She is too proactive." Qian Duoduo was stunned. "What do you mean? You don't understand this." Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and gave Qian Duoduo a look of contempt. "Stop talking nonsense and speak," Qian Duoduo said impatiently. "Isn't it obvious?" Ye Bufan shrugged and said, "Feier suddenly expressed her love. She was so proactive that I felt very passive. But unfortunately, I like to take the initiative and don't like to be passive. So, I need to do something to turn passivity into initiative. How good is this now? The position of the general of the War Department is second only to one person in above 10,000 people. Tisk tisk, I don't know how many eyes are staring at this chair, but I didn't even look at it and gave it directly to Fayer. Fayer is not so touched now. Strike while the iron is hot. Well, tonight, I am not going to leave. I will stay overnight and make it a done deal for her. I will take her down directly, hee hee. Looking at Ye Bufan with a wretched face, Qian Duoduo couldn't help but twitch his mouth, talking nonsense. If Master Qian believes you, then Master Qian is a fool. Ye Bufan ignored him and changed the subject. Fatty, tell me about the cemetery of gods and demons. I don't even know what this place is. You are not even qualified to enter the cemetery of gods and demons. Why are you asking so many questions? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Who said I'm not qualified to enter? Are you qualified? Certainly. What qualifications? Are you a general in the War Department? No. If you're not the general of the War Department, what the hell are you talking about? Are only generals from the War Department allowed to enter this so-called cemetery of gods and demons? So can the commander-in-chief. Besides that, as a member of the War Department, you haven't even got a place in the War Department. Do you want to enter the God and Demon Cemetery through other channels? Don't even think about it. Don't we still have Uncle Qian? Ye Bufan said with a wry smile. Qian Duoduo was stunned. Of course, Uncle Qian, you are not only the president of Linglong Chamber of Commerce but also a powerful saint. A mere spot to enter the cemetery of gods and demons is a piece of cake for you. Ye Bufan flattered with a smile. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. Uncle Qian, what are you talking about? I'm just stating a fact. Ye Bufan said with a smile. No way. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo suddenly said. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? The number of people who can go to the cemetery of gods and demons has been determined and cannot be changed, so I, your Uncle Qian, can do nothing about it. Qian Duoduo spread his hands and said very seriously. Then he added, if you really want to go, wait for the next 50 years. Fuck. Ye Bufan's pupils suddenly shrank, and then his eyes widened, and he said in a messy voice, next, the next 50 years. Chapter 492 Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Ye Bufan was confused and mad, and couldn't help but curse. Wait another 50 years, and the daylily will be cold. Do you regret it? Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. You gave up the position of general to that little girl. Who can you blame? Besides, you have already won one position. If you continue to compete for the other two positions, I am afraid that your commander-in-chief and the 14 generals will not agree. You will be embarrassed to continue competing with them, right? The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Is there really no other way? Looking at Qian Duoduo, he confirmed again. No. Qian Duoduo shook his head and said, the God and Demon Cemetery opens once every 50 years. The quota to enter the God and Demon Cemetery is divided among the 3 major martial arts academies, the various martial arts academy families, and the 81 war departments. Others can forget about it. I'm sure you already know the situation of the War Department. There are 81 war departments, and each of them has 4 vacancies, namely the commander-in-chief and 3 generals. As for the Wuyuan family, the top families have 100 places, the first-rate families have 50, the second-rate families have 20, the third-rate families have 10, and the fourth-rate families, which are the lowest-level families in the martial arts academy, are not eligible. As for who gets the places, that's their own business. But no matter what, their quota will be firmly in our hands and will never leak out. The other is the 3 major martial arts academies. As the controllers of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, the 3 major martial arts academies naturally have the most places to enter the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, with 500 places in each academy. However, there are also many students in the martial arts academies, and 500 places may seem like a lot, but in reality there are too many wolves and too little meat, and there simply isn't enough to go around. In short, it's difficult to get a spot in the God and Demon Cemetery. Is it not possible to buy it? As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan asked. Purchase. Qian Duoduo was stunned for a moment, then sneered, boy, the places in the Gods and Demons Cemetery are not allowed to be bought, sold or replaced. Once discovered, your chance to enter the Gods and Demons Cemetery next time will be cancelled. Besides, how much are you willing to pay? Do you think these guys are short of money? I will exchange it with essence pills. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. You'd better forget it. If you dare to take out the essence pill now, do you believe that the Martial Academy will imprison you until you die? Ye Bufan was stunned. Why? Why? Qian Duoduo was confused. If it were you, and you were cheated and owed several million essence pills, what would you do? Fortunately, your uncle Qian is tight-lipped. If it were someone else, they would have sold you out long ago. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Then he said, is there really no other way? It's just one spot. I don't believe that no one will buy it even if I spend hundreds or even trillions of dollars. Can money buy holy soldiers? Can money buy a peerless inheritance? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes at Ye Bufan and said, every quota is a chance for these guys to obtain holy weapons and inheritance. One more quota and one more person means one more chance. Do you think they will sell it? Inheritance. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Ye Bufan knew nothing about the cemetery of gods and demons except that there were holy soldiers in it. When he heard about the inheritance, he was extremely curious. You know nothing, but you're clamoring to go to the cemetery of gods and demons. Qian Duoduo sneered and said, forget it, let Master Qian tell you about the cemetery of gods and demons, so you don't have to embarrass yourself. Ye Bufan was speechless. Qian Duoduo said, I will not tell you about the origin of the gods and demons cemetery, because I don't know it either. Not only you, but everyone else in Shenwu continent is the same. The origin of the gods and demons cemetery is still a mystery. So mysterious. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Stop interrupting. Do you still want to listen? Qian Duoduo shouted angrily. Go on, go on. Ye Bufan waved his hand and smiled awkwardly. Snort. Qian Duoduo snorted. At present, the human race of Shenwu continent only knows that the God and Demon Cemetery is open once every 50 years. In addition, the God and Demon Cemetery has existed for a very long time, millions of years, tens of millions of years. In short, it cannot be traced back. Let's talk about the Cemetery of Gods and Demons itself. Why is it called a cemetery? To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of dead people's graves. Once you go in, you can do nothing more than dig up the graves and rob the graves. Grave digging and tomb robbing. Ye Bufan felt a chill in his heart. Qian Duoduo continued, of course, this is not just ordinary grave digging or tomb robbing. These graves are guarded by heroic spirits. If you want to obtain the things left by their owners, you must kill these heroic spirits. Heroic spirit. Ye Bufan was stunned. What is that? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and said, it is a spiritual body condensed from the dead in the cemetery, which is similar to a soul. Each heroic spirit retains about 1,000th or 1/10,000th of the strength of the owner in his lifetime. However, even so, these heroic spirits should not be underestimated. The weakest among them has the strength of Guiyuan realm. They only retained 1,000th or 1/10,000th of their strength, and they are still at the Guiyuan realm level. Then what level were these people in their lifetime? Ye Bufan's eyes widened in shock, aghast, confusion, and disbelief. It's nothing. At most, I'll just kill a saint with one slap. Qian Duoduo shook his hands and said calmly. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Killing a saint with a slap, is that all? Are you kidding me? Suddenly, Ye Bufan glared at Qian Duoduo and cursed. Tease you. Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and said unhappily, boy, do you think that I can make money by teasing you? Ye Bufan was speechless. Qian Duoduo continued, do you think those guys from the Wu Academy went to the God and Demon Cemetery to dig up the graves of the dead because they had nothing better to do? Would they do anything that would not benefit them? Aren't they just after the burial objects and inheritance of the dead? Of the holy weapons currently existing in the Shenwu continent, 30% come from various ancient ruins, and 60% all come from the God and Demon Cemetery. Not only that, Master Qian once suspected that there were still divine artifacts in this cemetery of gods and demons. It's a pity that Master Qian was born at the wrong time. When it was opened last time, Master Qian was not yet born. This time, Master Qian has already become a saint. Sigh. A divine weapon. Ye Bufan's eyes widened with a look of horror. What do you think? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and said, those dead guys were so strong when they were alive, so it's not surprising that they have 17 or 18 magical tools. There are still 17 or 18 artifacts. That's not the point. So what's the point? The key point is the inheritance of those dead people. Let's not talk about others, let's just talk about you. You are only a one-star divine Yuan now, right? Ye Bufan nodded. Hey. Qian Duoduo smiled evilly. If you are lucky enough and strong enough to dig up the inheritance of a peerless strongman, it is not impossible to become a saint on the spot. Ye Bufan's eyes widened, and he was instantly confused and horrified. Become a saint instantly. Uncle Qian, I have little education, please don't lie to me. Lie to you. Master Qian has already told you, what's the benefit of lying to you? Is there money to be made? No, Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes. 2. Ye Bufan responded and said, that's not right, Uncle Qian, you just said that this god and demon cemetery has existed for millions, tens of millions, or even longer. It opens every 50 years. How many people have entered the god and demon cemetery? It's hard to count, right? If there really is some kind of inheritance, wouldn't it have been dug up long ago? Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, are you stupid? The graves of those weak heroes outside must have been dug up, but what about the deeper ones? The prerequisite for entering the god and demon cemetery is to be below the divine martial realm, which means that at best you have reached the 9 revolutions of the heavenly realm. Can the 9 revolutions of the heavenly realm defeat those divine martial realm heroes? Surely not. Think about it again. The spirits of those dead people are all at the divine martial realm. How powerful must they have been when they were alive? The burial objects and inheritance of these people are the key points. Do you understand? Do you understand? Qian Duoduo's speech was emotional and full of ups and downs. Uncle Qian. Ye Bufan looked at him with strange eyes and whispered, why do I feel like you are luring me into the cemetery of gods and demons? Qian Duoduo was immediately furious. He stood up, pointed at Ye Bufan, and said angrily, you little bastard, how can you be so heartless? Did you want to know about the cemetery of gods and demons yourself? How come it is Uncle Qian who has evil intentions now? Besides, why would I tempt you? You don't even have the chance to enter the cemetery of gods and demons, so why would I tempt you? Ye Bufan was stunned. 2. Then he responded, and looked at Qian Duoduo again, not giving up, saying, Uncle Qian, is there really no way to get me into the cemetery of gods and demons? Holy weapons, divine artifacts, and that peerless inheritance. Who doesn't want to become a saint instantly? Although Ye Bufan didn't have much thought about the cemetery of gods and demons before, after all, it was just a holy soldier, but now, Ye Bufan's attitude was unusually firm. You must go, you can't not go. Qian Duoduo glanced at Ye Bufan, sighed, and said, actually, it's not that there is no solution at all. Chapter 493, Cemetery of Gods and Demons, Immortal Body. Actually, there is a solution. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan glanced at him and the corner of his mouth twitched. It is difficult to change one's nature, this guy is really a dog that can't change its nature. What holy weapons, what divine tools, and what peerless inheritance, they are simply luring him to increase his bargaining chips. Ye Bufan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and said directly, tell me, what are the conditions? Boy, what are you talking about? It seems like Master Qian is taking the opportunity to blackmail you. Is Master Qian that kind of person? Qian Duoduo said dissatisfiedly. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes. Isn't it? Qian Duoduo didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Now, the quotas for each faction have been determined and cannot be changed, but the Martial Arts Academy is different. There are still about 2 months before the God and Demon Cemetery opens. In another month, the 3 major martial arts academies will begin the competition for the quota for the God and Demon Cemetery. Competition for a spot in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you think? Qian Duoduo glanced at him unhappily and said, there are 1,500 places for the 3 major martial arts academies, 500 for each. It seems like a lot, but in reality there are too many wolves and too little meat. For the sake of fairness, 1 month before the opening of the God and Demon Cemetery, the martial arts academies will hold a competition for places, and each of the 3 major martial arts academies will select 500 people. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was delighted. He still had a month left, so he could definitely catch up. He immediately asked, will we decide the winner by martial arts? Certainly. Qian Duoduo responded and changed the subject. However, the competition for the God and Demon Cemetery is a little different. Ye Bufan was stunned. What's the difference? Qian Duoduo said slowly. This competition is divided into 4 levels, namely Ningyuan, Guiyuan, Shenyuan, and Zhoutian. Each level will select the top-ranked players. Ningyuan, Guiyuan, and Shenyuan have 100 places each, and Zhoutian has 200 places. There are also Ningyuan and Guiyuan. Ye Bufan widened his eyes, looked at Qian Duoduo in disbelief, and said in a messy voice, "What are these people doing in the God and Demon Cemetery? Are they looking for death? Court death." Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes. "Who told you they were looking for death? Isn't it?" Ye Bufan clearly remembered Qian Duoduo saying that the weakest heroic spirit in the cemetery of gods and demons was also at the divine Yuan level, completely crushing the Ning Yuan and Gui Yuan levels. If Ning Yuan or Gui Yuan go in, wouldn't that be seeking death? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Qian Duoduo looked down on Ye Bufan and continued, knowing that they were going to die, would they risk their lives to enter the cemetery of gods and demons? Ye Bufan was about to speak, but was interrupted by Qian Duoduo. Have you forgotten that in addition to these martial arts academies, there are also major families who will send people into the god and demon cemetery? Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? The situation at the martial academy is far more complicated than you think. Qian Duoduo sneered and said, "Do you think that the so-called geniuses recruited by the martial academy from various empires every 3 years can gain a foothold in the martial academy on their own? You think too much. Once you are in the arena, you have no choice. It's the same for people in the martial arts academy. Remember what Master Qian told you before, fourth-rate families rely on third-rate families, third-rate families rely on second-rate families, and so on. There are countless families within the 3 major martial arts academies, but one move can affect the entire body. This is true for the martial arts academy families, and it is also true for the martial arts academy students. These so-called geniuses from various empires have to make a choice on the first day they enter the martial academy, which faction or family to join. Otherwise, you will not be able to move forward in the martial academy." Ye Bufan was shocked when he heard this. Qian Duoduo continued, "So, although these people are only at the condensation and return to origin realms and are not qualified to enter the cemetery of gods and demons, it is different with the protection of the Zhoutian realm masters from the major families. Moreover, warriors like Ning Yuan and Gui Yuan have advantages that Shen Yuan and even Zhou Tian do not have at all." Ye Bufan was startled. What advantage? Inheritance. Inheritance. Yes, it is inheritance. After a pause, Qian Duoduo continued, "The weaker the cultivation, the higher the plasticity, and the greater the chance of them obtaining inheritance. Although the Zhoutian realm is strong, their chances of obtaining inheritance are almost zero. So, the various families and major forces sent Zhou Tian into the God and Demon Cemetery to escort these condensation and return to origin warriors and help them seize the inheritance in the God and Demon Cemetery. Do you remember the kid from the Han family?" Ye Bufan was stunned. "Han Nuo." "That's right." Qian Duoduo responded, "Han Chong, the ancestor of the Han family, has reached the divine martial arts level. In the martial academy, the Han family is considered a second-rate family. Do you really think that if a second-rate family fully cultivates Han Nuo, he will only be a condensed Yuan warrior? Even if it is not the divine Yuan, it must have already advanced to the return Yuan. The reason why he is only at the condensation stage is because, from the moment Han Nuo was born, the Han family has been preparing for the God and Demon Cemetery. The Han family is like this, and so are other martial arts families. As long as they are not extremely talented, and are between the ages of 15 and 16, any boy or girl from a martial arts family has a low level of cultivation. They are all eyeing the God and Demon Cemetery and those peerless inheritances. Although it's not all, it accounts for more than 80%. Just wait and see. When these people come out of the cemetery of gods and demons, even if they don't receive any inheritance, their cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. By then, these little guys will break through so fast that it will scare you to death." Ye Bufan was shocked. "Is there such a thing? Etc." Suddenly, Ye Bufan was stunned. He frowned at Qian Duoduo and said, "Didn't you just say that as long as you kill the tomb-guarding heroic spirit, you can obtain the inheritance of the tomb owner? But now you say that the weaker the cultivation, the greater the chance of obtaining the inheritance. Don't you think your statement is contradictory?" This. Qian Duoduo was stunned and speechless. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes. "This fat guy is hopeless." Then, Ye Bufan shouted in a deep voice, Fatty, I want to hear the truth, otherwise I will get angry. Ha ha. Qian Duoduo smiled awkwardly. Actually, this is not contradictory at all. How is it not contradictory? Ye Bufan said in a bad tone. Qian Duoduo said, if you want to obtain the inheritance of the tomb owner, the first step is naturally to kill the tomb guarding heroic spirit. Only by killing the tomb guarding heroic spirit can you open the tomb. After opening the tomb, you can obtain the burial objects inside. If you are lucky, there will be an inheritance crystal among these burial objects. The crystal of inheritance. It is the inheritance left behind by these dead people before their death. Each inheritance crystal can be refined 5 times, and the same person can only refine it once. After 5 times, if no one succeeds in refining it, the inheritance crystal will dissipate and the tomb will be closed. After 50 years, the heroic spirits and inheritance crystals will condense again. However, the inheritance crystal can only be refined in the tomb, and the weaker the cultivation, the greater the chance of refining. Qian Duoduo said truthfully. Finally, he added, so, after so many years, in the God and Demon Cemetery, except for the inheritance of these dead people, these tombs are almost empty. Some don't even have inheritance, and there is no need to think about holy weapons or anything like that. Of course, this is outside the cemetery. In the center of the cemetery, there are heroes at the divine martial realm, and even at the saint level, which is far beyond Zhou Tian's ability to contend with. That is why the objects in these tombs are still intact. The Zhoutian realm experts from various forces entered the God and Demon Cemetery. In addition to escorting the younger generations, they also entered for the sake of these godly martial tombs. The God and Demon Cemetery opens once and lasts for 30 days. In the first 20 days, Zhoutian realm warriors will do their best to help the younger generation in their camp obtain the martial arts inheritance. And in the last 10 days, these Zhoutian realm warriors will frantically attack the god and martial spirits. If 1 Zhou Tian is not enough, then we can use 10, 100, in short, we will use the lives of Zhou Tianjing to smash open the tombs guarded by these divine and heroic spirits. Do you have to be so crazy? Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Is the life of a Zhoutian realm expert so worthless? Why can't it be so crazy? Qian Duoduo retorted, the tomb guarded by the heroic spirit of the divine martial realm must have been a saint realm cultivator when he was alive. The chance of a saint weapon appearing among the burial objects is still very high, and there may even be a saint's inheritance. Why not go crazy? Once you die, your cultivation level will only drop by a small level. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Looking at Qian Duoduo, he widened his eyes and asked in shock, what did you just say? Qian Duoduo was puzzled. What? You said that if we die once, our cultivation level will only drop by one small level. What does that mean? Ye Bufan asked again. This one. Qian Duoduo responded, nothing much. There are special rules in the God and Demon Cemetery. People who enter the God and Demon Cemetery will not really die. Every time you die, your current cultivation level will drop by one small realm. After dying 3 times, even if the God and Demon Cemetery has not yet been closed, you will be directly expelled. Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Nothing. Immortality, isn't that a big deal? Damn it, you fat guy, you didn't say the main point, but Ye Bufan felt that compared to this immortal body, what Qian Duoduo said before was all nonsense. The crystal of inheritance, the holy soldiers buried with the dead, the immortal body, what else is there besides this? Tell me the key points. Ye Bufan suddenly shouted. This fat guy is so annoying. Chapter 494 God's Tomb, Gravekeeper. What else? Looking at Ye Bufan, Qian Duoduo touched his chin and groaned as if he was thinking. After a moment, he exclaimed, oh, there is also the tomb within the tomb. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Sure enough, there is more. A tomb within a tomb, what is that? Then, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo again and said. He has decided that after today, he must find other people to learn more about the cemetery of gods and demons. Only by knowing both yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. As for how much money? This guy is so unreliable. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo said in a deep voice, a tomb within a tomb, a divine tomb. God's tomb. Ye Bufan was suspicious and stunned. Qian Duoduo said, yes, it is the God's tomb, located in the center of the God and Demon Cemetery. The cemetery is open for 30 days, and you can't get close to the god's tomb in the first 20 days, because there are many tombs outside the god's tomb, and these tombs are guarded by holy spirits. If you want to get close to the god's tomb, you must break through these holy spirits. But that is impossible. The Saint Realm heroic spirit is so powerful that even if all the Jodian realm experts join forces, they are no match for the Saint Realm heroic spirit. What's more, there are hundreds of heroic spirits in the Holy Realm. However, on the 21st day after the Gods and Demons Cemetery opens, a gravekeeper will appear in the Gods and Demons Cemetery. Ye Bufan's expression was stern. Gravekeeper. Yes. Qian Duoduo responded, on the 21st day, the gravekeeper will appear and suppress all the heroic spirits in the Holy Realm. At this time, anyone under 50 years old whose cultivation is not yet at the divine martial realm can enter the divine tomb. Hiss. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. How strong must this gravekeeper be to suppress all the Holy Realm heroes with his own strength? I'm afraid it's already unimaginable. Then what? Then, Ye Bufan asked again. Then, Qian Duoduo was stunned. What then? What do those people do after entering the god's tomb? Tests, treasure hunt, or something else? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes and said unhappily. I don't know. Qian Duoduo shook his head. How could you not know? Ye Bufan was furious. Qian Duoduo said, Mr. Qian really doesn't know. With a bitter smile, he spoke again. It's not just Master Qian, the same is true for other people in Shenwu continent. As for the god's tomb, just like this god and demon cemetery, we know nothing about it. How is that possible? Ye Bufan was shocked. Didn't you say that anyone under the age of 50 who has not reached the Jodian level can enter the god's tomb? What about these people? Don't they know? Or did they never come out after entering the god's tomb? They are safe and sound. Over the years, there are indeed countless people among the human race who meet the requirements and have entered the god's tomb. However, after these people walked out of the god's tomb, without exception, they all forgot what happened in the tomb. Qian Duoduo said with a wry smile. Ye Bufan was shocked. The memory was erased. It should be this. Ye Bufan was shocked. Qian Duoduo continued, at present, the Shenwu continent's understanding of the god's tomb is limited to the fact that most people who enter the god's tomb will be sent out on the first or second day. It is already difficult to hold out until the third or fourth day. If you hold out until the fifth or sixth day, you are definitely a rare talent. As for the seventh day, for those who make it to the seventh day, their memories in the god's tomb will still be erased, but a martial arts formula will remain in their minds. Martial arts. Ye Bufan was slightly stunned. Yes. Qian Duoduo responded, as long as you hold on until the seventh day, you will be able to obtain a martial arts manual. Currently, there are only 3 people who are known to have done so, and all of them happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. These 3 people were the ones who suppressed an era at the time. Ye Bufan's pupils widened and he was terrified. Relying on a martial arts secret to suppress an entire era. It is conceivable how terrifying the martial arts techniques these people have obtained are. With this thought in mind, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, what about these martial arts techniques? When a person dies, the martial arts disappear. Qian Duoduo smiled bitterly. According to the ancient records, those 3 people said in person that these martial arts secrets cannot be passed on to others, and can only be practiced by themselves. Ye Bufan was shocked. Is this possible? Why not? Qian Duoduo smiled bitterly. I think you have already heard it. This god's tomb is actually a terrifying place of inheritance. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes. I am not a fool, how could I not hear it? But you, Fatty, if I don't ask about such an important matter, are you not going to tell me? Boy, what do you mean? Do you think Master Qian deliberately hid it from you? Qian Duoduo glared at Ye Bufan, extremely dissatisfied. At the end, he added, Master Qian really forgot, okay. How heartless you are. You even forgot such an important place. Ye Bufan glared at Qian Duoduo. Important. Qian Duoduo sneered and said disdainfully, it's not important at all. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? In the Shenwu continent, apart from the 3 I just mentioned, there is only one who has persisted for 8 days. How much time has passed? How many people have entered? But only 4 people have gained such a small benefit. As you can imagine, the chance is terribly low. Moreover, we know nothing about this god's tomb. It can be said that even if we enter, we are just trying our luck. Mr. Qian never believes in luck. You're spending 10 days trying to get an inheritance that's almost impossible to get. Do you think I'm stupid? If I had this much time, I might as well kill a few of his godly martial realm heroes. Maybe I could even get a few holy weapons. If I could get the inheritance of a saint, that would be even better. I could definitely get a good price on the spot. Since you don't care about that damn inheritance, why should I, Mr. Qian, think about it? Is it normal to forget? Qian Duoduo curled his lips and said as a matter of course. Kill the heroic spirits in the divine martial realm, seize the holy weapons, and auction off the saint's inheritance. Ye Bufan stared at Qian Duoduo with his eyes wide open. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth and asked, "Do you want to enter this cemetery of gods and demons too?" Mr. Qian, I would like to, but unfortunately, I can't enter the saint realm with my cultivation level. And you? Just because Master Qian can't get in doesn't mean others can't. Can't all the little guys in the Jodian realm get in? Master Qian has already prepared 500 Jodian realm warriors, and given them the best elixirs and equipment, as well as your 600,000 essence pills. All of them will be distributed to them, and they can spend them at will during the battle. We're just waiting for the god and demon cemetery to open. When the time comes, tisk tisk. Qian Duoduo rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "Kill the Shenwu heroic spirit and take away all the burial objects. If a saint's inheritance crystal appears, auction it on the spot." The buyer, Mr. Qian, has already been contacted. The cemetery of gods and demons only opens once every 50 years. Last time, Master Qian wasn't born yet, so there was no chance. This time, tisk tisk, if Master Qian doesn't take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune, wouldn't that be too unfair to those dead people? Ye Bufan was stunned and dumbfounded. 500 Jodian warriors, the best elixirs, the best equipment, and 600,000 essence pills all distributed to these 500 Jodian warriors. Is the fat guy going to sweep the cemetery of gods and demons? That's not the point. Didn't you say that only the 3 major martial arts academies, each martial arts academy family, and the 81 war departments have the opportunity to enter the cemetery of gods and demons? Didn't you say that if other people wanted to get a spot in the cemetery of gods and demons, they wouldn't even have a chance and shouldn't even think about it? Didn't you also say that if I want to enter the cemetery of gods and demons, the only chance is to participate in the Martial Academy's cemetery of gods and demons quota competition? What the hell is going on with you now? 500 Jodian warriors. As you said before, a martial arts academy only has 500 places, and a top family only has 100. How the hell did you get these 500 places? The gravekeeper of the god's tomb is your relative. Did he give it to you? You uncle. Fatty. Suddenly, Ye Bufan yelled angrily, "I must go to the cemetery of gods and demons. You can do whatever you want. If you can't get in, I will break off my friendship with you. There are 500 places, and there is no place for me." So infuriating. Chapter 495, the creator of the 8-day record in the divine tomb, Shi Feishuan. There are clearly 500 places available, but he insisted that there was no other way, and added that the only chance would be gained by participating in some competition at the Martial Academy. If this fat man had nothing to hide, he would not believe it even if he beat Ye Bufan to death. Forehead. Ye Bufan roared, and Qian Duoduo was stunned. "Oh no, I let it slip." He cried in his heart, looked at Ye Bufan, and immediately smiled and pretended to be confused and said, "Boy, what did you just say?" Nima. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he grabbed Qian Duoduo's clothes, staring at him angrily and said, "Fatty, stop talking nonsense. If you can't get this place for me, we will end our friendship and never have anything to do with each other again." Xiao Fan, you are making things difficult for Uncle Qian, but Uncle Qian really has no other choice. We are a family and we don't have different opinions. If there is a way, how can Qian not help you? Qian Duoduo looked helpless and miserable. If you want to enter the cemetery of gods and demons, you can only enter the Martial Academy to participate in the quota competition. This thing. Ye Bufan felt confused. Glancing at him, Qian Duoduo smiled and said, "Besides, with your strength, Xiaofan, it would be a piece of cake for you to go to the Wuyuan Academy to participate in the Shenyuan group competition. Not to mention making it into the top 100, even getting first place wouldn't be a problem, right?" Ye Bufan was stunned when Qian Duoduo said this. "Yes, with my current cultivation and strength, it would be difficult for me to sweep all the warriors in the divine realm and get the first place. Why do I have to rely on a lot of money? It's just a quota, can't I just take it back myself? With this thought, Ye Bufan let go of Qian Duoduo and frowned. Is it really enough to just participate in the Martial Arts Academy's competition? You're dreaming, kid. If all you have to do is participate, then wouldn't everyone go? Not only do you have to participate, but with your cultivation level in the Divine Yuan realm, you also have to rank in the top 100 of the Divine Yuan group. Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes. Is it really that simple? Ye Bufan looked suspicious. He always believed that given Qian Duoduo's personality, things were definitely not that simple. What else? Qian Duoduo curled his lips and said, the God and Demon Cemetery is a matter of great importance, involving various martial arts academy families. Even the Martial Arts Academy dare not mess around, and there will be no shady dealings. Everything is determined by strength. Only students from the Martial Arts Academy can participate, Ye Bufan frowned. Certainly. But I'm not even a student at the Martial Arts Academy yet. What should I do? It seems the Martial Arts Academy only recruits students once every 3 years, and it's been less than a year since the last one. You are stupid. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo said with contempt. What's the meaning? Who are you? Stupid, you are a general in the War Department. Any one-star general in the War Department can apply to enter the Wu Academy at any time. Do you understand? Qian Duoduo said with disdain. As long as you apply to the Wu Academy now, Uncle Qian will come forward and let you enter the Wu Academy in minutes. When the time comes, participating in the competition will be a natural thing, right? You'll come forward. Ye Zifan narrowed his eyes. It is better to be safe than sorry. He has to be on guard against Qian Duoduo. Certainly. Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes. If we follow the normal procedure, it will take at least 3 months from the time you apply to the time you are admitted. By then, the God and Demon Cemetery will be closed. What will you do? Study? Or pick up girls? What conditions? After Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan suddenly asked. What's the meaning? Qian Duoduo was stunned and puzzled. If you come forward, what are the conditions? What will I have to pay? Ye Bufan didn't think that the fat man would be so kind. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo was instantly confused, and then he became furious. Boy, who do you think your Uncle Qian is? For such a small matter, you are asking your nephew for a favor. Is Uncle Qian that kind of person? You are. Ye Bufan cried out in his heart, looked at Qian Duoduo, frowned and said, you really don't need anything. Need not. Really? Are you done yet, kid? Do you have to wait for Uncle Qian to ask you for money before you feel comfortable and happy? Of course not. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and thought to himself, could it be that I really misunderstood this fat guy? But at this moment, Qian Duoduo suddenly spoke. Ye Bufan's heart tightened. What do you mean? If it's not a good thing, it's definitely not a good thing. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly and patted Ye Bufan on the shoulder. Why are you so nervous? Relax. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes. Am I nervous? I am on guard against you. Qian Duoduo ignored him and said slowly, as you know, the competition for this spot will start in a month. The registration has already closed before today. It's fine for you to enter the Martial Arts Academy at this time, but the registration. Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Sign up. I thought you, the fat guy, had changed your nature, but it turns out you were waiting for me here. As expected, a dog will always eat shit. Tell me, what are the conditions? What's your attitude, kid? Do you think Uncle Qian is taking advantage of you? Qian Duoduo shouted angrily, and said in a deep voice, Uncle Qian just wants to tell you that the registration has ended. If you want to participate in the competition, you must bribe the person in charge of registration to add your name. Do you understand? It's typical that a whore wants to maintain a chastity arch for herself. Ye Bufan was too lazy to pay attention to him. How much money do you need? Just tell me directly, don't talk nonsense. Qian Duoduo hesitated slightly and said, 5 million essence pills, should that be enough? FCK, you. Ye Bufan was furious. 5 million essence pills, you dare to ask for it, can you eat it? Aren't you afraid of eating yourself to death? Xiao Fan, don't be unconvinced. Do you think those guys in the Martial Arts Academy are easy to deal with? They are all more ruthless and evil than each other. The 5 million essence pills were given to me, Master Qian, for my sake. Otherwise, no matter how many essence pills you had, they would be useless. Qian Duoduo said earnestly. Thank you. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes. Didn't you say that if I take out the essence pill again, I'd be digging my own grave? This. Qian Duoduo was suddenly speechless. Ha ha. Then he laughed again. Don't you still have Uncle Qian? Uncle Qian is here to protect you. It's okay. But I don't want others to know that I have the essence pill in my hand. If you do this, won't I be completely exposed? Ye Bufan said in embarrassment. This. Fatty, I know exactly what you're thinking. Bribing the martial arts academy is all nonsense. You just want to get some benefits for yourself. Without giving Qian Duoduo time to think, Ye Bufan said firmly, one price, 100,000 essence pills. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. 200,000. Goodbye. Ye Bufan turned around and left without saying a word. Hey, boy, don't go. Let's talk it over nicely. If not, can we talk it over slowly? Seeing that Ye Bufan was about to leave, Qian Duoduo immediately chased after him. 190,000. 180,000, no less. Boy, show some sincerity. Let's each take a step back and give in. How about 150,000 inches? Damn it, forget it if it doesn't work. Mr. Qian still thinks it's too much trouble. Qian Duoduo kept chattering beside Ye Bufan, but Ye Bufan ignored him. Qian Duoduo was in a mess and helpless. Okay, 100,000 is 100,000, but you have to give it to me right away. Ye Bufan paused and looked at Qian Duoduo. 100,000 essence pills, I will give them to you when I enter the martial academy. Qian Duoduo was furious. Good. As soon as he heard the word, he said, however, Master Qian can only arrange for you to enter the Kangchong Martial Academy. Why? Ye Bufan was stunned. His ideal goal is definitely Beidou Martial Arts Academy. After all, his 3 younger sisters, his old man, and Luo Qinmo are all in Beidou Martial Arts Academy. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched, and he said awkwardly, well, Master Qian has some problems with the 2 major martial arts academies, Tianqi and Beidou, so, you know. Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes. Is that really true? However, he saw that Qian Duoduo did not seem to be lying, so he immediately said, let's just go to Kangchong Martial Arts Academy. Let's go to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons first. Okay. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. He thought to himself, girl, oh girl, daddy can only help you up to this point, the rest depends on you. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. With the character of the little bastard, if he goes to the Kangchong Martial Academy, it may not be certain how long he will stay there. You must hurry up and seize the opportunity. If Ye Bufan knew what Qian Duoduo was thinking, I wonder how he would feel. It's a pity that the devil is always one step ahead of the good. Ye Bufan obviously couldn't know what Qian Duoduo was thinking. By the way, you just said that in the god's tomb, in addition to the 3 people who persisted for 7 days, there was another person who persisted for 8 days. What did the person who persisted for 8 days gain? Was it also a martial arts secret? Ye Bufan asked suddenly. Compared to Qian Duoduo's taking advantage of the fire to rob, he was more interested in this god's tomb now. Who knows? Qian Duoduo curled his lips and said. Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? Let me tell you this. The one who persisted for 8 days was a woman named Shi Feishuan from more than 100,000 years ago. She is the closest to us now, and she must have extraordinary talent to be able to persist for 8 days in the god's tomb. Everything about her should be more detailed, but unfortunately, there is only one sentence about her in the ancient books of the Martial Academy. Master Qian even suspects that the person in charge of the record is simply an idiot. The records in the ancient books are roughly like this. Shi Feishuan, the creator of the 8 days record of the divine tomb, female, unknown. Other than that, there is not a single word more. Qian Duoduo said slowly, with an indignant look on his face. Ye Bufan was shocked. Who? Shi Feishuan. Chapter 496 Fair, it's getting late. As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan stood there in a daze. The 3 words, Shi Feishuan, were so familiar to Ye Bufan. Without her, he would have been killed by his former brothers and become a lonely ghost on earth. Without her, I would not have come to Shenwu continent. Without her, it would be impossible for me to achieve what I have now in such a short time. She has been a great help to me. But Ye Bufan knew nothing about Shi Feishuan's past, he only knew that she left behind the Zutianshan in her inheritance. This was the first time Ye Bufan heard someone mention Shi Feishuan after coming to Shenwu continent. Can, the creator of the 8-day record in the Tomb of the Gods. Female, unknown. Do you have to be so mysterious? Boy, what are you thinking about? Seeing Ye Bufan said nothing, Qian Duoduo couldn't help but ask. Ah. Ye Bufan suddenly came back to his senses, looked at Qian Duoduo and casually responded, "Nothing, I was just thinking, if the divine tomb persists for 7 days to obtain a martial arts formula that can suppress an era, what will the reward be for the 8th day?" Qian Duoduo curled his lips and said, "Even if she persisted for 8 days and got a peerless beauty, it has nothing to do with you. It's useless to rack your brains." Ye Bufan was too lazy to pay attention to Qian Duoduo. However, Ye Bufan is now more and more interested in this cemetery of gods and demons, or in other words, in this tomb within a tomb. Even a genius like Shi Feishuan could only hold on until the 8th day, so what if it happened to him? Also, what did Shi Feishuan obtain in the god's tomb? Was it the heaven's origin return to oneness technique? Or the soul-controlled technique? Or was it the Zutianshan? Did what she obtained in the god's tomb remain in the inheritance of the Zutianshan? What is hidden in the tomb of the gods? Ye Bufan found that at this moment he was firmly attracted to the cemetery of gods and demons and could not extricate himself. Boy, since you plan to go to the martial academy to participate in the competition for a place in the cemetery of gods and demons, when do you plan to leave? Qian Duoduo didn't know what Ye Bufan was thinking, but he knew very well that Ye Bufan must not be allowed to stay outside, otherwise, who knows which bees and butterflies this boy would attract. He was so intent on tricking Ye Bufan into joining the martial arts academy that he forgot that there was no shortage of outstanding women in the academy itself, and compared to the outside world, there were more outstanding women in the academy and they were more concentrated, so Ye Bufan had a greater chance of meeting one. Doesn't the competition start in a month? Ye Bufan came back to his senses and glanced at Qian Duoduo. You. Qian Duoduo pointed at Ye Bufan, looking furious. Boy, do you want to piss off Master Qian to death? Don't you need to prepare in advance before you participate in the competition? What are you preparing for? Ye Bufan was puzzled. You'll know when you get to the martial arts academy. Qian Duoduo didn't want Ye Bufan to stay outside any longer, so he said, how about this, Master Qian will take you to the martial arts academy later. Do you have to be so anxious? Nonsense, the competition will start in 1 month. Ye Bufan curled his lips when he heard this. You just said you needed to buy a ticket to the martial arts academy and help me register. Now you just brought it to me. However, Ye Bufan knew what Qian Duoduo was up to, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. How about this, give me 3 days, and you come pick me up after 3 days. Qian Duoduo was stunned. Why 3 days? Ye Bufan said impatiently, are you in such a hurry to reincarnate? I have so many people under my command. Before they go to the martial arts academy, I have to make proper arrangements for them, right? Qian Duoduo smiled and said, okay, just 3 days, but you better hurry up and don't dilly-dally. Ye Bufan rolled his eyes at him and said, I see. Then he continued, by the way, how does the War Department plan to deal with the matter of the 3 generals? What else can I do? Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes and said, we have already looked at the bodies of the 3 little guys, and we can't find any clues about the murderer. If the murderer doesn't show up again, then this matter will end up with nothing. It's nothing. What else do you think we should do? Qian Duoduo looked disdainful. If there was even the slightest clue, the War Department would not sit still and wait for death. I'm afraid they would have taken action long ago. How could it be as calm as it is now? Unfortunately, they are now like headless flies, with no clue. They have done everything they can, and all that is left is to wait. To tell you the truth, kid, each of the 3 generals' garrisons now has a saint secretly watching them. If the murderer strikes again, he will be exposed, but if he doesn't strike again, then there will be no solution. What? As soon as Qian Duoduo finished speaking, Ye Bufan's eyes widened and he exclaimed, there are 3 more saints nearby. Brush. After he finished speaking, he covered his mouth and looked towards the flying dragon platform and the viewing stand. You just remembered that there are other people around here. Seeing this, Qian Duoduo sneered, don't worry, they can't hear anything, otherwise those 3 saints would have arrested you long ago. Ye Bufan was stunned. Damn, the conversation between me and Qian Duoduo just now was very open, and he even mentioned the essence pill. Now that I think about it, it's a good thing Qian Duoduo is here. Call. Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The martial arts academy sent out 3 saints at once. Isn't that a bit of an overreaction? Making a mountain out of a molehill. Qian Duoduo rolled his eyes at Ye Bufan and said, 3 generals were assassinated at the same time. This has never happened before. 81 commanders are furious. Do you think this is a small matter? Just because you didn't see something doesn't mean it didn't happen. Do you know what the 9 transformation soul replenishing golden pill is? That's a life-saving pill. As long as you have a breath left, it can save your life. Not only is the quantity small, but unless you are a core student, or a vice president or dean, you are not eligible to take it. Moreover, each person is only entitled to 1 pill, so don't even think about taking more. But this time, the Martial Arts Academy took out 15 pills at once. What's this? This is the attitude of the Martial Arts Academy. Whether it's the 9-turn soul replenishing golden pill or the 3 saints, the Martial Academy has done its best to cooperate in order to calm the anger of the 81 commanders. Otherwise, do you think the War Department would act so low-key? I'm afraid that now the entire human race and even the demon race have been turned upside down. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. According to the attitude of the War Department, in the absence of any clues, no matter how much time has passed, anyone who has had any conflicts with the 3 generals will not be able to escape. Kill the whole family, destroy the whole clan. This is not just talk. These guys are capable of doing it. Do you know how many people will die by then? Ye Bufan's heart sank. Sumo briefly mentioned the matter of the 3 generals. Ye Bufan originally thought it was nothing, but now it seems that it is not as simple as it seems. The surface is calm. The waves are surging in the dark. However, this had nothing to do with him, so Ye Bufan didn't say or ask any more questions. On the viewing platform, Ye Bufan sat down again and began to think about what he should arrange for the next 3 days. After all, this trip to the Martial Arts Academy would not be too short. 1 month later, the competition for quota will begin. 2 months later, the Cemetery of Gods and Demons opened. In addition, the opening time of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons is also 1 month, which means that his trip to the Martial Arts Academy will take at least 3 months, and some things must be arranged properly. Time passed quietly, the sky gradually darkened, and the competition between the 2 generals came to an end after 4 hours. In addition to Han Feier, the other 2 newly promoted generals are Dongfang Mushui, a 5-star general under Di Shang, and Mu Chenfei, a 5-star general under Zhang Chu. There were 15 generals, 11 men and 4 women, but in the end it was 3 women who won the position of general. This was unexpected. From then on, the Tianfeng War Department had a commander-in-chief and 3 generals, all of whom were women. This situation made Ye Bufan feel strange. Women are as good as men. Or is it that yin is stronger than yang? But he didn't care too much. After the duel, Ye Bufan came to Han Feier, not paying any attention to the other warriors around him. He hugged her slender waist and whispered in her ear with a wicked smile, "Feier, you see it's getting late, otherwise." Before Ye Bufan could finish his words, he felt a big hand falling on his shoulder. Ye Bufan was stunned. "Fatty, what are you doing?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask when he turned around and saw Qian Duoduo behind him. "Boy, it's getting late. Shouldn't you go back? There are still 3 days left. You don't have much time. Hurry up," Qian Duoduo said with a smile. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. "There are still 3 days left. What do you think of my arrangement? It's none of your business." "That won't work. Master Qian has to watch you and urge you on." Let's go." Qian Duoduo ignored him, and after saying these 2 words, he grabbed Ye Bufan and flew into the air. "Fuck." Ye Bufan yelled angrily, "Fatty, let go." Qian Duoduo ignored it. "Call out." He rushed out quickly and headed straight for the 7 Killers base. "Want to mess around with other girls? No way." Chapter 497. Good idea, no cooperation. Night goes, the sun rises, and the dawnlight awakens all sleeping things, and a new day begins. The 7 Killers base is in the main hall. "Fatty, you've been staring at me for the whole night, are you going to stop?" Ye Bufan was glaring at Qian Duoduo, who was sitting in front of him with a cup of tea in his hand, and he was furious. "Xiao Fan, Uncle Qian is doing this for your own good. Young people are unstable and don't know the priorities. Qian Duoduo said earnestly. At the end, he added, okay, hurry up and do your own things. Don't worry about Uncle Qian. It's troublesome to go back and forth. Uncle Qian happens to be free these days, so I'll keep you here. When you have arranged your affairs, Uncle Qian will send you directly to Kangchong Martial Academy. You uncle, am I a thief? Do you really need to keep an eye on me like you're guarding against a thief? Call. After taking a deep breath, Ye Bufan glared at Qian Duoduo and said, you are so cruel. Qian Duoduo smiled slightly. Bufan. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded outside the hall. Ye Bufan was stunned. Yao Yao baby, why are you here? Looking at Qin Yao walking outside the hall, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask, and then he greeted her with a smile. During this period of time, Qin Yao has been practicing in the underground palace. With the help of the essence pill, her advancement speed is very fast. At the beginning, she was only a 5-star Guiyuan, but now she is a 4-star Shenyuan. It's only one step away from 5 stars. In just a few months, his cultivation level has improved by almost one major realm, which is absolutely crazy. Coming to Qin Yao, Ye Bufan habitually hugged her slender waist. Seeing Qian Duoduo standing aside, Qin Yao couldn't help but glare at Ye Bufan, her cheeks blushing, but she didn't say anything. Qian Duoduo couldn't help but twitch his lips. How come this little bastard has women everywhere he goes? Ye Bufan ignored Qian Duoduo, put his arm around Qin Yao with his right hand, pointed at the main hall with his left hand, and said with a smile, Yao Yao baby, what do you think of this place? This entire fortress now belongs to me. I am the lord of the city, and you will be the lord's wife from now on. So, don't stay in the underground palace anymore. After Ye Bufan took over the fortress, he mentioned to Qin Yao about leaving the underground palace, but unfortunately she refused. In Qin Yao's words, the underground palace was quiet and perfect for cultivation. Hearing this, Qin Yao rolled her eyes at Ye Bufan and asked coquettishly, who is your city lord's wife? Yo. Ye Bufan smiled evilly and looked directly at Qin Yao. Miss Qin Yao, do you still want to regret it? Qin Yao was speechless and suddenly said, Bu Fan, I want to go home. Go home. Ye Bufan was stunned, looked at Qin Yao, and then smiled and said, okay, I will go back with you. It's just right, I can take this opportunity to visit my father-in-law and mother-in-law to see if they are satisfied with me as their son-in-law. If they are satisfied, we can get married directly in the Qin family. Fuck you. Qian Duoduo cursed in his heart, Master Qian is also your father-in-law, why don't you come and pay a visit to Master Qian? Qin Yao glared at Ye Bufan unhappily, and then slowly said, I am going back this time mainly to participate in the competition for the Gods and Demons Cemetery. I may enter the Gods and Demons Cemetery later, so I don't have time to accompany you. God and Demons Cemetery. Ye Bufan was stunned. Only then did he remember that Qin Yao was not only a general of the War Department, but also a student of the Kangchong Martial Academy. It was natural for her to participate in the competition for the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. Yes. Looking at the stunned Ye Bufan, Qin Yao responded, there is an ancient inheritance in the God and Demon Cemetery. It is only opened once every 50 years. This is a rare opportunity. Every time the God and Demon Cemetery opens, each family will send people to enter, but the places to enter are allocated by the Martial Academy. Our Qin family is only a third-rate family, and we are only allocated 10 places. Although I will not participate in the competition, the family will definitely let me in when the time comes. However, I also want to contribute to the family, so I want to win a place to enter the God and Demons Cemetery with my own strength. The God and Demons Cemetery will open in 2 months, and the competition will be held in another month. Registration has already started. If I don't go back, I will miss it. So, Bu Fan, if you want to enter the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, I can ask my father too. Bu Fan, what's wrong with you? Qin Yao wanted to say something, but she was stunned when she saw Ye Bufan's mouth twitching. Fine, Ye Bufan said casually and looked at Qian Duoduo again. Qian Duoduo smiled awkwardly. Fatty. Ye Bufan glared at him, gritting his teeth and angrily yelled, didn't you say that the registration for the competition has closed? Didn't you say that only by bribing the person in charge of registration at the Martial Arts Academy can I be arranged in? Can you be more shameless? Ah. Qin Yao exclaimed and looked at Qian Duoduo. Ha ha, ha ha. Uncle Qian smiled awkwardly. Well, Xiaofan, Uncle Qian is old, so he might have remembered it wrongly. I misremembered you, uncle. Ye Bufan cursed angrily. This. Qin Yao looked stunned and bewildered. Bu Fan. Fine. Ye Bufan waved his hand, looked at Qin Yao and said, it's just right. I will also go to Kangchong Martial Academy to participate in the competition in a few days. Let's go together. Ah. Qin Yao asked in surprise, are you going too? What? Is there a problem? Ye Bufan shrugged and said with a smile, are you worried that your man is not strong enough to compete with those so-called geniuses from the Martial Arts Academy? No. Qin Yao rolled her eyes at him, then smiled and said, I'm just a little surprised. Then it's settled. We'll go to Kangchong Martial Academy together in 3 days. We'll register first and then go to the Qin family. By then, after we've dealt with the parents-in-law, will you still be able to run away? Yao Yao baby, Ye Bufan said with a smirk, changing the subject. I'm ignoring you. Qin Yao turned her head away, her cheeks flushed, and said coquettishly. Don't. Ye Bufan smiled mischievously, grabbed Qin Yao's hand and said, if you don't pay attention to me, who else will you pay attention to? You bastard, you beast, do you really think Master Qian is just a decoration? Qian Duoduo was furious as he watched from the side. Qin Yao was disheveled and shy, and stopped arguing with Ye Bufan about this topic. She said softly, then I'll go practice first. Call me in 3 days. Which is more important, cultivation or me? Aren't you afraid that if you practice all day long, I will run away with someone else? Ye Bufan said with a wicked smile. Look at you, you run too. Qian Duoduo muttered to himself. Qin Yao said unhappily, you think everyone is the same as you. I was originally going to participate in the Guiyuan group competition, but now I can only participate in the Shenyuan group. I still have a month left and will strive to upgrade to the 7-star or 8-star Shenyuan. That way I will have a better chance of winning. Otherwise, I can only use the family quota. It's just a competition. I'm still here. Not to mention ranking 100th, even first place is no problem. You, of course, when the time comes, you can bring the Netherworld Evil Dragon with you. Once the Demon Emperor appears, won't he sweep away all the gods? Qin Yao was instantly confused. Is this possible? Qian Duoduo was also speechless. Boy, can you be more shameless? However, his eyes soon lit up again, business opportunity. I'd better go practice. Qin Yao opened her mouth slowly, said one sentence, and then ran out of the hall. Ye Bufan did not stop him. The battle for the God and Demon Cemetery. It's a piece of cake. Once the Demon Emperor appears, who can compete with him? Boy, let's discuss something. At this time, Qian Duoduo suddenly ran to Ye Bufan and said with a sly smile. Roll. Ye Bufan roared angrily. What good can happen to you, fat guy? Qian Duoduo didn't care. Boy, do you want to make a fortune in the God and Demon Cemetery competition? Ye Bufan was stunned. What do you mean? Hey. Qian Duoduo rubbed his hands and said with a sly smile, you know about the competition, right? Whether it's condensation origin, return to origin, or divine origin, there are 100 places, but there are too many wolves and too little meat. Many people who are not strong enough obviously have no chance. But don't they want to enter the cemetery of gods and demons? Of course. If there is no opportunity, let's create opportunities for them. What do you think? If we rent out your little lizard, will those who are not strong enough but want to enter the cemetery of gods and demons turn a blind eye? Then can we join forces to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune? Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This fat guy, I just mentioned it just now, but he immediately thought of a way to make money. Talent. No, it's a scam. Then, looking at Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. That's a good idea. Huh. Don't you think about who Mr. Qian is? Let me tell you. Qian Duoduo wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ye Bufan. No cooperation. Qian Duoduo was stunned. What do you mean? The Netherworld Evil Dragon belongs to me, right? Certainly. As long as we rent him out, we can make a profit, right? That's right. Is this not difficult to do? Absolutely not. It doesn't matter whether you're there or not, right? If that's the case, why should I cooperate with you? And give you a share of the profits? Ye Bufan smiled wickedly. Am I stupid? Can't I work alone? Solo. Qian Duoduo was stunned, his eyes widened, and he was instantly confused. Yeah, why doesn't he go it alone? Chapter 498 I know who the murderer is. Working alone. These two words made Qian Duoduo dumbfounded instantly. Yes, why doesn't this guy work alone, but instead pulls me along and shares some of the profits with me? Damn it. Xiaofan, you can't do this. After all, this idea was thought of by Uncle Qian with great effort. Do you feel embarrassed if you don't take Uncle Qian with you? Qian Duoduo looked at Ye Bufan and said with a wry smile. What's there to be embarrassed about? Ye Bufan smiled leisurely. I didn't force you to give me advice, did I? Qian Duoduo was in a mess, and after a moment he said, Xiaofan, we are all family, and Uncle Qian is your future father-in-law. We should make money together, right? A family. I don't admit it. Ye Bufan shrugged. You. Qian Duoduo was furious. Ye Bufan ignored him and said, besides, since the registration for the Martial Academy God and Demon Cemetery competition has just started, then the 100,000 essence pills we agreed on earlier should not be needed, right? By the way, I seem to be a shareholder of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, holding 30% of the shares. When will the dividends be distributed? Uncle Qian, why is your mouth crooked? Are you okay? How about I find a pharmacist to take a look at you? Speaking of which, Uncle Qian, you keep urging me to marry Sister Rumong. Are you dying soon? Do you want me to take over Linglong Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible after I marry Rumong? Uncle Qian, you should have told me earlier. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to take care of Sister Rumong this time when I go to Kangchong Martial Academy, and strive to make sure you can have a grandson as soon as possible. Seeing Qian Duoduo's frustrated look, Ye Bufan was secretly proud. You are full of nonsense and trying to fool me. Do you really think I am a vegetarian? Owner. At this time, a voice came from outside the hall again after Qin Yao's. The nether dragon transformed into a middle-aged man in a black robe and walked in. What is it? After taking a look at the netherworld evil dragon, Ye Bufan asked. This. The netherworld evil dragon hesitated slightly and glanced at Qian Duoduo, implying that it was inconvenient for him to speak in the presence of outsiders. Little lizard, what the hell do you mean? Do you dislike Master Qian? Do you believe that Master Qian will kill you? Qian Duoduo, who was already feeling aggrieved, immediately became furious. The netherworld evil dragon's body trembled. Ye Bufan said, don't pay attention to him, just pretend that this fat guy doesn't exist. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Qian Duoduo's mouth twitched. Yes. The netherworld evil dragon responded, Master, I may know who assassinated the 3 generals of the Tianfeng War Department of the human race. What? When the netherworld evil dragon finished speaking, Ye Bufan exclaimed. Whoosh! Qian Duoduo stood up suddenly, stared at the nether dragon with a cold gaze, and shouted solemnly, You know. How did you know? Who is it? After asking 3 questions in a row, Qian Duoduo directly blocked the hall. The 3 generals were killed inexplicably, and now the matter remains a mystery. The War Department has no clue at all, and the Martial Academy is on guard against the War Department going on a killing spree. Now a demon emperor has come out and said that he knows the murderer. How can Qian Duoduo not take it seriously? Ye Bufan also glanced at the nether dragon. Who is it? I'm not sure, but I know that the daughter of the Lihuo demon god is now lurking in the Tianfeng War Department. Maybe she did it. The netherworld evil dragon said slowly. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. The words of the nether evil dragon made Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo tremble. The War Department had previously suspected that the deaths of the 3 generals were most likely caused by the demon clan. That was why Qian Duoduo interrogated the 15 generals. But the result is that there are no demons among the 15 generals, but this does not mean that there are no demons hidden among other members of the War Department. However, there are nearly 10 million members of the War Department, and it is impossible to check them one by one. Unless you don't care about their life or death. That's obviously impossible. But now, the netherworld evil dragon demon emperor actually said that the daughter of the Lihuo demon god was lurking in the Tianfeng War Department. This is consistent with the conjecture of the War Department. It is very likely that she was responsible for the deaths of the 3 generals. Who is she? Suddenly, Qian Duoduo asked sternly. This I don't know either. I only know that she is in the Tianfeng War Department. You don't know. Qian Duoduo narrowed his eyes and said, if you don't know, how can you be sure that she is in the Tianfeng War Department? When I was still in charge of the fortress, she passed on information to me through the members of the demon tribe, so I knew she was in the Tianfeng War Department. However, her comings and goings were very mysterious, so the members of the demon tribe had never seen her true appearance, so I had no idea who she was. You're lying. Qian Duoduo shouted angrily, and in an instant he came in front of the nether dragon, grabbed his neck, and said sternly, "Tell the truth, otherwise, believe it or not, I will search your soul." The netherworld evil dragon's face turned pale in an instant and he almost suffocated. Ye Bufan said anxiously, "Uncle Qian, stop it, he has no need to lie, and he won't lie." Qian Duoduo frowned and looked at Ye Bufan. "Xiaofan, he is not of our race, so his heart must be different. Although he is temporarily submissive to you, but Uncle Qian, believe me, he won't lie to me. Even if he does, I know it." Ye Bufan was completely confident in the soul-controlling technique. Qian Duoduo frowned again. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Brush. Qian Duoduo let go of the netherworld evil dragon. Ahem. The netherworld evil dragon couldn't stop coughing. Qian Duoduo ignored him, looked at him and said in a cold voice, "As far as I know, only when the demon race advances to the level of demon god can the spirit leave the body and become a human being. This Lihuo demon god is only at the level of divine martial arts. Could it be that his daughter has also entered the divine martial arts level? That I don't know either." The nether dragon's expression eased a little, and he continued, "I only know that the daughter of the fire demon god is lurking in the Tianfeng War Department. Her name is Murphy. Other than that, I know nothing." Murphy. Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo looked at each other and shook their heads. Since the other party was hiding in the War Department with the help of a human body, she would naturally use that human's name and it would be impossible for her to use her own real name. Of course, there are exceptions. It's better to be safe than sorry. It won't take much time to check. Although I don't know who she is, there is a guy who definitely knows. At this time, the netherworld evil dragon spoke again. Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo were both stunned. "Don't you know how to get to the point when you speak?" "Who?" Qian Duoduo shouted angrily. The netherworld evil dragon did not dare to neglect. Tianfeng War Department, the mount of the human general Zi Qinhao, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. After a pause, the nether dragon continued, "He was lurking beside the purple emperor demon emperor at first. After the purple emperor died, he followed me. Later, he went to the sky fortress to tip off the enemy and was spotted by the daughter of the fire demon god. The daughter of the fire demon god passed the news to me. Later, when I captured him, he said, it turned out to be her. I think this blue-eyed golden-eyed beast should know who the daughter of the fire demon god is." Blue-eyed golden-eyed beast. Ye Bufan and Qian Duoduo looked at each other. Qian Duoduo looked directly at the nether dragon and shouted, "Where is he? Is he dead or alive?" At the time, I didn't want to let him off so easily, so I didn't kill him. Instead, I sent him back to the Wangyao mountain range, imprisoned him, and tortured him day and night. The netherworld evil dragon spoke slowly, but that was when I was in charge of the fortress. Now I don't know whether he is dead or alive. Since you were the one who had him imprisoned, you should know where he is being held, right? Qian Duoduo stared at the netherworld evil dragon with cold eyes. "No. Take me." As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo grabbed the netherworld evil dragon and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Enter the Wangyao mountain range and look for the blue-eyed and golden-eyed beast. Chapter 499 Arrangements before leaving. Watching Qian Duoduo leaving with the netherworld evil dragon, Ye Bufan shook his head and said nothing. The killing of 3 generals of the human race's war department was a serious matter. Now that they finally had some clues, how could Qian Duoduo let it go? Although this fat man looked like a profiteer all day long, he was never vague when faced with major and important matters, and was even more serious and earnest than anyone else. But this has nothing to do with Ye Bufan. It would be best if he could find the blue-eyed, golden-eyed beast and find out the truth, but if he can't find it, it won't have much impact. What he has to do now is to arrange what to do after he leaves, which is more important than anything else. After taking it back, Ye Bufan called Leng Feng. In the 7 Killings Hall. "Commander, are you going to the Martial Arts Academy?" Leng Feng couldn't help but ask, looking at Ye Bufan. "That's right." Ye Bufan responded and said, "This time, I will go to the Kangchong Martial Academy, which will take at least 3 months. It's a bit long, so the 7 Killings station will be handed over to you." "I understand. Also, I will take the netherworld evil dragon away, and leave you another demon emperor when the time comes. Lang Feng couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment, full of horror. Are there other demon emperors under his command? Ye Bufan chuckled and continued, you have also seen this demon emperor. He is the iron-armored lion tiger beast who led millions of demons to attack the fortress last time. Now he has been influenced and submitted to me. I can use him for my own purposes. Sense conviction. Lang Feng's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. Can the demons be reformed? Ye Bufan smiled slightly and did not explain. Then he reminded again, although I will leave the iron-armored lion tiger beast to you, it is best not to expose it unless necessary. Just keep it to yourself. Lang Feng came back to his senses and responded, understood. In addition, glancing at Lang Feng, Ye Bufan paused and said in a deep voice, Lang Feng, there are so many fortresses in the monster battlefield. Do you know why I chose this place? Lang Feng was stunned. Ye Bufan said, 3,000 meters underground in this fortress, there is an underground palace with infinite space. What? Lang Feng was shocked for a moment, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. An underground palace. Ye Bufan continued, the fortress is in the open, and the underground palace is in the dark. We can attack when we advance, and we can defend when we retreat. This time, while I am away from the fortress, if something unexpected happens and the fortress cannot be defended, there is no need to defend it to the death. You lead the 7 assassins to retreat into the underground palace and destroy the passage. Everything will be decided after I come back. Of course, this is just in case. Clear. Understood. Lang Feng seemed to be a little slow to react, and his voice was a little slow. Suddenly, he instinctively asked, Commander, with Master Tang in the fortress, there shouldn't be any problems, right? This time, I will take Tang Yuan with me. Tang Lao is also taking him away. That's right, that's why I told you, if something unexpected happens, there's no need to defend it to the death if you can't hold it. The cemetery of gods and demons is about to open. Qian Duoduo is a guy who never does anything without profit. If he can mobilize 500 Zhodian, then this cemetery of gods and demons must be profitable. Although Ye Bufan does not have 500 Zhodian, he has 2 powerful warriors in the divine martial realm, Tang Yuan and Wangji Red Soul Lion. Once they enter the cemetery of gods and demons, their effect will definitely far exceed 500 Zhodian. Of course, the prerequisite is that they can get in. The cemetery of gods and demons has a restriction on entry for those above the Zhodian level, so Ye Bufan can only take a gamble by relying on the Burial Heaven Palace. If you can't get in, there's nothing you can do, but it won't be a big loss. But if he gets in, then with 2 powerful divine warriors and the 3 Zhodian demon emperors, Ye Bufan is confident that he can definitely sweep away all the heroic spirits below the Saint Realm. If you're going to do it big. Dig graves and sweep the cemetery of gods and demons. If Qian Duoduo knew what Ye Bufan was thinking and planning, I wonder how he would feel. I understand. Lang Feng spoke slowly. Okay, come with me now, and I will take you to the underground palace. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan walked out of the hall. Lang Feng was stunned and followed closely. On the left side of the main hall, there is a room where Ye Bufan opened up a passage. It was originally vacant, but now it has become Tang Yuan's room, where he eats and lives. Master Yi. Seeing Ye Bufan coming, Tang Yuan spoke in an extremely respectful voice. If he had surrendered to Ye Bufan at the beginning because the Imperial Red Soul Lion fell into Ye Bufan's hands, Tang Yuan had no choice. Now, Tang Yuan was truly surrendering. As for the reason, only Ye Bufan and Tang Yuan knew. Looking at Tang Yuan, Lang Feng hesitated slightly, and looked at Ye Bufan with puzzled eyes. Didn't the commander want to take me to the underground palace? Why did you come to Uncle Tang's room? Ye Bufan smiled indifferently. The passage is related to the underground palace, so Ye Bufan dared not be careless. So after the Tang family arrived, Ye Bufan arranged him here, with a divine warrior venerable guarding it. Without Ye Bufan's permission, outsiders could not get close to the entrance of the passage, let alone discover the secrets of the underground palace. Then, Ye Bufan glanced at Tang Yuan. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Tang. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan walked to the side, then squatted down, lifted the floor, and suddenly, an entrance with a radius of 2 meters appeared on the ground. Looking at the cave entrance, Lang Feng was shocked again. Tang Yuan didn't care at all. After all, he had known about the existence of the underground palace for a long time. Let's go. Looking back at Lang Feng, Ye Bufan went straight into the passage. Lang Feng hesitated for a moment, then followed. A 3,000-meter underground palace. Now, with the departure of Ye Fu and others, the underground palace is no longer as noisy as before, and seems unusually deserted. There are only Qin Yao and Qin Rong in the huge underground palace. Of course, there is also Lang Ningshang, who was placed here by Ye Bufan, and the pharmacist of Linglong Chamber of Commerce, who is responsible for taking care of Lang Ningshang. Bu Fan, why are you here? Qin Yao had just separated from Ye Bufan in the Seven Killings Hall, and now saw him appear in the underground palace, so she couldn't help but ask. Before going to the Martial Arts Academy, there are some things that must be arranged, so I brought Lang Feng to take a look. Ye Bufan said with a smile. Oh, Qin Yao responded. Ye Bufan glanced at Qin Rong and said, Brother Qin, please take Lang Feng to familiarize himself with the environment here. Yes, Qin Rong responded and looked at Lang Feng, come with me. Cold fronts don't stop. After Qin Rong and Lang Feng left, Ye Bufan looked at Qin Yao and said, let's go see Ning Chong. Qin Yao nodded. In the southwest of the underground palace, where there was originally a sacred pond, a simple house has now been built, and Lang Ningshang was placed in the house. Everything was simple in the room, with a table, a chair and a bed. At this moment, Lang Ningshang was lying quietly on the bed. Master Yi. Seeing Ye Bufan coming, a purple-clothed woman in the house bowed and said. This woman was about 30 years old, with a pretty face. She was Tang Qing, the high-level pharmacist arranged by Qian Duoduo. Sister Qing, thank you for your help. Ye Bufan said after looking at Tang Qing. No trouble, no trouble. This is the task assigned by the president. What's more, young Master Yi also gave such a generous reward. Tang Qing smiled slightly. As a pharmacist, Tang Qing knew very well the value of essence pills. If this kind of pill was left outside, even one would be worth a fortune. But Ye Bufan didn't care at all and provided her with unlimited quantities for cultivation, which made her feel infinitely grateful and admired. How is Ning Chong doing lately? Ye Bufan squatted down, looked at Lang Ningshang on the bed, touched her cheek and asked. Tang Qing hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Lang's condition is relatively stable, but what? Ye Bufan was stunned and turned to look at Tang Qing. But nothing good happens if it is nothing special. It's been just over 2 months, and the soul-devouring poison in Miss Lang's body has evolved to the 2nd stage, and is even about to enter the 3rd stage. It now consumes 5 9th-level Earth treasures every day. Once it evolves to the 3rd stage, I'm afraid it will consume more than 10 9th-level Earth treasures every day, and the speed will get faster and faster. According to the current situation, the 9th-level Earth treasures that young Master Yi brought last time are far from enough. Tang Qing said solemnly. Dabao is hanging on for life. No one had ever tried it before, but after trying it, Tang Qing discovered that using Earth treasures to suppress the soul-devouring poison was simply a waste of money and a fantasy. The current situation was several times worse than she had expected. With this kind of consumption, even Linglong Chamber of Commerce might not be able to bear it. That was why Tang Qing admired Ye Bufan even more and was extremely envious of Lang Ningshang. With a husband like this, what else could I ask for in my life? Ye Bufan frowned and asked, how long can the treasures I brought last time last? Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, it can only last for 4 months at most, which means that the fetus in Miss Lang's belly will be about 8 months old. However, because the fetus is in a special situation, I have speculated that under the current situation, it may take 13 months for the fetus to be born, which means that there are still 5 months of Earth treasure left. Moreover, the amount of Earth treasure consumed in these 5 months will far exceed that of the previous 8 months. This is not the only thing. If something unexpected happens, the birth of the fetus may take even longer. Tens of thousands of level 9 treasures can only last for more than 4 months. Ye Bufan was shocked and said, I know about this matter. Leave the Dabao to me. Sister Tang just needs to take care of Ningchang. Ye Bufan said so Tang Qing naturally couldn't say anything more. Then, Ye Bufan said, Sister Tang, I need to leave the base for a while. I am worried about leaving Ning Chong here, so I will place her in the Burial Heaven Palace. This should not have any impact on her, right? That's all right. That's good. Ye Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he asked Lang Feng to retreat to the underground palace after the accident, who can guarantee that the underground palace is absolutely safe. Ye Bufan didn't want to take the risk, so he decided to take Lang Ningsheng with him. A safe bet is a safe bet. Chapter 500 The Missing Blue-Eyed Golden-Eyed Beast. After Ye Bufan placed Lang Ningsheng in the Burial Heaven Palace, he also brought Qin Yao, Qin Rong and Tang Qing into the Burial Heaven Palace, and then left the underground palace with Lang Feng. After leaving the underground palace, Ye Bufan took Tang Yuan into the Heaven Burial Palace. Now, the Imperial Red Soul Lion had been controlled, and Ye Bufan was not afraid of him meeting Tang Yuan, and he was not worried that he would leave with Tang Yuan. The most important thing was that things were different now. Now, even if Ye Bufan asked Tang Yuan to leave, he might not leave. Tang Yuan entered the Burial Heaven Palace. Ye Bufan summoned out the iron-armored lion tiger beast again, and asked him to replace Tang Yuan to guard the entrance to the underground palace. Although Ye Bufan asked Qian Duoduo for 3 days, in fact, Ye Bufan had always been a hands-off boss. All the affairs of the Qixia base were handled by Lang Feng, and there was not much that needed to be arranged by him. Ye Bufan's original intention was to strike while the iron was hot during these 3 days, use 2.5 days to deal with Han Feier, and then use the last half day to arrange things for the Qixia station. Unfortunately, Qian Duoduo didn't give him a chance at all. So far, everything is arranged. There was only one demon emperor, the iron-armored lion tiger beast, left in the 7 kills base, along with 3 demon kings and 300,000 7 kills peripheral members. Tang Yuan of the divine martial realm, the demon god emperor extreme red soul lion, the netherworld evil dragon, the hell demon dog, the 9 netherworld underworld python, 2 divine martial realms, 3 demon emperors. Ye Bufan was ready to bring all of his strongest forces into the god and demon cemetery, even the golden-winged vulture that had not yet been controlled. Of course, there were also Hao Peng and his 2,000 men. 2 great gods and 3 great demon emperors. Such a lineup is undoubtedly powerful. In the cemetery of gods and demons that only Zhoutian and below can enter, Ye Bufan can definitely crush any force, and it is no problem for it to wipe out all the heroic spirits below the holy realm. Of course, the prerequisite is that you can bring it in. We can only rely on the Heaven Burial Palace. Time passes by inadvertently, and day turns into night in just a blink of an eye. The night is quiet and slightly cool. At the entrance of the main hall at the Qixia headquarters, at this moment, the 3 demon kings, the fiery demon ape, the iron-backed gray bear, and the purple-eyed cloud-winged tiger, were lying there quietly. In the main hall. What the hell is that fat guy doing? It's been a whole day, why hasn't he come back yet? Sitting cross-legged on the golden dragon throne, Ye Bufan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the pitch-black night outside the hall. He couldn't help but frown and murmured. Is there something wrong? Probably not. The fat guy is at least a saint-level expert. Below the demon saint, no demon tribe can threaten him. Besides, Uncle Long is also in the demon mountain range. If the demon saint of the demon tribe takes action, Uncle Long will not sit idly by. Once Uncle Long takes action, the Netherworld Blood Phoenix should also help. The 3 Saint Realm Masters joined forces and should not be underestimated. Even if they are defeated, escaping should not be a problem, and the demon tribe will not dare to fight to the death. The most important thing is that the soul mark that I used to control the soul on the Netherworld Evil Dragon is still there. As long as the soul mark is there, the Netherworld Evil Dragon is not dead. Fatty left with the Netherworld Evil Dragon. If a Zhoutian Realm Master is fine, how can a Saint Realm Master be in trouble? Forget it, leave him alone. Ye Bufan analyzed it secretly, then ignored it, closed his eyes, took out the corpses of several monsters, and continued to refine the essence pill. As for essence pills, it is better to have too little than too much. Ye Bufan plans to refine more before entering the Martial Academy, just in case of emergency. Time passes quietly, night turns to sunrise. Early the next morning, seeing that Qian Duoduo had not returned yet and there was no news, Ye Bufan finally couldn't help but take out the Mother and Child True Essence Stones. As soon as the Mother and Child True Essence Stones were activated, Qian Duoduo started communicating directly. Ye Bufan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, Qian Duoduo could still connect to the Mother and Child True Essence Stones, which meant that he was fine for the time being. Fat. Wait, busy. Ye Bufan spoke directly before he saw Qian Duoduo's image. However, he was interrupted by Qian Duoduo as soon as he said a word. Ye Bufan was stunned. Ha! The mother and child true essence stones fell to the ground instantly, and it was obvious that Qian Duoduo had cut off the connection. Ye Bufan was instantly confused. Waiting, busy. Damn, you really are very frugal with your words. You just asked the netherworld evil dragon to take you to the place where the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast was imprisoned. What are you busy with? What is there to be busy about? Ye Bufan rolled his eyes, showed contempt, and was too lazy to pay attention to him. He put away the mother and child true essence stones and continued to refine the essence pill. At nightfall the next day, Qian Duoduo still hadn't returned. In the early morning of the third day, Qian Duoduo was still nowhere to be seen. Noon, afternoon. Until it was almost nightfall, Ye Bufan thought that Qian Duoduo would not come back, but unexpectedly, at this time, Qian Duoduo returned to the Qi Sha base carrying the middle-aged man who was the incarnation of the netherworld evil dragon, and appeared in front of Ye Bufan. Fatty, it's been 3 days. I thought something happened to you and you wouldn't be able to come back. Seeing Qian Duoduo, Ye Bufan instinctively went to meet him, but found that Qian Duoduo looked unfriendly. He was stunned and asked solemnly, "What's wrong?" Bang! Qian Duoduo directly threw the middle-aged man who was the incarnation of the netherworld evil dragon to the ground, and said with a hint of anger in his tone, "Ask him." Ye Bufan was stunned and looked at the netherworld evil dragon. However, seeing the appearance of the nether dragon, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. He didn't notice it before, but now he found that the nether dragon's face was blue and purple, even his face was deformed, and his clothes were tattered. It looked like he had been severely abused. There is no doubt that this is definitely the work of Qian Duoduo. What's going on? Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at him and said solemnly. The nether dragon looked aggrieved. He glanced at Qian Duoduo secretly, then looked at Ye Bufan and whispered, "Master, the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast has been rescued." Rescued? Ye Bufan was stunned. Isn't that a good thing? What a fart. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Qian Duoduo cursed angrily and looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Do you know when you were rescued?" When? Within half a day. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Within half a day? Was it just when the Tianfeng War Department General competition ended? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Then, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Duoduo and said, "No matter what, since the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast has been rescued, it is a good thing for us. At least he is still alive and out of danger. It is only a matter of time before he finds the War Department. By then, the truth will be revealed. It is just a matter of time." "How do you know that the other party will let him go if they save him?" Qian Duoduo asked in a deep voice after Ye Bufan finished speaking. Ye Bufan was stunned. "What do you mean? It is normal for monsters to devour other monsters in the Wangyao mountain range. Some monsters grow by devouring other monsters. You mean, the monster killed the monster that was responsible for guarding the azure-eyed golden-eyed beast, and then rescued him, just to devour him? What do you think? This can't be such a coincidence. Won't." Qian Duoduo said coldly. Zi Qinhao already knew that the jade-eyed golden-eyed beast had been discovered. If he could rescue it, would he wait until now? In his opinion, the jade-eyed golden-eyed beast might have been killed long ago. Besides, he's dead now. Apart from Zi Qinhao, who else would take such a big risk to save the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast? Don't forget, that is the Wangyao mountain range. In the past 3 days, Master Qian had to be very careful when searching for the blue-eyed golden-eyed beast nearby, for fear of attracting the attention of the demon saint. Others. Who else dares to enter the Wangyao mountains alone? The one who rescued the jade-eyed golden-eyed beast, or rather, took him away, could not have been any other human or wild beast except the demon race. Ye Bufan was speechless for a moment. Qian Duoduo's face darkened. He was furious and full of hatred. He kicked Yuming Evil Dragon again, stared at him, and said viciously, "Tell me, since you knew about the daughter of the fire demon god, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it in the fortress, I'm afraid that the jade eyes and golden pupils would have pointed out who the daughter of the fire demon god is now, but now it's good. Half a day, just half a day. Fuck you." Bang. As he said that, Qian Duoduo kicked the netherworld evil dragon again. Angry, anxious, and hateful. The netherworld evil dragon felt extremely aggrieved, but he did not dare to resist, let alone express any dissatisfaction. He could only endure it silently. As a rain of arrows fell, the guardian heroic spirit fell to the ground with a bang. The second holy realm, destruction. Chapter 751 Wu Fei, the Tomb of Xianning Xiang. The second Saint Realm killing, although it took a long time, was safe. At this rate, Ye Bufan and his party could kill 2 Saint Realm heroic spirits in about a day. Now there are more than 10 days before the opening of the god's tomb, and they can kill more than 30 guardian heroic spirits. Although this number is absolutely pitifully small compared to the Shenwu area, they are heroic spirits from the Holy Realm after all. After killing the guardian heroic spirit, everyone headed directly to the tomb chamber in front. Depend on. However, looking at the tomb in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but complain, empty again. Looking at the empty tomb, everyone was speechless. Originally, the 3 holy weapons were obtained in the first tomb, and everyone thought that this holy area had never been excavated. But now, it is obvious that someone has visited the holy area in advance for tens of millions of years. But think about it, if Qian Duoduo has a plan to deal with it, why don't others have one? Tens of millions of years is such a long time that it is not an exaggeration to say that during this period there have been people who have the ability to kill the heroic spirits of the Holy Realm. The reason why the first tomb chamber is empty is probably because people thought that someone had visited it in advance, so they didn't pay any attention to it at all, and it has been ignored and left out until now. Of course, although the tomb is empty, the crystal of inheritance is still there. That is why everyone present could only comfort themselves in their hearts that compared to the crystal of inheritance, holy weapons were nothing. Before anyone could think about it, a figure had already rushed into the tomb. This person is none other than Ye Jingxuan. It seems that the little girl can't wait to become a saint and rule the world. Xuaner will definitely succeed this time. Looking at the inheritance crystal in front of her, Ye Jingxuan didn't hesitate at all. She squeezed out a drop of blood from the wound on her finger and then dripped it onto the inheritance crystal. Seeing Ye Jingxuan's determined look, everyone couldn't help but smile. 13 years old, I'm afraid only at this age can one be so innocent and romantic. However, everyone's smiles only flashed by, and were soon replaced by a hint of nervousness. After all, this was the crystallization of the inheritance of the Holy Realm heroes, and its value was unimaginable. Of course, the prerequisite is that it can be successfully refined. If not, it is worse than stone. However, everyone has already deeply understood the probability of refining the inheritance crystal, which is why they are so nervous. Ye Jingxuan dropped a drop of blood on the inheritance crystal, and soon there was no reaction. Failed. Although they were prepared, everyone still felt lost and helpless. Ye Jingxuan lowered her head and walked back like a deflated ball. Xiao Xuaner is fine. You will definitely succeed next time. Looking at Ye Jingxuan, Ye Bufan immediately smiled and comforted her. Upon hearing this, Ye Jingxuan looked up at Ye Bufan and said, "Brother, didn't you say that this time it would definitely succeed?" Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. He hesitated, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Puff. But at this moment, Ye Jingxuan covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "Brother, you are so stupid, Xuaner was just teasing you." Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This little girl was really clever. Everyone also smiled. However, there are still 4 chances to refine the inheritance crystal, so everyone will naturally not give up. After Ye Jingxuan came Ye Jingyi, but unfortunately, like Ye Jingxuan, Ye Jingyi also ended up in failure. Sister, it's okay. You will definitely succeed next time. Looking at Ye Jingyi who looked lost and decadent, Ye Jingxuan said comfortingly. Ye Jingyi smiled. The third one, Ye Jingru, also ended in failure. The fourth one, Qin Yao, also failed. The fifth one is Luo Qinmo. Of course, this was Luo Qinmo's own decision. She said that if she was not the last one in refining the inheritance crystal, she would not enter the Holy Realm. As for the reason, it is self-evident. However, like everyone else, Luo Qinmo's attempt to refine the inheritance crystal still ended in failure. This is such a bummer. All 5 people failed again. Ye Bufan complained and said in a messy way, "No wonder this god and demon cemetery has existed for tens of millions of years and still has so many tombstones. With this success rate, it is clear that they don't want people to succeed." Everyone nodded. The chance of refining is even smaller than the chance of a holy soldier appearing. But it is impossible to give up at this point. Even if the probability is small, everyone will continue. Let's go. Ye Bufan said this, and everyone moved forward again, heading towards the soul fusion area. This time, there was still someone responsible for exploring the way ahead. but the person exploring the way was replaced by a lunatic from the Demon Sealing Institute instead of the original elite from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. 13 minutes later, the third guardian spirit appeared, and Ye Bufan and his team took 4.5 hours to kill it. The tomb chamber was still empty, and the 5 attempts at refining ended in failure. It seemed that the 3 holy weapons in the first holy tomb had exhausted all the luck of Ye Bufan and his party. In the next few days, Ye Bufan and his party opened a tomb and left one empty. It would be fine if it was just an empty tomb, after all, there was still the inheritance crystal. However, the refining of the inheritance crystal also ended in failure, leaving no hope at all. Nothing was found in the 4th tomb chamber. Nothing was found in the 5th tomb. Nothing was found in the 12th tomb. Nothing was found in the 13th tomb. Nothing was found in the 27th tomb. Nothing was found in the 28th tomb. Bang! With a muffled sound, in the 29th tomb chamber, where Ye Bufan and his party had spent a full 6 hours, the heroic spirit who had reached the peak of the saintly realm fell to the ground. I just don't believe it. If you have the guts, try to hack another one. Ye Bufan shouted angrily. The tomb was opened, and the result was, damn it. Looking at the empty tomb chamber, Ye Bufan felt that he couldn't help but accept it. This was another empty tomb. Everyone was speechless and bitter. Now the tomb is empty, and we can only place our hopes on the crystal of inheritance. But can the refining of the inheritance crystal be successful? After too many setbacks, everyone has lost hope, which can be seen from Ye Jingxuan. At the beginning, as soon as the tomb was opened, Ye Jingxuan would immediately run to the tomb to refine the inheritance crystal. But what about now? The little girl looked at the inheritance crystal in the tomb and was not moved at all. Shaoshuaner, go ahead. Seeing this, Ye Bufan patted Ye Jingxuan on the shoulder and said with a wry smile. Although the chance of failure in refining is frighteningly high, it still needs to be refined. After all, what if it succeeds by accident? After receiving Ye Bufan's signal, Ye Jingxuan pouted and walked towards the inheritance crystal unwillingly. A drop of blood dripped, but the inheritance crystal showed no reaction. It was obvious that the refining had failed. It's just that they seemed to have become accustomed to failure, or perhaps they had been prepared for it. Facing Ye Jingxuan's failure, no one showed any emotional fluctuations at all. Next, Ye Jingyi Qinyao, Luo Qinmo and the other 2 girls all failed one after another. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan simply shook his head. He didn't want to say anything more. There is only one word to describe the cemetery of gods and demons, a trap. Then he looked at Qian Rumeng and said, Mengmeng, there are only 2 days left before the god's tomb opens. Shall we enter the soul fusion area now? Qian Rumeng nodded when she heard this. Originally, she planned to enter the soul fusion area on the last day. After all, she only needed to kill 1 heroic spirit in the soul fusion realm. However, it now takes 6 hours to kill a heroic spirit in the peak area of the Saint realm. The heroic spirit in the soul fusion realm must be stronger, and no one can guarantee that there will be no accidents. Therefore, it is undoubtedly necessary to enter the soul fusion area early. Otherwise, what should we do if half of the heroes in the soul fusion realm are killed and the god's tomb is opened? Let's go. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, the crazy people from the Demon Sealing Academy immediately took the lead and walked out, exploring the way ahead. The journey was smooth and peaceful. Soul fusion area. The blood-red sky, the milky white fog, the entire soul fusion area was not much different from the sainthood area. If one had to say something, it was that the fog here seemed thicker, and everyone could vaguely see deeper inside. In the center of the cemetery of gods and demons, a ball of golden light flickered in the air. As for what it was, no one could see clearly. With a visibility of 1,000 meters, it was already a miracle that everyone could see the golden light. And it was definitely because of the golden light. Otherwise, no one could see it at all. After entering the soul fusion area, the madman from the Demon Sealing Academy still led the way in front, and everyone followed closely behind. 20 minutes later. Call. Looking at the tombstone standing between heaven and earth in front of them, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When entering the holy area, every tombstone is hidden deep underground. Even if someone explores the way, everyone is still nervous along the way. After all, no one knows where the tombstones are exactly, so exploring the way may not be effective. There were 2 accidents. Although someone explored the way, the tombstone did not appear after the person who explored the way passed by. It was not until Ye Bufan and his party passed by that the tombstone suddenly appeared. Fortunately, there was no harm. However, the soul fusion area is different from the sainthood area. If an accident happens here and a soul fusion realm hero suddenly appears, the whole group may be wiped out. Now, I don't have to face that disgusting tombstone hidden underground. In everyone's sight, a few colorful characters flashed on the golden tombstone. Wu Fei, the tomb of Xian Ning Xiang. The holy area is where the 3 supreme beings of the heavenly palace, 18 divine generals, 72 concubines, and 108 flag masters are buried. Concubine Wu was one of the 72 concubines. Chapter 752 The goddess holding a butcher knife. Wu Fei, the tomb of Xian Ning Xiang. Looking at the 7 colorful characters on the tombstone in front of them, everyone was slightly distracted, and at the same time they also had a certain understanding of the overall layout of the cemetery of gods and demons. In the Saint Realm area, the words on the tombstones all start with XX Flag Master, which is undoubtedly the burial place of the 108 Flag Masters of the Heavenly Palace. And the Soul Fusion area in front of us is the burial place of the 72 lords and concubines of the Heavenly Palace. Next up, the Fatian area, the 18 generals of the Heavenly Palace. Demigod area, the 3 supreme beings of the Heavenly Palace. The central area is where the tomb of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace is located. In the entire cemetery of gods and demons, from the outside to the inside, the status of the tomb owners is getting higher and higher, and their corresponding strength is also getting stronger and stronger. The Palace Master is at the head, assisted by the 3 Supremes, followed by the 18 Divine Generals, the 72 Concubines, and the 108 Flag Masters, and under the Flag Masters are the members of each flag. According to the Gravekeeper, the weakest person in the cemetery of gods and demons was also a demigod at the peak of his powers, and in the Tomb of Gods, these people should correspond to the Guiyuan realm. After returning to the origin, one will achieve Divine Origin, Jodian, Divine Martial Arts, Sainthood, Soul Fusion, Flying, and Demigodhood. If according to the distribution in the cemetery of gods and demons, the heroes in each area were one realm higher than the previous area when they were alive, then the Palace Master in the center was 7 realms higher than the Guiyuan realm, which means that his cultivation level before was 7 realms higher than the peak of demigod. 7 realms higher than demigod, what kind of existence is that? It's unimaginable. However, this is no longer important to Ye Bufan and the others. Even if they rack their brains, they cannot figure out what is 7 realms higher than demigod. What they care about now is only how to kill the heroic spirit in the Soul Fusion realm in front of them. Although there is only a difference of 1 level, the Soul Fusion realm is definitely not comparable to the Saint realm. 800 meters, this is the distance given by Qian Rumeng. Compared with the previous time when they dealt with the heroic spirits who had entered the Holy Realm, the encirclement of Ye Bufan and his group retreated a full 300 meters. This is the optimal effective distance set by Qian Duoduo, which can be used for attack or defense. Mengmeng, what should we do now? Ye Bufan looked at Qian Rumeng and asked. The same is true for everyone else. The fusion of souls in the Holy Realm is something they cannot contend with at all. They can only rely on Qian Rumeng. Send one person up first and call out the guardian heroic spirit. Qian Rumeng said without hesitation as she looked at the tombstone in the distance. This bait was definitely doomed to die. You go. Immediately, Ye Bufan pointed at a madman from the Demon Sealing Academy and said. The madman from the Demon Sealing Institute pointed out by Ye Bufan ran directly towards the tombstone in front without any hesitation. With only the 3rd level cultivation, he could afford the loss. Then what? What should we do after the guardian spirit comes out then? Ye Bufan looked at Qian Rumeng and asked. He had no way to deal with this Soul Fusion realm spirit. Just like before, let's slowly wear her down and wear her down slowly. Qian Rumeng said without hesitation. Everyone was stunned. They thought Qian Rumeng would have other countermeasures, but they didn't expect that she would stick to the old ways. But it was true. Qian Duoduo's tactics were almost perfect. There was really no better way. Everyone was thinking that the Demon Sealing Institute lunatic had already approached the tombstone in front of them and stood next to it, but the tombstone did not move at all, let alone the guardian heroic spirit. But at this moment, a cold light suddenly flashed. The next second, a bloody woman appeared out of nowhere in the air in front of the tombstone. She was a girl who looked to be in her 20s. Although she was just a blood-colored spirit, her exquisite figure still aroused people's imagination. She had a slender neck, full breasts, a waist that was so tight that it could be held in one hand, and long legs that made people unable to stop looking at her. This is an absolutely stunning body. It is full of temptation, full of fantasy, and even tempting to commit crimes. On the woman's blood-red face, her eyes were clear as a deep pool and her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to be overflowing with spiritual charm. The same is true, making women more attractive. And this is just a blood-colored spirit. I wonder what would happen if it were the woman herself. Her beauty is extreme. I believe no man can resist it, and even women would be intoxicated by it. She is a fairy, only in paintings. She is a fairy, belonging only to dreams. The moment the woman appeared, almost everyone was stunned. However, this stunning woman actually held a butcher knife in her hand. That's right, it's a butcher knife, a slightly larger one. The only difference is that there's a dragon coiled on the back of the knife, and the blade also has dragon patterns. Such a weapon, in the hands of a woman, is simply the biggest stain and the biggest failure in this beautiful picture. Even its existence is the greatest blasphemy to women. Bang! Before anyone could think about it, the head of the Demon Sealing Institute lunatic in front of the girl suddenly fell to the ground. The next second, with a puff, sound, a stream of blood spurted out from the neck of the madman from the Demon Sealing Institute. Afterwards, the madman from the Demon Sealing Institute fell directly to the ground and died strangely in front of everyone. The sudden scene made everyone present instantly come back to their senses from the beauty of the woman, and at the same time they were all shocked. Each of them remembered the cold light just now. Undoubtedly, the madman from the Demon Sealing Institute was killed instantly by that one blow. At this time, the woman pointed the butcher knife at everyone and cursed coldly, "You bastards, you dare to provoke me. Get out of here immediately, or I will chop you into pieces." Well, the woman's shocking words startled everyone, and then everyone was speechless. This tone, this temper. The goddess, image collapsed in an instant. Concubine Wu was a tomboy. What's worse, for some reason, after seeing the performance of this Wu Fei, Ye Bufan instinctively looked at Ye Jingxuan, and the scene in Tianhuang City where Ye Jingxuan angrily chopped Luo Qinmo with a knife emerged in his mind. Ye Jingxuan and Xianning Xiang, these two people are so similar, they are both fierce. Kill. But at this moment, Qian Rumeng's cold voice rang out. She was standing 800 meters away from Xianning Xiang. She had changed her previous cynicism and her expression was more serious than ever before. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Qian Rumeng finished speaking, nearly 500 Jodian warriors from Linglong Chamber of Commerce launched an attack. Spears are for defense, arrows are for attack. Sharp arrows were fired all over the sky, and for a moment the sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls were heard everywhere. Martial arts and murderous intent shook the space. Snort. Seeing the arrows flying all over the sky, Xianning Xiang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "With your little fighting power, you want to kill me. You are totally ignorant." As she spoke, Xianning Xiang remained unmoved. At this moment, the rain of arrows had already arrived. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. For a moment, the sound of arrows exploding continued to be heard, and a colorful light curtain appeared around Xianning Xiang, and all the arrows were blocked 1 meter outside her body. Although she did not dodge, the arrows flying all over the sky failed to hurt her at all. That is, seeing this scene, especially seeing the colorful barrier around Xianning Xiang, everyone's pupils shrank and their expressions were stunned. Qian Rumeng said slowly, "That is the unique protective barrier of the Soul Fusion Realm warriors. They use their souls to communicate with the elements of heaven and earth, and use the elements of heaven and earth to condense an elemental barrier to protect themselves. As long as the barrier is not broken, any attack will be ineffective against a Soul Fusion Realm warrior." Qian Rumeng's story made everyone present instantly confused and even collapsed. As long as the protective barrier is not broken, she can't be hurt at all. What's the point of fighting then? But at this moment, Qian Rumeng spoke again. However, once the protective barrier of a Soul Fusion Realm warrior is broken, it cannot be reassembled in a short period of time. Therefore, if we want to kill her, we must first break her protective barrier. As he spoke, Qian Rumeng waved his right hand and shouted sternly, "Don't stop, keep attacking." At Qian Rumeng's order, the Jodian warriors of Linglong Chamber of Commerce did not stop and continued to attack. Oh, Xianning Xiang looked at Qian Rumeng and sneered, saying, "Little girl, you know a lot. However, since you know about the protective barrier, you should know that you can't break my protective barrier with just your level of attack. That may not be the case. Qian Rumeng's confident voice immediately sounded. Oh, really? Xian Ningxiang smiled slightly and said with interest, then I will wait and see. Chapter 753 Two Great Weapons, One Arrow Breaks the Defense. Then I'll just have to wait and see. Xian Ningxiang's frivolous words carried a hint of mockery and absolute self-confidence. Even facing the crazy attacks of more than 200 Zhodian warriors, she had no intention of fighting back. As long as the barrier is not broken, my body will not perish. In Xian Ningxiang's opinion, a group of Zhodian warriors could not do anything to her at all, and it was not worth her taking action. In that case, then you'd better watch and see how I break your protective barrier today. Facing Xian Ningxiang's words, Qian Rumeng shouted loudly, and she was equally confident. After saying this, Qian Rumeng stretched out her left hand. Chew! The next second, a phoenix cry suddenly sounded, and in an instant, a scorching breath emerged. A longbow appeared out of thin air on Qian Rumeng's left hand. It was a purple-red longbow, with a 7-colored phoenix shadow on the bow. For a moment, 7 colored lights illuminated the entire space. Looking at the longbow in Qian Rumeng's hand, everyone present was stunned, and then shocked. The phantom of a phoenix in 7-colored flowing light. That is a divine weapon. At this moment, Ye Bufan's soul was even more shocked. He clearly remembered Qin Xin saying that, of the 3 great artifacts of the Shenwu continent, except for the Zhudian harp, the other 2 had been destroyed. In other words, there is only one artifact in Shenwu continent now, and that is Zhudianqian. But now another one has appeared, and it is in Qian Rumeng's hands. How could Ye Bufan not be shocked? Originally, he knew that Qian Duodua would definitely make preparations in order to allow Qian Rumeng to kill the Soul Fusion Realm heroic spirit. However, Ye Bufan never expected that Qian Duodua would even prepare a magical weapon. Was this just a huge investment? For this magical weapon, the fat man must have spent all his fortune. Compared with the divine weapon in front of them, the 500 Zhodian and the heavenly soldiers, suits on them were not worth mentioning at all. Looking at the longbow in Qian Rumeng's hand, Xian Ningxiang showed a trace of surprise on her face. I didn't expect that a little girl like you actually has a magical weapon. But, after a pause, Xian Ningxiang smiled and said, with your current strength, you are simply unable to unleash the full power of the sub-divine weapon. Therefore, even if you have the sub-divine weapon in your hand, you cannot threaten me in the slightest. As soon as Xian Ningxiang finished speaking, Qian Rumeng grasped the bow in his left hand and stretched out his right hand. Brush. The next second, a 7-colored sharp arrow appeared directly on the palm of her right hand. What the hell? Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan exclaimed. Others were also shocked. Is this another divine weapon? It would be fine if the longbow was of artifact grade, but this sharp arrow was also of artifact grade. Everyone present felt their scalps tingling. The long arrows of the Earth soldiers are already luxurious to the extreme, and the artifact-level long arrow in front of him is simply wasteful to the extreme. It's just a sharp arrow, is it that important? Also, when did a magic weapon become a street stall item? If it doesn't appear, it's fine, but when it does, 2 pieces appear. Ye Bufan suddenly felt like he had been deceived and cheated by Qin Xin. Seeing the sharp arrow appear in Qian Rumeng's hand again, Xian Ningxiang frowned. Aren't you a sub-divine soldier? I didn't say yes. Qian Rumeng responded, and then shouted, everyone, prepare your martial arts. Yes. In an instant, more than 200 archers from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce responded in unison. They hold the bow, draw the string, and gather the arrow. While the Linglong Chamber of Commerce was preparing to attack, Qian Rumeng did not hesitate. She moved the longbow in her hand, and the next second the sharp arrow in her right hand was directly placed on the longbow. Hold the bow. Stride. Pull the string. The action is done in one go. Put. In an instant, Qian Rumeng's words rang out. Without any hesitation, the people from Linglong Chamber of Commerce shot out the sharp arrows in their hands one after another. Swish, swish, swish. The sky was filled with sharp arrows, carrying the sounds of dragons and tigers, heading straight for the Xian Ningxiang in front, with great momentum and chilling murderous intent. Qian Rumeng did not stop there either. The sharp arrow in her hand instantly left the bow. Chew! The next second, a phoenix cry was heard, and Qian Rumeng's sharp arrow instantly broke through the air at an extremely fast speed, directly surpassing the sharp arrows of the Zhoutian warriors of Linglong Chamber of Commerce. 7 colored sharp arrows, cold and murderous intent. Boom! During the attack, a purple flame ignited on the artifact-level sharp arrow, which increased the temperature of the entire space by 3 points. A mere trifle. Seeing the sharp arrow coming, Xian Ningxiang sneered and moved the butcher knife in her hand. Brush. The next second, a knife was chopped out, and the blade light attacked the sharp arrow rushing towards the front. With one blow, she wanted to chop off an arrow. Bang! But at this moment, the artifact-level arrow shot by Qian Rumeng suddenly exploded, countless sparks splashed, and then these sparks condensed into arrows again, flying straight towards Xian Ningxiang. One arrow turns into 10,000. Bang! In a flash, Xian Ningxiang's sword energy only destroyed one of the arrows. Fuck! Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. What? Xian Ningxiang also exclaimed, her pupils shrank. Disposable, consumable magic weapon. Before Xian Ningxiang could confirm, thousands of arrows had already attacked. Everything seems long, but it is just a blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of sharp arrows all hit Xian Ningxiang's protective barrier, and then exploded one after another. The endless sonic booms and the terrifying aura made the entire space vibrate. At this moment, the sharp arrows of more than 200 Zhoutian warriors from Linglong Chamber of Commerce had arrived. The rain of arrows has not yet subsided, and martial arts are coming. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of sharp arrows transformed from divine weapons, and the martial arts attacks of more than 200 Zhoutian warriors fell on Xian Ningxiang one after another. The sonic booms were continuous. Even though they were 800 meters away, everyone could still clearly feel the gusts of cold wind coming, which made their cheeks hurt. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard from where Xian Ningxiang was. Then, kachaka! The crisp sounds merged into one, until finally, a bang sounded. The rain of artifact arrows dissipated. The protective barrier of Xian Ningxiang disappeared. One arrow breaks the defense. The whole place was dead silent. Looking at Qian Rumeng with horror, Xian Ningxiang's blood-colored spirit body trembled uncontrollably. One arrow from the divine weapon detonated more than 200 martial arts, creating an impact force that was no weaker than a full-strength attack from a martial artist in the Soul Fusion realm. Qian Rumeng's arrow not only broke her Soul Fusion realm protective barrier, but also injured her, so that her originally blood-colored spirit body became even dimmer. Keep attacking. Qian Rumeng didn't hesitate at all. She drew back her longbow and shouted sternly. Gurgle. Everyone couldn't help but swallow. They witnessed the power of the divine weapon, and also witnessed the strength of the immortal condensing fragrance at the Soul Fusion realm level. If this arrow had hit anyone present, it would have been enough to make them disappear between heaven and earth, leaving no trace of their bodies. But what about Xian Ningxiang? This devastating arrow actually only broke the protective barrier of her Soul Fusion realm. This is simply an existence that defies the will of heaven. However, although everyone was shocked, they did not hesitate at all and attacked Xian Ningxiang again. And unlike before, now facing Xian Ningxiang, who was in the Soul Wrong realm, the people in charge of the attack from Linglong Chamber of Commerce used martial arts from beginning to end. As for the consumption of their energy, they didn't care at all and directly swallowed the essence pill. That's right, it's the essence pill. According to Qian Duoduo's original plan, after entering the cemetery of gods and demons, they slowly advanced and headed straight for the Soul Fusion realm heroes. The previous Earth soldiers, long arrows and energy recovery pills were all prepared for the Soul Fusion realm heroes. However, the appearance of Ye Bufan's essence pill made Qian Duoduo change his mind. The ground soldiers and elixirs prepared earlier were no longer important. With the essence pill, more than 200 Zhoutian warriors can ensure that their own energy will not be exhausted, and can also ensure that they can display their martial arts from beginning to end when dealing with the heroes in the Soul Fusion realm. The power of the Earth grade, perfect level arrow skills is naturally greater than the Earth grade long arrow flat shot. Swish, swish, swish. The sky was filled with sharp arrows, which attacked Xian Ningxiang with unstoppable force. Xian Ningxiang was shocked and helpless. She never expected that the weapon used by the other party was not a simple sub-divine weapon, but a consumable sub-divine weapon. The explosion of a divine weapon triggered resonance among more than 200 martial arts. What kind of concept is that? The power is absolutely amazing. This can be explained by the fact that her protective barrier was directly destroyed. However, Xian Ningxiang did not think much about it. Now that her protective barrier was broken, it was impossible for her to continue standing still. After all, such a dense array of arrows would kill her sooner or later. With this thought in mind, Xian Ningxiang no longer hesitated, and she directly swung the butcher knife in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. She kept hitting and destroying the Yuanli arrows, and sonic booms were heard everywhere. However, although most of the martial arts were destroyed by Xian Ningxiang, there would still be a few times or even dozens of times that would hit her occasionally. The most important thing was that Xian Ningxiang's intensive defense was also a drain on her. Although this consumption cannot be compared with the damage caused by being attacked, it does exist. If this goes on, even if Xian Ningxiang is a strong man in the Soul Fusion realm, he will definitely be defeated and die. Qian Duoduo's undefeated tactics are absolutely effective and invincible in the cemetery of gods and demons. It is only a matter of time before Ronghun is killed. Snort. Facing her current situation, Xian Ningxiang seemed to have thought of Qian Rumeng's plan. While defending, she snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "In less than 2 days, the god's tomb of my lord will be opened. By then, everything in the god and demon cemetery will be temporarily sealed, and our heroic spirits will fall into a deep sleep. With your current offensive, you will not be able to kill me within 2 days. When the god's tomb is opened, you will surely fail and everything you have done will be in vain." Chapter 754 Qian Rumeng's Archery. In less than 2 days, the tomb of my lord will be opened. At that time, everything in the cemetery of gods and demons will be temporarily sealed, and our heroic spirits will fall into a deep sleep. With your current offensive, you will not be able to kill me within 2 days. When the tomb of God is opened, you will fail and everything you have done will be in vain. Xian Ningxiang was right. Under the current circumstances, even if Qian Rumeng broke her Soul Fusion realm protective barrier, it might not be possible for everyone to kill her in 2 days. It's not that everyone is too weak, but that the Xian Ningxiang is too strong. More than 209 turned Zhodian warriors attacked from all directions. There were more than 200 arrows in each round of rain, and they were all martial arts attacks, but almost all of them were blocked by Xian Ningxiang, and the opponent just made a random sword move without using any martial arts. An ordinary sword strike directly destroyed a perfect earth-grade martial art. How powerful is that? If the cemetery of gods and demons had not restricted Xian Ningxiang's range of movement, everyone would have been wiped out. Although Xian Ningxiang is only a heroic spirit in the Soul Fusion realm, she was too powerful when she was alive. Although she is only in the Soul Fusion realm now, her true strength is probably already above that of the Soul Fusion realm. The 72 concubines of heaven. Being able to become one of the third-order strong men under the command of the palace master of Tiangong, how could Xian Ningxiang be just an ordinary person? Hearing Xian Ningxiang's words, everyone couldn't help but look at Qian Rumeng. Ignore her and continue attacking. Qian Rumeng stood proudly, not paying any attention to Xian Ningxiang's words, and just spoke in a stern voice. She used to be cynical, even before, but now, at this moment, she is so serious, so earnest, and even gives people a feeling of coldness and even arrogance. She is like two completely different people. All the Zhodian warriors of Linglong Chamber of Commerce did not stop and continued to attack Xian Ningxiang according to Qian Rumeng's order. Although the effect was not great, it was indeed constantly weakening Xian Ningxiang and the guardian spirit of this Ronghun realm. Ye Bufan and others stood quietly by the side, just watching without saying a word. In a battle to kill the heroes in the Soul Fusion realm from a distance, Ye Bufan and others could not help at all, and they could not even intervene. After all, if they wanted to attack from a distance, they had to use bows and arrows. Not to mention Qin Yao and the other 5 girls, they didn't practice archery skills at all. As for Ye Bufan, although he possessed 2 great archery skills at the heavenly level and had the sacred weapon Slaughtering Heaven bow in his hand, his Tianyan Gai Ju was temporarily sealed by the Grave Keeper and he was unable to recover his energy quickly. With his current level of cultivation of the 7 revolutions of the heavenly Qi, he could only perform Fengming Judian 3 to 4 times at most, and after that he would have to rely on rest to slowly recover his energy. As for the elixir, Because of his practice of Tianyan Gai Ju, the elixirs previously taken by the Jodian warriors of Linglong Chamber of Commerce had little effect on Ye Bufan, or were even completely useless. To the extent that Ye Bufan simply handed the Killing Heaven bow to Mu Chenfeng, letting him control it temporarily. However, there is still a big difference between the Earth-grade perfection martial arts and the Heaven-grade great perfection martial arts. The effect of Mu Chenfeng using the holy weapon is far inferior to Ye Bufan's. The crazy offensive never stops. Time passes by inadvertently. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. Seeing that the day was about to pass, Xianning Xiang was still in good condition. If her bloody spirit body was compared to her life value, then her life value at this moment had only dropped by 2/5, and she still had 3/5 left. There is more than half of the health left. At this rate, it would be impossible to kill Xianning Xiang with more than a day left. Everyone stop. But at this moment, Qian Rumeng's cold voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned, and then all the people from Linglong Chamber of Commerce who were responsible for the attack stopped. Why, you gave up? Seeing this scene, Xianning Xiang looked at Qian Rumeng and said with a smile. Everyone, rest where you are and adjust your condition. Those in charge of defense should pay attention to the opponent's movements to prevent sudden counterattacks. Ignoring Xianning Xiang, Qian Rumeng looked at everyone and said, bang, bang, bang. As soon as Qian Rumeng finished speaking, almost all the archers collapsed to the ground. Although they could ensure that their Yuanli would not be exhausted due to the essence pill, and they were always in a state of martial arts attack, Jodian warriors were also human beings, and they could not withstand a high-intensity martial arts attack lasting 10 hours. All the archers sat down on the ground to rest and adjust their conditions as quickly as possible, while all the defenders were still on guard against Xianning Xiang. After all, Xianning Xiang never attacked and their consumption could be completely ignored. But at this moment, Qian Rumeng stretched out his left hand. In an instant, a golden longbow appeared in her hand. The longbow was shining with golden light and carrying faint tiger roars. However, it was not the previous artifact, but a brand new holy weapon. Looking at the golden earth weapon in Qian Rumeng's hand, Xianning Xiang frowned. Don't you need the magic weapon? Ye Bufan and others were also stunned. They couldn't understand why Qian Rumeng used holy weapons instead of divine weapons. Qian Rumeng did not hesitate at all. She grasped the longbow, took a step forward, pulled the string, and focused the arrow. In an instant, a golden arrow took shape. Call out. Without any hesitation, Qian Rumeng shot an arrow directly, accompanied by a deafening tiger roar. In everyone's sight, the arrow shot by Qian Rumeng turned directly into a tiger and rushed straight towards Xianning Xiang. For a time, the situation became tense and chaotic. Qian Rumeng's arrow was extremely fast. Between heaven and earth, a tiger roared angrily, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire world. Seeing this arrow, everyone's heart trembled. Heavenly level realm combat skills. Xianning Xiang's pupils shrank, and she was slightly surprised and said, I didn't expect that on this desolate and barren continent, you could actually cultivate heaven-level martial arts to the artistic conception at such a young age. You are quite good. But it's just good. As soon as she finished speaking, Xianning Xiang swung out with a knife, facing Qian Rumeng's arrow directly. However, Ye Bufan and the others were dumbfounded, with Xianning Xiang's words constantly echoing in their minds. Martial arts at the heavenly level. Martial arts are divided into 4 levels: human, earth, heaven, and God. Each level is further divided into 5 grades: entry, minor success, major success, perfection, and artistic conception. Although Ye Bufan has inherited Shi Feishuan's legacy, he can only practice martial arts to the perfection level by relying on the inheritance. Moreover, due to the limitation of merit, Ye Bufan has only practiced a few martial arts to the perfection level. It is harder than ascending to heaven to enter into the artistic conception. Even before today, Ye Bufan had never seen anyone perform martial arts at the artistic conception level. What's more, it is a heavenly realm. But I didn't expect. Looking at Qian Rumeng in front of him, Ye Bufan didn't know what to say for a moment. In Kangchong Martial Academy, Qian Rumeng has nicknames like Little Witch and Divine Weapon Armed. Most people believe that she has an amazing father who allows her to do whatever she wants in the academy. But what is the real situation? Qian Rumeng is miles ahead of everyone else with this heavenly level of artistic conception martial arts alone. Bang! But at this moment, Xian Ningxiang slashed down with a knife, directly breaking Qian Rumeng's shocking arrow. Qian Rumeng didn't care at all. Yeah, looking at Xian Ningxiang, she sneered, and then without any hesitation, she gripped the longbow tightly. The next second, draw the bow, concentrate the arrow, and shoot. Call out. Qian Rumeng shot an arrow and rushed like a tiger, heading straight towards Xian Ningxiang in front. But it's not over yet. Call out. Call out. After firing one arrow, Qian Rumeng shot 3 more arrows in succession, and the time between each arrow was almost negligible. For a moment, in everyone's sight, the original 4 tigers, that is, the 4 arrows, instantly merged into one. Roar! The sharp arrow flew towards them, and a tiger as big as a hill took shape in an instant. It rushed towards Xian Ningxiang with a deafening tiger roar. Everyone felt a buzzing in their ears. As the tiger roared, the sky was shaking, the earth was trembling, and everyone's heart was shaken. This is. Xian Ningxiang's pupils shrank even more. The artistic conception blends together, and the heavenly level enters the realm of God. Qian Rumeng's 8 words rang out, and then 5 essence pills were thrown directly into his mouth. Xian Ningxiang was stunned when she heard this. You have reached the state of mind and spirit, and you have entered the realm of the gods. I didn't expect that you would have reached this stage at such a young age. After a pause, Xian Ningxiang shouted again, but, just this is not enough. Call out. As soon as she finished speaking, she chopped him down with her knife. Boom! In an instant, the blade and the tiger collided, and a terrifying roar broke through the air. Clatter! Xian Ningxiang took a step back uncontrollably. Seeing this, everyone's heart trembled. Qian Rumeng only had 7-star divine essence, but now she was able to push back Xian Ningxiang, who was at the soul fusion realm, by just relying on a martial art. Even one step is incredible. It's simply against the will of heaven. Roar! But at this moment, another tiger roar came, and Qian Rumeng shot 5 arrows into one, with amazing killing power. Xian Ningxiang's pupils shrank. Call out! She flashed and disappeared from the spot. It was obvious that she didn't want to fight with Qian Rumeng. Seeing this, Qian Rumeng sneered, my cultivation is indeed not enough, and I have no ability to kill you. But so what? If I were to face a soul fusion warrior somewhere else, with my current level of cultivation, it would be like an egg hitting a stone. And if you want to dodge, I won't be able to hit you at all. But it's different here. The range of activity is 100 meters. This is your biggest fatal flaw. It's enough to hurt you. Bang! As soon as Qian Rumeng finished speaking, the tiger fell to the ground and exploded, and the terrifying energy swept in all directions. Xian Ningxiang was within 100 meters, so naturally she could not avoid the impact of this energy. As Qian Rumeng said, her range of activity is only 100 meters, which is her biggest fatal flaw. She could hide, but she couldn't escape. You can only resist. Chapter 755, Xiao Bai, go ahead. Boom 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 boom. A thunderous roar shook the space. Qian Rumeng attacked like crazy, the longbow in her hand continuously shot out sharp arrows, each time 5 arrows combined into one, condensing into a superstar tiger. Magnificent momentum and chilling murderous intent. The area within 100 meters of the tombstone was completely covered by Qian Rumeng's attacks. The terrifying force hit Xian Ningxiang again and again. Although Xian Ningxiang could not avoid it, as long as she was not hit head-on, this impact could not threaten her. As a result, Xian Ningxiang could only change her position to avoid Xian Ningxiang's frontal attack. This scene seems reasonable, but it is completely abnormal. Xian Ningxiang was at least a soul fusion realm warrior, so even if she couldn't kill Qian Rumeng directly from a distance, it wouldn't be useless. But Xian Ningxiang in front of him just dodged and defended without any counterattack. This scene made Ye Bufan and others confused. Ye Bufan and others were like this, and so was Qian Rumeng. Her attack was so smooth that it seemed a little unreal to her. Are you curious about why I didn't fight back at this moment? Xian Ningxiang's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was stunned. Xian Ningxiang said, it's very simple. I want to see how you are going to kill my heroic spirit. After all, with your current attack, you can't threaten me at all, but you are so confident. First, use the divine weapon to break my protective barrier. Afterwards, 286 9th turn Jodian warriors were equipped with heavenly soldiers, one for attack and one for defense, and they were 3 points weaker than me. Then, use your half-step magical power to attack me. From beginning to end, you seem to be following some preset pattern. Gradually, your goal should be to continuously weaken me, and then finally give me a fatal blow. So I want to see what other methods you have after reaching the half-step magical power. Xian Ningxiang's words stunned Ye Bufan and others. Qian Rumeng's offensive stalled, and he asked, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Afraid? Xian Ningxiang laughed sweetly and said, "I already no longer exist, so why should I be afraid of dying again? What's more, the existence of the God and Demon Cemetery is to continue the inheritance of my heavenly palace. For tens of millions of years, you are the only one who has satisfied me. Even if I make an exception and give you a chance, what does it matter?" Xian Ningxiang's words made everyone stunned, and then they were overjoyed. Ye Bufan asked, "Senior, are you planning to give your inheritance directly to Meng Meng?" Direct inheritance. Xian Ningxiang glanced at Ye Bufan and rolled her eyes. "Boy, you think too much." Ye Bufan hesitated. "So what you mean is?" Xian Ningxiang said, "It's very simple. From now on, until 3 hours before the god's tomb opens, if you can satisfy me, then I will open the tomb and give you a chance to refine the inheritance crystal." Xian Ningxiang's words startled everyone. Ye Bufan said, 3 hours before the god's tomb is opened, will you open the tomb chamber and give us a chance to refine the inheritance crystal? Boy, do you think you can kill me? As if seeing through Ye Bufan's heart, Xian Ningxiang chuckled and said, "If I don't want you to, you can't kill me and open the tomb even if you risk your souls being destroyed. Don't disbelieve it. Although the little fellow guarding the grave told you that the heroes are not allowed to use their true spirit power in the God and Demon Cemetery, and even if they do, their attacks will be ineffective. But he didn't tell you that this restriction only applies to the flag owner and the members of the heavenly palace below him, and does not include us. 3 supreme beings, 18 divine generals, 72 concubines, we can all use our true energy at will, and we are not subject to interference or restrictions from the will of our Lord's laws. In addition, the 3 supreme beings, 18 generals, 72 concubines, and our 93 inheritances are all prepared for the next palace master. Without our permission, no one can get involved. Not to mention that you are just a group of Jodian. Even if a demigod comes in person, what can it do? If I were to kill him, 1 strike would be enough." Hiss. Xian Ningxiang's words made everyone gasp. A demigod only needs 1 sword. Go on, little girl. Without the slightest hesitation, Xian Ningxiang looked directly at Qian Rumeng and said, "However, I want to remind you that with your current cultivation level, even if you have realized the half-step magical power yourself, you can only use it 3 times at most. After 3 times, if you force it again, it will do you more harm than good." 3 times. Xian Ningxiang's words stunned everyone. If you don't believe it, you can just let her try. There's no need to wait until the 4th time. Just the 3rd time, she will surely bleed from her own wounds after she uses her half-step magical power. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Xian Ningxiang said with a smile. "No." Qian Rumeng waved her hand and said. As soon as she finished speaking, she retracted her longbow, then waved her right hand, and a white light flashed. Roar. In an instant, a deafening tiger roar was heard, and everyone felt a buzzing in their ears. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, a giant white tiger appeared in front of everyone. Mechanical puppet beast. Looking at the white tiger in front of her, Xian Ningxiang was stunned at first, then smiled and said, "It seems that you are indeed well prepared. Xiao Bai, come on." Qian Rumeng didn't waste any words and shouted directly that this white tiger was not another one, but the white tiger that Qian Rumeng took out in the Zumi battlefield. Holy Realm Puppet Beast. Chapter 756. The heroic spirit that cannot be killed. I will make an exception for you. Roar. The white tiger roared, and without any hesitation, it pounced towards Xian Ningxiang. Fierce momentum. Cold murderous intent. As a puppet beast that has entered the Holy Realm, the white tiger's strength is definitely not weak. Seeing the white tiger charging out, Qian Rumeng immediately shouted, "Everyone, defend." Entering the holy war and merging souls, with the strength of the two, even the aftermath of the battle is absolutely shocking. If you are not prepared, the distance of 800 meters may not be able to hurt everyone. The Jodian warriors of Linglong Chamber of Commerce were on high alert, ready to defend against the aftermath of the battle in the Holy Land at any time. The white tiger was as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Xian Ningxiang in less than a breath. No hesitation, no stopping. Call. The white tiger's giant claws immediately slapped towards Xian Ningxiang, and the space was distorted wherever it passed. Although Xian Ningxiang was at the soul fusion level, she was weakened a lot by the previous series of attacks. If she had a normal body of flesh and blood, she would have been seriously injured at this moment. However, as a heroic spirit, under the rules of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, although she was not seriously injured, it did affect her ability to exert her own strength. It can be said that every heroic spirit in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons becomes weaker and weaker as the battle goes on, until they finally perish. Of course, if the Xian Ningxiang could mobilize the power of the true spirit, it would be different. But it was obvious that she just wanted to test him, so she had no intention of using her true spiritual power. The white tiger attacked with its claws. Xian Ningxiang chuckled, "It's a pretty good mechanical puppet beast, but it doesn't have enough energy to exert its full strength. Otherwise, it could be upgraded to flying, or even a demigod, and compete with me now." After she finished speaking, Xian Ningxiang swung out with her sword, but it was still an ordinary sword strike. But this knife seemed to carry some kind of magic, and wherever it passed, the space was distorted. In an instant, the knife and palm collided. When the sound of metal clashing rang out. The ancient puppet beast is made entirely of various rare and precious metals. It looks like a body of flesh and blood, but in fact it is indestructible. After the sound of metal clashing, there was another loud bang, followed by a violent and ferocious energy that swept around madly with Xian Ningxiang and Baihu as the center. 800 meters away. Bang, bang, bang. The heavenly soldier shields in the hands of Zhou Tian warriors at the front line of Linglong Chamber of Commerce made muffled sounds under the impact of the storm, and the strong wind blew on their faces, and everyone felt a pain on their cheeks. A moment of confrontation. Da da da. Xian Ningxiang and Baihu in front retreated at the same time. Baihu retreated 13 meters and Xian Ningxiang retreated 7 meters. Just one strike revealed the strength of the two. Even though Xian Ningxiang had been weakened a lot, she was still far superior to Baihu. Roar. The white tiger roared angrily as it retreated after one strike. Xian Ningxiang disappeared directly from the spot, and when she appeared again, she was above the white tiger. In a flash, she slashed with her sword. The cold, tricky, and infinitely ferocious blade light shattered the space and went straight towards the white tiger. This knife seemed to cut the white tiger into two. The white tiger in the Holy Realm is also not weak. Although it is a puppet, it has a certain degree of intelligence. Feeling Xian Ningxiang's knife coming from above, the white tiger flashed away. Swoosh. It dodged the fatal blow in an instant. Xian Ningxiang's sword missed. Boom. The cold blade light slashed down on the earth, the space shattered, and a shocking blade mark appeared on the earth. The power of this blade was self-evident. However, under the special laws of the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, both the broken space and the broken earth were restored to their original state in an instant, as if nothing had happened. At this time, the white tiger dodged the knife and came to Xian Ningxiang's side, and at the same time slapped out with a claw. Xian Ningxiang met the attack with a knife. When the sound of metal clashing was heard, followed by a loud bang. The first strike was a test of each other, but now it was no longer the case. At the moment of the collision between the sword and the palm, Xian Ningxiang put away the sword and Baihu put away the palm. The next second, the two of them attacked with swords and palms again, at an extremely fast speed. Boom 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 boom. Between heaven and earth, terrifying sonic booms continued to sound. Xian Ningxiang and Baihu kept changing positions and attacking each other, making Ye Bufan and others dazzled. The battle in the Holy Realm is so terrifying. Even though the heavenly soldiers equipped with the 9 revolutions Zhodian were defending with all their strength and were 800 meters away, everyone still couldn't help but feel a little nervous. During the battle between Xian Ningxiang and Baihu, time dissipated every second, and both of them were constantly weakened. As a puppet beast, the white tiger naturally consumes its own energy, and the immortal condensing incense. If she were compared to life value, then her initial life value was 10. The previous attack by hundreds of Zhodian warriors for 10 hours consumed 3 of her life value. Qian Rumeng's half-step magical power attack reduced it by 1, again. Now Baihu's repeated attacks reduced her life value by 1, again. The combined health of Zhou Tian warrior, Qian Rumeng, and Baihu has reduced the health of Xian Ningxiang 5. More than half of it has been consumed. At this time, the white tiger's attack was still continuing, and Xian Ningxiang's health was naturally decreasing. 4.9, 4.8, 4.7, 4.6. When Xian Ningxiang's health dropped below 4.5, Qian Rumeng suddenly shouted. Xiao Bai, self-destruct. Qian Rumeng's words stunned everyone present, even Xian Ningxiang. But she came back to her senses in an instant. No need. Looking at Qian Rumeng, Xian Ningxiang chuckled and said, in this continent, your mechanical puppet beast is already considered perfect. It would be a pity if it were destroyed like this. Qian Rumeng was stunned when she heard this. Xian Ningxiang said, according to the total amount of energy remaining in the white tiger's body, its self-destruction can almost weaken the original body by 1/10. Although it does not need to self-destruct, the damage still counts. As she spoke, a wisp of red smoke rose from Xian Ningxiang's body, and her originally blood-colored spirit became dimmer again. 1/10 of the damage. Now Xian Ningxiang's remaining health is less than 4/10, about 3.5/10. Go on. After weakening herself, Xian Ningxiang looked at Qian Rumeng and smiled. Today's assessment seems to have completely changed. Qian Rumeng was stunned again, but did not refuse. It would be best if Baihu could prevent himself from exploding. The next second, she raised her right hand, took back the white tiger in the distance, and then looked at Xian Ningxiang. After hesitating for a moment, Qian Rumeng said, Senior, I have an unwelcome request. Xian Ningxiang frowned and said, tell me about it. Qian Rumeng did not hesitate at all and directly took out the artifact-level longbow and the same 2 artifact-level arrows as before. For a moment, the roars of tigers were heard everywhere. Ye Bufan and others present were all shocked. They had seen the power of this bow and arrow before. That arrow directly broke the protective barrier of the soul fusion realm. However, they did not expect that Qian Rumeng had 2 such sharp arrows on her body. Xian Ningxiang was also stunned. Qian Rumeng did not hesitate at all. He looked at Xian Ningxiang again and said, this is my last trump card, but I don't want to use it. Senior, can you please? Xian Ningxiang smiled slightly. You want me to directly reduce the damage these 2 arrows can cause to me? Yes, yes. Qian Rumeng said rather embarrassedly. Xian Ningxiang said, a consumable sub-divine weapon, this thing should not belong to the Shenwu continent, right? Qian Rumeng was stunned, but said, yes. He. Xian Ningxiang smiled again and said, can you tell me where you got this thing? This. Qian Rumeng hesitated for a moment, then said without hiding anything, this was bought by my father. Bought it? Xian Ningxiang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, your father is very rich. Well, Xian Ningxiang's words stunned everyone, and they didn't understand what was going on. Qian Rumeng understood the meaning of Xian Ningxiang's words. This bow and 3 arrows consumed 7/10 of all the wealth that Qian Duoduo had accumulated over the past 10 years. How much money does Qian Duoduo have? Cannot be calculated. 7/10 of his total wealth, that is an astronomical figure. That is why Qian Rumeng did not want to waste the remaining bow and 2 arrows if possible. At this time, Xian Ningxiang spoke again, and she slowly said, first, the sub-divine weapon broke the protective barrier of the Ronghan realm. Then the Jodian attacked together, supplemented by the semi-divine power, and then weakened it with the Holy Realm puppet. After the puppet self-destructed, the sub-divine weapon was used to attack continuously and kill it with the force of thunder. The whole process was gradual and pressing, with a good layout. It can be regarded as a perfect plan to destroy the saint. All of this must have been planned for 10 years, right? Or even longer. Qian Rumeng was stunned, but did not deny it and said, yes, my father has been preparing for almost 15 years. 15 years. Xian Ningxiang pondered for a moment, and then said, although I admire your father a little, I regret to tell you that your father planned it with the vision of a saint, and I am not a saint, so even if I don't use the power of my true spirit, you can't kill me with these 2 arrows. Why? Qian Rumeng was stunned. The same goes for others. According to the current situation, Xian Ningxiang's remaining health points are no more than 3.5/10. With the power of the artifact bow and arrow, even if she cannot be killed directly, she will definitely be seriously injured and her health points will be reduced to the bottom. At this time, if other people attack again, they will definitely be able to kill him. Looking at Qian Rumeng, Xian Ningxiang said slowly, it's very simple. Once the lives of the 3 supreme beings of the heavenly palace, the 18 divine generals, and the 72 concubines like us are threatened, they can reverse their martial arts and be reborn. At a certain price, they have one chance to restore themselves to their peak state. It was like this before me, and it is naturally the same for the heroic spirit now. That is to say, once the first of your last 2 arrows is launched and severely injures me, I will be able to recover to my peak state immediately. For you, it will be like starting over. Do you think you can kill me again? What? Xian Ningxiang's words shocked everyone present. Nuwu reborn. Peak status recovery. This. All of Qian Duoduo's preparations can only kill Rong Hun once. It is obviously impossible to kill her a second time. For a moment, everyone felt extremely lost. But at this moment, Xian Ningxiang spoke again. I have already said before that I will make an exception for you this time. Although you cannot kill me, I will open this tomb for you. What? Everyone was shocked and delighted by the sudden change. Senior. Qian Rumeng was also stunned. Xian Ningxiang smiled slightly and said again, of course, although the tomb is open for you, whether you can obtain the inheritance of the deity depends on your own luck. Chapter 757 Qian Rumeng, Failure. The tomb is open for you, but whether it can be opened successfully depends on your luck. Thank you, Senior. As soon as Xian Ningxiang finished speaking, Qian Rumeng immediately spoke. Others were grateful, too. The preciousness of the soul-releasing realm tomb chamber is beyond doubt, and Xian Ningxiang has made it very clear that no one can open the tomb chamber without her consent. Facts have also proved that Qian Duoduo's preparations over the past decade were completely in vain. This is not to say that Qian Duoduo is incompetent, but this cemetery of gods and demons, or the 72 concubines of the heavenly palace, the 18 divine generals, and the 3 supreme beings are beyond Qian Duoduo's cognition. It even surpassed the cognition of Shenwu continent. According to Qian Duoduo's plan, if it was just an ordinary soul fusion realm hero, it would have been successfully killed long ago. It's a pity that Xian Ningxiang is not an ordinary heroic spirit in the soul fusion realm. Since they cannot be killed, they cannot open the tomb. In this case, let alone obtaining the inheritance, they don't even have the chance to try to refine the inheritance crystals. But now, Xian Ningxiang's behavior was indeed an exception. She was simply giving everyone an opportunity for free. Of course, as she said, whether one can succeed in the end depends on one's luck. Bang! Before everyone could think about it, Xian Ningxiang's bloody spirit body exploded into a ball of blood mist, and then the blood mist directly poured into the tombstone. This scene was no different from those of the previous heroes. It is obvious that in the entire cemetery of gods and demons, every heroic spirit is not only responsible for guarding the tomb, but is also the only key to open the tomb. Bang! As the blood-colored mist poured into the tombstone, there was another muffled sound, and the tombstone directly split into 2 halves. Then, the earth split apart, and a tomb under the ground instantly appeared in everyone's sight. As one of the 72 concubines of the heavenly palace, Xian Ningxiang's tomb was no different from that of other flag owners and members of the heavenly palace. Moreover, there was nothing else in her tomb except a 7-colored inheritance crystal. Obviously, this is another empty tomb. No, it should not be considered an empty tomb, because the empty tomb in the impression of Ye Bufan and others was a tomb that had been opened in advance by someone else. But according to Xian Ningxiang, the tombs of the 72 concubines of the heavenly palace are not open to the public, and their inheritance only belongs to the next palace master of the heavenly palace. This was the first time she made an exception for Qian Rumeng. In other words, before this, Xian Ningxiang's tomb had never been opened by anyone. Therefore, this tomb chamber was originally empty and there were no burial objects. If Xian Ningxiang is like this, what about other heroic spirits? As Ye Bufan and his party walked along the way, they opened only empty tombs. Now it seems that it was not that these tombs were taken away by someone else, but that many of them were originally empty and only contained the crystals of inheritance. Come to think of it, the existence of the cemetery of gods and demons is to continue the inheritance of the heavenly palace. This is not a treasure house, so where do so many burial objects come from? But none of this matters now. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the 7-colored inheritance crystal in the tomb. After all, this was the inheritance crystal of the Soul Fusion Realm tomb. The Shenwu district entered the Holy Realm. What about the Soul Fusion Zone? Once the refining is successful, there is a great possibility that one can directly achieve demigod status. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Mengmeng, go ahead. Ye Bufan looked at Qian Rumeng and said with a smile. Everyone else also looked at Qian Rumeng. Qian Rumeng nodded and walked straight to the tomb. She took this first opportunity to refine the essence. After all, she came to the cemetery of gods and demons for the inheritance of the soul fusion realm and the god's tomb, and Qian Duoduo's preparations for more than 10 years were only for the refining of the inheritance crystal this time. This is a big gamble. Win, everyone is happy. Lost. Qian Duoduo, the richest man in Shenwu continent, had half of his efforts over more than 10 years gone to waste. Qian Rumeng walked step by step towards the 7-colored inheritance crystal, and everyone's mood became instinctively tense. After all, this was the inheritance crystal of the Soul Fusion Realm Tomb Chamber. Moreover, this is the only Soul Fusion Area inheritance crystal that can be refined during this trip to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, or even since the entire Cemetery of Gods and Demons was founded. Its value can be imagined. The distance of just a few hundred meters seemed so long in everyone's eyes. When Qian Rumeng walked into the tomb and appeared in front of the 7-colored inheritance crystal, everyone felt as if they had spent several long centuries. Call. Looking at the inheritance crystal in front of her, Qian Rumeng took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She might not have known it before, but now, Qian Rumeng knows very well what this crystallization of inheritance means. For others, this may just be a legacy, an opportunity to reach the top overnight. But not for her. Yin mysterious body, a body of dual cultivation. Once her father Qian Duoduo is forcibly expelled from the Shenwu continent, her so-called Yin mysterious body will attract countless evil wolves, including many powerful saints. Although Qian Duoduo had left a backup plan for her, who could guarantee that no accidents would happen? The human heart is the most elusive. Who can guarantee what will happen in the future? If she fails to attain sainthood in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons this time, her situation will become extremely passive. Although there are other ways to deal with it, once you miss an opportunity, it's yours forever. Time is running out for Qian Duoduo. Similarly, her chances of making money are slim, so if she can succeed, that would be the best. If not, there is nothing you can do but take one step at a time. With mixed feelings, Qian Rumeng bit her finger directly. Tick-tock. The next second, a drop of bright red blood fell on the inheritance crystal. This was the first and only time she tried to refine the inheritance crystal in the Cemetery of Gods and Demons. If you fail, then go straight to the god's tomb. A drop of Qian Rumeng's blood fell, and the emotions of the other people present were also tense to the extreme. What's worse, many of the Jodian warriors in Linglong Chamber of Commerce clenched their fists, hoping in their hearts, success must succeed. Qian Duoduo has been waiting for this day for more than 10 years, and so have they. As orphans who were found, adopted, and fully trained by Qian Duoduo from all over the Shenwu continent, each of them knew very well what their efforts over the past decade were for, because on the first day they entered the Linglong Chamber of Commerce headquarters, Qian Duoduo had let them make their own choice. More than 10 years of hard work, just for today, just for this one chance to refine. Ye Bufan was also nervous, because like Qian Rumeng, he knew very well what the refining of this inheritance crystal meant to Qian Rumeng. The Yin mysterious body is coveted by the saints. It's like a sharp sword hanging over your head, which may burst into flames at any time and kill people. Qian Duoduo is about to leave and the crisis is approaching. Without strength, he may be at the mercy of others. As for Qin Yao and the other girls, although they were also very nervous, they could not compare with Ye Bufan and the others. After all, they were not aware of Qian Rumeng's current situation. Time passes by inadvertently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At this moment, every second of waiting seems longer than a century in the eyes of everyone. 1 minute later, the inheritance crystal showed no reaction. Qian Rumeng gave a bitter smile, turned around, looked at everyone and said with a smile, "Failure." Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. The atmosphere was depressing and the whole place was dead silent. Time seemed to have stopped and space had solidified. Ye Bufan and the others did not know what to say for a moment. Boom. But at this moment, a loud thunder suddenly sounded above the blood cloud above, and a strong wind blew up between heaven and earth. Call out. In a brief moment, a beam of colorful light shot up from the tomb, breaking through the sky. Chapter 758. Say one more word and I will destroy your true spirit and end your inheritance. What's going on? The sudden change made Ye Bufan and others all look horrified. Didn't Qian Rumeng fail? Why did she make such a big fuss? The heaven and earth shook, and strong winds blew. This scene is so similar to the scene when Hao Peng obtained the inheritance before. Boom. Before Ye Bufan and the others could think about it, blood clouds surged in the sky above their heads and another muffled thunder sounded. Then, the wind in the entire cemetery of gods and demons became even more fierce. Everyone's cheeks were hurt by the wind. The sky began to tremble, the earth was shaking, and the whole world seemed to be about to collapse as if the end of the world was approaching. This change is worse than before. What's going on? This situation seems to be the same as before. Could it be that someone else has become a saint? Damn it, with such a big commotion, someone must be trying to become a saint again. Damn it, we lost so many people and opened so many tombs of the divine martial realm, why didn't we succeed once? We didn't even see any burial objects. This is unfair. Long, young Master Long, that seems to be the holy area, right? Did the man named Ye even kill the saints? Holy Land area. That guy Ye Bufan again. Fuck, both times it was the members of the War Department who were promoted to sainthood. What kind of shit luck did the War Department have? Ha ha ha, someone in the Holy Land has attained sainthood. It must be Ye Xiao and his group. Guess who it will be this time? The sudden change instantly alarmed everyone in the cemetery of gods and demons, causing everyone to look towards the location where Ye Bufan and his group were. Many people were even besieging the divine martial realm heroes at this moment, and because of the sudden change that attracted their attention, they lost their minds, and many of them were ruthlessly killed by the divine martial realm heroes. Where Ye Bufan and others are. Zan, Xuaner, looking at Yi Jingxuan in the tomb with her eyes wide open, mouth opened into an O shape, looking up at the sky with a look of shock on her face, Ye Bufan's messy voice rang out. He was stunned and dumbfounded. Ye Bufan was like this, and so were the others present. At first, everyone thought that the huge commotion in front of them was because the inheritance was delayed after Qian Rumeng successfully refined it. However, when everyone saw Yi Jingxuan who had run into the tomb at some point, they instantly understood. This sudden change was caused by Yi Jingxuan, not Qian Rumeng, who successfully refined the essence. I want to become a saint. I want to conquer the world. Thinking of Yi Jingxuan's previous bold words, everyone couldn't help but feel confused again. A 13-year-old saint. Damn, it's scary. However, no matter what everyone present thinks, no matter how confused it is, the facts are facts after all, everything is a foregone conclusion and will never change. Boom. From the blood cloud above his head, a 7-colored lightning pillar fell, followed by a loud boom 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 sound. One after another, 7-colored lightning pillars fell from the sky. In an instant, 99 and 81 lightning pillars directly blocked the entire tomb. When Hao Peng entered the state of sainthood, there were only 18 purple lightning pillars, but what he saw before him were 81 7-colored lightning pillars. You can tell who is strong and who is weak at a glance. 81 7-colored lightning pillars connect heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. Without exception, Ye Bufan and his group were all driven back 500 meters away from the tomb by an unknown force. The sudden change and the terrifying aura made each of their souls tremble. What's worse, a strong feeling involuntarily emerged in everyone's heart. 500 meters outside the tomb is God's restricted area. At this moment, anyone who dares to set foot here will be punished if they enter as gods or destroyed if they enter as demons. This feeling was so strong that it shook the souls of Ye Bufan and others again. But no matter whether this feeling is true or false, everything in front of us is destined not to change. The wind was raging, thunder and lightning, the sky and earth changed color. Above the tomb, in the blood cloud, a huge vortex instantly formed. But at this moment, in the center of the 81 lightning pillars, where the vortex was, a ball of blood-red mist suddenly descended, and then the mist directly condensed into a young woman. Dressed in white and light gauze, with a peerless beauty. The woman who suddenly appeared was none other than one of the 72 concubines, Wufei Xianning Xiang. Compared to the previous blood-colored spirit, Xianning Xiang at this moment is still as beautiful as ever. Not only is her beauty stunning, but her aura is even more terrifying, and her invisible pressure is even stronger than thunder. Even though they were 500 meters away, even though Xianning Xiang did not make any movements or words, Ye Bufan and the others felt that their souls were about to collapse and be annihilated. Her strength is already shocking. The man in golden armor before would probably not be able to withstand a casual attack from Xianning Xiang at this moment. However, Xian Ningxiang didn't care about Ye Bufan and the others at all, nor did she pay attention to Ye Jingxuan who was stunned in the tomb. She turned around and faced the central divine tomb. Bang! The next second, Xian Ningxiang knelt down on one knee. Her kneeling was completely different from the earth-shattering kneeling of the man in golden armor before. When she knelt, the wind stopped, the clouds became still, and the whole world was dead silent. Even so, everyone's heart was shaking and trembling inexplicably. That kind of silence makes people uncomfortable and uneasy, making them feel as if they have sunk and been abandoned by the world. But at this moment, Xian Ningxiang suddenly spoke. Her voice was solemn and resolute, shaking the originally deadly world. Wu Fei Ningxiang, now I have found a successor, and I hereby bid farewell to the palace master. As soon as she finished speaking, Xian Ningxiang bowed, bent over, bowed towards the tomb of the gods, and then